The boy, an ordinary student known for his diligence and hard work, found himself dozing off in class, unable to resist the overwhelming fatigue. The cause? A mysterious silver panel that had ticked incessantly for 3 whole months, robbing him of sleep. Grains of sand trickled slowly through an hourglass, with the countdown showing 4 hours 32 minutes and 58 seconds. Suddenly, a stern voice shattered the classroom silence. "You ran." The entire class turned to look at the back row. Ran lifted his head in a daze, his eyes heavy with sleep. The middle-aged teacher's anger flared upon seeing this, and he slammed the desk hard, scolding, "5 days of classes a week, and you sleep through 4 of them? And you still want to take the martial arts exam? With your blood vitality score of 25, the third lowest in the class? There are barely over 100 days until the college entrance exam, and the minimum score for the martial arts program is 60. Do you realize how far behind you are? Sleeping like this, aren't you wasting all your parents' hard work?" Ran lowered his head, silently enduring the reprimand and the murmurs of his classmates, sighing deeply in his heart. It had been 3 months since he found himself in this world, and terms like martial arts exam and blood vitality still felt foreign to him. This world was strikingly similar to his original one, was still an ordinary high school student. The key difference? Here, martial arts reigned supreme. 500 years ago, a massive silver eye fell from the starry sky into the earth, triggering a transformation of the blue planet. Strange mirages often appeared in the sky, phantoms of colossal forests and barren wastelands filled with enormous beasts. The most terrifying part? These phantoms would materialize, descending into the real world. One city was consumed by a wasteland, overrun by rampaging beasts. After centuries of struggle, humanity managed to stabilize the situation with the help of martial artists who broke through genetic limits. However, the wasteland still covered nearly half of the planet's territory. In such a world, martial artists who could fend off these beasts held unparalleled status, and the martial arts exam became the only path to success. Yet Ran's attention was fixated on the mysterious silver panel in his mind. The panel was blank except for a black hourglass in the center, its countdown steadily decreasing. This panel had inexplicably appeared when he crossed over, its purpose unknown, but the relentless ticking had tormented him for 3 months. To gather the funds for the martial arts exam, Ran had taken on a part-time job. Already struggling with sleeplessness, the exhaustion from work left him even more drained. Despite his efforts to stay awake, the droning lectures lulled him to sleep faster than he would at home. When the bell signaled the end of class, the teacher stopped the students from leaving and announced that registration for the martial arts exam would soon begin. He advised students with blood vitality scores below 30 not to register, casting a pointed glance at Ran and a few other students in the back rows. Yet Ran walked resolutely to the podium to register. The teacher tried to dissuade him, suggesting he use the 20,000 yuan registration fee to buy blood vitality supplements to improve himself instead. But Ran simply replied softly, "Teacher, I want to give it a try." After school, Ran took a bus to Shangyuan Poultry Slaughterhouse. On the bus, the news reported that the vice president of the Dongyuan Province Martial Artists Association had broken through to the 7th rank to become a grandmaster, that a wasteland mirage had appeared in the eastern suburbs of Qingshui City, and that Ningjiang City had introduced new rewards for young martial artists. Listening to the broadcast, Ran found himself nodding off again. At the slaughterhouse, Ran began his shift. Near the end of his workday, he calculated his earnings, 4,000 yuan a month, plus 3,000 yuan saved from his living expenses, leaving him 13,000 yuan short of the martial arts exam registration fee. It seemed nearly impossible to gather that amount in just half a month unless he became a martial artist. Just then, the ticking sound that had plagued him for 3 months abruptly stopped. Ran couldn't help but mutter a curse, resisting the urge to collapse on the spot and sleep. Instead, he focused his mind and entered his consciousness. The black hourglass on the silver panel had vanished as the countdown ended. The panel had transformed entirely. In the top left corner, new words appeared: Martial Arts Achievement System. System? Ran's voice was a mix of surprise and excitement as he quickly focused his attention on the suddenly appearing panel. The interface was clear and straightforward. In the top right corner, it displayed achievement points. 0. At the center were 2 prominent buttons, one red labeled Enhance and the other green labeled Simulate. At the bottom, his first achievement was listed, Path of Martial Arts. Details of the Path of Martial Arts popped up before his eyes. Achieving the breakthrough to level 1 martial artist would grant 10 achievement points. The current progress showed 25,100 vitality points. Ran understood well that the benchmark for a level 1 martial artist was precisely 100 vitality points. The panel also had 2 empty slots, with the system prompting him that up to 3 achievements could be activated simultaneously. Without hesitation, Ran clicked the draw button. The empty slots flickered briefly, and 2 new achievements appeared. Master Chicken Slayer requires killing 100, 1,000, and 3,000 chickens to earn 1, 5, and 10 achievement points respectively, with a bonus of physical enhancement upon completion. Conquer with virtue, progress 0-10, rewards 100 achievement points upon completion. Looking at these two distinctive achievements, a slight smile crept across Iran's face. The Master Chicken Slayer achievement seemed tailor-made for him after all. In this slaughterhouse, chickens were practically endless. As night fell, the workers left one after another, leaving the vast slaughterhouse eerily quiet with only Iran remaining. Under the flicker of the blade, the chicken count steadily climbed. 97, 98, 99. When the number finally hit 100, Iran held his breath as the achievement points in the top right corner jumped from 0 to 1. Taking a deep breath, he decisively pressed the red enhanced button. In an instant, a surge of vitality erupted from deep within his bones, coursing through his body like a tidal wave. The tingling and burning sensations quickly dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of strength. Glancing back at the panel, the progress for Path of Martial Arts had risen to 35,100. This meant an impressive 10-point boost in vitality. In his class, this level of vitality would already place him in the mid-tier, advancing him by at least a dozen ranks. What are you still doing here? We're closing. Hurry up and leave, came the impatient voice of the security guard from outside. Oh, all right. I'm leaving now. Iran reluctantly glanced one last time at the chickens inside the factory, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked out. Half an hour later, under the soft glow of streetlights and a moonlit sky, Iran strolled along the road home, unable to suppress his elation. Gaining a 10-point vitality boost at once, and through killing chickens no less, was an exhilarating experience. If not for the security guard kicking him out, he would have been tempted to continue all night. Looking at the system panel and thinking about leveling up by slaying chickens, Iran couldn't help but chuckle. This situation felt just like grinding for experience in a beginner's village in those online games he used to play. If only this were really just a game, Iran muttered as he stood in the bustling city center, gazing at the towering skyscrapers and the throngs of people crowding the streets. How he wished he could wake up from this nightmare and return to the peaceful days of school life, messing around with classmates, striving for his dream university. But reality was all too vivid. Beneath the tranquil facade of this city lurked countless dangers. The wilderness could descend at any moment, and the ever-looming threat of feral beasts was like a predator lying in wait. Just this morning, the news reported on Qingshui City, where residents were jolted awake by emergency alarms, forced to flee the homes they had lived in for decades. Tragedies like this were far from isolated. Any surviving human city could fall to the wilderness, and anyone could be displaced overnight. Iran looked up at the night sky, silently vowing. When the wilderness came for Ningjiang City, he would not be one of those fleeing in panic. No, he would be the one to stand tall, the one who would destroy it under the watchful eyes of all. The clock had struck midnight by the time Iran quietly pushed open the door to his home. The house was pitch black and utterly silent. Letting out a sigh of relief, he tiptoed toward his room. Suddenly, the lights blazed on. You little brat, where have you been messing around so late? A feather duster whizzed through the air, and Iran narrowly dodged it. Standing before him was a slightly plump, middle-aged woman, his aunt, her face livid with anger as she stormed toward him. Auntie, wait, let me explain. Iran dodged and shouted frantically. Explain my foot. You keep saying you're practicing combat skills with your classmates at school. I called your teacher. The school gates are locked right after classes, she yelled, still chasing him. Look at your monthly test results. Your vitality level is only 25, third to last in the entire class. A whole month and no improvement at all. At that moment, a door creaked open next door, and a girl in pink pajamas appeared, yawning as she asked, Mom, bro, what are you two yelling about in the middle of the night? Sure, help me explain. Iran immediately ducked behind his cousin. The girl sighed and said to her mother, Mom, he's really been training at our school. They don't close at night, and the gym is free to use. His aunt finally relented a bit, though she still shot Iran a fierce glare. Third to last, though. Auntie, I promise, I'll improve next month, Iran quickly assured her. You said it. If you don't at least move up to fourth to last next month, they'll tan your hide, she huffed, rubbing her back as she shuffled back to her room. This brat runs so fast now. Back when he was little, I could catch him in a heartbeat. Now, I can't even grab the hem of his shirt. Iran let out a long breath of relief. Since losing his parents at an early age, he had been living with his aunt's family since he was 2 or 3 years old. His uncle, a member of the Beast Guard, was often away and only returned every 6 months. That left just the three of them at home most of the time. His fear of his aunt wasn't because of anything else, just the sheer weight of authority from being raised under her care. Sure, well done. I'll reward you with a new outfit someday, Iran said, one hand behind his back, pretending to act mature. Zhou sure, slumped over the table with her eyelids drooping, replied, You've said this over 300 times already. My ears are growing calluses. She struggled to sit up. All right, I'm going to sleep now. The food's in the kitchen. Heat it up yourself. After taking just a couple of steps, she stopped, turned around, and headed toward the kitchen. Forget it. I'll heat it up for you. Otherwise, you'll blow up the kitchen again. She yawned as she walked, her small head nodding drowsily, mumbling under her breath, "Oh, gods, when will this good-for-nothing brother of mine, who only knows how to make empty promises, finally grow up?" Yiran stood there, a bit awkward. His predecessor had indeed often made empty promises to his sister, always offering rewards when borrowing money or asking for help, but never following through. It wasn't out of stinginess or lack of carry, it was simply because he was broke. The remaining 3,000 yuan in his pocket had been painstakingly saved from his living expenses, originally intended to buy chi blood powder to enhance his strength. But now, with him in control of this body, a promise made would be a promise kept. Of course, the first priority was to figure out how to pay the 20,000 yuan registration fee for the martial arts exam. With the support of the achievement system, Yiran was confident he could gather the money within half a month. Once his strength improved, more opportunities to earn money would naturally arise. Back in his room, Yiran took off his shirt and began practicing the Tui body refining technique. This foundational martial arts method, promoted by the Xia Nation Martial Alliance, was suitable for people of all ages. By the time he completed the 9 movements, his entire body was drenched in sweat. Clenching his fists, Yiran's eyes sparkled with excitement. After the system rewarded him with a 10-point boost in chi blood, his control over his body hadn't diminished in the slightest. Normally, a sudden increase in chi blood would lead to uncontrollable strength, much like some classmates who had taken chi blood powder and accidentally injured opponents during practice. But this time, the increase felt as though it had been earned through rigorous training, making it entirely manageable. After checking his physical condition, Yiran opened the system interface. His achievement points were still at 0, and among the 3 available achievements, winning hearts with virtue seemed moderately challenging. While finding a partner might not be easy, the 100 achievement points reward was too tempting to pass up. Had to find a way to complete it. After dinner, Yiran carried his dishes to the dark kitchen. In the living room, only his aunt's room was lit, and faint voices could be heard from inside. "Dashin, should we send Xiaoran to a martial arts academy? There are only a little over 100 days until the college entrance exam, and with his current chi blood level, it'll be hard for him to pass." His aunt's voice came through the door. "Sure, I've mentioned it before," his uncle, Zhou Dashin, replied, his words accompanied by coughing. "Cough, cough. You're just too reluctant. You keep saying you want to save money for my treatment, but this old injury from the battlefield isn't something a few tens of thousands of yuan can cure. Being sick is one thing, but delaying the kid's future is a big deal," Uncle said between fits of coughing, insisting, "This time, don't save money. Find a good martial arts school. You only get one chance in life." He paused for a moment and added, "And stop being so hard on the kid. He's already at the bottom of his class. He must feel awful about it." Aunt's voice quivered with emotion. "He's my nephew. Do you think I enjoy criticizing him? If Xiao Ran could eat exotic beast meat every day like other kids, or if he had access to chi and blood elixirs, how could his grades be so poor? I'm blaming myself for not being able to give him a better environment." "All right, you're a grown-up. No need to cry," Uncle said softly, trying to comfort her, but another coughing fit interrupted him. "In a couple of days, we'll find a good martial arts school for Xiao Ran. Don't skimp on the money. Shu's just started high school. She doesn't need it urgently. As for my illness..." His words were swallowed up by another bout of coughing. Yiran silently returned to his room. The next morning, at the dining table, "Hey, you little rascal, stop eating, or you'll be late," Auntie Hongfong urged her nephew as she watched him wolf down his breakfast. "Oh." Yiran quickly stuffed 2 more eggs into his mouth, grabbed his bag, and dashed out the door. Yi Hongfong frowned slightly at the messy table. What's with his appetite today? It's almost as big as that boy across the street with a 40 chi and blood value. Yiran sprinted all the way and just barely made it into the classroom on time. The homeroom teacher standing at the podium frowned but said nothing. As the lesson progressed, the teacher noticed something unusual. Yiran, who usually dozed off during class, was actually paying attention. Surprised, the teacher nodded quietly. Although Yiran's chi and blood value of 25 made his future prospects dim, this change in attitude was commendable. By the end of the morning classes, the teacher glanced at the still energetic Yiran with a hint of approval in his eyes. He knew how difficult it was for kids from ordinary families to achieve success in martial arts. Talent, resources, and great mentors were all essential. "Class, listen up," the homeroom teacher said with a smile. "There will be a combat ability test on Friday. Be prepared." The announcement was met with a collective groan from the students. Their faces turned pale as if haunted by some traumatic memories. Yiran's expression also grew serious as he mentally noted the news. By the time school ended, the campus was buzzing with chatter, punctuated by sighs of dread. "Another round of beatings. I need to wear extra padding this time. Last time, it hurt for 3 days." 3 days? I was bedridden for a week. This time, I'm aiming for a perfect combat score. Yeah, right? Even Zhang Yuga, the top student, is 5 points short. Listening to the chatter around him, Yiran's face remained calm, but unease crept into his heart. This truly was the most nerve-wracking exam. Range, over here. A buzz-cut boy called out from a distance. Zhang Fan. Yiran quickly stepped forward to greet him. As childhood friends, the two shared a deep bond despite being in different classes. They chatted casually while walking toward the bus stop. At the stop, Yiran bid farewell to Zhang Fan and boarded the bus. Inside, small televisions on both sides were repeatedly broadcasting a shocking piece of news. Qingshui City had fallen, 10 grandmasters were defeated, the Qishui grandmaster had perished, and the Lingxi grandmaster was severely injured and missing. On the screen, a once bustling city had been reduced to ruins. Collapsed skyscrapers lay scattered like broken toy blocks. At the center of the scene, a colossal golden lion roared toward the sky, its 6 wings unfurling with a deafening sound, blotting out the sun and plunging the sky into darkness. On the ground, thick vines and ancient trees grew at an alarming speed, consuming and assimilating the entire city. This was the prelude to the formation of a Wastalanda sign that yet another brilliant city of human civilization was about to become history. Yiran stared intently at the screen, cold sweat seeping from his palms. Qingshui City was not far from Jiangning City, and the spreading wasteland was a source of great concern. Glancing around, he noticed that all the passengers wore tense expressions, their eyes glued to the news. Adam's apples bobbed nervously. Everyone was worried that the wasteland might reach Jiangning City. This was the reality of their era. There was nowhere to hide, no way to retreat. After getting off the bus, Yiran resumed his chicken-killing career. Thanks to his enhanced blood vitality, his efficiency was remarkable, processed nearly 500 chickens in a single night. He checked his system panel. Chicken Slayer, progress 586-3000. Upon reaching 1,000 kills, he would earn 5 achievement points. He licked his lips in anticipation, excited about claiming the second-tier reward tomorrow. As he left the slaughterhouse, he noticed a cocky young man with a scar on his face talking to several workers outside. The middle-aged workers looked pale, nodding repeatedly in agreement. The distance made it hard to hear their conversation clearly. Yiran glanced at them briefly, but didn't give it much thought as he left. When he returned home around 10 p.m., Yiran saw his aunt, Yi Hongfang, entertaining a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup. The woman's face was caked with powder, and she was munching on sunflower seeds while speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Hongfang, I'm only telling you about old Chin's situation. Don't let it slip to anyone else. Don't worry, Sister Shui, Yi Hongfang replied dismissively. And about old Zhang's matter, only telling you. I'll keep it to myself, Yi Hongfang said, her tone impatient as she noticed Yiran entering. You brat, you're finally back. Go to the kitchen and others fish today. You're the best, Annie. Yiran exclaimed, dashing toward the kitchen with excitement. Oh, little Ran is back, Sister Shui said with a coquettish toss of her hair. You're growing more handsome by the day. But I wonder how your blood vitality is. My son, Shuechuan, just reached 40 recently. He's in the top 10 of his class. His teacher praises him constantly. He's not far from the 60-point benchmark for a bachelor's degree. With some effort, he might even get into a top martial arts university. If you get into a top martial arts university, you'll have to move to a big city. Yiran leaned against the kitchen doorframe, gazing at his busy aunt, Hong Fong, with a hint of reluctance in his voice. In the kitchen, Yiran crouched on the floor, focused on slurping up fish meat, while sensing his aunt's growing displeasure. Sure enough, half an hour later, his aunt finally managed to shake off the neighbor's endless chatter and returned with a face full of irritation. The moment she saw Yiran still in the kitchen, she couldn't hold back any longer. You little rascal, you're still eating? I'm hungry. Didn't eat enough. Yiran rubbed his stomach. Ever since his blood vitality started increasing, his appetite had surged. Now, one meal could match 7 or 8 of his usual ones. The next day, after class, Yiran headed straight to the slaughterhouse, only to find a crowd gathered outside. The slaughterhouse manager, a middle-aged man with graying temples and a neatly pressed suit, was confronting a young man with a scar on his face. Despite wearing a worker's uniform, the scar-faced man exuded arrogance as he spoke, infuriating the manager, who angrily shouted for the security guards. However, the guards hesitated, their eyes betraying unease, and instead tried to calm the manager down. Listening to the murmurs of the workers around him, Yiran frowned. It seemed the power outage had been caused by the scar-faced man. Left with no other choice, Yiran decided to leave for now. When he returned home, he found his neighbor, Sister Shui, visiting his aunt for a chat, which inevitably led to another round of ear-splitting conversation. Thankfully, things returned to normal the next day. As night fell, the workers at the slaughterhouse began to leave, and one by one, the lights went out. Ran snapped out of his focused chicken slaughtering state and immediately checked his attribute panel. Chicken slaughtering expert progress 112333000. At the gate, manager by handed him his wages, and Ran noticed there was an extra 1,000. Take it, manager by said, patting his shoulder. Just focus on your studies. After hesitating for a moment, Ran accepted the money. When he got home, Ran immediately began strengthening himself. This time, he had the option to use one of 5 achievement points. He cautiously chose to use just 1 point. A surge of vitality coursed through his bones, but it only increased his blood vitality by 6 points, leaving him slightly disappointed. However, after the second strengthening attempt, Ran's expression shifted to one of both delight and puzzlement this time. His blood vitality had increased by 9 points. The enhancement effects of achievement points seemed unstable. Ran frowned in thought, eventually concluding that the process was random significant improvement when luck was on his side, and mediocre results when it wasn't. With 3 achievement points remaining, his gaze shifted to another button on the system panel labeled Simulation. After a moment of hesitation, he pressed it. 2 options immediately appeared before him. 2E Body Refinement Technique, Perfected State, ready for breakthrough. Combat Awareness, Mediocre State, can be improved. Combat Awareness. Ran's eyes lit up. This was a direct reflection of one's ability in real combat, an essential skill for any martial artist. If vitality value represented raw strength, then combat awareness determined how effectively that strength could be utilized. Every breakthrough or improvement in combat awareness resulted in a qualitative leap in vitality, not just a quantitative increase. Because of this, martial artists with strong combat awareness often dominated opponents of the same rank. In contrast, the 2E Body Refinement Technique was merely a foundational practice. Many advanced martial arts schools had far superior techniques, making its improvement relatively insignificant. Combat awareness is only at a mediocre level, and my combat power gap is still 10. Ran murmured to himself. The so-called combat power gap referred to the difference between a martial artist's vitality value and their actual combat effectiveness. For example, with a vitality value of 25 but only 15 combat power, his gap was 10. Among his classmates, this was considered decent. Most had a gap of around 15, while a few, who had overused vitality supplements and suffered unstable vitality, reached as high as 20. Without further deliberation, Ran decisively chose to simulate combat awareness. However, the moment he pressed the button, all 3 achievement points disappeared, causing his expression to change. But almost immediately, an overwhelming flood of combat scenarios surged into his mind. These scenes included battles against ferocious beasts and duels between martial artists. Many of them felt familiar. They were clips his instructor had shown during practical combat lessons. Now, these buried memories resurfaced with unprecedented clarity and realism. Ran found himself becoming a participant in these battles. Standing before him was a cold-faced, middle-aged martial artist, wielding a long blade, advancing step by step. The blade's tip scraped against the ground, producing a spine-chilling screech. In a flash, the gleaming blade slashed toward him. Instinctively, Ran tried to dodge, but the blade's edge still struck him. A searing pain engulfed his body, and he let out a blood-curdling scream, utterly powerless to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the fatal blow descended. Then came endless darkness, swallowing everything. The icy grip of death and the despair it brought felt all too real. Before he could recover from the suffocating experience of death, the second scenario began. This time, he took the form of a beast, and his opponent remained a martial artist. Within 2 moves, he was slain once again. And then came the third scenario. Time blurred as he was trapped in an endless cycle of death and rebirth. In the silent room, Ran suddenly opened his eyes. For a fleeting moment, a hint of fierceness and savagery flashed through them, but the familiar surroundings soon put him at ease, and he exhaled deeply. Though he hadn't moved from his spot, his entire body was drenched in sweat, even leaving a damp patch on the floor. His parched throat prompted him to instinctively lick his dry lips as he got up and walked out of the room. In the living room, his younger sister, Zhou Shishir, was munching on a cucumber, getting ready for bed. 2 tufts of messy hair stood upright on her head, and her puffed-up cheeks made her look like a hamster caught snacking. "Brother, why are you sweating so much?" she asked. "Just sweating, it's normal." Ran replied calmly. "This isn't normal. It's like you've been caught in a rainstorm." Before she could finish, Zhou Shishir suddenly let out a startled cry, dropping the cucumber to the floor. "What? Mesmerized by my good looks?" Ran asked, instinctively touching his face. "No, it's your eyes. They're terrifying." Zhou Shishir looked both worried and scared, hesitant to approach him. Ran turned to the mirror on the wall. The reflection showed a man with a sunny smile, but his eyes burned with a wild, dangerous intensity like a beast in its final frenzy before death. He closed his eyes and opened them again. This time, they had returned to their usual calm and composed state. "Better now," he asked. Only then did Zhou Shishir dare to step closer. Standing on her tiptoes, she lightly touched his forehead. Brother, are you okay? Did you catch some kind of eye infection? Don't talk nonsense. Yiran flicked her forehead lightly and casually explained. I was just a bit annoyed from being hunted down repeatedly. Fighting back got me worked up, that's all. What are you talking about? Zhou Shishir asked, confused. Nothing. It's late, go to bed. Yiran gulped down several mouthfuls of water and turned to leave. Zhou Shishir watched his retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. Though it was still her thin, lanky brother, there was now an indescribable sense of pressure about him. If her brother used to be like a sheep, now he seemed more like a wolf that had tasted blood. But soon, as she noticed his slouched posture, she shook her head, dismissing it as her imagination. Back in his room, Yiran checked his system panel. His achievement points were reset to 0, and his vitality level was at 50, still halfway from reaching the rank of a level 1 warrior. Pressing the simulation button, he was surprised to find his combat awareness had reached the peak of mediocrity, a significant improvement that left him feeling satisfied. This meant he was on the verge of breaking through to the next stage, which would bring a qualitative leap in his strength. Just then, his aunt's voice came from outside the door. You brat, your teacher just sent a message to the group. There's a practical combat test tomorrow, don't forget to bring your gear and medicine. A combat test? A glint of excitement flashed in Yiran's eyes. This was the perfect opportunity to gauge the progress he had made over the past few days. The next morning, the rhythmic clanging sounds echoed in the living room. While chewing on a fried dough stick, Yiran casually asked, Aunt, someone moved in upstairs? Yes, a young girl. Yi Hongfang replied as she set the table. She looks about your age. Judging by her uniform, she attends number 1 high school. Number 1 high school? Yiran raised an eyebrow, looking surprised. Number 1 high school, being the city's top institution, far surpassed number 5 high school. Its students typically had blood energy levels above 40 and consistently advanced to martial arts universities. After finishing breakfast, Yiran was about to leave when the clanging sounds from upstairs suddenly stopped. He glanced casually toward the staircase and caught sight of someone in a black trench coat, wearing a hat and mask, stepping out. The person seemed to notice his gaze and quickly retreated back inside. Yiran froze for a moment. This figure was clearly an adult man, completely contradicting what his aunt had described. As he was pondering this, the door opposite his opened. Shuejia, heavily made up, walked out with a teenage boy. She smiled at Yiran and said, Xiao Ran, do you have exams today as well? Yeah, the whole school does. Don't worry about it if you don't do well. Next time, I can have our Shuechuan tutor you. His blood energy level is 40, you know, Shuejia said proudly, wrapping her arm around the boy's shoulders. At that moment, Yi Hongfang also stepped out, looking hesitant. Wouldn't that disrupt Xiao Chuan's training? Not at all. Your Xiao Ran's blood energy level is so low that Xiao Chuan could just give a few pointers. It won't take much time at all, Shuejia replied dismissively. Although Yi Hongfang felt uncomfortable, she forced a smile for Yiran's sake. Then we'll trouble Xiao Chuan. I'll make a nice meal for lunch. Before she could finish, Xue Chuan interrupted expressionlessly. Mom, I'm leaving. With that, he walked off without sparing Yiran a glance. Yi Hongfang stood there awkwardly, while a flicker of coldness flashed in Yiran's eyes. He was about to say something when his aunt lightly patted the back of his head. Don't just stand there, silly boy. Get to school. And remember, didn't cause trouble. She emphasized the last part. Yiran sighed and nodded before heading downstairs. Behind him, Shuejia's nonchalant voice drifted over. Don't mind him, Hongfang. Xiao Chuan didn't mean anything by it. He's under a lot of pressure, being in the top 100 of the entire school. Unlike your Xiao Ran, whose grades are average, so it doesn't really matter. Inside the gymnasium of Ningzheng number 5 high school, a large screen displayed footage from the combat room. On the screen, a skinny teenager was seen battling a mechanical puppet. The puppet, with its simple alloy frame and box-shaped head, delivered fierce attacks. Within just a few moves, it had the boy struggling for breath. A heavy punch followed, sending the boy flying and slamming into the wall. Even with protective gear, the sound of the impact was enough to make one's teeth ache. After knocking down its opponent, the mechanical puppet's box-shaped head lit up, displaying information. On the large screen, Zhou Xiaohua's test results were clearly displayed. Blood vitality, 45. Combat power, 30. Power gap, 15. Overall rank, 58. This scene left students from all the classes in the hall pale-faced. After all, Zhou Xiaohua was among the top 50 in the school when it came to blood vitality, yet the test puppet had knocked him to the ground in just a few moves. This test puppet is insane. Yeah, it doesn't hold back at all. Teacher, I think my uncle came to town. Can I take a leave? One student timidly raised a hand. I'll take him to the school clinic. I know a shortcut, another chimed in. Faced with the students' various excuses, the teachers could only shake their heads helplessly. Combat tests were not just a headache for the students, it was a hassle for the teachers to process all the leave requests. But there was no way around it. These mechanical puppets were specifically designed to simulate the National Martial Arts exam, adjusting their combat power to match the blood vitality of the test taker. For true martial artists, this wasn't a big deal. But for ordinary students with little combat experience, it was a nightmare. Many couldn't even control their own blood vitality properly, and injuries during tests were almost inevitable. Do you think anyone will achieve perfect combat power this time? One teacher asked expectantly. Doubt it. Another teacher replied with a dismissive shake of the head. As the teachers were discussing and watching the screen, a sudden commotion broke out among the students. Look, it's Zhang Yuga. The top-ranked genius is finally stepping in. Last time, he was just 5 points short of perfect combat power. Will he make it this time? The teachers immediately perked up, their eyes locking onto the screen, which now displayed an elegant and confident young man facing off against a mechanical puppet. Zhang Yuga, the undisputed #1 in the school, had a blood vitality of 60 and a combat power of 55, just one step away from perfection. And that data was from a month ago. In class 13, Yiran looked up at the screen, surrounded by the buzz of excited chatter. The excitement was especially palpable among the girls, who could barely contain their enthusiasm. Class, attention. Teacher Zhu cleared his throat. Our turn is coming up soon. Be prepared. Got it. The students responded in unison. Zhang Yuga's presence seemed to ease their fear of the mechanical puppet. 3 minutes later, when they reached the second-floor combat testing hall, they were surprised to find an unusually large crowd. Some students left with regret written all over their faces, while others shuffled out looking utterly dejected. Teacher, with so many people here, can we go out and take a quick look? One girl clung to Teacher Zhu's arm, pleading playfully. Just for a little while. Other girls quickly joined in, looking at Teacher Zhu with puppy dog eyes. Teacher Zhu sighed helplessly. Fine, but don't stay too long. Make sure you're back in time for the test. Thank you, teacher. Let's go, let's go. Time to see Zhang Yuga, our idol. Here we come. The girls cheered and eagerly rushed out of the line. The remaining boys wore expressions of envy and jealousy on their faces. One of them sighed and said, being good-looking really has its perks in this looks-obsessed world. Not necessarily. Yiran is handsome too, but still. Another boy trailed off, glancing around. Where's Yiran? He probably went in to find an available combat room. But testing early just means getting beaten up sooner, someone shrugged and remarked. Hearing that a student was missing, Mr. Zhu didn't seem too concerned. Early testing doesn't affect the grades. But I've noticed Yiran has changed a lot recently. He's been serious and hardworking. The other teachers have been praising him. When he comes out, they'll have a chat with him. If his blood energy or combat strength has improved, with his current attitude, he might just have a slim chance of getting into Wuda University. Meanwhile, Yiran was wandering through the empty corridor, searching. He soon found a somewhat old and worn combat room that students usually avoided. Hope it's usable. The sooner I finish the test, the sooner I can get home and butcher that chicken, he muttered as he pushed the door open. The room was dimly lit, with a lone mechanical dummy standing in the center. Yiran inspected the room carefully and noticed it was covered in dust. The cameras and other equipment were either damaged or turned off. Fortunately, despite some aging parts, the mechanical dummy was still functional and capable of uploading data. Breathing a sigh of relief, Yiran activated the dummy. Its head twitched with a mechanical click, extending an alloyed hand with a silver sampling needle. After drawing his blood, the screen on the dummy's square head displayed his stats. Blood energy value, 50. Please input your name and class information, a robotic voice instructed. Yiran, senior year, class 13. Yiran replied cautiously, stepping back to a safe distance. Testing begins. Time, 3 minutes. Countdown, 2 minutes 59 seconds. Before the voice finished, the mechanical dummy lunged at Yiran. At the same time, on the first floor of the gymnasium, the large screen displayed another ongoing test. The handsome Zhang Yuga was holding his ground against the mechanical dummy's assault, retreating only half a step, which elicited gasps from the audience. He held his ground. Zhang Yuga can actually go toe-to-toe with the mechanical dummy. No way, that's insane. Someone can actually fight this metal beast. Yuga. You're amazing. Yuga. The teachers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. In just 1 month, Zhang Yuga had improved so dramatically. Meanwhile, in the second-floor combat room, Yiran stared blankly at the mechanical dummy in front of him. Its square head had been knocked askew by his single punch. When did this thing get so weak? It can't even take one of my moves? Inside the training room, the neck of the mechanical puppet emitted a sharp cracking sound as it twisted back into place, correcting its skewed head after a few attempts. A question mark slowly appeared on its square-shaped head, clearly indicating it was baffled by the sudden blow it had just received. Yiran froze for a moment before realizing what had happened. The mechanical puppet, equipped with basic intelligence, was reacting to his earlier attack. It seemed the testing system was functioning properly. This discovery left him both surprised and delighted. He had known his strength had improved, but he hadn't expected to be strong enough to knock the puppet's head askew with a single punch. This was far beyond the standard for perfect combat power. Suddenly, a series of mechanical sounds erupted from the puppet. Its entire frame surged upward, growing taller, while the metal covering its surface shifted to a faint blue hue. This signified its activation of an advanced Modia state designed to far exceed standard perfect combat power, specifically for testing prodigious students capable of surpassing their limits in battle. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the puppet began to approach slowly, its massive frame exuding an intangible sense of pressure. Yet Iran remained calm and composed, showing no sign of retreat. Instead, he stepped forward to meet it head-on. The distance between them closed quickly, 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters. When only 3 meters remained, Iran suddenly struck. Timing his move perfectly, he launched a straight punch aimed directly at the puppet's face just as it planted 1 foot mid-stride. This level of combat experience and precision timing would surely astonish even the instructors present. It was not something that could be honed through classroom training, but rather through the crucible of life and death struggles. The punch roared through the air, nearly striking the puppet's face in an instant. However, as a product of advanced technology, the puppet's reaction speed far surpassed that of an ordinary human. It swiftly stepped back, leaning its upper body away to narrowly evade the heavy blow, while its alloyed hand shot out like lightning, aiming to seize Iran's wrist. Iran's eyes sharpened as he quickly retracted his arm and simultaneously raised his knee, driving it toward the puppet's abdomen. The strike was swift and fierce, but the puppet managed to block it and counterattacked with astonishing speed. Bang! A loud impact reverberated through the room. Iran staggered backward, his entire leg numb from the force of the collision. The puppet, too, was forced to retreat 3 or 4 steps, nearly losing its balance. At the same time, the battle power value displayed on its head rapidly fluctuated before settling at 70. The number made Iran draw in a sharp breath. It was a full 20 points above his previous benchmark. This meant he could now contend with opponents boasting 70 points of vitality, with a real chance of emerging victorious. But what thrilled him even more was the realization that this wasn't yet his limit. Iran's eyes burned with intensity, his focus razor-sharp as his energy and vitality reached their peak state. He understood well that the stronger one's combat awareness, the more precise their control over their body. The same punch could yield vastly different results. Some might only unleash 50% of their strength due to improper form, while others, with perfect technique, could deliver their full power. Iran not only maintained a perfect stance but also knew how to channel power from every part of his body, unleashing an astonishing 150 of his strength. As the mechanical puppet approached again, he fearlessly charged forward to meet it head-on. The sound of blows echoed throughout the combat room. With each passing moment, Iran grew more formidable, his blood pumping with adrenaline. Every move he made was sharp and precise, gradually forcing the mechanical puppet into a defensive retreat. Boom! With a powerful punch, Iran drove his fist straight through the puppet's chest. The puppet collapsed to the ground, its chest emitting bursts of blue electric arcs. Its limbs twitched uncontrollably, and the display screen on its box-shaped head flickered with garbled text. Among the chaos, the only readable number was battle power, 80, while the rest was completely scrambled. 80 battle power. A surge of excitement flashed across Iran's face, but it quickly turned to dread. This mechanical puppet was worth 300,000 yuan, a price he couldn't afford even if he sold himself. He understood that these high school training puppets were typically designed to withstand up to 100 battle power, but this one must have deteriorated over time, lowering its limit. That was the only reason his punch had obliterated it. The thought of a 300,000 yuan compensation made Iran's scalp tingle. He had no way to produce such an amount and couldn't let his uncle and aunt, who were already struggling with medical expenses, find out. Knowing his uncle's personality, he was certain his uncle would use the money meant for medical treatment to cover the damages. After weighing his options, Iran gritted his teeth and made a decision. This was his mess, and he had to fix it himself. For now, he needed to leave the scene. Once he earned enough money in the future, he would return to compensate the school for the loss. The combat room, which had been neglected for years, had a broken surveillance system, and the severely damaged puppet wouldn't be able to upload any data. For the time being, no one was likely to notice. Although guilt tugged at his heart, Iran quickly left the scene. He reassured himself, thinking, when I become a martial artist and earn enough money, I'll buy 10 or 8 new puppets to put here. Meanwhile, the first floor of the gymnasium was buzzing with excitement. Students were fixated on the large screen, watching the countdown. 5, 4, and finally 1. As the countdown ended, the mechanical puppet about to launch its attack froze in place, its eyes dimming. Opposite it, a handsome young man let out a long breath and collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. The screen switched to display Zhang Yuga's personal stats. Blood energy, 65. Battle power, 64. Battle power difference, 1. Overall ranking, 1. The impressive data instantly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. The girls screamed, "Zhang Yuga, you're my god. Unstoppable. He's amazing." The boys looked on with admiration. A battle power of 64, undoubtedly the highest in the entire school. This guy is incredible. He actually lasted 3 minutes. Zhang Chao couldn't contain his excitement. No wonder he's the best in school. Going toe-a-toe with a mechanical puppet me dream has come true. From today onward, Zhang Yuga has earned my respect. The teachers present smiled with satisfaction. Having such a prodigy in their school was undoubtedly a great blessing. This student, who had achieved perfect combat power, was clearly a top candidate for elite martial universities in the upcoming college entrance exams. One teacher had already taken out their phone, ready to snap a photo and share it on social media. But just then, the rankings on the giant screen suddenly shifted. Zhang Yuga, who had been in first place, was instantly pushed to second. Everyone froze, their eyes fixed on the screen, now displaying a new first-place name. Yang Rue, Class 9, Senior Year. Blood energy, 65. Combat power, 67. Combat power difference, 2. Overall rank, 1. The silence was followed by an uproar that shook the entire gymnasium. Zhang Yuga had been surpassed, and the other students' combat power had even exceeded the perfect level. The students were left speechless, stunned by what they were witnessing. The teachers, too, were both shocked and thrilled. There was another hidden gem in the school, someone even more remarkable than Zhang Yuga. The grade director, overwhelmed with excitement, immediately pulled out his phone to call the principal. Another top candidate for an elite martial university Ningjiang No. 5 high school was about to rise to fame. However, just as the call connected, the screen flickered again. The director began, "Principal Lee, great news. The combat test just now," but he stopped mid-sentence, sensing something was wrong. The gym had fallen completely silent, save for his voice echoing and the sound of students nervously swallowing. The director looked up at the screen, and his phone slipped from his hand, hitting the ground with a loud clatter. Zhang Yuga had been pushed to third place. The new first-place entry displayed a string of garbled characters, but one figure stood out clearly: an astonishing combat power of 80. The number was so shocking that it felt almost unreal. The gym was silent for a long time before a teacher hesitantly spoke. Could the mechanical puppet be malfunctioning? Possibly, the grade director said, suppressing his amazement. "Let's check which combat room it is and project it onto the big screen." A teacher quickly approached the console below the screen and reported back, "Director, the camera in that combat room seems to be broken. I'll go check it out in person." As the teacher left, the students erupted into chaos. Questions and disbelief filled the air, creating a buzz that reverberated through the gym. A few minutes later, shaky footage appeared on the big screen. It was a live recording from the teacher's phone, showing the inside of the combat room. The space was empty except for a mechanical puppet standing still, its chest bearing a massive fist-shaped dent. The gym fell into dead silence once more. The students were dumbfounded, their worldviews shattered. It exploded? That hunk of metal that left me bedridden for 3 days, someone actually punched through it? Someone slap me and tell me I'm dreaming. Hey, you jerk, really? WHYD, you actually slapped me? The grade director staggered, trying to convince himself it was just a hallucination brought on by high blood pressure. But in the end, he couldn't hold back and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Find them! Get to the combat room and find that student now." At that moment, Yuran was walking briskly away from the gym, having just dealt with Teacher Zhu. Hearing the commotion behind him, he paused and muttered to himself, "When did the school start keeping Tibetan mastiffs?" Scratching his head, he dismissed the thought and continued toward his next destination. That evening, after a long day of chicken-slaying tasks, Yuran returned home feeling content. As he happily ate dinner, he suddenly heard the door across the hall open, followed by Sister Shue's puzzled voice. "Son, why are you home so late today?" "Don't even ask," Shuechuan replied with a sigh. "Something crazy happened at school. Someone smashed a mechanical puppet to pieces. Even the principal got involved, and the whole school is searching for that student." Hearing this, Yuran sprayed his food across the table. Yi Hongfeng, who was tidying up the table, shot a glare at Yuran. "You rascal, eat properly." "Brother, are you serious? You destroyed a mechanical puppet? Aren't those things only damaged by martial artists?" Zhou Shishir asked in astonishment. Although Yi Hongfeng didn't understand much about these things, the mention of martial artist caught her attention. "You rascal, did your school hire a martial artist as a teacher?" "Mom, it's not a teacher, it's a student." Zhou Shishir quickly corrected her. "A student? How could a student?" Yi Hongfeng's expression suddenly froze. "Eh? A student martial artist?" From next door came Sister Shue's sharp voice. Destroyed a mechanical puppet? Your school has a martial artist student? No, not a martial artist, Zhou Chuan replied enviously. The teacher said it's some genius with 60 blood energy and 80 combat power. My goodness, 20 combat power above the average. Sister Shui exclaimed in shock. Son, do you know this genius student? Maybe they can teach you something? Yi Hongfang turned to Yiran. You rascal, do you know who it is? When Yiran didn't respond, she patted his shoulder. Don't be envious. Just work hard. As long as you give it your best, you're doing great. Yiran mumbled, keeping his head down, focusing on his meal. He didn't dare look up because Yi Hongfang knew him too well. She could tell if he was lying just by his expression. At the same time, he resolved secretly. He had to become a martial artist soon and find a way to earn some money. Yi Hongfang hummed a tune as she went to tidy up the living room. Seizing the opportunity, Yiran opened the class group chat. Sure enough, everyone was talking about the incident. Fortunately, due to the mechanical puppet's data being incomplete after breaking down, no one had been able to identify the culprit. Over the next few days, the incident spread throughout the school, even reaching other schools. It became the hottest topic among high schools in Ningjiang City. The principal of Ningjiang 5th High School even sat next to the destroyed puppet, chatting with it, trying to uncover the identity of the genius. The school offered a reward of 200,000 yuan, hoping the person responsible would come forward. Yiran was tempted, but the thought of having to pay 300,000 yuan for the puppet's damages ultimately kept him silent. A few days later, during dinner time, brother, did you get taller? Zhou Shishir asked suspiciously, eyeing Yiran. I don't remember you being this tall not long ago. Really? Yiran burped. Aunt, another bowl, please. You rascal, are you part pig? You eat so much. Yi Hongfang got up to scoop more rice. She wasn't sure if Yiran had grown taller these past few days, but his appetite had definitely grown. The family's rice supply was running low. I've heard that having a big appetite is a good thing. It means your vitality is improving, Yi Hongfang said with a pleased smile, giving Yiran a firm pat on the shoulder. You brat, eating so much, make sure you train hard. I don't expect you to be exceptional, just don't be worse than the kid next door. That family keeps bragging about their son having a vitality score of 40, it's driving me crazy. I believe in you, so work hard and surpass him. Mom, don't get your hopes up. A vitality score of 40 is really tough, Zhou Shishir chimed in, speaking through a mouthful of food. Is it that high? Of course. A score of 40 would put someone in the top 100 at our school. Well, maybe I should lower my expectations a bit, Yiran said with a loud belch before standing up. I'm full. Time to head back and train. As Yiran walked away, Zhou Shishir muttered under her breath while watching his back. He's really gotten taller. Looks more handsome too. What a waste of good looks on a useless brother like him. Just as he reached the door, Yiran caught her words and froze, his mind filled with question marks. He turned back, walked into the living room, and calmly flicked Zhou Shishir on the forehead. It's never too early to teach a cheeky kid a lesson. Back in his room, Yiran stood in front of the mirror, examining himself. The reflection showed a tall, well-proportioned young man with strikingly handsome features. His dark, bright eyes sparkled like morning stars. There was a vitality in him that was completely different from before. He'd always had good looks, but his previous exhaustion from long-term insomnia had made him appear listless. Now, with adequate rest and a significant boost in his vitality score, he looked completely renewed. He glanced in the direction of the living room, calculating in his mind. There's no rush to tell Auntie about the increase in vitality. Knowing her personality, she probably wouldn't believe it anyway. It'd be better to wait for the monthly test results to prove it. As for her idea of enrolling me in a martial arts school, I can politely decline later. For now, the most pressing issue was the martial arts registration fee, which was due in a week. An idea struck Yiran, and he turned to his achievement panel. If I can complete the final milestone for the Chicken Slayer achievement, they'll get 10 achievement points enough to cover the fee. The progress bar for Chicken Slayer showed 2888300. Only a little over 100 more to go, and had earned 10 achievement points and a physical boost. Yiran was already planning to finish it tomorrow when his phone suddenly buzzed. It was a video call from Zhang Fan. Range, any plans for tomorrow? It's Sunday, Zhang Fan asked excitedly. Slaughtering chickens. Range, I seriously don't get why you're so obsessed with killing chickens. I've already offered to cover your martial arts registration fee, but you keep going to the slaughterhouse. Killing chickens doesn't even improve your strength. Slaughtering chickens is my job, Yiran replied with a straight face. Fine, I give up on trying to persuade you. But listen, tomorrow's Saturday, so there's plenty of time. Let's go to the Thunderclap Martial Arts Gym together. What for? They're holding an event tomorrow offering free martial arts techniques. Zhang Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yiran's heart skipped a beat. Martial arts techniques were moves that utilized vitality, and they were incredibly valuable. Even the most basic ones cost tens of thousands. Had only ever heard of them but had never seen or obtained any. What time tomorrow? Around 9 a.m., they'll come pick you up. After hanging up the call, Yuran watched a few videos of martial artists in combat before turning off the lights and going to bed. The next day, as Yuran stepped out of his house, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed from upstairs. A young girl with a short ponytail descended the stairs gracefully. Her fair skin appeared almost translucent under the morning light, and her delicate features were complemented by a pair of deep, clear black eyes. Though she was dressed in a simple school uniform from Yizhong High School, she exuded a unique aura. Yuran froze in place. This girl's beauty surpassed that of any other girl he had ever seen, even outshining the campus belle of Wuzhong High School by a considerable margin. He recalled his aunt mentioning new neighbors. It seemed this must be the one she was referring to. Watching her retreating figure, Yuran descended the stairs, lost in thought. Zhang Fan was already waiting for him downstairs. The two boarded a bus heading to the Laming Martial Arts Hall in the city center. Inside the bus, the news broadcast began. As of early this morning, Grandmaster Heng Yang has successfully eliminated the 6 Beast Kings of Qingshui City. Although the spread of the wasteland in Qingshui City has been contained, 3/4 of the city's area remains occupied by the wasteland. Taking down 6 Beast Kings in just 3 days truly worthy of being called a Grandmaster. Zhang Fan exclaimed in amazement. Yuran's gaze lingered on the screen, which displayed the silhouette of an elderly man standing amidst the ruins. Grandmasters, as national treasures, rarely took action. The fact that Qingshui City had been able to enlist one spoke volumes about the gravity of the situation. The bus fell silent. Even the boisterous elementary school children quieted down, and a middle-aged man, who appeared to be a retired soldier, saluted the screen with a precise military gesture. Every Grandmaster deserved such respect. However, the subsequent news was troubling. Another nearby city had begun to show signs of a wasteland's emergence. This city, located to the east of Ningjiang City, while Qingshui City lay to the west, effectively sandwiched Ningjiang in between. Yuran's heart sank. Based on past patterns, the next danger zone was highly likely to be Ningjiang City. Must grow stronger, he murmured, once again feeling the urgency of time. In an era where crises could erupt at any moment, only the strong could control their fate and protect their people. Before long, they arrived at the Laming Martial Arts Hall. As one of the top 3 martial arts halls in Ningjiang City, it was situated in the city center, and rumor had it that its headmaster had already reached the martial master level. The hall was teeming with people, most of whom were students from various schools. Along the way, many girls cast glances at Yuran, whispering among themselves about his striking appearance and demeanor. Since adopting a disciplined routine, his vitality had improved, making him look more handsome than before. More importantly, his enhanced combat awareness had imbued him with a distinct presence. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. A system notification echoed in Yuran's mind. Congratulations, host. You have attracted the admiration and attention of 500 individuals of the opposite sex, unlocking the hidden achievement Head Turner Extraordinaire. Reward: 5 achievement points and a boost to charisma. This unexpected achievement made Yuran's eyes light up. While his visit to the martial arts hall hadn't resulted in learning any free martial techniques, it had at least brought an unexpected surprise. As for the charisma boost, he didn't care much for it. After all, in his eyes, strength was the ultimate foundation. However, he quickly noticed that the number of gazes directed at him had significantly increased. The attention from the girls was manageable, but the intense stares from over a dozen boys made him feel uncomfortable, sending chills down his spine. Hastily, he signaled to Zhang Fan to pick up the pace as they headed toward the main hall. Inside the main hall, it was bustling with activity. A group of martial arts students were diligently practicing under the guidance of an instructor, while many regular students stood on the sidelines, waiting for their turn to learn martial techniques. Yuran and Zhang Fan found a spot to stand, and before long, the practicing students began to take a break as a middle-aged instructor strolled over. I assume most of you are here for the free martial techniques? The instructor scanned the crowd, a warm smile on his face. Instructor, is it true we can really learn martial techniques for free? Someone in the crowd asked eagerly. The instructor nodded affirmatively. Yes, it's true. The first 100 students who arrived today can learn the Drank martial technique, Thunderstrike Fist, free of charge. He paused for a moment before continuing. Additionally, the top 3 performers will receive special rewards. First place will win a leg from a grade 1 exotic beast, the White Shadow Wolf. Second place will receive a Qi and Blood Elixir worth 10,000 yuan, and third place will be awarded 5,000 yuan in cash. The announcement caused an uproar among the crowd. Yuran's eyes lit up as well. Whether it was the cash or the exotic beast's meat, both were things he desperately needed. The White Shadow Wolf's flesh could enhance his Qi and blood, and it would also be an excellent supplement for his younger sister, Shirshir. But he quickly composed himself and asked the instructor, Instructor, what's the catch? There's no such thing as a free lunch. The instructor gave Yuran an approving look. It's simple. First, you'll need to help promote us on your social media. Second, the martial technique will only be demonstrated 3 times. So how much you learn will depend entirely on your comprehension. 3 times. Some people in the crowd thumped their chests confidently. Once is enough for me. When it comes to comprehension, I've never lost to anyone. Seeing the crowd's eager and confident expressions, the instructor's lips curled into a subtle, meaningful smile. Since everyone's ready, let's begin. Su Qin, Yang Kan, Zhou Yu, step forward. As soon as the words left his mouth, a young woman and 2 young men stepped out from the crowd. The moment the 3 stepped out, all eyes instinctively turned to the girl leading the group. Iran blinked in surprise, recognizing here it was the same girl from #1 high school he had encountered upstairs that morning. Now dressed in a black martial arts academy uniform, she looked even more striking, her tall and slender figure accentuated, her fair skin as flawless as snow, exuding an aura of confidence and poise. Whoa, range, she's stunning, even Zhang Fan, who usually wasn't easily impressed, muttered in awe. The middle-aged instructor introduced them. These 3 are our elite students at the academy. Each of them has achieved a blood energy level of 60 and possesses combat skills at a near-perfect level. The announcement caused a stir among the crowd. 60 blood energy was an exceptional achievement, ranking among the best in any school. Most of the onlookers couldn't even come close to that level. Next, they will act as your temporary instructors and teach you the Thunder Strike Fist technique. In 2 hours, there will be a competition to select the top 3 performers, the instructor added before exiting the scene. The 3 martial arts students immediately divided the crowd into 3 groups, each taking charge of one. Yiran and Zhang Fan ended up in the group led by the girl named Su Qin. Let's begin the first round, Su Qin said coolly. Without waiting, she started demonstrating the technique, explaining the flow of blood energy as she moved. Her movements were light and graceful, perfectly coordinated with her clear and pleasant voice, leaving many of the boys mesmerized. She completed the second and third demonstrations in quick succession. In less than 5 minutes, the entire set of movements was shown. I've taught you. Now practice on your own, Su Qin said calmly, stepping aside. It was only then that the group snapped out of their daze, their faces filled with confusion. That's it? I was too busy watching her to catch the moves. Did anyone remember them? Can you teach me? Complaints and groans erupted from all sides. Zhang Fan turned to Yiran. Range, did you get it? I did, but it's tough, Yiran replied with a frown. Just memorizing the moves isn't enough. The key lies in understanding the flow of blood energy in the technique. Saying this, he imitated Su Qin's movements. While he got the form mostly right, it lacked her finesse and spirit. Others also started practicing, but their enthusiasm quickly waned. Even performing the standard moves correctly was challenging, let alone mastering the intricate blood energy flow. Su Qin watched them all with an indifferent expression. She knew full well that even for her, it had taken 3 full days to grasp the basics of the Thunder Strike Fist, followed by 3 months of arduous training to reach her current 5 Thunder Resonance level. Expecting to learn it in just 3 demonstrations was overly optimistic. However, her gaze lingered briefly on Yiran, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. This boy named Yiran indeed possessed remarkable talent. He had already grasped the essence of the movements after just 1 demonstration and was now delving into the complexities of the blood energy flow. Unfortunately, without proper guidance, even the most gifted individual would find it nearly impossible to fully comprehend the technique's core in such a limited time. This is way too hard. A wave of discontented murmurs erupted from the crowd. Only 3 demonstrations? Even a god wouldn't be able to learn it. Clearly, they don't intend to teach us properly. What free martial arts technique? It's all a scam, someone grumbled as they prepared to leave, completely forgetting how confident they had been just moments before. At that moment, the middle-aged instructor approached with a calm smile. Everyone, don't be so quick to leave. There are still nearly 2 hours before the competition. If you practice a bit more, you might actually get the hang of it. Too hard. Even 2 days wouldn't be enough, let alone 2 hours, someone sighed. This is harder than math. I'd rather go back and study math, it's less demoralizing. The crowd nodded in agreement. The instructor's smile widened slightly. If you leave now, you'll be giving up on the reward. Hearing this, the crowd hesitated. But someone still lamented. Instructor, it's just too difficult. If only you could teach it to us a few more times. Teaching it a few more times isn't impossible, the instructor said slowly. If you become a student of our martial arts school, you'll receive unknown instruction. I'll personally teach you the finer details of Thunder Fist, and in 2 hours, I guarantee you'll make progress. The crowd was stunned for a moment before breaking into an uproar. This is a scam. A blatant scam to get us to spend money. Yiran was taken aback too. No wonder they were offering free martial arts lessons, it was all part of a scheme. Thunder Martial Arts School's tuition wasn't cheap. As long as 5 people signed up, they'd break even on this event. Every additional student would be pure profit, not to mention the added publicity. A win-win for them. Become a student? The tuition is so expensive. It's almost enough to buy half a martial arts technique. Someone complained loudly. Exactly. It's a ripoff. I'd rather quit than spend that kind of money. A chubby boy chimed in. The instructor remained unfazed. That's true. But as a student of our school, you'll learn at least 3 martial arts techniques, including 1 crank technique. And that's not even mentioning the other benefits. Take this competition, for example. With enough aptitude and 2 hours of unknown guidance, getting into the top 3 would be no problem. He glanced around the crowd. Think it through. The first place prize is a white shadow wolf leg worth far more than a few $1,000s. Even Yiran couldn't help but feel tempted. Though he sensed the scheme, the deal still seemed worthwhile. Thankfully, he didn't have the money, so he consoled himself. Not having money means I can't fall for it. That's my advantage. Don't fall for it, everyone. Think it over, the chubby boy suddenly shouted. But before he even finished speaking, he darted over to the instructor. Instructor, I've decided. I'm signing up. Set me up for unknown training first. They can wait. The crowd was left speechless, and even the instructor's expression twitched slightly. Once one person took the leap, the rest followed like a flood. The scene quickly became chaotic. In the end, only a handful of people didn't sign up, including Yiran and Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan had already joined another martial arts school, so despite his envy, he had no choice. As for Yiran, it wasn't just about money. He was calm and steadfast by nature. The newly registered students regained their confidence and began boasting to one another. 2 hours? The first place prize is as good as mine. Hey, we're from the same school. I know your skills. You've got no chance with me around. Ha, you country bumpkins. Watch and see what real talent looks like. Listening to their chatter, Zhang Fan sighed in frustration. Ugh, what a wasted trip today. The chubby boy glanced at Yiran, surprised. Hey, you're not signing up? I think you were practicing better than all of us earlier. If you join, you might actually take first place. Yiran shook his head. The chubby boy muttered something under his breath and followed the instructor. Before leaving, Su Qin paused and said to Yiran, who was still diligently practicing, you have great potential. With the instructor's guidance, you could avoid a lot of unnecessary detours. Thanks, but I'd rather train on my own. Yiran replied with a smile. Persistence and hard work? Su Qin gave him a peculiar look. If that alone worked, there wouldn't be so few strong fighters in the world. With that, she left. Yiran watched as the crowd eagerly followed the instructor away, then turned his focus back to practicing Thunder Fist. He firmly believed that with consistent effort, he'd achieve results. System, simulate. Yiran pressed the simulation button, and besides combat awareness and 2 forms body refinement technique, a new option appeared on the interface. Thunder Motion Fist, marked as not initiated, proficiency 0-100. Without hesitation, he confirmed his choice, and 5 achievement points were instantly consumed. The scene before him abruptly shifted as he once again entered that realistic simulation space. Unlike the blood-soaked brutality of combat awareness, this simulation was much more tranquil. Countless illusions of himself appeared, each practicing the moves of Thunder Motion Fist. As these illusions repeatedly performed the techniques, Yiran's understanding of the Thunder Motion Fist deepened bit by bit. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. By this time, the trainees who had followed the middle-aged instructor earlier returned to the main hall, joined by groups led by 2 other instructors. In total, about 70 to 80 people gathered, their faces beaming with confidence, clearly having gained a lot from their training. I've got my eyes on that white shadow wolf beast leg, a haughty young man declared loudly, scanning the crowd. Wang Hong, your blood energy value may be the highest, but martial techniques test one's comprehension. Another young man responded coldly. A sarcastic voice chimed in from the crowd. Heh, you guys might as well go ahead and reserve the top 3 spots for yourselves. Other voices quickly joined in, retorting and arguing, and the atmosphere grew tense and confrontational. Not far away, a chubby boy quietly retreated to the side, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. To him, this chaotic scene was the perfect opportunity to make his move and astonish the crowd. They have no idea I've already trained in martial techniques. Learning this Thunder Motion Fist was a piece of cake, he thought smugly. Suddenly, he noticed Yiran sitting nearby with his eyes closed, seemingly resting, and Zhang Fan yawning lazily beside him. Surprised, he asked, Hey, you 2 are still here? No, we're just about to head out, Zhang Fan replied curiously. How's your training coming along? The chubby boy, initially tempted to brag about almost being able to produce thunder sounds with his punches, changed his mind. Instead, he put on a troubled expression and said, Sigh, I'm terrible at this. Wasted my money and didn't learn a thing. Zhang Fan offered a few kind words of encouragement, sympathizing with how difficult martial arts training could be. The chubby boy nodded along on the surface, but internally he was gloating, already envisioning the crowd's astonishment when he revealed his true skills. At that moment, the competition officially began. In addition to the middle-aged instructor, two more judges, one male and one female, joined the panel. A growing number of Thunderclap Martial Hall students gathered around, thickening the crowd of spectators. The participants took turns showcasing their thunder motion fist techniques. The first few, though visibly nervous, managed to demonstrate their progress. However, the three judges consistently shook their heads, seemingly unimpressed. Then, a young man stepped forward. His demonstration was flawless in both posture and the flow of his blood energy, making him the first participant to truly master the thunder motion fist. With this breakthrough, the subsequent participants also displayed commendable levels of skill, each meeting the judges' standards. Several students had already demonstrated impressive mastery of the thunder strike fist, nearly producing the effect of a single thunderclap. As the test was about to conclude, a chubby boy strolled forward with his hands clasped behind his back, looking calm and composed. Judging from the others' performances, he had already reserved the first-place spot in his mind. Just then, a proud-looking young man stepped into the arena. His gaze swept over the crowd with disdain before he unleashed a punch. Boom! A low, thunderous rumble erupted, leaving everyone stunned in silence. It was a complete single thunderclap. The chubby boy's enigmatic smile froze instantly. The others widened their eyes in shock. Achieving entry-level mastery in just 2 hours was unheard of. It was important to note that martial techniques were categorized into 4 levels: entry, small success, great success, and perfection. Even with an instructor's guidance, it was challenging to reach entry-level mastery of a basic grade martial technique within 2 hours. The middle-aged instructor smiled and asked, "Wang Hong, is it? Have you practiced any other fist techniques before?" The proud young man's demeanor softened, and he replied respectfully, "Instructor, my father once taught me a crade fist technique." No wonder. The instructor nodded in understanding. While techniques weren't entirely interchangeable, having experience in a similar martial skill provided significant advantages. Even so, Wang Hong's achievements were nothing short of extraordinary. The 3 instructors exchanged approving smiles and asked him to wait on the side. The crowd sighed inwardly. It seemed that the first place was as good as decided. Entry-level mastery of the Thunder Strike Fist was far beyond their reach. Anyone else want to give it a try? If not, we'll finalize the rankings, the middle-aged instructor announced, scanning the group. The students stepped back, remaining silent. The instructor was just about to announce the results. Then the first place goes to Wang. Wait. A hoarse voice interrupted him. The chubby boy sighed and began to step forward, but he quickly realized the voice wasn't his. Turning around, he saw a handsome young man shakily rising to his feet. The boy looked like he had just woken up, his expression dazed, his body drenched in sweat, walking unsteadily. His voice was raspy, likely from dehydration. "Hold on, I want to compete too," Yuran said, assuming the starting stance for the Thunderstrike Fist. "You want to compete?" The middle-aged instructor frowned. Without any guidance, how could someone achieve decent results through self-practice alone? The crowd whispered among themselves, some mocking. "Is this guy still dreaming? Does he think he can surpass the single thunderclap?" Boom! A deep, thunderous rumble abruptly silenced the chatter. The murmurs ceased, and the arena fell into a stunned hush. The middle-aged instructor shot to his feet, staring intently at Yuran, his mind overwhelmed with shock. Yuran had no guidance or instruction, yet after watching it 3 times, he managed to master the entry level of Thunder Fist within just 2 hours. This news left the middle-aged instructor utterly astonished. "Su Qin, how long did it take you to reach the entry level when you practiced alone last time?" The middle-aged instructor asked gravely. 3 days. Su Qin's fair face was filled with shock. Even though she was regarded as the most talented person in the martial arts hall, it had taken her 3 full days. Yet, this young man had done it in just 2 hours. At that moment, 2 low rumbles of thunder suddenly echoed in the air. 3 thunder strikes. The other 2 instructors abruptly stood up, their eyes fixed intently on Yuran. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. 3 thunder strikes? Is this guy cheating? The Thunder Fist reaches its peak at 9 strikes, and he's already at 3 in just 2 hours. A boy named Wang Hong, his face dark with suspicion, questioned, "Is he one of your martial arts hall students? I bet you just don't want to give the first place reward to outsiders like us." But before the instructors could respond, another series of thunderous sounds erupted. Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive thunderclaps followed swiftly, adding up to 7 strikes in total, with intervals of less than 3 seconds. The entire martial arts hall fell into a stunned silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yuran shook his slightly dazed head. Each simulation consumed a significant amount of his energy. After a brief adjustment, he struck again. Boom, boom, boom. 7 crisp thunderclaps rang out once more, seamlessly connected, with an almost overlapping rhythm. It was an incredibly refined display of the 7-strike level, nearly touching the threshold of 8 strikes. The 3 instructors slumped into their chairs, as if all their strength had been drained. The middle-aged instructor, his voice trembling, murmured, "The further you progress in Thunder Fist, the harder it becomes to advance. My own level is only at 6 strikes." This left Wang Hong speechless. A teenager's mastery of martial techniques had surpassed that of the instructors at the martial arts hall. "You must have been practicing Thunder Fist for years, haven't you?" The middle-aged instructor took a deep breath and asked. Seeing the astonished gazes around him, Yiran thought for a moment and nodded. "I've trained in it before, so I have some foundation." Noticing that more and more people were gathering, Yiran frowned and said, "Can you give me the first place reward now? I have other matters to attend to." The middle-aged instructor quickly handed over a heavy yellow bag and eagerly invited Yiran to return to the martial arts hall the next day for further discussion. Yiran responded nonchalantly and turned to leave, intending to find Zhang Fan. However, the scene before him made him pause. Zhang Fan and a chubby boy stood frozen like statues, their mouths agape. The chubby boy, in particular, looked heartbroken, his eyes filled with a mixture of disbelief and sorrow. "I feel so defeated. I was supposed to be the one showing off. What just happened?" As Yiran left the martial arts gym, he was completely unaware of a pair of eyes fixed intently on his back. Standing motionless, Su Qin's clear eyes were filled with confusion, lingering on his retreating figure for a long time. As a martial arts coach, she couldn't fathom how someone could master the Thunderstrike Fist to perfection in just 2 hours. Such extraordinary talent was simply unheard of. Zhang Fan followed closely behind Yiran as they left the gym, clutching the beast's leg tightly in his hand. A goofy smile plastered across his face. Even after a while, he still couldn't wrap his head around the terrifying talent his childhood friend had displayed. If they hadn't grown up together, he might have suspected Yiran had been possessed by some kind of martial arts master. Back at home, Yiran took out the remaining White Shadow Wolf beast leg and examined it carefully. Its golden, crispy exterior gave off an enticing aroma. He took a small bite, savoring the perfect balance of crispness and tenderness. The taste was unforgettable. What surprised him even more was the incredible sense of fullness brought by just a small piece of the meat, accompanied by a warm sensation spreading throughout his body. It truly lived up to the reputation of being the flesh of a level 1 demon beast. He quickly decided to save the rest of the beast leg for Zhou Shishir. His younger sister was in her first year of high school, a critical time for improving her vitality. While the beast leg could benefit him as well, its effects paled in comparison to the value of a single achievement point. He glanced at his system panel. Achievement points, 0. Thunderstrike Fist, Mastered, Proficiency 8, 6100. The 5 achievement points he had spent earlier had brought a significant improvement to his Thunderstrike Fist, leaving him just 14 points shy of perfection. To master a martial skill to perfection at his age, even if it was only a drank skill, would be enough to astonish the world. To test his enhanced strength, Yiran headed to the training room at a nearby gym. After paying 300 yuan, he stood inside a specially constructed alloy room lined with various training equipment and vitality chambers. At the center stood a green mechanical puppet, slightly smaller than the ones at school. As Yiran activated the puppet, its red eyes lit up, emitting a warning sound for him to step back to a safe distance. Holding his breath and focusing intently, he waited. In the next instant, the mechanical puppet lunged toward him, and Yiran countered with Thunderstrike Fist. Boom! 7 low thunderous sounds accompanied the force of his punch, pushing the puppet back several steps. The display screen flashed a number, Combat Power 88. Yiran's eyes lit up at the sigh that was getting closer to reaching the threshold of a warrior. Half an hour later, Yiran reluctantly ended his training. The 300 yuan only bought him 30 minutes of practice time, reaffirming his belief that being a martial artist was indeed an expensive pursuit. Back home, Yiran set out the White Shadow Wolf beast leg to prepare lunch. The sight immediately left Yi Hongfang and Zhou Shishir stunned. The flesh of exotic beasts is extremely valuable, especially that of rare creatures like the White Shadow Wolf, which is practically priceless. Even with money, it's nearly impossible to obtain. When Yiran presented the exotic beast meat, Yi Hongfang and Zhou Shishir were initially in disbelief. It wasn't until he explained in detail how he acquired it that they believed it was obtained legally. "Brother, I didn't expect your martial arts talent to be this impressive," Zhou Shishir remarked in amazement as she enjoyed the delicious exotic beast meat. "Of course. My nephew definitely takes after me," Yi Hongfang said proudly, placing a piece of meat into Yiran's bowl. "Eat up and try to increase your qi and blood value." After a brief pause, she continued, "By the way, you little rascal, I checked out 3 decent martial arts schools today: Thunder Martial Hall, Red Moon Martial Hall, and Blue Dream Martial Hall. Which one do you prefer? The college entrance exam is only 5 months away. If your qi and blood value doesn't improve, even getting into a vocational school will be tough." Just as Yiran was about to decline, Zhou Shishir suddenly asked, "Mom, do we still have any money left? Dad's medical expenses for this month haven't been sent over yet." He was coughing badly when I talked to him on the phone yesterday. Her voice grew quieter as she noticed the shift in atmosphere. Yi Hongfang pretended to carry on eating as if nothing was wrong. It's fine. That's just his old condition acting up. It's nothing serious. You, little rascal, hurry up and pick a school. Your uncle has been thinking about this for a while. If he could come back, he would have already arranged it for you. Zhou Shishir seemed to understand something and fell silent. Yi Ran took a deep breath. Auntie, there's no need to look for a martial arts school. My chi and blood value has already reached 50, and my combat ability is close to that of a martial artist. Once I become a martial artist, I'll head to the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts and earn money to treat uncle's illness. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Hongfang touched his forehead. No fever, huh? Yi Ran sighed helplessly and said no more, but his resolve to become a martial artist grew even stronger. Back in his room, Yi Ran reflected on the lunchtime conversation and sighed inwardly. His uncle served in the Beast Suppression Army but was only a logistics staff member, with strength likely inferior to Yi Ran's current level. Despite the Army's generous benefits, their savings were still limited. His uncle's illness stemmed from old injuries inflicted by exotic beasts, leaving behind chronic pain that couldn't be fully cured and required monthly medication to alleviate. But now, Yi Ran was just one step away from becoming a martial artist. Once he broke through, he could change everything. That afternoon, Yi Ran rushed to the slaughterhouse, determined that today might be the day he achieved the Chicken Slayer Master milestone and broke through to become a martial artist. However, as soon as he reached the entrance, he frowned. The slaughterhouse had lost power again. The workers shook their heads and left, while Manager Bai stood in the distance, red-faced with anger. Yi Ran stopped the worker to ask what was going on and learned that Zhang Yong was causing trouble again. This scarred young man, whose pursuit of Manager Bai's high school-age daughter had been rejected, deliberately came to the slaughterhouse to stir up trouble. With his status as a quasi-martial artist, even Manager Bai couldn't do much about him. Judging by the state of the repair efforts, it was clear the power wouldn't be restored today. With no other choice, Yi Ran turned and left. In the following days, the slaughterhouse experienced continuous power outages, which led Yi Ran to briefly consider buying live chickens and slaughtering them himself. However, after carefully calculating the costs, he quickly abandoned the idea. Not only was it too expensive, but he also couldn't find a suitable location, and the subsequent processing would be a hassle. Finally, a few days later, the power supply at the slaughterhouse was restored. By this time, there were only 2 days left until the deadline to pay the Martial Arts Academy enrollment fee. Time was tight. Yi Ran arrived at the slaughterhouse early and threw himself into intense work. With a final soft sound, a system notification echoed in his mind. Chicken Master, progress 30003000, achievement completed. You've earned 10 achievement points and 1 opportunity to enhance your physical constitution. Would you like to use it now? Yi Ran didn't use the reward immediately. He noticed that with the completion of the Chicken Master achievement, one of the 3 achievement slots had been freed up. His recent experiences had given him a deeper understanding of the achievement system. Ordinary achievements like Chicken Master and Winning Through Virtue had a limit of 3 slots. A new one would only refresh after completing an existing one. Hidden achievements, however, had no such limit, but activating them depended entirely on luck, just like how he had accidentally unlocked turning heads everywhere at the Lei Ming martial arts gym a fortnight ago. He pressed the refresh button, and after a brief flicker, the empty slot displayed. Wasteland Hunter Beginner, progress 0-10. Defeat 10 different wasteland beasts. Reward, 30 achievement points. Seeing the generous reward of 30 points, Yi Ran couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. However, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the 3rd achievement, Winning Through Virtue. This achievement, worth 100 points, had been a source of frustration for him. He had tried with Zhang Fan, Zhou Shishir, and even his aunt, but there was no progress. Winning Through Virtue, don't that mean convincing others with good morals? Yi Ran muttered to himself. Could it be that my virtues aren't good enough? With anticipation, Yi Ran decided to use the enhancement option. Instantly, his achievement points began to decrease, and his vitality value surged 50, 60, 70 until it stopped at 99, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. He tried consuming 1 more achievement point, but his vitality value remained unchanged. Perplexed, Yi Ran immediately searched online for answers. Soon, the truth surfaced. Human vitality had an upper limit, and breaking through it required unlocking the gene lock. To do so, one needed a special substance, beast essence blood. This refined essence, extracted from the blood of wasteland beasts after removing its violent properties, could be safely absorbed by the human body. However, the extraction process required specialized equipment and professional alchemists, making it extremely expensive. When Yi Ran saw the specific price, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Damn it! Yi Ran frowned at the price displayed on his phone. Even the cheapest exotic beast blood starts at 100,000. He quickly scanned through the listings on the trading platform. The blood of a regular first-level exotic beast offered limited benefits for a martial artist's breakthrough, while the blood of a top-tier beast like the White Shadow Wolf was priced at a staggering 500,000 to 600,000. Yiran rubbed his temples. He had initially planned to use the 50,000 reward from the Martial Artists Association to pay for his Martial Arts Academy registration fee. Now, not only was the registration fee still out of reach, but achieving a martial artist breakthrough would also require a significant amount of money. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes sharpened. The wilderness is my only option. The wilderness, though fraught with danger, was also rich with opportunities. Exotic beast carcasses, rare minerals, and unique plants, any of these could fetch a high price. More importantly, the achievements of a wilderness hunter could only be accomplished there. Although he hadn't yet reached the martial artist realm, his current combat strength surpassed that of an average first-level martial artist, making him fully capable of venturing into the wilderness. But the immediate priority was finding a way to pay the registration fee due in 2 days. Suddenly, an idea for quick cash struck him, and he immediately dialed Zhang Fan's number. Range, what's up? Fanzi, didn't you mention that an underground fight club sent your dad an invitation? Yeah, not just my dad. A lot of martial artists who've been to the wilderness got one, Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly. It's just a black market fighting ring. My dad didn't even bother looking at it and tossed it aside. Do you still have the invitation? Yeah, but, Range, you're not thinking about going there, are you? That place is way too dangerous. It's not for me. It's for a friend from the slaughterhouse, Yuran quickly explained. His name's Zhang Yong, an orphan. He recently got seriously ill and needs money for surgery. Oh, I see. Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment. All right, they'll bring it to you tomorrow. After hanging up, Yuran exhaled in relief. While the underground fight club was indeed perilous, it was something he would have to face sooner or later. At 7 p.m., Yuran had just finished completing his chicken slaughter achievement when he happened to run into his aunt, Yi Hongfang, who was returning from grocery shopping. As they walked together, they saw their neighbor, Sister Xue, boasting about her son Xue Chuan's combat exam results. 33 combat power, with only a 7-point power gap. That puts him in the top 100 at 5th high school. Sister Xue declared proudly, displeased by the lackluster reaction from the other neighbors. You probably don't realize how impressive that is. For example, Taki ran from across the street only has a combat power in the teens. My son's more than double that. Hearing this, Yiran couldn't help but smile faintly. At this point, his combat power had already exceeded 100. A combat power of 33 wasn't even a fraction of his strength. Hearing Sister Xue's words, Yi Hongfang angrily said, Don't mind her, kid. Life's full of ups and downs. Who knows? You might surpass her son one day. Yiran nodded slightly. I can beat her son with one hand. Of course I don't mind. All right, stop bragging. Yi Hongfang rolled her eyes, then asked, So, have you decided which martial arts school to join out of the 3 I mentioned last time? Aunt, I already told you, there's no need. Just use the money to buy medicine for uncle. Yuran replied with a hint of helplessness in his voice. At that moment, Sister Xue and her son ahead turned around and noticed the two of them. A trace of awkwardness flashed across Sister Xue's face, but she quickly replaced it with a flattering smile and walked over to greet Yi Hongfang. Her son, Xue Chuan, however, remained expressionless and said coolly, Mom, I'm heading home first. Even when encountering neighbors and classmates, Xue Chuan maintained an aloof attitude, as if others weren't worth his attention. But just as he was about to leave, his eyes suddenly lit up with anticipation and nervousness as he looked into the distance. A girl with a short ponytail was walking in their direction. Her complexion was fair and delicate, her features exquisitely beautiful, and she wore a spotless school uniform. Her ethereal presence left the students in the neighborhood stunned. Isn't that the uniform for first high school? Getting into first high school is no small feat, and she's so pretty. I wonder whose child she is. If I had a daughter like that, I'd laugh myself awake from dreams. The neighbors around them couldn't help but marvel. Students from first high school generally had no trouble getting into martial arts universities, and the top performers could even enter prestigious ones. This was a matter of immense pride for any family. Listening to their discussions, a rare hint of envy surfaced in Yi Hongfang's eyes. Sister Xue, too, stared eagerly in that direction, quickly signaling her son with her eyes. Encouraged, Xue Chuan excitedly moved toward the girl. But in the next moment, the girl walked straight past him and headed toward Yiran. Yiran, could you help me with my martial arts techniques? Her words left everyone stunned. Yi Hongfang's mind went blank as she turned to look at Yiran in disbelief. I'm sorry, but I'm still... Yiran began to decline, only to be elbowed sharply by his aunt. Of course, no problem at all. Yi Hongfang replied with a beaming smile to the girl. Yiran sighed, unable to refuse in front of his aunt. When do you want to start? He asked. Right now, Su Qin answered, her face lighting up with a dazzling smile that left everyone around her mesmerized. Under Yi Hongfang's urging, Yi Ran had no choice but to follow Su Qin. As soon as they left, the neighbors immediately surrounded Yi Hongfang. Hongfang, even a student from First High School, is asking your Xiao Ran for guidance. He must be incredibly skilled. Say, could Xiao Ran spare some time to help my son improve a bit? Oh yes, and also my... Yi Hongfang smiled warmly as she responded, sneaking a glance at Sister Shui, whose expression had frozen. She couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. At Su Qin's place, Yi Ran glanced around and raised an eyebrow. You live here alone? Yes, she replied. Su Qin nodded slightly, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Your Thunder Fist technique, how did you manage to reach the 7 echo level so quickly? Yi Ran's expression turned serious. Persistence and hard work. Persistence and hard work. Su Qin murmured softly, her gaze suddenly sharpening. That's not all. The key is talent. You're a variant, aren't you? A variant? Yi Ran was stunned. Su Qin quickly explained. After the desolation descended, some people were stimulated, unlocking unique physical potential. These individuals either progress in martial arts at an astonishing speed, improving their blood energy by hundreds of points in a single day, possess unparalleled combat instincts, making them invincible among their peers, or, like you, exhibit extraordinary understanding of martial techniques. This type of person is collectively referred to as a variant. Yi Ran was visibly shaken by her words. Improving blood energy by hundreds of points in one day? Wouldn't that mean becoming a martial artist in just a single day? Such an existence was indeed shocking. With the talent you've shown in martial techniques, you're most likely a variant, even if you haven't realized it yet, Su Qin said, a trace of envy flickering in her eyes. Yi Ran didn't directly respond to her statement. Instead, he changed the subject. Do you have any questions about Thunder Fist? Tell me, and I'll see if I can help. I'd like to head home early tonight. His words were far from modest, but reaching nearly the 8 echo level of Thunder Fist gave him every right to offer guidance. After all, even the instructors at the martial hall were only at the 6 echo level. Su Qin hesitated briefly. I want you to spend 2 hours a day coaching me until I master Thunder Fist. Every day? Yi Ran was about to decline politely. I can pay you 50,000 a month. Deal. Yi Ran immediately changed his tune. Helping a classmate is my duty. 2 hours a day is no problem. They agreed on a time to meet the next day and exchange contact information. As soon as Yi Ran reached the ground floor, his phone buzzed with a notification. Su Qin had already transferred a 20,000 advance payment. Huh. Yi Ran took a sharp breath and glanced upward. She was definitely loaded. Though he couldn't understand why someone from such a wealthy background would live in an ordinary neighborhood like this, the money was undeniably real. With this income, he wouldn't even need to participate in underground fighting matches anymore. After dinner, it was just past 8 o'clock. Yi Ran headed to a nearby martial hall and went straight to the training room. First, he checked his blood energy levels in the testing chamber. Name, Xiao Shui. Age, 17. Blood energy, 99. Rank, pre-martial artist. The testing chamber provided highly detailed readings, even accurately displaying his age. However, to assess true combat strength, he would need to face a mechanical puppet. Yi Ran turned his gaze to the tall, dark blue puppet standing across from him, his expression shifting. This time, he had chosen a true martial artist level puppet. If his strength wasn't enough, he might very well end up injured by the mechanical opponent. Click. The eerie blue mechanical puppet shifted its body and slowly approached Yi Ran. The sound of its metallic joints moving was distinctly audible in the training room. Its pace quickened with every step, and by the time it was 3 meters away, it broke into a sprint. Heavy, rapid footsteps echoed in the room as the puppet closed in, throwing a powerful punch directly at Yi Ran's face. Yi Ran's gaze was sharp and unwavering. Thunder Fist, he shouted, throwing his own punch to meet the attack. Bang! Fist collided with fist, and the clash between metal and flesh erupted in an instant. After a brief stalemate, the mechanical puppet trembled and was forced to stagger back 2 steps. The combat power display screen flickered, showing the number 137. Yi Ran shook his tingling arm. Although he had won, he could feel the astonishing vitality and physical strength of the martial puppet. The sheer force it carried had caused significant recoil damage to him as well. Without hesitation, Yi Ran immediately activated the physique enhancement option stored in his achievement system. A surge of invisible energy flooded through his body, permeating every muscle, every meridian, and even every cell. When he reopened his eyes, the world seemed clearer, sharper, as though he could now hear the faint conversations of passers-by outside the training room. The numbness in his arm was gone, and he felt completely revitalized. The mechanical puppet launched another attack. This time, Yi Ran's counterstrike was even more powerful. While the puppet was forced back, his arm felt no discomfort at all. The combat power display now showed an increased number, 145. After adapting to his newly enhanced physique, Yi Ran left the training room. The next day after school, Yuran walked home with Zhang Fan. Having already completed the chicken slaughter expert achievement, he no longer needed to work at the slaughterhouse and only had to find time to retrieve his personal belongings. The martial arts registration fee had been paid in full, leaving his wallet considerably lighter, but at least one major concern was resolved, allowing him to focus entirely on his goal of breaking through as a martial artist. Range, here. Zhang Fan said mysteriously as he handed over a black invitation card just as they stepped out of the school gates. It was an invitation to an underground fighting arena, with gold embossed edges and an exquisite design. The name Black 3 Arena was printed on it, alongside a symbol resembling the spade from a deck of cards. Range, make sure you tell your friends not to use their real identities once they're inside. Zhang Fan warned with a serious expression. Afraid of retaliation? Yuran asked. No. My dad said that while these underground arenas aren't exactly legitimate places, they do have their own rules, and retaliation isn't something you typically see. The problem is that this Black 3 arena might have ties to the Black Seal Tower. The Black Seal Tower? Yuran's pupils contracted sharply. This infamous and dangerous organization was notorious for its assassinations, robberies, and other heinous acts. Its power was as unfathomable as its reputation was terrifying. The military of the Xia Kingdom had launched multiple campaigns to eliminate this faction but failed to uproot them completely. Every so often, they would resurface, causing chaos and harm once again. Range, don't worry too much, Zhang Fan said with a wave of his hand. My dad only said it's a suspicion, and the Martial Alliance branch is already investigating. Since they haven't taken action, it probably isn't a big deal. Hearing this, Yuran nodded slightly, feeling a bit reassured. The Martial Alliance branch's judgment was rarely wrong. He casually slipped the invitation into his pocket. Although he had already paid the registration fee for the martial exam and didn't need to participate in such underground matches, an idea struck him: it wouldn't hurt to watch other martial artists in action, even if he didn't compete. Half an hour later, Yuran arrived at the bustling Mao Yun commercial plaza in the city center. He had deliberately changed into a black tracksuit that concealed his age, with a plastic hood tucked into his pocket. Considering the underground fight might be related to the Black Seal Tower and the chaotic crowd it would attract, he decided it was better to stay cautious. Following the flow of people, he entered the building and made his way down to the underground parking lot. Finding an empty corner, he put on the hood before heading straight to an inconspicuous black maintenance door at the far end of the lot. A knock echoed. Invitation. A cold voice came from the small window on the door. After handing over the invitation, the door opened. Two burly men in black stood guard on either side of the dark corridor. One of them returned the invitation to him and said gruffly, "Just keep walking straight." After walking through the corridor for 2 to 3 minutes, the space suddenly opened. A dazzling underground fighting arena came into view. The iron-forged fighting ring was surrounded by spectators, many of whom were rowdy martial artists with scantily clad women on their laps, shouting and placing bets on the matches. The deafening sound system couldn't drown out their boisterous cheers and laughter. The atmosphere was chaotic, indulgent, and noisy. After hesitating for a moment, Yuran decided to step inside and take a look before leaving. When he glanced at the rules on the wall, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Preliminary martial artists earned 1,000 per win, while full-fledged martial artists earned 10,000, with the victor required to pay 5 to the venue. 10 matches would amount to 100,000 a sum that made Yuran's heart race. Although he wasn't yet a full martial artist, the 1,000 per win for his level was still very tempting. Besides, he was confident that few could match him at this stage. Without hesitation, he headed to the vitality detection machine at the entrance. After the test, the staff handed him a green wristband signifying his status as a preliminary martial artist. Once he put it on, Yuran climbed onto an empty fighting ring and waited for a challenger. It didn't take long before a lean, middle-aged man stepped into the ring. "Young man, it's your first time here, isn't it?" the man said with a friendly smile, casually closing the distance between them. As he drew closer, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he launched a sneak attack, laughing, "Haha, kid. Let me teach you a lesson today." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Yuran's powerful kick sent him flying off the ring. The audience around the arena wore expressions of astonishment. A seasoned veteran of the fighting stage had been effortlessly knocked off by a newcomer. It was indeed an unexpected sight. "This kid's not bad. Didn't fall for the trap," someone remarked softly, glancing at Yuran. It was true. Reaching the level of a Kwasa warrior at such a young age already signified extraordinary talent, so this level of combatability was not entirely surprising. However, the spectators in the stands soon shifted their focus to other matches. After all, a few promising newcomers appeared every day, not enough to hold their attention for long. After his victory, Yuran stepped off the fighting platform. The referee handed him the 1,000 yuan prize money and replaced his wristband with a new green one. This wristband differed from the previous one by having a single 1 on it. As Yuran looked at it in confusion, the referee explained in a flat tone, "The number represents your win count. It increases with each victory but resets to 0 if you lose. Achieve 10 consecutive wins, and you'll earn an additional 5,000 yuan reward. 5,000? Yuran's heart stirred. That bonus alone was worth winning 5 more matches. He stepped back onto the platform, waiting for his next opponent. Soon, a young man in his early 20s walked up, glancing smugly at the 4 on his own green wristband. He smiled warmly at Yuran and said, "I'll give it my all this time, so I don't accidentally hurt you." "All right," Yuran responded earnestly. In the next instant, they both moved simultaneously. The young man only saw a blur before finding himself lying on the ground below the platform. Staring blankly at the 4 on his wristband, he struggled to process what had just happened. The referee stared at Iran in shock. Defeating a Kwasa warrior with 4 consecutive wins in a single move was no small feat, yet Iran remained completely unscathed, clearly holding back his full strength. 2 more challengers stepped up in succession, only to meet the same fate, each defeated in a single move. All 3 defeated fighters ended up crouching outside Ring 6, determined to figure out how they had been so thoroughly beaten. Though not top-tier Kwasa warriors, they were experienced fighters, yet this time, they hadn't even seen their opponent's moves before being knocked off the platform. It was baffling. Inside the arena, the large screen displayed everything clearly. The 3 dejected figures crouched near Ring 6 quickly drew the attention of more and more spectators. In the stands, an increasing number of astonished eyes turned toward Iran. "Isn't that the kid from earlier? He's already on a 4-win streak?" In the audience, an observer straightened his back, surprise flashing in his eyes. "Looks like he might be a top-tier Kwasa martial artist. Otherwise, he wouldn't win so decisively," he added in a low voice. A top-tier Kwasa martial artist typically boasted a blood energy value of at least 95 points. At that moment, a top-tier Kwasa martial artist with a 5-win streak was making his way toward the boys' platform. "Should we place another bet?" someone nearby suggested eagerly. "Forget it. No rush. It's just a Kwasa martial artist. Even if he's a promising young talent." The sentence was cut short by a sudden exclamation. "He won." The boy on platform 6 won again, and this time it was with a single move. The group turned pale at the news and hurried toward platform 6. When they arrived, the scene before them made their pupils contract. Below the platform, the referee was replacing the boy's wristband, and the number on the screen had already jumped to 7. 7 consecutive wins. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the boy had defeated 2 opponents in a row. This scene was projected onto the large screen, immediately causing an uproar in the arena. Although the Black 3 arena primarily featured battles between martial artists, matches involving Kwasa martial artists still occupied a third of the space. This sudden rising star had instantly drawn everyone's attention, even prompting the sound of footsteps from the exclusive room at the highest point of the arena. Iran accepted the new wristband and frowned slightly as he listened to the discussions around him about his age. "How do they know I'm only 17 or 18? He asked in confusion. During the test, he had used a blood energy detector instead of a blood energy chamber, so his age shouldn't have been exposed. "You gave it away yourself," the referee said meaningfully. "Me? Iran suddenly realized. "It's my voice, isn't it? But voices can be imitated. How are they so sure?" The referee glanced at the Ultraman headgear on Iran's head with a peculiar expression. "With a headgear that flashy, anyone could guess you're not that old." "Ugh." Iran muttered in embarrassment before returning to the platform. Just then, a towering, 2-meter-tall man with a face full of scars and a bulky frame leaped onto the platform, sneering viciously. "Brat, come over here and die. Let me claim my 8th consecutive win." Iran narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. The surrounding audience recognized the man and their expressions changed. "It's Su Depeng. That guy's a peak Kwasa martial artist, and his moves are notoriously brutal. This kid's in trouble. He's too soft when he fights. Even if he's skilled, facing someone like Su is going to be tough." The crowd around the platform grew larger. Meanwhile, in the highest room of the arena, a middle-aged man wearing a dark golden mask stepped to the railing, watching the scene below with great interest. Someone in the crowd glanced up and gasped. "The owner of the arena." This exclamation caused a stir throughout the venue, drawing everyone's attention away from the impending fight on the platform. The arena's owner was a martial master, rarely seen in public. Hearing the commotion, Iran glanced upward, but this momentary distraction infuriated the burly man across from him. "You little punk, still have the nerve to get distracted? I'll skin you alive and make sure your own mother won't recognize you." At those words, Iran's expression darkened instantly. This was his bottom line. One could insult his deceased parents. On the fighting stage, Iran's face remained expressionless as he slowly walked toward the burly, overweight man opposite him. Each step he took was steady and powerful, his eyes sharp as blades, causing the large man to shiver involuntarily. "You brat, they'll destroy you," the heavy-set man roared, suppressing an inexplicable fear in his heart. He charged forward, each step shaking the fighting stage, and in an instant, he closed a distance of 7 to 8 meters, throwing a heavy punch aimed directly at Iran's head. The spectators below held their breath, some unable to bear watching any longer. Just as the massive fist was about to strike, Iran stepped forward with precision, his foot pressing down, and unleashed a thunderous punch straight ahead. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was unmistakable. Two fists of vastly different sizes collided, and the outcome was instantly clear. The burly man's entire arm snapped on the spot, and he stumbled back with a scream of agony. Meanwhile, Iran closed the distance like a shadow. With a powerful kick, he sent the man's massive body sprawling to the ground. Without hesitation, Iran followed up with a vicious straight punch aimed at his opponent's temple. If this punch landed, it would either kill or leave the man in a vegetative state. "I yield," the terrified man tried to shout, but before the words left his mouth, Iran's hand flashed forward, clamping over it. At that moment, a referee leaped onto the fighting stage. Iran turned his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. He wasn't done talking yet. "You came too early." The referee froze in place, a chill running down his spine at the sight before him. A young man wearing a slightly comical headpiece, one foot pinning down a struggling giant of a man, with a cold, unsettling smile glinting in his dark eyes. "My apologies. That was my mistake," the referee murmured softly before stepping back in silence. Iran swept his gaze across the audience. "If you don't admit defeat, then even death isn't a reason to leave the fighting stage. That's the rule. So it's not that him being too ruthless, it's that he refused to surrender." As he spoke, his palm pressed harder against his opponent's mouth. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones sent shivers through everyone present. The overweight man fainted from the unbearable pain, only to be kicked off the stage by Iran. Blood-stained teeth littered the ground, bearing witness to the brutality of this fight. This brief but shocking battle left the martial artists in the audience stealing glances at Iran. A peak-level fighter with a 99 blood vitality index had been so easily crushed, prompting hushed discussions. When did Ningjiang City produce such a prodigy? Someone murmured. His strikes are ruthless, and his combat experience is seasoned. He might not actually be a young man, could be a disguise, another speculated thoughtfully. Regardless, this fight proved one thing. He's no sheep. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. 8 consecutive victories. Iran wiped the blood off his hands, his gaze scanning the crowd as he began searching for his 9th opponent. Iran was pondering over the question. Logically speaking, just like the games he had played in his previous life, winning too many consecutive matches would trigger the system's intervention. The arena likely wouldn't let someone achieve 10 consecutive victories so easily. After all, if the extra rewards were too simple to obtain, the venue would have gone bankrupt long ago. At that moment, a faint sound came from above. He looked up to see a middle-aged man wearing a dark golden mask gazing down at the fighting platform. Beside him, a man dressed in black silently stood up and left. Moments later, a small, slender figure leaped onto the 6th fighting platform. The newcomer was also wearing a black iron mask and was cloaked entirely in a black robe. This immediately caught the audience's attention, and a wave of murmurs rippled through the stands. "The main event is here." It turned out that the reason achieving 10 consecutive victories in the arena was so rare was that the opponents after 8 wins were all elite fighters personally chosen by the arena master. This was the toughest hurdle to overcome, but winning this match would make the 10th fight a breeze. As the mysterious opponent appeared, more and more spectators crowded around the 6th fighting platform. Iran squinted, sensing that this opponent was far from an ordinary pre-martial artist. Their strength clearly surpassed anyone he had faced before. Before he could think further, the black-clad figure dashed toward him like lightning. Iran's energy surged as he met the attack with a powerful punch. Bang! The force of their strikes collided. The black-clad opponent staggered back 2 or 3 steps, but skillfully dispersed the impact and immediately used the momentum to lunge forward again, their hands slicing through the air like a blade aimed straight at Iran. Amid the sharp sound of the attack cutting through the air, Iran calmly defended, blocking and assessing his opponent for any weaknesses. This adversary's combat instincts were exceptional, nearing the peak of mediocrity. Though slightly inferior to Iran, their overall strength approached a level of 120, making them a formidable challenge. Finally encountering an evenly matched opponent, Iran didn't rush to claim victory. Instead, he adopted a defensive strategy, engaging in a battle of wits and endurance. After about 3 minutes, the black-clad figure, frustrated by their inability to gain the upper hand, suddenly let out a low shout. "Silver Moon Finger." Silver light sparkled at the opponent's fingertips. The audience gasped in shock. Upgrade martial skill, Silver Moon Finger? Although Iran couldn't hear their discussions clearly, his instincts immediately sounded an alarm. He leapt backward to evade the attack. In that instant, his enhanced physical abilities became apparent. His speed far exceeded that of his opponent. The black-clad figure hadn't anticipated such an easy dodge. Caught off guard, they froze momentarily, giving Yiran the opening to deliver a powerful punch to their chest, sending them flying off the platform. In that split second, Yiran suddenly froze. A woman? He glanced at the opponent's chest but couldn't visually confirm. This action clearly enraged the opponent. The fallen black-clad figure shot him a venomous glare. "I'll remember you," they hissed before turning and leaving. The audience, though eager to comment, held their tongues under the icy gaze of the arena master in the dark golden mask. Yiran didn't dwell on it. After exchanging his wrist guards under the referee's complex gaze, he stepped back onto the platform, ready for the next challenge. However, following the previous battle, the pre-martial artists present now regarded him with trepidation, and no one dared to step forward. At that moment, the arena master spoke. "Not bad. Among the pre-martial artists in Ningjiang City, you rank in the top 10. With that, he turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing loudly in the silence. This remark caused an uproar among the audience. Ningjiang City was vast, with countless pre-martial artists, and ranking in the top 10 was truly remarkable. Yiran also gained a clearer understanding of his own strength, though it made his situation more precarious. Achieving 10 consecutive victories would now be even harder. Glancing at the time, he realized it was almost time for his tutoring session with Su Qin. If he left now, his winning streak would reset, and all his efforts would have been in vain. Just one more win would earn him an extra 5,000. After a moment of internal struggle, Yiran finally made his decision. As the audience buzzed with speculation about whether this young genius could complete the 10-win streak, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "For the 10th match, I want to challenge a martial artist." The entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Every pair of eyes turned to the young man standing on the 6th fighting platform in disbelief. Even the sound of footsteps receding into the distance abruptly stopped. The arena master in the dark golden mask returned to the railing, looking down at the scene below with keen interest. "Challenging a warrior." The referee's voice carried a noticeable hesitation. "You must understand, warriors possess martial marks, with a minimum combat power of 120. Their bodies, tempered by refined blood, are far superior to those of Kwesa warriors." "I understand," Yiran said calmly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "I'm not doing this for the money. I just want to see how I measure up against a true warrior. $1,000 for defeating me, a Kwasa warrior, is surely easier than taking down a warrior of the same level, right?" A warrior from the audience spoke up in a deep voice. "You're offering the same $1,000 as a warrior match instead of a lesser amount? That seems unfair to you." "I've already said, my goal isn't money, it's to challenge stronger opponents," Yiran replied sincerely. Then he added, "However, I'm not foolish enough to fight someone too strong. Let's choose someone who only recently broke through to the warrior stage. If they've been at that level for too long, the power gap would make the fight pointless as a learning experience." As soon as he finished speaking, the warrior who had just spoken leaped onto the combat platform, landing firmly. "I broke through less than a week ago, so I meet your criteria. I'll take you on for this 10th match. 5,000 in the bag." Yiran thought to himself, barely able to hide his excitement. "What did you just say?" his opponent asked, puzzled. "Nothing. Let's begin." Yiran's lips curled into a faint smile, and in an instant, his entire demeanor shifted into unprecedented focus. His energy and blood fused as one. This was the first time he revealed his true strength since entering the arena. From the stands, the spectators shook their heads in disbelief. For a Kwasa warrior to challenge a warrior was, in their eyes, nothing short of suicide. With the boost from martial marks and the naturally superior physical abilities of warriors, overcoming such a gap in strength seemed like an impossible fantasy. However, at the highest point of the stands, the arena's owner, wearing a dark gold mask, chuckled softly. "Interesting kid. He's been holding back a trump card. It seems today's first 10-match winning streak will come from a Kwasa warrior. How amusing." Before he could finish his thought, a heavy impact echoed across the arena. The warrior who had just stepped onto the platform was sent flying off with a single blow. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. All eyes widened in shock. This Kwasa warrior had actually defeated a warrior. And in such a short amount of time. What the hell just happened? This kid is defying all logic. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the audience. On the platform, Yiran stood with his arms trembling slightly, his body drenched in sweat, his chest heaving as he fought to catch his breath. This victory had been far more grueling than he had imagined. Compared to a mechanical puppet with a combat power of 140, a true warrior with a combat power of 130 proved to be far more challenging. Yiran understood that the reason this battle ended so quickly was because he had to go all out. In that fleeting moment of life and death, there was no room for hesitation or holding back, which explained why he accidentally knocked his opponent unconscious. His gaze fell on the arm of the unconscious, somber-looking martial artist lying on the ground. There, faintly visible, was a black pattern resembling a mythical beast, the legendary martial mark. When martial artists break through using the essence blood of a beast, they form a tattoo or feature related to that beast, either a partial trait or a complete depiction. The martial mark grants its bearer a portion of the beast's abilities, significantly enhancing their combat power. For instance, the somber martial artist before him had gained an additional 20 combat points solely from his martial mark, elevating his newly achieved strength to approximately 130 points. Seeing this, Yiran couldn't help but ponder what level he could reach after becoming a martial artist himself, undergoing refinement with beast essence blood, and acquiring his own martial mark. Meanwhile, the referee below the fighting stage was still in a daze. It wasn't until Yiran called out to him a few times that he snapped back to reality. After claiming his consecutive win reward and the 10,000 yuan prize for defeating a martial artist, Yiran left the arena without hesitation, followed by countless awestruck gazes. Some people were eager to chase after him and uncover the identity of this mysterious young man. However, a petite figure dressed in black suddenly emerged from the topmost row of the stands. In a melodious yet chillingly cold voice, the girl warned, "My teacher said, anyone who breaks the rules will die." Her words immediately silenced the restless crowd. Outside the arena, completely unaware of all this, Yiran was grinning ear to ear as he stared at his bank account. With the 28,000 yuan he had just earned, plus the 7,000 he had before, his total balance now stood at 35,000 yuan, a small fortune for an ordinary high school student. He couldn't help but marvel at how quickly martial artists could make money. And he wasn't even a full-fledged martial artist yet. As he reviewed his system panel and contemplated what excuse to use for taking leave to head to the wilderness and complete the Wilderness Hunter achievement, he noticed something unusual. While the progress for Wilderness Hunter and Path of Martial Arts remained stagnant, the task Conquer with Virtue showed a change. Its progress now displayed 110, with a reward of 100 achievement points. This discovery filled Yiran with excitement. Among the 3 achievements, Conquer with Virtue was the most crucial, yet he had never figured out how to make progress on it. Reflecting on the day's events, aside from school, the only other place he had been was the underground fighting arena. It seemed that the first progress point had been earned there. In the combat arena, Yiran reflected on his record. 10 consecutive victories, defeating a martial artist of a higher rank, and the humiliation of a boastful, overweight man he had severely injured. Narrowing his eyes, his thoughts lingered on that very man. Among the 10 opponents, only this vulgar individual had clashed with him so fiercely, ultimately being left gravely wounded. So this is what it means to conquer others with virtue? Yiran suddenly realized. No wonder he had been unable to achieve this goal before. The approach had been completely wrong. The arena was full of thugs like that overweight man. Individuals who not only fought ruthlessly but also provoked others at every turn. They were the perfect targets for conquering others with virtue. However, he would need a new headgear tomorrow. The current one was too conspicuous, and if people recognized him, they would likely avoid provoking him altogether. With these thoughts in mind, Yiran returned to his neighborhood. As per his agreement, he first went upstairs to tutor Su Qin for 2 hours before heading home for dinner. Now that he had some income, Yiran immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to Zhou Shishir. "Brother, did you rob a bank?" Zhou Shishir asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. "It's the payment from that wealthy lady upstairs for teaching her martial arts," Yiran said, ruffling his sister's hair. "If you ever need money, just ask me. Don't trouble mom anymore. Spend it however you like, but make sure to study hard." Zhou Shishir nodded obediently like a gentle fawn. After giving her a few more reminders, Yiran transferred another 10,000 yuan to his aunt, hoping she would use it to buy some health supplements. "You little rascal, now you know how to show filial piety?" Yi Hongfang playfully scolded, giving him a light smack on the back of his head. "Keep the money for yourself. I'll send you some instead, so you can find a good martial arts school." After a heated back and forth, Yi Hongfang finally accepted the money, though she kept insisting on saving it for his future wedding. Listening to his aunt's chatter, Yiran felt a warm sense of comfort. Though his parents had passed away, with Aunt Yi Hongfang around, he had never lacked familial love. Over the next few days, Yiran focused on achieving the conquering others with virtue accomplishment. Progress was slow but steady, and by the 5th day, he had reached 910, just one more target to go. That evening, Yiran deliberately put on a gray, padded outfit stuffed with sponges to make himself appear more imposing. However, as soon as he stepped into the combat arena, someone recognized him. "Watch out, everyone. This guy's here to cause trouble again." A loud shout echoed across the arena, and the place instantly erupted into chaos. The usually aggressive and violent martial artist hopefuls turned pale and fled in all directions. Yiran stood in the fighting arena, his expression clouded with frustration. His disguise had been exposed, leaving him no choice but to spit out a venomous, "I'll be back," before turning and storming out. His departure brought a collective sigh of relief from the aspiring fighters present. Over the past few days, this young man had been unstoppable in the arena. Each strike he delivered was like a thunderclap, and facing opponents of the same level was no different from slicing through butter. While they eventually figured out the pattern of his disguises, Many had already fallen into his trap, losing $1,000 in betting money. The worst hit were the arrogant wannabe warriors who enjoyed provoking others. They had been thoroughly humiliated by Iran, beaten so badly that even their mothers might not recognize them. In just a few days, the atmosphere of the entire fighting arena had subtly shifted due to this mysterious individual. After leaving the arena, Iran drove straight to Shangyuan slaughterhouse. He planned to retrieve something he had left behind last time and settle his wages with Manager Bai. As soon as he stepped through the entrance, he saw Manager Bai speaking in hushed tones with the security guard at the door. The manager looked exhausted. When he spotted Iran, he forced a weak smile and said, "Ah, Xiao Yi, you're here. I've got a bit of a situation right now. Go ahead to my office, and I'll join you in a moment." Iran nodded in agreement and headed toward the office. Behind him, he faintly heard the security guard's uneasy voice, "Manager, you want me to stop Zhang Yong? He's a certified fighter. You saw how badly Sange and the others got beaten last time." Pushing open the office door, Iran was surprised to find two people already inside. One was a pretty girl in a school uniform skirt, and the other was a tall, thin young man in his mid-20s. "Hi, may I ask who you are?" The girl in the skirt asked curiously, her bright eyes lingering on Iran for a moment. Iran briefly explained his purpose for being there and, at the girl's invitation, took a seat to the side. The tall young man, though plain-looking, carried an air of arrogance. He was currently addressing the girl, saying, "Junior sister by way. Don't worry. When that Zhang Yong shows up, we'll make sure he learns his lesson. Daring to mess with people from Blue Dream Martial Arts Hal must have a death wish. Senior brother Zhou, if we can avoid fighting, we should," Bai Wei said softly, trying to dissuade him. "As long as he stops causing trouble for my dad, we can let bygones be bygones." As they talked, Bai Wei's gaze occasionally flicked toward Iran. Senior brother Zhou noticed this and immediately shot Iran a hostile look. Just then, the door opened, and the weary-looking manager Bai walked in. "Dad, has Zhang Yong arrived yet?" Bai Wei asked quickly. "Not yet, but it should be soon. I've already arranged to meet him at the abandoned building," Manager Bai said, turning to senior brother Zhou with a serious tone. "Xiao Zhou, I'll be counting on you in a bit." "It's nothing," senior brother Zhou replied nonchalantly. "Even if it weren't for my relationship with junior sister Bai Wei, I'd still teach a guy like him a harsh lesson if I came across him." Hearing this, Manager Bai let out a long sigh of relief, his expression visibly improving. He then turned to Iran with a kind demeanor and asked, "Xiao Yi, did you manage to gather the registration fee for the martial arts exam?" "I did. Thank you for your concern, Manager." Iran responded sincerely. He had a great impression of Manager Bai, who not only paid him extra wages, but was also well respected in the factory. Manager Bai smiled as he handed over a stack of cash. "Good, then focus on your studies and aim to get into a reputable martial arts university. Become a martial artist in the future. This is the rest of your salary." Iran, surprised as he counted the money, remarked, "Manager, you've given me more again." "It's fine. Just take it," Manager Bai said, patting him on the shoulder. Nearby, senior brother Zhou sneered with disdain. "TCH, so you're someone who couldn't even scrape together the registration fee for the martial arts exam. What a weakling." Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang urgently. Manager Bai picked it up and heard the anxious voice of the security guard on the other end. "Manager, Zhang Yong is heading straight to your office." "I couldn't stop him." Manager Bai's face darkened instantly, and he slammed the desk heavily. "Breaking in? That bastard is so arrogant." After hanging up, he took a deep breath and said to senior brother Zhou, "Xiao Zhou, Zhang Yong will be here any moment. The rest is up to you." Bai Wei sensed the tension in the air and furrowed her brows slightly. "Senior brother, be careful." "Uncle Bai, junior sister, don't worry," senior brother Zhou said confidently. "He's just an ordinary pre-martial artist. Someone of his level can easily be dealt with at the martial arts gym." Manager Bai felt somewhat reassured and then turned to Iran. "Xiao Yi, this has nothing to do with you. Leave now while you can, before Zhang Yong sees you. That guy holds grudges." "Classmate, I'll take you out through the back door," Bai Wei offered with concern. "It's fine," Iran replied, shaking his head. "An extra person might help. Maybe I can be of some use." Senior brother Zhou couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, you can't handle a pre-martial artist just by having more people. I guess you've never encountered one and don't understand how strong they are. But with me here, just sit back and watch." Bai Wei, still worried, softly reminded him, "Classmate, be careful. Fights involving pre-martial artists are dangerous. Stay as far away as you can to avoid getting caught up in it." Iran nodded slightly. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open. A young man with a scar across his face walked in with a cold smirk. "Manager Bai, I heard you were looking for me?" Zhang Yong's gaze immediately landed on Bai Wei among the group, and his eyes lit up. "Weier, you're here too? I don't know you." "Don't act so familiar," Bai Wei said, her eyes flashing with disgust and anger. "Zhang Yong, We only met by chance once. Is that enough for you to harass me like this? Waiter, I really like you, Zhang Yong said, swallowing audibly as he approached her with a greedy look on his face. I'm serious about you. Bai Wei's face turned pale as she kept retreating. At this moment, senior brother, Zhou stepped forward to block Zhang Yong and let out a cold snort. So you're Zhang Yong. I'll give you two choices. Apologize to junior sister Bai Wei and leave immediately or smack. Before he could finish, senior brother Zhou was slapped hard and knocked to the ground. You little punk. Who do you think you are, meddling in my business? Zhang Yong roared, his figure blurring as he lashed out with a fierce kick aimed at senior brother Zhou. Zhou was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing through a solid wooden table before slamming heavily against the wall. Struggling to his feet, his face smeared with dust, senior brother Zhou looked at Zhang Yong in terror. A peak quasi-martial artist? What else? Zhang Yong sneered coldly, turning his sharp gaze toward Manager Bai. Manager Bai, so you found some backup to mess with me, huh? Manager Bai's face turned pale, but before he could respond, Zhang Yong shifted his focus. We'll settle this later. He turned and advanced toward Bai Wei, his eyes gleaming with a chilling menace. Waiter, it's been a long time. Do you know how much I've missed you? Bai Wei's face turned ashen with fear as she instinctively retreated. Senior brother, help me. Senior brother Zhou forced himself upright, his voice trembling with pain. Zhang, we're from the Laming Martial Arts Academy. Think carefully about the consequences of crossing us. Shut up, you talk too much. Zhang Yong exploded with rage, appearing in front of Zhou in a flash. He grabbed him and delivered two resounding slaps, leaving Zhou dazed and crumpled on the ground. Seeing this, Manager Bai's expression shifted drastically. He quickly urged the petrified Bai Wei to run. Snapping out of her daze, Bai Wei managed to take a few steps before Zhang Yong appeared in front of her like a phantom. Where do you think you're going? Seeing the despair in Bai Wei's pale face, Zhang Yong's grin grew more sinister. Don't be afraid. I just haven't seen you in a while and wanted to chat. As he spoke, he reached out to grab her wrist. Suddenly, a hand appeared, blocking his path. Who the hell are you now? Zhang Yong snarled, reaching for the arm to teach this new intruder a lesson. But the moment he grabbed it, his expression froze. It felt like he was gripping an immovable block of solid stone. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Yiran stood expressionless, grabbing Zhang Yong's hand and squeezing gently. A sharp crack echoed. Zhang Yong let out a blood-curdling scream, struggling in vain to break free. Yiran frowned slightly. Quiet, he said, applying more pressure to Zhang Yong's forearm. The intensified pain caused Zhang Yong to convulse, his screams piercing the air. Yiran, growing impatient, clamped a hand around Zhang Yong's throat. His voice was eerily calm. I told you to be quiet. Didn't you understand? Everyone present was frozen in shock. The once arrogant peak quasi-martial artist was now helpless, like a toy in Yiran's grasp, unable to put up any resistance. Yi, Manager Bai called out urgently. That's enough. Let him go. All right. Yiran nodded, releasing his grip. Zhang Yong collapsed to the ground like a lifeless fish, gasping desperately as though he had narrowly escaped drowning. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Manager Bai thought with lingering fear. If this had gone on any longer, Zhang Yong might not have made it out alive. Yiran glanced down at the defeated Zhang Yong. The once proud man now had no trace of arrogance in his eyes, only a deep, paralyzing fear. He's a madman, a lunatic. Zhang Yong knelt on the ground, his forehead repeatedly hitting the floor as tears and snot mixed together. I was wrong. I won't cause any more trouble, and I swear I'll never bother Miss Bai Wei again. Standing to the side, Yiran looked on expressionlessly at Manager Bai. Manager Bai stared at Zhang Yong's pitiful state for a moment before hesitating and finally saying, Leave now, and make sure you get your arm checked at the hospital. Thank you, thank you. Zhang Yong, as if granted a pardon, stumbled out of the office in a rush. Inside the office, the faces of Manager Bai Wei, and senior brother Zhou were filled with shock and complex emotions. Yiran seemed unfazed by their reactions and said calmly, Manager, I'll be leaving now. You. Manager Bai quickly nodded. Just as Yiran was about to step out the door, he hurriedly called out, Xiaoyi, you've helped me so much, and I haven't even paid you yet. Yiran waved the payroll slip in his hand. You already have. With that, he turned and left. The three of them stared at his departing figure, each lost in their own thoughts. Manager Bai looked dazed, finding it hard to believe that the person who ultimately helped him was this young man. Bai Wei let out a soft sigh, her initial thought of asking for Yiran's contact information dissipating after witnessing his effortless defeat of Zhang Yong. A quasi-martial artist, they were simply from different worlds. As for senior brother Zhou, he recalled his earlier arrogant remarks and regretted them so much he wished he could slap himself. Half an hour later, Yiran returned to his room, took a deep breath, and opened the system panel. On his way back, he discovered a pleasant surprise. Conquer with virtue. Progress, 1010. Achievement complete. Reward, 100 achievement points. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Iran continued to review the panel. Achievement points, 102. It was a considerable amount, but there weren't many options available for spending them at the moment. After careful consideration, Iran decided to allocate the points toward improving his combat awareness. He immediately began a simulation, diving into a realistic battle scenario where he engaged in fights against various martial artists and exotic beasts. 2 hours later, Iran opened his eyes, a fleeting trace of bloodlust and ferocity flashing through them before returning to clarity. The system indicated that 50 achievement points had been consumed, leaving him with 52. While the expenditure pained him, his combat awareness had advanced to the outstanding level. Feeling the changes in his body, Iran noticed significant improvements in his control, explosive strength, and reaction speed. To accurately assess the extent of his newfound combat prowess, he decided to head to the martial arts gym outside the neighborhood for a proper test. Outside the martial arts gym, a loud knock echoed through the door. The young security guard, lounging under his blanket while scrolling through his phone, suddenly erupted in anger, slamming his phone onto the bed. "Damn it, Lao Lu. Always pulling crap like this," he muttered furiously as he reluctantly trudged toward the door. "Showing up at the gym this late? All your fault. If it weren't for you knocking, I wouldn't be stuck dealing with this." As he opened the door, a handsome young man stood before him. Even someone as accustomed to seeing all kinds of people as the security guard couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise at the sight. Such striking features could only rival the legendary group of the world's most attractive web novel readers. Suppressing his irritation, the guard asked coldly, "What do you want?" "Rent a training room for half an hour," the young man said with a smile, handing over the money. "All right, half an hour is 300. You can choose from 3 types of training rooms. The password is," the guard started lazily, but then noticed the bill was 500. He froze for a moment before breaking into a wide, ingratiating smile. "Ah, esteemed guest, let me show you the way. Thank you for the trouble." The two made their way to the training room area inside the gym. As the guard entered the password, he kindly cautioned, "Sir, maybe try a different training room? The blued model mechanical puppet here has the strength of a martial artist. The calibration's off, so it's easy to get hurt." "No worries, thank you," Iran replied, his eyes bright with determination as he stepped into the training room. The alloy door slowly closed behind him. "Tsage, suit yourself," the guard shrugged, smugly twirling the extra 200 yuan between his fingers before heading back to his bed to continue gaming. Just as he put on his headphones, a thunderous crash came from the training room. He frowned and glanced up suspiciously, but quickly dismissed it. The soundproofing here was excellent, so good that even couples fooling around inside couldn't be heard. There was no way a noise that loud could have come through. What? Did that kid actually manage to knock the puppet flying? Inside the training room, Iran stared at his fist, then at the mechanical puppet now embedded in the wall. He blinked. Did he just send the puppet flying with one punch? The tall, dark blue mechanical puppet was the same martial artist level opponent he had faced last time. He distinctly remembered that even his strongest strike back then had only forced the puppet to stagger back 2 or 3 steps. But this time Iran estimated the distance, stunned 8 meters. If not for the wall stopping it, it might have flown even farther. And this was just a normal punch. He hadn't even used his Thunderstrike fist. Taking a deep breath, Iran suppressed his shock and quickly approached the puppet to check its display screen. Combat power 277. Hiss. He drew in a sharp breath. His combat power had doubled, meaning he could now overpower most first-level martial artists. It took him a while to calm down before continuing his tests. When he pushed himself to peak condition and executed the Thunderstrike fist, the display read, Combat power 290. Iran silently thought to himself that a combat power of 290 was indeed his current limit. Although this figure was exciting, it relied on the burst of martial techniques and could only be sustained for a short time. His usual level was around 277. Even so, this increase far exceeded his expectations. After tidying up briefly, he said goodbye to the young security guard and left the martial arts gym. A few minutes later, the same security guard, engrossed in his mobile game, angrily threw his phone onto the bed. "Damn it, I ambushed someone, and you ambush me? Seriously, in a lousy gold-tier game, there are this many sneaky players? How is anyone supposed to play?" He cursed as he walked into the training room to reset the mechanical dummy. Suddenly, the number still displayed on the screen caught his attention: 290 combat power. The sight made his legs go weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Back home, Iran tiptoed into his room with a peculiar expression on his face. The system had just refreshed the Conquer with Virtue achievement, but the new achievement left him both amused and exasperated. King of the Sea, your kindness compels you to provide a home for all the young ladies. Progress, 020. Reward, 50 achievement points. This is ridiculous, Yuran muttered under his breath. Although the 50 points were tempting, he was determined to pass on this particular achievement. He immediately chose to abandon it, despite the fact that doing so cost 10 achievement points and the penalty for abandoning achievements would increase tenfold next time. Once discarded, the achievement entered a 3-day cooldown period. After settling the achievement issue, Yuran began to contemplate how to further enhance his combat awareness. His current bottleneck lay in the fact that he had already watched all the martial artist combat videos he had collected, and the opponents in the virtual realm were starting to repeat. To continue improving, he had two options: watch more martial artist combat videos or engage in actual combat. After some thought, Yuran decided to pursue both paths. Videos were easy to find, but for real combat, the underground fighting arena was the most suitable place. It offered both practical experience and the chance to earn money. However, this time, his target was no longer aspiring martial artists. The next morning, Yuran headed out early. By chance, he ran into Su Qin, who was also on her way to the martial arts gym, so they walked together. Their time spent together had made them less reserved around each other. Although Su Qin was naturally aloof and rarely interacted with others, she seemed to open up a bit more to Yuran. "When are you coming to our martial arts gym?" Su Qin asked. "Instructor Wang has been waiting for you." "Instructor Wang?" Yuran paused for a moment. "The middle-aged instructor who taught Thunderstrike boxing last time. You promised to visit the gym," Su Qin reminded him. Only then did Yuran recall that he had casually agreed to visit in order to leave quickly last time. He didn't expect the instructor to remember. "I'll go when I have time," he nodded. After all, he had benefited a lot from that gym last time, so it was only right to pay a visit. "Do you not have time now?" Su Qin raised an eyebrow. "I have something important to take care of," Yuran replied, turning to enter a nearby shop. Su Qin stood there, momentarily stunned as she saw where Yuran had gone. It was a tattoo parlor. Inside the tattoo parlor, the bald middle-aged owner looked up and glanced at Yuran, who had just walked in. He put on a professional smile and said, "Kid, we don't tattoo minors here." "I'll pay," Yuran said straightforwardly. "What? Did you think you wouldn't have to pay?" The owner's expression instantly darkened, his eyes widening. "No, I mean I can pay extra," Yuran quickly explained. "It's not about the money," the owner started to say, but Yuran suddenly slapped 500 yuan onto the counter with a loud thud. "Sorry, I might have spoken a little loudly just now." Yuran apologized sincerely. The bald owner's demeanor shifted immediately. He stood up with a broad smile and said, "What kind of tattoo are you looking for? Something trendy or something more retro?" "I want a lazy sheep tattoo," Yuran said after a moment's thought, then added, "But it doesn't need to be high quality, just something that lasts 2 or 3 days and can be washed off with water." "That's doable. But, what's a lazy sheep?" The owner scratched his shiny bald head. "I'll draw it for you, and you can copy it," Yuran said, grabbing some paper and a pen to sketch quickly. This world was very similar to his previous one, but there were indeed some differences. Certain things simply didn't exist here. The owner stared at the cartoonish sheep with a poop-like shape on its head that Yuran had drawn. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Over the years, he had seen countless people request tattoos of dragons, tigers, and other fierce designs. But this was the first time someone wanted such a cute and quirky sheep. He had to admit, though, the design was kind of interesting. Hours later, Yuran left the shop with his fresh tattoo, waiting for it to settle before heading to the underground fight club. As night began to fall, the fight club had just opened, and the crowd was sparse. Most people were scattered across the stands or in the lounge areas, waiting. The arena was unusually quiet. Yuran, intentionally dressed the same way as on his first visit, walked in and was immediately recognized. "Hey, kid, you're back again," a middle-aged fighter greeted him with a smile. Yuran nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping across the room. A few apprentice fighters quickly avoided his eyes. "Kid, maybe it's time to switch arenas. Everyone here knows you now. No one dares to fight you," the middle-aged fighter said kindly. "This time, I'm not here to challenge apprentice fighters," Yuran replied. He shook his arm, causing his sleeve to roll up and reveal a dark tattoo-like mark on his forearm. "A martial mark? You've broken through to become a martial artist?" the middle-aged fighter asked in surprise. Yuran nodded silently and pulled his sleeve back down to cover the mark. "Of course, for someone as talented as you, breaking through is only a matter of time," the fighter said with a sigh. The apprentice fighters nearby exchanged glances, their eyes filled with relief. This troublemaker had finally advanced, meaning they no longer had to worry about him. Yuran walked straight to the vitality measurement device, but didn't bother to use it. Instead, he said, "ID like a martial artist level wristband, please." The girl standing by the device hesitated for a moment. "Just give it to him. He doesn't need to test, it's obvious," the middle-aged fighter said with a laugh. "For geniuses like him, breaking through to martial artist level is as easy as breathing. Besides, he's already got the martial mark. By the way, kid, what grade of exotic beast blood did you use for your breakthrough?" "Just ordinary beast blood. Nothing noteworthy," Yiran replied as he put on the blue wristband and turned to head toward the stands. Ordinary beast blood essence? The middle-aged martial artist smirked skeptically. Geniuses like you wouldn't use ordinary beast blood essence. At the very least, it must be rare grade, right? Yiran responded with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate. In truth, he hadn't even broken through to become a martial artist yet. The so-called martial pattern on his body was merely a lazy sheep tattoo, with a corner deliberately exposed to mislead others. His low profile wasn't intentional, but rather a necessity. His combat strength of 277 was outrageously high for a pre-martial artist. If anyone discovered this, he might end up being dissected for research. To put it in perspective, a level 1 martial artist typically has a blood energy value of 100, while a level 2 martial artist reaches 500. Yiran's combat strength of 277 was already considered mid-level among level 1 martial artists. For someone who hadn't even broken through yet, such strength was nothing short of absurd. The middle-aged martial artist, still enthusiastic, continued explaining, beast blood essence is categorized into 5 grades: ordinary, superior, rare, precious, and flawless. The higher the quality, the greater the boost during a breakthrough. He gave an example. Take the 3 young prodigies who frequent our fighting arena. Su Fan from the Yunкong Martial Hall used rare-grade golden ring goose blood essence. After his breakthrough, his blood energy increased by 30, and his physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. Paired with his martial pattern, he could hold his own against seasoned martial artists with combat strength of 170 right after breaking through. As for the other 2, the top student from First High School and the second young master of the Wang family, I'm not sure what blood essence they used, but their strength is on par with Su Fan's. Yiran was slightly surprised. Those 3 often come to the fighting arena? These 3 were well-known figures among the younger generation in Ningjiang City, often held up as role models by teachers and parents. About once every 10 days or so, the middle-aged martial artist replied with a smile. If we go by their usual schedule, they should be coming today. A nearby martial artist shook his head and sighed. Those 3 have been competing for the title of the strongest under 18 in Ningjiang City's younger generation. Unfortunately, their talent and strength are so evenly matched that there's never a clear winner. They truly are geniuses, though. Within a month of breaking through, they've already raised their combat strength to 200. As Yiran listened to the discussions around him, he pondered the information about the 5 grades of beast blood essence. At that moment, the middle-aged martial artist turned to him again. Young man, since you've also had your breakthrough, would you like to spar with them tonight? I have a feeling your talent might even surpass theirs. The surrounding martial artists exchanged odd looks at this suggestion. One of them chuckled. Are you serious, brother? This young man just broke through a few days ago, while Su Fan and the others have been 2 months into their breakthroughs, with combat strength already exceeding 200. If he can beat them, I'll eat my hat and play soccer with my head. As time passed, the arena grew more crowded. Before long, under the gaze of many onlookers, Su Fan and the other 2 prodigies, teenagers around 17 or 18 years old, arrived one after another. Among the younger generation in Ningjiang City, Su Fan, Wang Boyu, and Lin Wan are the 3 most remarkable individuals under the age of 18. Su Fan, a member of the Kongming Martial Arts School, is lean and unassuming, with an ordinary appearance that makes him easy to overlook. Wang Boyu, on the other hand, hails from the prestigious Wang family, a renowned martial arts family in Ningjiang City. His handsome face often carries a trace of coldness. As for Lin Wan, his black-framed glasses and refined, fair complexion give him the look of a typical liberal arts student, but he is actually the top-ranking academic star at number 1 high school and a formidable martial artist. The 3, equally matched in skill and with impressive backgrounds, now stood face-to-face on the combat platform. Lin Wan suddenly broke the silence, his words brimming with arrogance. This time, the title of Ningjiang City's top talent is mine. The 2 of you can step aside. His audacious statement starkly contrasted with his scholarly appearance. Su Fan responded with a grin. Anyone can talk tough. Just don't beg for mercy later. Wang Boyu, however, remained indifferent, his cold gaze not even bothering to acknowledge the other 2. Enough talk, let's get started, Lin Wan declared. He abruptly twisted off his glasses, tore off his shirt, and leapt forward. His sudden and dramatic actions made the surrounding martial artists blink in surprise, murmuring about his boldness. Su Fan and Wang Boyu quickly followed, jumping onto the platform, the 3 forming a triangular standoff. The onlookers immediately started placing bets. All right, folks, bets are open. I'm betting it'll be another draw between these 3, one called out. I'm putting my money on Lin Wan. He's so cocky today. Maybe he really has something up his sleeve, said another. I'll go with Wang Boyu's the most cunning, someone else chimed in. My pick is Su Fan. True martial artists fight with honor, declared another voice. The betting soon drew more participants, with the majority wagering that the match would end in another stalemate. At this moment, a middle-aged martial artist noticed Yuran and asked with a smile, "Hey, young man, who are you betting on?" "I'm betting on myself," Yuran replied calmly. He then walked over to the bookmaker and transferred a hefty sum of 50,000. This was all the money he had saved from dominating the pre-martial artist division at the combat arena in recent days. 50,000? Are you serious? The bookmaker was stunned. Most others had only wagered a few thousand at most, and Yuran had only recently broken through to become a martial artist. His bold move left everyone present momentarily speechless. The bookmaker glanced at the hefty wager and couldn't help muttering, "Betting 50 grand on himself to win? This kid is either overly confident or out of his mind. Does he have too much money to spare?" Just as he spoke, a middle-aged martial artist approached. The bookmaker grinned and asked, "Hey there, who are you betting on?" The middle-aged man was about to answer when his gaze accidentally landed on Yuran's figure in the distance. As if compelled by some unseen force, he blurted out, "I'll bet on that young fellow 1,000. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. But with so many martial artists watching, he felt too embarrassed to backtrack over a mere $1,000. Under the judgmental stares of the crowd, he silently cursed himself for speaking up and walked away in frustration. On the fighting platform, Lin Wan and his two companions were locked in a standoff when Yuran suddenly leaped onto the stage. His peculiar appearance, with a hood covering his head, made the trio exchange odd looks. Lin Wan couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "Hey man, how old are you?" 17, martial artist level, Yuran replied, his gaze sweeping over the three of them. "I heard you guys are pretty strong. I thought I'd challenge you." Hearing this, the trio's expressions turned serious. A 17-year-old martial artist was a rarity in Ningjiang City. There were only 3 of them, and they were right here. This unexpected newcomer was likely a formidable opponent. Just then, exclamations erupted from the audience. "Whoa, that kid actually got up there. He just broke through to martial artist level and he's already challenging Lin Wan and the others? That's insane. And he bet 50 grand on himself to win. Seriously? That's next level arrogance." The murmurs left Lin Wan and his companions stunned. They turned to Yuran with incredulous expressions. "You just broke through to martial artist level and you're challenging us, who've been at this stage for 2 months. You seriously don't think much of us, do you?" Lin Wan sneered, releasing a surge of energy. A twisted black snake martial mark appeared on his bare torso. Su Fan and Wang Boyu also shot Yuran unfriendly looks. Yuran remained calm and asked, "What's the matter? Are you scared?" "Scared?" Su Fan grinned. "You've got guts, I like that." He turned to the other two. "Step back. Let me teach him a lesson first. We'll settle our business after I'm done with him." As the two prepared to leave the stage, Yuran suddenly frowned and said, "Did you not hear me? I'm challenging all 3 of you. That means all of you at once." The entire fighting arena fell silent. The audience was frozen in shock, their faces blank with disbelief. The middle-aged martial artist, who had just settled in to watch, turned pale at Yuran's words. This was a disaster. He had actually bet $1,000 on an idiot. The middle-aged martial artist looked at the scene before him, filled with regret. He had intended to befriend this prodigious young man, but he hadn't expected him to be so arrogant, daring to challenge 3 opponents at once. This would likely become a source of ridicule for him in the future. On the combat platform, Yuran faced his 3 stunned opponents, his tone calm yet brimming with confidence. "The 3 of you can come at me together. Maybe then, they'll feel some pressure. Individually, you're far from enough." These 3 were renowned geniuses in Ningjiang City, known by virtually everyone. Yuran's decision to challenge them stemmed partly from his rare competitive spirit, and partly from monetary gain. Winning the match would double the 50,000 he had just bet. However, as a martial artist striving for progress, he was even more eager to face worthy opponents to hone his combat skills. Arrogant. Wang Boyu, usually composed, could no longer restrain himself. His handsome face twisted with anger as he charged toward Yuran. He unleashed a powerful move, the Tiger Seal Fist, its force heavy and imposing, with a faint phantom of a fierce tiger appearing midair. The experienced veteran martial artists in the audience immediately recognized the power behind this strike. 20 combat strength. Clearly, Wang Boyu had made significant progress in the past month. What shocked everyone, however, was that Yuran didn't dodge or avoid the attack. Instead, he threw a punch that shattered the phantom tiger, then swiftly grabbed Wang Boyu by the collar and effortlessly tossed him off the platform. Too weak. Yuran shook his head. These so-called geniuses not only had a significant gap in combat power, but also fell far behind his past self in combat awareness. He walked directly towards Su Fan and Lin Wan. Before they could react, he knocked each of them out with a single punch and threw them off the stage. The entire process was seamless, so fast that the audience could barely follow his movements. The stands erupted in an uproar. Some spectators speculated whether he had used the essence of a rare beast, while others believed his foundation was simply too solid. However, An experienced veteran martial artist shook his head and said, "The key lies in his combat awareness. It's already approaching the limits of mediocrity." The limits of mediocrity? The crowd gasped in shock. The seasoned martial artist sighed and remarked, "To reach such a level at such a young age, this young man is terrifying." Yiren stepped down from the fighting platform, his gaze sweeping over the three men on the ground. Wang Boyu, who had been the first to strike, was not unconscious but looked as pale as a sheet of paper. His vacant eyes followed Yiran's retreating figure. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him. The strength that he and his two companions had always prided themselves on was utterly insignificant in the face of this peer. The blow to his confidence made his voice tremble as he asked, "You? Are you really only 17? Yiran paused and gave a slight nod. Wang Boyu let out a bitter laugh. "So, all this time we've been fighting amongst ourselves, while the real strong one never even bothered to compete. Your strength isn't bad, but your combat experience is lacking," Yiran said, turning back to look at him. "I'm guessing you've rarely faced life-and-death battles?" Wang Boyu opened his mouth to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. It was true. As cherished heirs of their respective families, they had never ventured into the dangerous wilderness, let alone fought other warriors in earnest. Even their time at the underground fighting arena had been spent sparring only with one another, never taking the other fighters seriously. It was as if Yiran could see right through him. "The underground arena, while you come here often, I'm guessing you only fight each other and avoid matches with the other fighters, right?" "How do you know that?" Wang Boyu asked, startled. "Because you're too arrogant," Yiran replied, meeting his gaze. "You've always believed your only opponents are the other two. As for the rest of the fighters here, you think they're too old to have just broken through as warriors, that their talent is too poor to be worth your time, don't you?" His words hit the mark, and Wang Boyu's pupils contracted sharply. After a long silence, he finally muttered, "Thank you. I understand now." With that, he left with the other two. Yiran watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. Just a few months ago, those three had seemed like an unattainable goal to him. Now, he could defeat them with ease. The surrounding fighters were still in shock. A teenager who had just broken through to the warrior stage and already possessed 200 combat power. This level of strength was beyond their comprehension. The middle-aged man running the betting pool silently marveled at the display. Outwardly, however, he feigned an air of calm, trying to mask his astonishment with a knowing expression. "Are you really a newly advanced warrior?" someone couldn't help but ask. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. After all, just 2 days ago, this boy had still been a pre-warrior. The question seemed redundant. Yiran hesitated for a moment before answering honestly, "Actually, I'm still a pre-warrior." The moment those words were spoken, everyone present rolled their eyes. A pre-warrior with over 200 combat power? Who would believe such a thing? Seeing their reactions, Yiran shook his head internally. Sometimes, the truth is the hardest thing for people to believe. This was exactly what he wanted. Yiran finished counting the money he had earned from the betting on martial artists. After deducting his initial capital, he had made a total of 120,000. Though each participant wagered only a few thousand at most, the sheer number of people involved had more than doubled his earnings. Combined with the 50,000 he had saved earlier, he now had 170,000 in hand. Looking at the thick stack of cash, Yiran couldn't help but feel elated. He marveled at the direct correlation between strength and wealth. Just over a month ago, he had been struggling to scrape together the 20,000 yuan needed for his martial arts entrance exam fee, resorting to slaughtering chickens at a meat processing plant to earn money. Now, a single match had brought in over 100,000. However, he was well aware that while martial arts could bring in fast money, it also required spending it just as quickly. A single advanced martial technique or a quality combat weapon could easily drain the tens of thousands he had just earned. At that moment, in the highest section of the stands, a figure had appeared unnoticed. A man wearing a dark gold mask, the owner of the arena, who was now intently watching Yiran in the ring. "Teacher." A crisp yet slightly aloof voice of a young girl broke the silence. Standing nearby, a small man dressed in black had a complicated expression on his face as he asked in shock, "Breaking through to a martial artist and reaching a combat power of over 200 right away, is that even possible?" "Quite normal," the arena owner replied in a calm tone. "As long as the foundation is solid and the accumulation sufficient, using plenty of chi and blood elixirs after breaking through can rapidly boost strength. A combat power of 200 isn't much, but it's not unheard of either." He paused slightly. However, such talent is typically only seen in top-tier cities with highly developed martial arts. In a third-tier city like Ningjiang, this is unprecedented. "Interesting." A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "Let's see just how far this talent can go." "Just how far?" The small man in black was momentarily stunned. The next moment, the arena owner's powerful voice echoed throughout the venue. "The Martial Artist 30-Win Challenge Tournament is now open. All first-level martial artists are eligible to participate. The rewards are as follows. 10 consecutive wins earn a Drank combat weapon. 20 consecutive wins earn a top-tier Drank martial technique. 30 consecutive wins offer a choice between a Crank combat weapon, a Crank martial technique, or 300,000 in cash. As soon as he finished speaking, the arena fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into a frenzy. 300,000? Iran's heart trembled as he marveled at the audacity of the offer. The other martial artists were equally astonished and thrilled, with a hint of awe. As expected of a martial master, just the value of a Crank martial technique or weapon far exceeded 300,000 and couldn't simply be bought with money. Silence. The arena owner's voice rang out again, instantly quelling the uproar. He continued, the tournament has only two rules. First, there are no limits on the number of challenges, but participants are not allowed to rest or replenish their strength during the matches. Second, all pairings are random. Whoever you draw is your opponent, and you cannot change. Anyone caught throwing matches will forfeit their rewards and face a lifetime ban from the arena. The crowd's expressions turned serious. The rules were simple and straightforward, but the key lay in managing stamina during the grueling matches and dealing with the luck of random pairings. Facing an evenly matched opponent could drain one's energy in a single fight. Of course, strength was the ultimate factor. Those strong enough could quickly defeat their opponents and conserve their stamina. As Iran strategized his preparations, he suddenly felt someone's gaze fixed on him. Instinctively, he looked up and met the eyes of the dark gold-masked arena owner. Through the mask, those deep black eyes locked onto him. Iran felt a flicker of surprise, but quickly looked away. Sharp perception, the arena owner chuckled softly. His combat instincts have likely reached the limit of mediocrity. At his age, that's rare. Let's see how far he can go. 5 consecutive wins? 10? His eyes burned with intensity as he murmured to himself, talent. The Black Seal Tower's favorite pastime is crushing talent. Beside him, the small man in black silently lowered his head. 10 minutes later, the 30 wins challenge officially began. On the arena, the disparity in strength among the fighters quickly became apparent. Ordinary martial artists with only around 100 vitality points stood no chance against top-tier fighters, who were on the verge of reaching level 2 with over 400 vitality points. Most were knocked off the platform before they could even find their footing. As a result, the matches progressed at an astonishing speed. Iran's strength was in the mid-tier range. Against opponents with combat power exceeding 300, he had no hope of winning. However, when facing weaker opponents, he could handle them with ease. Fortunately, the opponents he encountered were all within his manageable range. Although each match was challenging, he managed to win every single one, achieving an impressive streak of 10 consecutive victories. A crowd of exhausted and eliminated fighters had already gathered below the arena. Watching this young man, who had just recently broken into the martial artist realm, achieve such a stellar record left everyone in deep awe. This kid, is he really defying the odds today? After today, the entire Ningjiang city is bound to be shaken. 17 years old, effortlessly defeating talents like Su Fan and countless seasoned martial artists. This is what true talent looks like. The battles continued. 11 wins, 12 wins, 13 wins. Although Iran emerged victorious in each fight, the toll on him was becoming increasingly evident. The opponents remaining in the competition were no pushovers, and every match required him to give his all. 14 wins, 15 wins. The audience's reactions had shifted from shock to sheer admiration as the crowd around the arena continued to grow. Standing on the platform, Iran was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. 15 consecutive wins was already an outstanding achievement, and he could have exited with honor at this point. However, the path of martial arts is about constantly pushing one's limits, so he chose to press on. The 16th match turned into an intense battle. His opponent had a combat power of 290, matching Iran's peak strength. After a prolonged and grueling fight, Iran endured a heavy punch from his opponent to seize a decisive opportunity, ultimately knocking his adversary off the platform. Just as he claimed victory, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his headgear red. Yet he still did not stop. After catching his breath for a moment, with a slightly crazed glint in his eyes, Iran stepped forward to face his 17th opponent. I'm not at my limit yet, he can keep going. The martial artists below the stage watched in stunned silence. This kid is ruthless. Even to himself, he's relentless. No wonder he's achieved so much. Truly impressive for someone so young. The 17th match was held again on platform 6. Opposite Iran stood a composed middle-aged man who appeared to be in excellent condition. At this moment, the man furrowed his brows slightly. Is it really worth pushing yourself this hard? It's not about pushing myself. Iran's eyes sparkled with an astonishing light, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Fighting, challenging my limits, aren't those things inherently enjoyable? This time, he wasn't doing it for money. It was purely for the thrill that combat brought him. The composed middle-aged man across from him let out a cold snort. Are you saying this to make me go easy on you? Keep dreaming. If you get hurt, don't blame me for being too ruthless, this is all on you. Before he even finished speaking, he lunged forward aggressively. Iran was just about to assume a defensive stance when a wave of dizziness suddenly hit him. Clearly, he had already pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion. He quickly licked his dry, cracked lips and, under the astonished gaze of his opponent, slammed his fist into the ground with all his might. Blood instantly burst from his knuckles, but the searing pain jolted his mind back into sharp focus. The battle that followed was grueling. His physical condition was so poor that Iran was completely overpowered, and his body quickly became riddled with injuries. Still refusing to give up? The middle-aged man frowned. You've already achieved 10 consecutive victories and can claim your reward. Losing one match won't hurt you. Why waste your energy fighting me? In your current state, there's no way you can reach 20 straight wins. I know. Then why won't you surrender? Do you really want to end up seriously injured? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Iran gave a fierce, determined grin. Winning or losing doesn't matter, and I don't care about the rewards. I just want to see how far I can go. Crazy kid. Don't blame me for what happens next. The middle-aged man let out an angry shout, his strikes becoming even more ferocious. He stepped forward in an instant, launching a powerful palm strike directly at Iran's chest. Iran swiftly dodged while taking a deep breath, then unleashed a sudden punch. Thunder strike fist. Boom. A low, thunderous sound echoed, this time ringing out 8 times in succession. Under the immense pressure, Iran had a moment of epiphany, grasping the secret of the 8-ring thunder strike fist. Unfortunately, the gap between 8 rings and 9 rings was like a chasm, and it still wasn't enough to turn the tide of the battle. The middle-aged man caught the thunder strike fist with one hand and immediately followed up with another palm strike, sending Iran reeling to the edge of the fighting platform. But just as his opponent thought he had the upper hand, Iran's eyes flashed with determination, and he suddenly charged forward instead of retreating. You reckless brat, courting death. As the middle-aged man prepared to knock him off the platform with a decisive blow, Iran abruptly retreated at high speed. This unexpected movement caught his opponent off guard for a split second, and instinctively, the man closed the gap, covering nearly 3 meters in just 2 steps to pursue Iran. In that instant, Iran surged forward again. His control over his body had reached perfection, and he utilized every ounce of strength with precision. This seamless advance and retreat was as fluid as flowing water. Suddenly, he exploded with energy, crashing directly into his opponent's unguarded chest. The sudden attack left the middle-aged man completely unprepared. At such close range, there was no time to react. His chest was hit with a heavy thud, causing his blood and energy to churn. As he regained his composure, a mix of shock and fury flashed across his face. He immediately gathered his strength and forcefully pushed Iran away, delivering a powerful palm strike at the same time. However, just as he unleashed his full power, Iran suddenly pulled back his strength, twisting his body to evade, while delivering a sharp and precise elbow strike aimed at his opponent's lower back. In that instant, 2 heavy thuds echoed almost simultaneously. Iran was sent flying by a fierce palm strike, while his composed middle-aged opponent, having overexerted himself, lost his balance and stumbled towards the edge of the fighting platform. The middle-aged man barely steadied himself at the platform's edge, but was ultimately overwhelmed by the sharp pain radiating from his lower back. His body gave out, and he fell straight off the platform. Meanwhile, Iran was in no better shape, rolled several times across the ground before coming to a halt. Struggling to rise, he found himself racked with pain, as though his bones were about to collapse, leaving him completely drained of strength. The arena fell into a dead silence, with all the spectators staring in disbelief at the scene before them. The middle-aged man slowly stood up from below the platform, his breathing steady and showing no visible injuries. In stark contrast, Iran's headgear was soaked in blood, and beneath his tattered clothes, faint black markings could be glimpsed on his skin. Fortunately, only a small portion of these markings was exposed, avoiding drawing too much attention. However, a few sharp-eyed spectators tried to discern what kind of mysterious, beastly martial pattern this exceptionally talented young man bore. The contrast between the two was striking. Iran, battered and bruised, barely standing. The middle-aged man, composed and unscathed. Yet the outcome was clear. The middle-aged man was off the platform. You've won. After a long silence, the middle-aged man finally spoke, his tone complex. You're strong. I have no regrets about losing. With that, he turned and walked away, abandoning his chance to continue in the competition and even leaving behind the rewards he had already earned. As these words sank in, the crowd seemed to awaken from a dream. Eyes filled with shock and admiration turned toward Iran's 17 consecutive victories, a newly promoted martial artist who had defeated multiple opponents with combat power exceeding 200, and even earned the respect of a seasoned veteran with a combat power of 300. Such talent was destined to leave a lasting mark in the history of Ningjiang City. Match 18. I forfeit. Yuran coughed heavily as he dragged his exhausted body off the fighting platform. This time, he had truly reached his limit. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path for him as he descended. From the viewing platform above, the arena owner watched him with a glint of admiration in his eyes. Only 3 days since breaking through as a martial artist, and he already has a combat power of 300. That's top tier even in first-tier martial arts cities. This statement left the audience in stunned silence. After all, the standards of a first-tier martial arts city were far beyond what their third-tier Ningjiang city could compare to. The arena owner's gaze lingered on the faint markings on Yuran's body, his tone curious. That martial tattoo of yours, which exotic beast is it from? It looks unfamiliar. The onlookers also examined him with curiosity, but with only a small portion of the markings visible, no one could discern the truth. I've been saying this young man's martial tattoo isn't ordinary. Indeed, it stands out just by appearance, far superior to our usual ones. With such strength, it must be tied to that top-tier tattoo. Listening to the murmurs around him, Yuran's heart raced. Top-tier martial tattoo? Extraordinary? He forced a bitter smile, knowing he needed to leave quickly before his secret was exposed. Senior, I'm seriously injured and need to go heal. The arena owner smiled faintly and tossed him an item. I see you excel in using your fists and have reached a decent level in a fist-based martial technique. Take these combat gauntlets as a gift. Yuran caught the sleek, transparent gloves, expressed his gratitude repeatedly, and hurriedly took his leave. As his figure disappeared into the distance, the crowd continued to buzz about this young genius with a combat power of 300, predicting that by tomorrow, all of Ningjiang City would be in an uproar. Meanwhile, Yuran was focused solely on leaving quickly because the tattoo on his body had already started to peel off. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, blaming the tattoo shop owner who had claimed the tattoo would last 2 to 3 days. In truth, it wasn't the owner's fault. The intense combat had raised Yuran's body temperature, accelerating the tattoo's deterioration. If it fell off on the spot, the situation would have been humiliating. The empty streets late at night were eerily silent, with only the traffic lights flickering between red and green. After much effort, Yuran finally flagged down a taxi, only for the driver to turn pale and yell, "Ultraman's on a killing spree," before speeding off in terror. It was then Yuran realized he was still wearing his blood-stained fighting uniform and a headpiece. Finding a secluded spot, he changed into casual clothes and discarded the headpiece. After waiting for a while, he managed to hail another taxi. Once inside the car, Yuran glanced at his phone and noticed numerous missed calls from his aunt. Considering how late it was, she was likely already asleep. So he simply sent 2 quick messages to Zhou Shishir, asking her to explain on his behalf. Got it. Zhou Shishir replied promptly. Yuran frowned and quickly typed back. Still up this late? Binge watching dramas again. Huh? Tomorrow. I'm telling your mom. Zhou Shishir immediately responded with a string of question marks. After their usual playful banter, she asked, "Do you need me to leave the door unlocked for you?" Yuran looked down at his battered body and blood-stained clothes, then replied, "No need. I'm not coming back tonight." Returning in this state would only frighten them, so he decided it was better to stay somewhere nearby. After switching off his phone, Yuran pulled out the gloves the fight club owner had given him and examined them closely. "So this is a war weapon?" he muttered, running his fingers over the transparent gloves. From what he knew, war weapons were made from special metals or the scales and bones of exotic beasts found in the wilderness. They were incredibly durable and significantly aided martial artists in hunting these creatures. While their power boost wasn't as strong as martial techniques, war weapons were easy to use and didn't require years of training, making them highly valuable, sometimes even more so than martial techniques. Yuran decided to try them on. The moment he slipped the gloves over his hands, a cool sensation spread from his palms, instantly refreshing his weary mind. He clenched his fists, and the comfortable feeling made him reluctant to sell them. Initially, he had planned to sell the war weapon and, combined with his saved 170,000 yuan, purchase exotic beast essence to advance as a martial artist. But now, holding such a perfectly fitting war weapon, he found it hard to part with. After some thought, Yuran decided to keep the gloves. He could find another way to obtain the exotic beast essence. It would be a shame to sell such a rare and suitable war weapon. Not long after, the car stopped outside his apartment complex. Yuran walked into a nearby convenience store to buy some medical supplies, only to unexpectedly run into Su Qin. The short-haired girl frowned when she saw the bruises and swelling on his face. "What happened to you?" "Scratched by a cat," Yuran replied casually. "You think him a child? A cat could scratch you this badly?" Su Qin retorted with irritation. Yuran thought for a moment before adding, "The cat punched me." Su Qin was momentarily speechless. Watching him rummage through the shelves for medical supplies, she finally sighed and said, "Don't bother looking. I have some at home." That's a bit embarrassing, Yiran replied, though he had already briskly walked past Su Qin and headed toward the apartment complex. Your door's not locked, is it? If it is, just give me the key. You're way too slow. Su Qin was left in stunned silence once more. She couldn't help but wonder how she hadn't noticed before how shameless this guy was. But it was kind of amusing. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she quickly shook her head to dismiss it. Then, as if recalling something, her expression gradually returned to its usual cool and calm demeanor. Didn't expect it, you're quite the pro, huh? Yiran looked at the busy girl in front of him, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. Su Qin was half kneeling before him, carefully applying medicine to the scratches on his face. Every time her fingertips accidentally brushed against his skin, she instinctively drew back slightly, a trace of unease flickering in her clear eyes. The two were very close, and Yiran could distinctly catch the faint scent of her shampoo lingering in her hair. The realization stirred something in him, followed by a wave of amazement. No wonder she's a rich girl, even her shampoo smells this fancy. All done, Su Qin said, standing up. The injuries aren't serious. With your recovery ability, you'll be healed in 2 or 3 days. Her tone also carried a trace of surprise. This seemingly ordinary boy had a recovery rate that nearly rivaled the physique of a transformed martial artist. She cast a sidelong glance at Yiran, shaking her head inwardly. Fate truly is fair while rare. Anomalies always come with limitations. Some excel at enhancing vitality but struggle with martial technique comprehension, while others grasp techniques easily but have weak vitality. A perfect balance has never existed. Given Yiran's modest family background and the challenges of obtaining cultivation resources, she figured his vitality might even be below average for his age. But after spending these days together and becoming friends, she didn't want to say anything discouraging and rarely brought up her own vitality stats. Yiran grabbed a mirror and checked himself, pleased to see the swelling had subsided significantly. You're really good at this. You'd better be talking about my healing skills. Su Qin shot him a sidelong glance. This guy was getting more casual with his words. Of course, I'm talking about your healing skills. What else would I mean? Yiran replied, feigning innocence. Su Qin glared at him. I didn't even know how to do this before. It's just that I often. She abruptly stopped and changed the topic. You can sleep in this room tonight. It's late, and your aunt is probably already asleep. All right, but wait a second, Yiran said as he began to take off his shirt. Su Qin panicked instantly, reflexively covering her eyes with her hands. What are you doing? Peeking through her fingers and realizing the situation wasn't as bad as she thought, she let out a breath but kept her brows furrowed. What exactly are you up to? Help me treat the wounds on my back, Yiran said through gritted teeth. When Su Qin saw the scars covering his back, her frown deepened. What on earth did you do to get hurt this badly? Yiran hesitated, unsure of how to explain. Did a cat scratch you? Su Qin joked, but to her surprise, Yiran nodded repeatedly, even praising her for her clever guess. Su Qin fell silent, her hands suddenly applying more pressure. As Yiran winced in pain, she finally heard him admit, all right, finite was from fighting a martial artist. Fighting a martial artist? Su Qin scoffed softly, easing her movements. Why not just say you defeated a dozen martial artists? You're awfully good at bragging. Seeing the shocking array of wounds on his back, Su Qin couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows slightly, her movements becoming even gentler. It took a full half-hour before all of Yiran's injuries were treated. Exhaustion quickly overtook him, and he fell into a deep sleep. Su Qin tiptoed out of the room, carefully closing the door behind her. Just as she did, she noticed a tall, burly figure in a black trench coat, hat, and mask stepping out of the neighboring room. Dad, what are you doing out here? Su Qin asked in a hushed, surprised voice. My classmate is inside, and let him see you. He's probably already noticed, the burly figure replied, pulling down his mask to reveal a scarred middle-aged face. His tone was calm. He walked into the living room, picked up a pack of cigarettes from the convenience store bag Su Qin had brought back, and lit one. Seeing the pack of cigarettes, Su Qin froze for a moment, her expression subtly changing. She remembered the bag contained a lot of cigarettes and alcohol, and Yiran knew she never touched those things. Your classmate seems like a good person, the scar-faced man said, exhaling a puff of smoke. He probably saw you buying things you wouldn't normally use, realized you live alone, and suspected you were being coerced. That's likely why he found an excuse to come back with you. Warmth filled Su Qin's heart, but she quickly grew concerned. Now that he knows about you, do we need to move again? She asked anxiously. Not for now, the scarred man replied, shaking his head. He doesn't know I'm a wanted fugitive by the Martial Alliance, so he probably won't report us. Besides, he seems to have already guessed our relationship, so it should be safe for the time being. However, he paused briefly. To be cautious, we still need to leave soon. And about the cheery fist, you need to act quickly. This young man has good character. He can be trusted. Su Qin remained silent for a moment before nodding. I understand, Dad. You should rest early. The scarred man watched his daughter's retreating figure, guilt flashing in his eyes, which eventually turned into a resigned sigh. Everything is just to survive, he murmured. The next morning, Yuran woke up feeling refreshed. Although his internal injuries still needed time to heal, his external wounds had improved significantly. As he stepped out of his room, he instinctively glanced toward the neighboring room, his expression thoughtful. Even yesterday, when they returned, his heightened combat instincts had immediately detected a strong presence lurking there, likely a second-tier martial artist. Still, he wasn't overly worried. Based on his observations, that presence only stirred when he teased Su Qin, suggesting it was likely one of her elders. But why hide? Yuran was puzzled, though he reassured himself with the thought. As long as it wasn't a wanted criminal, everything should be fine. After all, his aunt and Sure lived downstairs, and their safety was paramount. Early morning, Yuran and Su Qin unexpectedly bumped into each other as they boarded Route 5 bus, one after the other. Isn't Route 3 faster for you? Yuran glanced at Su Qin, asking in mild surprise. Su Qin shot him a brief look, her tone cold. Mind your own business. Women really are unpredictable creatures, Yuran muttered, rolling his eyes before turning his attention to the small screens mounted on both sides of the bus. The news was broadcasting a major story. It is reported that a 17-year-old newly advanced martial artist emerged in Ningjiang City yesterday. After just breaking through to the martial artist realm, their combat power reached 300, and they consecutively defeated 17 veteran martial artists in a local dojo. Yuran froze. Weren't they talking about him? The news continued. Currently, the Martial Artist Association and various dojos have issued notices, offering generous rewards for anyone who can provide information about this newly advanced martial artist. The announcement caused an immediate stir among the passengers in the bus, with exclamations of amazement rippling through the crowd. While most passengers didn't fully grasp what a combat power of 300 meant, the attention from prominent figures like the president of the Martial Artist Association and the head of the Kongming Dojo made the significance of the event clear. Su Qin stared blankly ahead, biting her lip in contemplation. If only she possessed such talent and could attract the interest of these powerful factions, perhaps she and her father wouldn't have to keep running. Yuran, however, grew increasingly cautious. The level of attention this had generated far exceeded his expectations. It seemed prudent to avoid the underground fighting arenas for the time being. He wasn't afraid of standing out, but rather concerned about his status as a pre-martial artist. After all, while it was rare for someone to achieve a combat power of 300 immediately after breaking through, it wasn't unheard of. But for someone who hadn't even broken through to reach such a level, it was like being a walking anomaly, a potential subject for research. I'll wait until I truly break through and my strength improves further before considering contact with these factions, Yuran thought to himself. After all, martial cultivation required resources, and joining a powerful organization would ultimately be more beneficial than harmful. The subsequent news broadcasts were dominated by topics related to the wilderness, with the rest focusing either on warnings about the Black Seal Tower targeting young talents or alerts for citizens to beware of fugitives wanted by the Martial Alliance. In this era of martial prominence, these fugitives, who used their strength to flout the law, often posed an even greater threat than the wild beasts. Listening to the reports, Yuran felt a small sense of relief. Lately, thanks to Grandmaster Heng Yang's visit to Qingshui City and his efforts to clear out the surrounding wilderness, a large number of wild beasts had been eliminated. This had significantly reduced the frequency of beast attacks on cities, improving the safety of places like Ningjiang City and fostering a more prosperous environment for trade and development. Meanwhile, at the Ningjiang branch of the Martial Alliance, a group of level 5 martial artist individuals whose mere actions could shake the entire city were gathered with pale faces and grim expressions. Has Grandmaster Heng Yang still not emerged? The minister of Ningjiang's voice was low and hoarse. Minister, ever since Grandmaster Heng Yang ventured deep into the Limu wasteland and a terrifying energy surge erupted there, he has not returned. The voice of the reporter in the conference room carried an undeniable tone of worry. The Limu wasteland, as the largest potential threat on the outskirts of Ningjiang City, had always been a lurking concern. But the disappearance of a grandmaster in an ordinary wasteland was far beyond anyone's expectations. Minister, someone captured footage of the grandmaster. A staff member suddenly stood up, holding a data terminal. Play the video quickly. The Ningjiang minister rose abruptly. The screen flickered under intense energy interference, static covering much of the display. After some time, two figures finally emerged in the blurry footage. One, a humanoid figure radiating blinding golden light, and the other, an enormous black, dragon-like beast, its size rivaling a mountain. What was even more shocking was that the black dragon appeared to have the upper hand. The video abruptly cut off, leaving the conference room in a deathly silence. An adult black dragon, one of the apex creatures among beasts, possessed power far beyond that of an ordinary grandmaster. If not for Grandmaster Hung Yang's coincidental presence, this massive threat lurking on the city's edge might have gone unnoticed indefinitely. Minister, what should we do? Someone asked in a trembling voice. The Ningjiang minister closed his eyes and thought for a moment before opening them again. A 7th-level black dragon is beyond our capacity to handle. I will immediately request reinforcements from higher authorities. Meanwhile, you must prepare for 2 contingencies. First, contain the information to avoid public panic. Second, establish emergency evacuation routes. Evacuation? Someone murmured, sighing. This meant that if initiated, the citizens of Ningjiang would lose their home forever, just as the people of Qingshui City had not long ago. If only Ningjiang could produce a grandmaster of its own, someone muttered quietly. 2 grandmasters working together might have been able to avert this disaster. But with a 5th-level martial artist being the city's current peak, the possibility of producing a grandmaster seemed almost impossible. Meanwhile, at a school in the city. You're saying Zhang Fan didn't come to class today? Yiran asked, looking surprised as he faced the girl across from him. Yeah, he took leave from the teacher. Said something came up at home. The girl tilted her head slightly, her bright eyes fixed on Yiran. Noticing more girls gathering around, Yiran quickly said his goodbyes and left the school. Out of concern, Yiran sent Zhang Fan a message. He soon received a reply. Range, am on a short trip with my parents for 2 days, traveling right before the college entrance exams? Yiran found it odd and pressed further. Zhang Fan explained that the stress was overwhelming, so his family was taking him away to relax. Though still feeling uneasy, Yiran decided to set the matter aside for now. After leaving the school, Yiran headed straight to the Laming Martial Arts Hall. This was his second visit to this prestigious hall, second only to the Kongming Martial Arts Hall. The expansive training grounds and the constant stream of students once again made him marvel at its immense scale. As he stepped into the main hall, Yiran immediately spotted Su Qin, who was in the middle of teaching a class. Dressed in a dark purple martial arts uniform, she was leading a group of new students in practicing basic techniques. Her tall, slender figure and fair, composed face naturally drew the attention of those around her, leaving many of the students distracted and clumsy in their movements. Despite their admiration for the aloof senior, no one dared to approach her directly, resorting instead to sneaking glances from afar. After a moment, Su Qin noticed Yiran and walked over to him. I thought you were going to bail on me again today, she said. Do I look like that kind of person? Yiran puffed out his chest. Of all my countless virtues, reliability and honesty are the most prominent. Cut the nonsense, Su Qin said with a sidelong glance. I'll take you to see Instructor Wang. But you'll need to wait a bith's currently meeting with the head of Heishui Martial Arts Hall. Heishui Martial Arts Hall? Yiran asked. Yes, it's a newly established hall. Their headmaster came to learn from our experience in setting up a martial arts hall, Su Qin explained. Following Su Qin to the training room, Yiran saw Instructor Wang showing a bald, elderly man around. After instructing Yiran to wait, Su Qin returned to her class. Not long after, Yiran noticed a thin instructor leading an arrogant-looking young man through the area before quickly leaving again. A moment later, the tall and imposing Instructor Wang approached, smiling. You're certainly hard to get a hold of. It took quite some effort to get you here. Sorry, I've been a bit busy lately, Yiran said, scratching his head awkwardly. What can I do for you, Instructor Wang? I wanted to discuss our honorary student program with you. Instructor Wang replied with a smile. Let's talk in my office. Hearing the words honorary student, the bald, elderly man glanced at Yiran in surprise before respectfully addressing Instructor Wang. Instructor Wang, I'll take my leave for today. All right, take care, Elder Mu. Instructor Wang said casually. Same time tomorrow, and I'll show you the rest area. Understood. I'll be here on time. The elderly man replied with utmost deference, behaving with the humility of a junior despite his age. Witnessing this interaction, Yiran couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast between the larger, established martial arts halls and the smaller ones. The head of a small martial arts school must show great respect even to an instructor from a larger school. At this moment, in the office, Instructor Wang asked with a smile, have you given it some thought? Yiran paused briefly to consider. On the way here, Instructor Wang had already explained the concept of an honorary student to him. These were the most outstanding students in the martial arts school, exempt from tuition fees, receiving a fixed monthly stipend, and enjoying various rewards and benefits. Of course, such an honor was reserved for exceptionally gifted and well-known talents. Even in a prestigious school like the Thunderclap Martial Arts School, there were currently only 9 honorary students. Instructor Wang, the terms are indeed very attractive, but I might not be able to come to the school every day, Yiran admitted honestly. Instructor Wang waved his hand dismissively. That's fine. Just consider it a nominal title and come by occasionally, maybe once or twice. But when you do come, you'll need to demonstrate your 7-strike thunderclap fist. He added with a chuckle, to be honest, with the martial arts entrance exam approaching, many students are eager to join the school for intensive training. The honorary student program is also a way for us to attract new students by leveraging the fame of geniuses like you. Yiran nodded thoughtfully. Since it only required occasional visits, it didn't seem like a big commitment. Seeing his response, Instructor Wang clapped him on the shoulder with delight. You won't regret joining the Thunderclap Martial Arts School. Instructor Wang was secretly overjoyed. A young talent who had already mastered the Thunderclap fist to the 7-strike level was extraordinary. Even if his blood energy value was slightly lacking, his martial skills more than made up for it. I'll go get the agreement. In the meantime, head to the main hall and test your blood energy value, he said before leaving briskly. As he made his way to the main hall, he saw a group of students gathered around a proud-looking young man, their exclamations of amazement filling the air. It was the same person Yiran had encountered earlier. On the extreme puppet screen, the combat power score of 78 was displayed, sparking a buzz of discussion among the surrounding students. Amazing! A blood energy value of 77 and combat power of 78 perfect combat power. I heard he's a genius from first high school, ranking in the top 30 there. Looks like our martial arts school is gaining another skilled fighter. Yiran was just about to test his blood energy value when he overheard a conversation among a few students nearby. That student from first high must be the new honorary student. Wasn't he brought in by Instructor Zhang? I thought the last spot was supposed to be handled by Instructor Wang. I heard the deputy headmaster already approved it. Why does it matter? As long as someone strong joins, it's good for us. Yiran furrowed his brows slightly and glanced at the proud-looking young man. Instead of proceeding with the test, he waited quietly. Before long, a thin instructor arrived, holding an agreement and beaming with excitement. Yiran turned and calmly walked back toward Instructor Wang's office. Outside the office, Yiran hadn't entered yet when he heard the sound of an intense argument inside. Instructor Wang, I've already made up my mind. I'm choosing Zhang Yang from first high. A sharp female voice came through the door. As for that Yiran you mentioned, I've never even heard of him. And he's from fifth high? How good can a student from fifth high really be? But Yiran has exceptional talent in martial arts cultivation. Instructor Wang's voice was firm and resolute. If he becomes an honorary student, his mastery of Thunder Fist alone will surely attract many outstanding students. It's just one martial art technique. What matters is their blood energy index. How high could a student from fifth high possibly score? The sharp voice remained unyielding. Vice Director, you were the one who repeatedly urged me to find someone. Now that I've brought him here, you're telling me to send him away? Isn't that going back on your word? Instructor Wang suppressed his anger. We only considered him because we couldn't find anyone suitable at the time. He's just an ordinary student from fifth high. If we use him, it's his honor. If we don't, so what? The voice on the other end of the phone grew colder. That's enough, Instructor Wang. I have to prepare a welcome banquet for Zhang Yang. Damn it. Instructor Wang slammed the phone down in frustration. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Instructor, may I come in? Yiran? Instructor Wang let out a sigh. Come in. Yiran entered the office with a calm expression. Did you hear everything just now? Instructor Wang asked. Yiran nodded. Instructor Wang looked at the composed young man, a deep sense of regret welling up inside him. I'm sorry. I couldn't secure this for you. If only the director were here, but he just left for the wilderness. It's fine. Thank you for speaking up for me, Yiran replied with a sincere smile. Seeing his understanding demeanor only made Instructor Wang feel more guilty. This time, I've made you come all this way for nothing. If there's an opening for an honorary student in the future, they'll definitely recommend you to the director. No need. Yiran shook his head, his expression still calm. Instructor, I don't blame you. But that doesn't mean I have no feelings or don't care. From now on, Yiran, will have nothing to do with Thunderclap Martial Arts Hall for the rest of my life. The calmness in his tone made Instructor Wang feel a tinge of unease. Yiran, don't act impulsively. Thunderclap Martial Arts Hall is one of the top 3 halls in Ningjiang City, with deep foundations. Don't give up such an important opportunity over something trivial. Choice? Opportunity? Yiran chuckled lightly. Instructor, from the very beginning, you misunderstood something. It's not Thunderclap Martial Arts Hall. Choosing might mean choosing Thunderclap Martial Arts Hall. Still, thank you, Instructor. Please let Su Qi know I won't be waiting for her. I'm heading back now. As he watched Yiran's departing figure, Instructor Wang frowned in thought. He had always assumed this young man was mild-tempered, but he hadn't expected such pride. Yet pride requires the strength to back it up. Zhang Yang from Yizhang indeed had every reason to be confident. With a vitality score of 77 and combat power of 78, such stats were enough to make any martial arts academy eager to recruit him. On the other hand, what gave Yiran the confidence to act as if he were the one choosing an academy? Instructor Wang watched Yiran's departing figure, a faint sense of regret welling up in his heart. His intuition told him that today's decision might cost the Laming Martial Arts Academy dearly. Just as Yiran stepped out of the academy's gates, A bald elder quickly approached him. It was the very same headmaster of the Heishui Martial Arts Academy he had seen earlier. Though Heishui Martial Arts Academy was located near Laming, its small scale had always kept it out of Laming's consideration. Young man, the elder greeted with a kind smile. Is there something you need, Senior Mu? Yuran asked. I noticed the deputy headmaster of Laming left with the new honorary student from Yizhong. The elder spoke while carefully observing Yuran's expression. You're not here just to mock me, are you, Senior Mu? Yuran chuckled softly. Of course not. The elder waved his hand repeatedly and, after a moment of hesitation, mustered the courage to say, I'd like to invite you to become an honorary student at our academy. Yuran was momentarily stunned before shaking his head. Sorry, I don't have any plans for that right now. Don't be so quick to decline. Headmaster Mu hurriedly said. Our requirements are minimal. You'd only need to lend us your name. While our benefits might not match Laming's, we guarantee a monthly stipend of 10,000, and you'd have free access to all our martial arts techniques. Martial arts techniques? A flicker of interest appeared in Yuran's eyes as he pondered. I'm just a student from Wuzhong with no reputation to speak of. Are you sure you want me, Senior Mu? Instructor Wang values you so highly. There must be something extraordinary about you, the headmaster replied with a smile. Yuran glanced back at the Laming Martial Arts Academy before nodding slowly. All right, I agree. Wonderful. Headmaster Mu clapped his hands in delight. Let's go draft the agreement right away. After crossing 2 streets, they arrived at the Heishui Martial Arts Academy. The building's exterior was unremarkable, but the interior was relatively spacious. Headmaster Mu was about to introduce he ran to the other students when a commotion erupted from the training area. Is this really your strongest student? Can't even last 3 moves, what a joke. Haha, you might as well shut this place down. Harsh laughter echoed throughout the academy. In the Blackwater Martial Arts School, the atmosphere in the training area was tense. 2 groups were locked in a standoff. On one side stood over a dozen students from the Blackwater School, and on the other, 4 provocateurs dressed in blue uniforms emblazoned with the words, Blue Dream Martial Arts School. The head of the Blackwater School wore a grim expression, his eyes filled with anger. What's going on? Yuran asked. You probably know that the Blue Dream Martial Arts School is also in this area, right? The Blackwater Master explained, turning to him. This is the second most prosperous district after the city center. So many martial arts schools have set up here. Thunderclap Martial Arts School is the most renowned, followed by Blue Dream and a few other large schools. He sighed. Blue Dream can't compete with Thunderclap, so they've set their sights on smaller schools like ours, constantly challenging us. We've already lost many students to them. Yuran raised an eyebrow. Challenges between martial arts schools were common, but they typically occurred between schools of similar strength, or those with existing rivalries. A large school bullying a smaller one was indeed against the spirit of martial arts. In the training area, the members of the Blue Dream School continued their taunts. Why stay in this rundown school? A place like this can't teach you anything worthwhile. Just look at your senior disciple, he's got talent, but they've turned him into a waste of potential. Don't go too far. A young student from the Blackwater School shouted through gritted teeth. Oh, what are you going to do about it? Sneered the leader of the Blue Dream group. If you're unhappy, let's spar. Beat me, and I'll kneel and apologize to you. Really? A clear, confident voice suddenly rang out. The Blue Dream students turned to look and saw the Blackwater Master's dark expression. Their faces paled slightly but quickly regained confidence, assuming the master wouldn't personally intervene against juniors. At that moment, they noticed a handsome young man stepping forward. Are you from the Blackwater School too? The lead provocateur asked, frowning. I am, Yuran replied with a smile. Does your offer still stand? If I beat you, you'll kneel and apologize? The leader hesitated, eyeing Yuran suspiciously. Before he could respond, a chubby boy beside him interjected, a gentleman never goes back on his word. If you can beat my brother Fan, the 4 of us will all kneel and apologize. The leader cursed inwardly but had no choice but to agree. Fine, beat me, and I'll apologize. But let me introduce myself first. My blood energy level is 70, and my combat strength is. Before he could finish, Yuran's hand shot out like lightning, clamping firmly around the back of the leader's neck. The leader tried to resist, but Yuran's speed was overwhelming. In the next instant, the leader was hoisted into the air like a helpless chick and hurled forcefully into his 3 companions. The 4 of them tumbled to the ground in a chaotic heap. It all happened so quickly that to the students of the Blackwater School, it seemed as if the handsome young man had merely stretched out his hand. The 4 students from the Lanming Martial Arts School were instantly knocked to the ground, defeated in a single move. The shocking scene left the students of the Heishui Martial Arts School blushing with excitement, unable to find their words. The head of Heishui subconsciously rubbed his shiny bald head, as if to confirm he hadn't seen wrong. Yuran's strength was clearly at the level of a prospective martial artist, leaving him both astonished and puzzled. How could Laming Martial Arts School let such a genius go? only to keep an honorary student with a mere 70-something vitality score? Soon, however, he was overjoyed, realizing he had stumbled upon an extraordinary talent. Yuran walked slowly over to the 4 groaning students from Lanming Martial Arts School. Smiling gently, he asked, "Who was it that said the loser would kneel and apologize?" The other 3 immediately pointed to the chubby boy with a bewildered expression. The leader of the group, gritting his teeth in frustration, kicked the chubby boy forward. The chubby boy frantically waved his hands. "It was Fanj who said it first. I was just agreeing with him. Don't hit me." Yiran turned to the leader, who clenched his jaw and growled, "You can beat me to death, but he'll never kneel." A dangerous glint flickered in Yuran's eyes. "I despise people who don't keep their word." At this moment, the head of Heishui Martial Arts School stepped in to mediate. "They're all young and impulsive. A simple apology will do." Yiran nodded and said no more. Soon, the 4 reluctantly apologized and left in disgrace. The head of Heishui basked in the admiration of his students. Clearing his throat, he introduced, "This is Yiran, an honorary student of our martial arts school." Yiran greeted the 20 or so students warmly before following the head into his office. The 2 quickly signed an agreement, and Yiran received a 6-month salary of 60,000 yuan. "Would you like to see the martial techniques of our school?" the head asked with a smile. He gently stroked the ring on his finger, and 10 books of various colors materialized on the table. Yiran stared in surprise at the spatial ring. Such treasures, crafted from rare minerals found in the wilderness, were incredibly rare. "These are all the martial techniques we have, ranging from level to level," the head explained. Hearing this, Yiran's eyes lit up, and he immediately began browsing through the techniques. Before long, he found the level technique Heavy Water Palm. This palm technique was known for its immense power and density, capable of shattering rocks with a single strike. After flipping through Heavy Water Palm, Yiran put it away and carefully examined the remaining martial techniques. Among the 10 techniques, fist and palm techniques dominated. He had already been training in Thunder Fist, and none of the palm techniques matched the grade of Heavy Water Palm. After some thought, he ultimately took only the replica of Heavy Water Palm. "This Heavy Water Palm may only have 3 stages, but it's quite challenging to master," said the owner of the Blackwater Martial Hall, stroking his beard. "If you encounter difficulties, feel free to ask me. I've trained in this technique myself and have some insights to share." "Thank you, master," Yiran said, clasping his hands in gratitude. After lingering in the martial hall for a while, Yiran bid farewell and left. Watching the young man's departing figure, the Blackwater Hall master's aged face showed a peculiar expression. Even for an honorary student, it was unusual to grant access to all martial techniques, let alone one as valuable as a grade technique. Not even a major force like the Thunderclap Martial Hall would casually pass such techniques to honorary students without significant contributions. His actions were not only a recognition of the boy's potential, but also an investment. "I hope I didn't misjudge him," the Blackwater Hall master murmured to himself. That evening, after dinner, Yiran went to Su Qin's home to continue teaching her Thunder Fist. It was clear that Instructor Wang had already told her about what had happened earlier in the day. "I'm sorry," Su Qin said softly after a long silence. "If I had known, I wouldn't have asked you to go." "It's nothing," Yiran replied with a dismissive wave of his hand, unconcerned. With his 300 combat power as a quasi-martial artist, if he truly wanted to join a faction, Thunderclap Martial Hall wouldn't even be good enough. At the very least, it would have to be a top-tier hall like the Skybright Martial Hall. 2 hours later, just before leaving, Yiran suddenly remembered something. "By the way, my aunt said you should come to our house for dinner in the future. Cooking for one person is too much trouble, and you need time to train." "No need. I've gotten used to being alone," Su Qin declined with a shake of her head, though a trace of envy flashed in her eyes. Ever since that person had left, it had been a long time since anyone had cooked for her. After Yiran left, a scar-faced middle-aged man emerged, gazing at Su Qin. "Thinking about your mother?" Su Qin lowered her head without responding. "I miss her too," he said, gently stroking Su Qin's hair. "So, child, we need to live well, to bring peace to your mother's spirit in the afterlife." He silently added in his heart, "And only by living well can we have a chance to seek revenge." Over the next few days, Yiran focused on recovering from his injuries, sharpening his combat awareness, and training in Heavy Water Palm, steadily improving his strength. During this time, his 3rd achievement was finally updated. Near the billion. Progress 5 coins 1 billion. Accumulate a total of 1 billion in wealth to receive 1,000 achievement points and double comprehension. Rewards of 10 and 100 achievement points are given upon reaching 100,000 and 10 million, respectively. This challenging achievement came with generous rewards over 1,000 achievement points and the enticing prospect of doubled comprehension. However, since the achievement only tracked wealth accumulated after its appearance, the current progress was limited to the 5 coins he had won in his bet with Zhou Shishir. At this moment, Yiran was in the training room of a martial hall near his neighborhood. Yiran glanced at the digital display on the Azure mechanical puppet across from him, 330 combat power. His brows furrowed slightly. This figure was already nearing his limit, and the weariness in his body had been growing more pronounced recently. His extraordinary combat awareness was beginning to outpace his physical condition, unless he could break through to the martial artist realm. Looking around, Yiran had made up his mind. At this point, he truly had little room for further improvement. All his achievement points had been exhausted. The increasingly massive consumption of combat awareness after a breakthrough left him with only 42 achievement points. Half of these were spent on refining the heavy water palm, raising it to the first level of mastery, while the other half was entirely invested in enhancing his combat awareness. After leaving the martial arts hall, Yiran headed straight for the city center. Originally, he had planned to venture into the wilderness to seek opportunities, but after thorough investigation, he learned that the blood essence of exotic beasts required special methods of refinement. It couldn't be directly absorbed by merely capturing the beasts. With his current funds of over 200,000, he estimated it would only be enough to purchase high-grade exotic beast blood essence. The martial artist tower stood tall in the city center, a comprehensive mall dedicated to serving martial artists. It sold various items such as exotic beast blood essence, combat weapons, and martial techniques. Across the street was the Martial Artist Association, where martial artists frequently came and went. In addition to certifying their strength, they could also accept various missions here. Just as Yiran was about to head to the exotic beast blood essence specialty store, he suddenly caught sight of an unexpected figure. He froze for a moment before quickly striding after them. Moments later, inside the Iron Bull combat weapons store, a disheveled, pale-faced boy with a closely cropped haircut stumbled in with unsteady steps. "Customer, are you here to buy combat weapons?" The shopkeeper, a burly man, set down the pitch-black giant axe he was polishing and greeted him with a smile. "Replica or genuine?" "I'm here to sell a combat weapon," Zhang Fan rasped, his voice hoarse. He then pulled out a long object wrapped in black cloth. When the cloth was removed, revealing a blood-red combat blade, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. The Blood Shadow Blade? A top-tier weapon among grade combat weapons, valued at 250,000. This one's well-maintained, looks like it hasn't been used much. "Here's the deal. I'll offer you 200,000 for it. How about that?" "My father only used it once," Zhang Fan muttered reluctantly. "Can you go a little higher?" The shopkeeper shook his head. 200,000 is already a fair price. Any other place would at most offer you 150,000. "I'm giving you this price because it looks like you're in a tough spot." Zhang Fan bit his lip and was about to turn away when he noticed a familiar figure standing at the store's entrance. "Range?" He froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Next to the battle gear shop, inside a small restaurant, Yiran sat at the table, looking at the haggard Zhang Fan across from him. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "What happened?" "My dad's in trouble," Zhang Fan said hoarsely, his head hanging low. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles white, as if that was the only way to keep himself composed. "A week ago, my dad and his team of martial artists were on a mission near the Limu wasteland. They encountered a level 2 purple lacquer snake. Although they managed to escape, my dad was poisoned. He's been in a coma ever since." "A purple lacquer snake?" Yiran's expression grew serious. He had heard of this highly venomous beast. 19% of those bitten by it died on the spot. Even the rare survivors were often left in a vegetative state. "Can surgery save him?" "The doctor said there's about an 80% chance of success, but..." Zhang Fan raised his bloodshot eyes, his voice breaking. "We can't afford the surgery. How much do you need?" 3 million. Yiran finally understood why Zhang Fan had lied about going on vacation before. This stubborn guy, knowing his family's financial situation, didn't want to burden him. He'd rather shoulder this heavy load alone. "How much are you short?" "We sold the house, sold everything we could. My dad's teammates chipped in as well." Zhang Fan's voice grew quieter. "But we're still 60,000 short. The surgery fees are due the day after tomorrow. If we can't pay, the operation will be cancelled next week." "Enough." Yiran cut him off, pulling a bank card out of his pocket. "There's 230,000 on this. Your battle sword is worth 200,000. That leaves 17,000. And this?" He removed his transparent combat gloves. "This grade battle gear can sell for about 10,000. That leaves only 7,000. Range?" Zhang Fan stared blankly at his close friend, his eyes glistening with tears. "You should have told me about this sooner," Yiran said, shaking his head. "Brothers stick together through thick and thin." Enough with the sappy stuff, let's focus on raising the money. The two of them returned to the battle gear shop. The burly shopkeeper greeted them with a grin, teasing. "What? Did the other place offer you an even lower price?" Yiran ignored him and placed the combat gloves directly on the counter. "How much for these?" The shopkeeper glanced at the gloves, then at Zhang Fan, a thoughtful look crossing his face. "Not bad. You've got a friend worth keeping around. He inspected the gloves carefully, his brow gradually furrowing. They're good, but they've been used heavily. The durability is quite low now. The most I can offer is 12,000. Deal. The burly shopkeeper was still lamenting as he gently ran his fingers over the surface of the gloves. The material of these gloves is excellent. It's a pity the original owner didn't maintain them well. If properly cared for, their value would not be any less than the Blood Shadow War Blade. Zhang Fan then handed the Blood Shadow War Blade to the shopkeeper. This blade had been his father's most cherished weapon, purchased after years of frugality. But at this moment, saving a life was far more important than any possession. Material things could be earned back, but losing a loved one would bring eternal regret. As the two walked out of the shop, Yuran let out a deep breath. 5,000 more to go. 5 matches in the underground fighting arena should be enough. Brother Ran, I'll handle this 5,000 myself, Zhang Fan suddenly said, his gaze resolute. Yuran paused for a moment, looking at his friend's determined expression, then nodded lightly. All right, but make sure to get some rest afterward. Got it. With a simple farewell, Zhang Fan turned and headed to the hospital, where his mother was still caring for his father. Back at home, Yuran's emotions were complicated. Overnight, his savings and battle equipment were gone, and his plans to break through as a martial artist had to be postponed. But he didn't regret it. Money's true value lay in helping those around him. What weighed on him more heavily was life's unpredictability. A happy family could be torn apart by unforeseen events at any moment. Zhang Fan's family was proof of that, and his own family might face the same fate in the future. In the end, it's because I'm not strong enough, Yuran murmured to himself. Only by becoming truly powerful could he withstand life's upheavals and protect those he cared about. If he were already a martial artiste or even a martial master could have easily provided the 3 million needed, and Zhang Fan wouldn't have felt the need to hide the truth to avoid burdening him. He thought back to his previous hesitations, worrying that his status as a quasi-martial artist with 300 combat power would draw too much attention, fearing the dangers of venturing into the wilderness, and being afraid of implicating his family. I've been overthinking it, Yuran said, lifting his head, his eyes filled with determination. As long as I grow quickly enough, what does it matter if my quasi-martial artist identity is exposed? By the time anyone comes for me, I'll already be too strong for anyone to challenge. In that moment, the shackles in his heart shattered. The path of martial arts was meant to be one of fearless advancement. Only the weak hesitated and overanalyzed. From this day forward, he would no longer hide, no longer waver. A quiet yet powerful aura began to emanate from Yuran. Though his outward appearance remained the same, a profound transformation had taken place within him. This marked a critical turning point in the journey of a martial artist, the awakening of the heart of a true warrior. In the office of Class 13 at Ningjiang No. 5 High School, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhu, frowned as he looked at the young man standing before him. You want to take leave? Where are you going? The wastelands, Yuran replied, meeting the teacher's gaze directly. I'm going to hunt exotic beasts to prepare for breaking through to the warrior realm. Breaking through to the warrior realm? Mr. Zhu instinctively reached out to touch Yuran's forehead. No fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Teacher, I'm serious, Yuran said firmly. My blood energy value has already reached the peak of a quasi warrior. The peak of a quasi warrior? Mr. Zhu's frown eased, and his tone softened. Have you been under too much pressure lately? All right, they'll give you 2 days off to rest. 2 days isn't enough, Yuran replied bluntly. I'd like to take leave until the martial arts college entrance exam. Mr. Zhu, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out in shock, instantly flying into a rage. Leave until the exam? Why don't you just say you want to go to the moon? Do you even want to study anymore? Get back to class right now. He angrily pulled out his phone. I'm calling your parents. Screech. A sharp, metallic twisting sound pierced the air. Mr. Zhu froze, staring blankly as Yuran casually twisted the pure steel thermos on the desk into the shape of a pretzel with one hand. The teacher was dumbfounded. Moments later, the two of them arrived at the combat training room on the 2nd floor of the gymnasium. So, you're saying breaking the mechanical puppet doesn't require compensation? Yuran asked, eyeing the machine in front of him with some surprise. The school isn't short on money, Mr. Zhu explained. The principal said that if anyone can break it, the school would actually be pleased. As he spoke, he shook his head internally. After all, even a quasi warrior couldn't possibly damage a puppet built to withstand attacks from full-fledged warriors. Thanks, teacher. Yuran's eyes lit up as he approached the mechanical puppet. Boom! A deafening crash echoed through the room. The mechanical puppet instantly shattered into fragments. Yuran withdrew his fist, looking slightly dissatisfied. Still used too much strength. Mr. Zhu stood there, mouth agape, staring at the scene. It took him a long moment to find his voice. About your leave. You'll need the grade-level director's approval for that. Soon enough, the grade-level director strolled in. Mr. Zhu, what's going on? there's a student here too? This is one of my students. He wants to take leave, Mr. Zhu explained. For something as minor as leave, you can handle it yourself, the grade-level director said with a dismissive wave. Yiran decided to take leave until the day before the martial arts college entrance exam. This request caused a stir in the office of the grade director. What? No way, absolutely not. The grade director immediately exploded. There are only a few months left until the exam, and your blood energy level hasn't even reached the minimum requirement for a bachelor's degree. Can your combat ability withstand 3 minutes of attacks from a mechanical puppet? I think I can. I can destroy a mechanical puppet, Yiran replied calmly. Destroy a mechanical puppet? The grade director let out a sarcastic laugh in disbelief. Fine, show me right now. Do I have to pay for it if I break it? Yiran asked, blinking innocently. The grade director waved his hand grandly. No, you don't. These puppets are expensive, but the school doesn't make students pay for damages. In fact, if you can really break one, the school would be thrilled. That's exactly what the principal said. So go ahead. Mr. Zhu, standing nearby, was stunned. Somehow, these words sounded oddly familiar. The grade director shot him a glance, already planning to give him a proper scolding later for taking a student's joke seriously. Just as the grade director was about to demonstrate his composure, a sudden boom echoed through the room. The mechanical puppet's entire body was sent flying, crashing heavily into the far wall of the training room. A cloud of dust filled the air, and the puppet's fragments fell like rain, its limbs landing first, followed by its torso. Yiran nodded in satisfaction. This time, he had controlled his strength well, only shattering the joints, which would make repairs manageable. Although Mr. Zhu had seen this happen once before, he still found it hard to believe. The grade director, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded, his lips trembling as all his previous composure vanished. You really destroyed it? Sir, can I take my leave now? Yiran asked expectantly. The grade director struggled to regain his composure. For months is a long time. I'll need to consult the academic director. Before long, a chubby academic director with gold-rimmed glasses arrived with a cheerful demeanor. Mr. Zhu and the grade director wisely kept quiet. Director, I'd like to take 4 months off, Yiran stated directly this time. The academic director smiled kindly. Student, with the college entrance exam approaching, I suggest you stay in school and study. Director, I'm really strong. I can destroy a mechanical puppet. Oh. The academic director adjusted his glasses. Well, give it a try. You don't have to destroy it, just defeat it. The principal said you won't have to pay for damages, and the school would be happy if you win. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yiran had already made his move. What seemed like an ordinary punch produced a low sonic boom as it struck. The newly brought-in mechanical puppet was instantly shattered into pieces. The academic director stood frozen, removing his glasses to rub his eyes, only to notice the remnants of other puppets in the corner. In the end, Yiran's leave request was approved. The academic director, gazing at the 3 destroyed puppets, stopped the grade director and Mr. Zhu from consulting the principal. Talk to the principal? Do you want to lose another puppet? Not only did Yiran gain the privilege of freely entering and leaving the school, but he also received a 100,000 yuan scholarship. Watching Yiran leave, Mr. Zhu sighed. In just 1 month, he's gone from a blood energy level of 15 to a martial artist. I can't figure him out anymore. It's likely a unique constitution, the academic director explained slowly. A rare body type that, once awakened, causes blood energy levels to skyrocket. I've heard of cases where someone becomes a martial artist within a day. I never thought I'd witness it myself. The grade director nodded in agreement. Whatever the case, he's a great student for our school. Yiran stared at the bank card in his hand, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. 100,000 yuan in scholarship money. It was certainly an unexpected windfall. He quickly weighed how to best use the money. Purchasing a vial of low-grade exotic beast blood could indeed help him break through to become a martial artist, but the quality of such blood was far too poor. At best, it would only raise his chi and blood value by 10 points after the breakthrough, and the martial pattern it would condense would be mediocre, offering virtually no boost to his combat strength. After a brief moment of thought, Yiran dismissed this idea and instead headed to the martial artist tower. After some bargaining, he ultimately spent the entire 100,000 yuan on a 10 cubic meter spatial backpack and a high-quality replica of the Blood Shadow Blade. Taking a taxi to the outskirts of Ningjiang City, the driver reminded him that this was the end of the line. Stepping out of the car, Yiran was greeted by a breathtaking sight-sharp iron fences line the empty highway, while small aircraft patrolled the skies above. Beyond the fences lay a completely different world. Towering, fiery red trees reached into the heavens, and the deafening roars of beasts echoed continuously. The wilderness. Yiran's eyes lit up as he strode without hesitation through a gap in the iron fence. Though he still had several hundred meters to walk before officially entering the wilderness, even this stretch of highway was riddled with potholes. Groups of martial artists gathered around, murmuring in low voices. As Iran curiously leaned over to inspect the nearest pit, a pair of massive, glowing green eyes suddenly lit up. A sharp screech followed, and a huge figure lunged out at him. Not far away, three martial artists were anxiously searching for a missing decay-bone rat. The middle-aged leader of the group warned, "That thing has the strength of a martial artist, at least 150 combat power. Stay together, everyone." At that moment, the middle-aged martial artist caught sight of Iran near the pit. Hearing the familiar screech, he urgently shouted, "Young man, run!" Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of blood-red light streaked through the air. The massive gray rat, nearly 2 meters long, had no time to react before it was cleaved cleanly in half by a single strike. Its corpse fell heavily back into the pit. Iran swung the blood shadow blade, noticing with amazement that the blade could automatically cleanse itself of blood. No wonder even the replica was so popular. Its original version must truly be a legendary weapon. Sheathing the blade, he gazed down at the decay-bone rat's corpse in the pit, his brow furrowing slightly. There wasn't much on this beast that could be of any practical use. The corpse-eating rat was massive in size. If it were to be packed into a backpack, it would take up a fifth of 10 cubic meters of space. After a brief moment of consideration, Iran shook his head and turned to leave. Not far away, three martial artists who had witnessed the entire scene were left speechless in shock. Two young fighters stared wide-eyed, and one of them couldn't help but ask, "Boss, did I see that right? That young man killed the corpse-eating rat with just one strike?" The middle-aged martial artist fixed his gaze on Iran's retreating figure and said in a serious tone, "He must be one of the top talents from the city. No wonder he dares to venture into the wilderness alone." Then, he urged, "Stop standing around. Hurry up and collect the corpse before someone else gets to it." The two younger martial artists immediately perked up with excitement and quickly ran toward the burrow. Their luck today was extraordinary. Without lifting a finger, they had gotten their hands on a corpse-eating rat. Normally, they would have to guard against ambushes, carefully set traps, and even then, it would take them at least half a day to kill one. Iran soon covered a distance of 600 or 700 meters. Ahead of him stretched a dilapidated highway, its surface riddled with cracks. Beyond that point, the remnants of modern civilization abruptly vanished, as if consumed by some unknown force. In its place was an expansive green plain, dotted with countless towering fiery red trees. This was the Limu wilderness. Taking a deep breath, Iran stepped into the wilderness. As soon as he entered, he frowned slightly. The air here was unusually fresh, with a high oxygen concentration that brought a sense of comfort. This was to be expected. The higher a martial artist's vitality and the more developed their body, the greater their environmental demands. Training here was far more efficient than in Ningjiang City, which explained why so many martial artists chose the wilderness to seek breakthroughs. As he walked, Iran recalled information about the wilderness. The Limu wilderness originated from a mysterious silver eye buried deep beneath the earth. Over the years, through continuous battles between humans and beasts, three key characteristics of the wilderness had been identified. The first was its mysterious nature. The wilderness had initially appeared as a mirage-like illusion, yet it materialized into reality. Despite humanity's best efforts, no method had been found to eliminate it at its source. The second was its indestructibility. Any technological weapons used against the wilderness or its beasts had their power significantly diminished, as if restricted by some invisible law. Conversely, cold weapons wielded by martial artists inflicted greater damage, which was one of the reasons martial artists had risen to prominence. Additionally, devices like phones and computers lost all functionality within the wilderness, rendering them useless. The third, and most terrifying characteristic, was its growth. At this thought, Iran couldn't help but glance back at the edge of the wilderness he had just crossed. At the edge of the wasteland, vines and green grass were steadily creeping toward the highway, slow yet relentless. Though each inch of their advance seemed insignificant, over time, this encroachment would inevitably lead to drastic consequences. What was more troubling was the direct connection between the expansion of the wasteland and the presence of otherworldly beasts. The more numerous and powerful the beasts, the faster the wasteland spread. Just like the cautionary tale of Qingshui City. If not for the timely intervention of Grandmaster Heng Yang, the entire city would have been consumed by the wasteland, rather than retaining the quarter that still remained. Iran ventured deep into the wasteland, where towering, fiery red trees filled his view. He stopped in front of one massive tree, gathered his strength, and delivered a powerful punch. With a crisp crack, a piece of ancient bark fell away. He picked it up and examined it closely. This was the famed Limu, known for its enduring combustion properties. It was the main energy source for Ningjiang City and the namesake of this wasteland. Just as he prepared to move forward, a sharp screech suddenly pierced the air above him. A red woodpecker, as large as an eagle, swooped down from the Limu tree, the fierce wind from its descent howling. Iran's eyes lit up. It was the rare scarlet flame woodpecker, whose beak and talons were highly prized materials for crafting weapons, far more valuable than the rotten bone rats he had previously defeated. The scarlet flame woodpecker displayed astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant. Its sharp red talons aimed straight for Iran's head. Reacting swiftly, Iran drew his blood shadow blade, channeling his surging energy into the blade, and struck back with a powerful slash. With a metallic clang, the scarlet flame woodpecker was knocked off course, veering upward into the air, while Iran was forced to take a step back. He was inwardly shocked. This beast's combat power was at least 300, and its talons were hard enough to rival his weapon. What shocked him even more was the sight of a chip on his blood shadow blade. Although the blade was only a high-quality replica of a battle weapon, it was sharp enough to cut through iron effortlessly, yet it had been damaged in a single clash, leaving him deeply unsettled. In the sky above, the scarlet flame woodpecker flapped its wings, tilting its head to scrutinize Iran, its beak betraying a hint of hesitation. Clearly, it had been intimidated by the ferocity of Iran's strike. Both regarded the other as prey, but their brief encounter had revealed the formidable strength of their opponent. In midair, the scarlet flame woodpecker locked its fiery gaze on Iran and dove toward him once more. Iran's eyes were sharp and focused, calculating the distance with precision. When the bird closed in to just 1 meter, he suddenly swung his blade, aiming directly for its razor-sharp talons. Clang! A crisp metallic sound echoed as the blade clashed against the steel-like claws, which clamped down tightly on the blood shadow warblade, attempting to seize it. Instead of retreating, Iran advanced, unleashing a surge of raw energy throughout his body. With both hands, he yanked the woodpecker toward him. The bird screeched in panic, flapping its wings desperately to escape, but it was too late. It could only watch as Iran gripped his blade in one hand, while clenching the other into a fist. Thunderous rumbles, like 8 muffled strikes, accompanied his punch as it barreled toward the woodpecker's head. In that critical moment, a cunning glint flashed in the woodpecker's crimson eyes. It suddenly opened its sharp beak and unleashed a torrent of fiery flames. Anticipating this move, Iran swiftly sidestepped, releasing his grip on the blade. The woodpecker managed to snatch the weapon, but it froze in place, surprised by Iran's quick reaction. Just as it was about to take flight, Iran appeared behind it in a blur, his voice cold and commanding, "Heavy water palm." Boom! The forceful palm strike landed squarely on the woodpecker's tail, sending blood and feathers flying. Screeching in agony, the bird dropped the long blade and struggled to stay airborne. However, it staggered mid-flight, swaying erratically before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from its agape beak as its internal organs lay shattered. Grade martial art, heavy water palm, truly formidable, Iran murmured. Though he had only mastered the first stage of this technique, when paired with his combat strength of 370, it was more than enough to dispatch an opponent of this caliber with ease. He stored the woodpecker's corpse in his spatial backpack, feeling satisfied. The bird was worth at least 50 thasand, a promising start. With this initial success, Iran turned his attention to reviewing his achievements as a wasteland hunter. Iran checked his progress on achievements. The beginner task of Wasteland Hunter was already 210 complete, with the 2 slain beasts being a decay bone rat and a scarlet flame woodpecker. Since his achievement points had been depleted, he was particularly eager to earn more. Scanning through the other achievement categories, Path of Martial Arts remained unchanged, but the progress of Wealth Beyond Measure surprised him. It had risen from 100,000 to 170,000. The 70,000 increase left him momentarily stunned before realization struck. It must have been the value of the scarlet flame woodpecker automatically added to the total. This discovery brought him some relief. At least he wouldn't have to literally earn 1 billion in cash to complete the achievement. The unexpected 70,000 value, exceeding his expectations by 20,000, lifted his spirits, as it was already close to the value of his 80,000 space backpack. Encouraged by this promising start, Iran continued exploring the outskirts of the wasteland. He was well aware of his limitations. Level 12 beasts were beyond his current ability to handle, so he deliberately avoided the inner regions where more dangerous high-level beasts roamed. Along the way, he managed to hunt down 4 more different types of beasts. Although they were all relatively common, each worth only 20,000 to 30,000, it pushed his Wasteland Hunter progress to 610. He silently anticipated the 30 achievement points reward upon completing the task, wondering if it would be enough to advance his mastery of the second stage palm technique. If he could break through to the second stage of the heavy water palm, his maximum combat power might exceed 400. While the duration would be limited, it would still serve as a formidable trump card. As he pondered this, a scene under a massive tree ahead caught his eye. A violet thunder essence flower swayed gently in the breeze, emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance. While such flowers, which could enhance vitality, were only worth 2,000 to 3,000, they were better than nothing. As he reached out to pluck the flower, a large gray rabbit, nearly a meter in length, suddenly leapt out of the grass. Its long fangs gleamed, and its blood-red eyes were filled with hostility. Iran calmly picked the flower and swiftly killed the rabbit with a single strike as it lunged at him, then stored its corpse away. After stepping past the toweringly tree, the sight before him made his pupils constrict. A small pond was surrounded by a field of thunder essence flowers. By the pond, Layuan flowers bloomed in abundance, covering the hillsides. A quick count revealed there were over 100 of them. Iran's Adam's apple moved as he swiftly did the math. Each Layuan flower could sell for 2,000. Altogether, this was a fortune of 200,000. Suppressing the surge of excitement in his heart, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Experience had taught him that valuable treasures were almost always guarded by Biasa, near unbreakable rule of the wilderness. Sure enough, under a tree not far away, a massive bull covered in pitch-black scales was grazing. Iran fixed his gaze on the scaled bull. After taking a few bites of ordinary grass, it turned its attention to the Layuan flowers, chewing them as if they were nothing special. Watching the precious blossoms being devoured like common weeds, Iran felt a pang of anguish. It was the very embodiment of casting pearls before swine, but he was also keenly aware of his own limitations. As a Tier 2 beast, this scaled bull boasted a vitality score of over 500, far beyond what he could handle. After hesitating for a moment, Iran decided to retreat, though he made sure to memorize the location. After all, 200,000 was no small temptation. If he grew stronger in the future, he might return to claim it. Half an hour later, Iran suddenly came to a halt. The thick scent of blood filled the air. He restrained his breath and cautiously moved forward to investigate. After weaving past several towering lishu trees that obstructed his view, the sight before him made him freeze. A massive black wolf carcass lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by several mutilated human bodies. The black wolf had a fatal wound on its abdomen, with blood still slowly oozing out. The human corpses were incomplete, covered in claw marks and bite wounds, clearly the work of this beast. Their uniforms bore the words, Green Blood Squad. Iran's mind stirred. This must have been an ordinary warrior squad. In the wilderness, warriors often banded together for safety. While some powerful teams could rival the might of martial halls or martial clans, it was clear this squad lacked such strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have perished alongside a mere Tier 1 black iron wolf with a combat power of just over 200. Looking at the 5 mangled corpses, Iran sighed and prepared to give them a proper burial. If left unattended, it wouldn't be long before other beasts completely devoured their remains. He began by storing the nearly tumper-long black iron wolf in his spatial backpack, only to realize that its 10 cubic meter capacity was nearly full. Beasts were generally massive, and even a few could take up significant space. Just then, Iran froze. He checked the progress of his wealth beyond measure achievement, 240,000 out of 1 billion. Accumulate a billion in wealth to earn 1,000 achievement points and double your comprehension. He repeatedly tried taking the black iron wolf's body in and out of his spatial storage, but found that the progress bar remained stuck at 240,000, refusing to budge. Iran's gaze gradually turned cold and sharp. After scanning his surroundings, he regained his composure and efficiently began cleaning up the scattered corpses. His movements were swift, and in no time, he had dealt with 3 bodies and was preparing to handle the 4th. At the very moment he bent down, the 5th corpse behind him quietly opened its eyes, its greedy gaze fixed on the spatial backpack on the boy's back. The corpse slowly pulled out a dagger from its chest and lunged at Iran's back with a sudden thrust. The dagger sliced through the air, inches away from hitting its target. A sinister grin had already formed on the attacker's face. However, in the next instant, a strong hand firmly clasped his wrist. Iran turned, his cold, piercing gaze sending a chill down the would-be assailant's spine. With a slight twist of his wrist, Iran effortlessly disarmed the man and examined the dagger closely. It was of exceptional quality, clearly a combat weapon. The attacker's face turned pale. The immense strength radiating from the boy's grip left the man, a warrior with a combat power of 200, utterly powerless. Staring in shock at the boy who appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old, the man was about to explain himself when Iran slapped him hard across the face, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. The attacker, a middle-aged man with sharp features and a rat-like appearance, cried out in fear. I just woke up after being gravely injured and passed out. I thought you were a beast, so I acted out of instinct. Iran nodded, as the blood-red blade of his war knife materialized in his hand. The dark crimson blade scraped against the stones, emitting a spine-chilling sound. The middle-aged man was terrified, kowtowing repeatedly. I was wrong. I'll give you everything I have on me. Please spare my life. Everything you have? Iran raised an eyebrow. Yes. I have a technique that lets me mask my presence and play dead. The man instantly regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth, realizing that the boy had already seen through his disguise. Iran's thoughts stirred. Indeed, if it weren't for the fact that when he collected the black iron wolf's corpse, there was no progress in his dimensional storage, he wouldn't have suspected anything. This indicated that the wolf's corpse wasn't fully his, yet someone else was nearby. What technique? Iran asked, intrigued by the skill that had managed to deceive even his sharp senses. An rank skill called cloud breath technique. The sharp-faced man, sensing a glimmer of hope, shouted desperately, "If you spare me, I'll teach it to you." An rank martial skill. Iran's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained calm and collected. His voice was icy as he said, "If I kill you, everything you have will naturally become mine." The sharp-faced middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly tried to explain. "I have many similar martial skill manuals on my own, won't even be able to tell which one is the real deal." Iran paused upon hearing this, his brows furrowing slightly. This old fox was indeed cunning. He questioned coldly, "Then how can I be sure the martial skill you're offering is authentic?" "I can recite a portion of it for you," the sharp-faced man said urgently. "You can verify it right now, as long as you promise to spare my life." After a moment of consideration, Iran nodded and said, "Fine. Take out the martial skill so I can inspect it." "Do you think I'm a fool?" The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. "If I take out the real one, you'll definitely kill me on the spot. Unless you let me go first, you'll waste time testing each one, and you might even end up with cultivation problems. Are you threatening me?" Iran narrowed his eyes, the blade in his hand turning slightly. "Then I'll just kill you and search your body myself." "Wait." The sharp-faced man staggered back in terror. "I'll give you the martial skill and everything else I have, just spare me." Iran replied indifferently, "Hand over the martial skill honestly, and I won't make a move." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, realizing he had no other option. With a reluctant sigh, he threw out a book. "This is the genuine article. You can verify it immediately. If it's fake, feel free to kill me." Iran took the book and flipped through it, his eyes lighting up. It was indeed an rank martial skill. However, he couldn't help but wonder how such a high-level technique ended up in this man's possession. The sharp-faced middle-aged man glared at Iran with hidden resentment, calculating his next move. This naive young man, new to the world, likely valued honesty and wouldn't go back on his word. With this thought, the man turned to leave. "Wait." Iran's voice suddenly stopped him. The middle-aged man's heart sank. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, a long blade pierced through his chest. He stared in disbelief at the blood-stained blade protruding from his chest. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he tried to say something, but his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open. Iran pulled the blood shadow blade from the man's chest and shook his head. "I said I wouldn't kill you with my hands, but I never said anything about my feet." It turned out he had kicked the blade to finish the man off. Leaving someone like this alive would only bring harm to others. The sooner he eliminated such threats, the better. As for honesty, it depended on the person, and this man clearly wasn't worth it. After disposing of the final corpse, Iran quickly left the area. The heavy scent of blood would soon attract powerful beasts. He soon found a hollowed-out tree to take shelter in and began counting the spoils of this battle. Scattered across the ground were various items. However, Iran's attention was immediately drawn to the A-level martial skill manual, Cloud Breath Technique. He quickly flipped through its pages, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. This technique was indeed a treasure. It could suppress the user's vital signs, such as blood flow, life energy fluctuations, and even heartbeat, to the lowest possible level. Whether used for ambushes or evading pursuers, it was an invaluable tool. Iran looked at the Cloud Breath technique displayed on the simulation button and couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If he had more achievement points, he would have tested whether he could use it to steal the Thunder Origin flower guarded by the scale docks. The thought of the Thunder Origin flower, worth at least 200,000, made his heart race slightly. Although he couldn't use it now, once he broke through to become a martial artist, the flower would undoubtedly provide a significant boost to his vitality. He then began sorting through the other items scattered on the ground. The backpacks of the martial team members were rather ordinary, containing mostly mundane materials like scales and teeth from various beasts. Altogether, these materials barely added up to a progress increase of 30,000. As for the healing potions, antidotes, and camping gear for wilderness survival, they only contributed an additional 5,000. Nonetheless, these items were crucial for survival in the wild, making Iran realize how inadequately prepared he had been on his first venture into the wilderness. One item, however, stood out. It was a seemingly ordinary blue bracelet with a small stone embedded in its center. This was a spatial bracelet, the only personal belonging of the sharp-faced middle-aged man, and it was even more valuable than Iran's spatial backpack. Upon inspecting it, Iran discovered it had a storage capacity of 5 cubic meters and contained some miscellaneous items, a few imitation-grade weapons, 30,000 to 40,000 in cash, and a vial of white elephant essence blood. Unfortunately, the essence blood was of common grade, offering limited vitality enhancement for breaking through as a martial artist, and the martial patterns it could condense would only be of low quality. After tallying up all his gains, Yi Ran's progress had increased by a total of 370,000, with the combat dagger alone contributing 70,000. Interestingly, the A-level martial skill manual hadn't been included in the calculation, which surprised him. After a brief rest, Yi Ran resumed hunting beasts. Half an hour later, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted and gasping for breath. In front of him lay the massive corpse of a black crocodile leopard, a blood-stained dagger embedded in its abdomen. The beast, with nearly 400 combat power, was incredibly fast and had relentlessly pressured him, leaving him no chance to escape. In the end, its arrogance became its downfall. It attempted to swallow him whole, giving Yi Ran the opportunity to counterattack. With a swift, sliding maneuver, he gutted the creature, putting an end to its life. The black crocodile leopard leaped into the air, its massive body hurtling like a black lightning bolt toward Yi Ran. In a split second, Yi Ran tilted his body to the side to dodge, while his dagger-like weapon in hand precisely pierced the soft underside of the beast. The sharp blade instantly destroyed its internal organs, and the nearly 3-meter-long behemoth collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, lifeless. Yi Ran panted heavily, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Luck had played a significant role in this battle. If the black crocodile leopard hadn't underestimated him and exposed a flaw, the outcome could have been very different. This creature, a perfect predator with a combination of speed, reflexes, explosive power, and agility, was exceptional even among other beasts. Time was of the essence. Yi Ran immediately began processing the carcass. His spatial backpack was already full, so he could only store the most valuable parts in the remaining 1 cubic meter of space in his wristband. Once he finished, he swiftly left the scene of the fight. Battles on the wasteland often attracted even greater dangers. Half an hour later, Yi Ran rested briefly in a tree hollow. Although his complexion had regained some color, the earlier peril still lingered in his mind. This hunt further solidified his determination to break through to the warrior realm. If he had been at that level, even if he couldn't defeat the black crocodile leopard outright, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. As he assessed his gains, he realized that ordinary beast blood essence was insufficient for his needs, while high-grade essence far exceeded his budget. Yi Ran's eyes flickered with resolve as a plan began to take shape in his mind. The Thunder Origin Flower was now a goal he could not afford to miss. Defeating the second-tier scaled ox, guarding the Thunder Origin Flower would hinge on the use of the Cloud Breath technique. Yi Ran understood that he only needed one more type of beast to complete the Wasteland Hunter achievement, and the achievement points he would earn would be just enough to enhance the Cloud Breath technique. Additionally, the scaled ox, being a beast with dull senses, was the perfect target for this skill. Before long, Yi Ran returned to the area where he had first discovered the scaled ox and the Thunder Origin Flower. As for the whereabouts of the final type of beast he needed, he already had a clear idea. He looked up, scanning the area, and soon spotted a massive caterpillar lounging leisurely on the branch of a towering limu tree. The caterpillar was half a meter long, its entire body a vivid green, covered in dense, soft bristles, and its sheer size was nothing short of intimidating. Yi Ran felt his scalp tingle as he involuntarily swallowed hard. It wasn't because this creature was particularly powerful. In fact, it was just a level 1 beast with a combat strength of less than 200, but because he had a natural aversion to wriggling insects like this. That was why he hadn't taken action earlier when he first noticed it. But now, hesitation was no longer an option. Just as Yi Ran focused and prepared to strike, a thunderous crash erupted from ahead, accompanied by an enraged bellow of a bull. Startled, he quickly headed toward the source of the commotion. What came into view was the domain of the scaled bull, a pond surrounded by blooming thunder essence flowers. Not far from the pond, 2 beasts were locked in a fierce battle. One was the scaled bull he had seen before, and the other was an enormous yellow monkey. This monkey was far larger than its ordinary counterparts, standing 2 meters tall when upright, its muscular frame rippling with power, and its sharp fangs bared in a ferocious snarl. The two were evenly matched in their struggle. A yellow savage monkey? Yi Ran was taken aback. This type of beast could reach level 3 upon maturity, though the one before him seemed not fully grown yet. Otherwise, the scaled bull wouldn't stand a chance. Upon closer observation, he noticed that although the 2 beasts were fighting fiercely, they were deliberately avoiding the thunder essence flowers. It suddenly became clear to him the yellow savage monkey was after these precious treasures. For humans, these thunder essence flowers required alchemical refinement into chi and blood elixirs for safe use, but beasts could consume them directly. The scaled bull, being gentle by nature, had slowly accumulated and protected this patch of medicinal flowers. If the ferocious yellow savage monkey succeeded, not a single flower would remain. The battle grew even more intense. The yellow savage monkey roared, pounding its chest as its strength surged, gradually overpowering the retreating scaled bull. Damn it! Yiran cursed under his breath. Then a sudden idea struck him. This was just like a classic scene in a novel. While the two powerful opponents were locked in combat, the protagonist would sneak in and claim the treasure. He took a deep breath, hesitating as he stepped forward, only to retreat again. After all, these were two level 2 beasts, and the risk was enormous. But then he thought, screw it. This is exactly how it goes in the novels. I'll be fine too. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. The two beasts were so engrossed in their fight that they didn't notice Yiran slipping closer to the pond. A surge of excitement filled him as he began picking the thunder essence flowers. But in the next instant, two furious roars erupted simultaneously. Both the scaled bull and the yellow savage monkey whipped their heads around, glaring at him with fiery eyes before charging toward him in unison. Yiran froze on the spot, utterly dumbfounded. What? This isn't how it goes in the novels. Yiran's face turned pale as he turned and ran without hesitation. Behind him, the two fierce beasts, which had been locked in a life-and-death struggle moments ago, suddenly reached an unspoken agreement and began chasing after him together. What was even more astonishing was that the massive, scaled bull willingly allowed the yellow brute monkey to ride on its back. The bull let out low, rumbling moos as its four hooves pounded the ground at an alarming speed. Catching a glimpse of this through his peripheral vision, Yiran felt a sinking dread. He could barely handle one beast now with two working together. His situation had gone from bad to worse. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his body to its limits, channeling all his energy and blood as he sprinted forward desperately. But the gap in strength was insurmountable. In less than 30 seconds, the scaled bull had closed the distance to within 10 meters. Yiran could clearly hear the heavy panting behind him and the excited thumping of the yellow brute monkey pounding its chest. Faced with a life-or-death moment, Yiran became eerily calm. As he listened to the sounds behind him to gauge the distance, his eyes darted around, quickly scanning the terrain for any possible hiding spots. Judging by the rhythm of the footsteps, he calculated with precision. 3 seconds before the beasts would catch up. 3, 2, 1. The sharp horns of the scaled bull lunged straight for Yiran's back, while the yellow brute monkey, its face twisted in a ferocious snarl, reached for him with its thick, muscular arms. Yiran could even feel the icy touch of the bull's horns against his back, sending a chill down his spine. In that split second, Yiran dove forward. Just ahead of him, a wide crevice lay beneath a moss-covered boulder. He rolled and swiftly squeezed into the gap. The scaled bull, unable to stop in time, crashed headlong into the massive rock, leaving it dazed on the spot. The yellow brute monkey on its back was flung off by the impact, slamming into a nearby towering tree, causing a cascade of leaves to fall. The monkey staggered to its feet, furious, and began pounding on the boulder in rage. Meanwhile, the scaled bull appeared to lose its will to fight. After blankly surveying its surroundings, it slowly wandered off. Hiding beneath the rock, Yiran finally exhaled deeply. His entire body was drenched in sweat, with large beads rolling down his face. The calm he had maintained earlier was completely gone, replaced by lingering fear and relief. If he hadn't discovered this hiding spot in time, he would likely have met his end at the jaws of the beasts. The memory of the bull's horn pressing against his back still made him shudder. But for now, he had narrowly escaped. Watching the scaled bull's figure retreat into the distance, he finally allowed himself to relax, if only slightly. The crevice in the massive rock was narrow, just wide enough for Yiran to squeeze through. The burly Huangman monkey was far too large to fit, and as for the Linyo that had already departed, there was no need to worry about it. Huddled within the rock fissure, Yiran silently reflected on his reckless actions. Brazenly snatching an item in front of two second-tier beasts with combat power exceeding 500 was as good as courting death. I can't be this impulsive next time, he vowed to himself. Just as he was about to take a moment to rest, the giant rock suddenly began to shake violently. A chill ran down Yiran's spine. It was the Huangman monkey. Not only had it refused to leave, but it was now attempting to smash the boulder apart with brute force, intending to crush him alive. Bang! The deafening sound of impact echoed as the rock trembled again, sending fragments and dust cascading down. Both startled and furious, Yiran cursed under his breath. Damn beast, holding such a grudge? Even for a second-tier beast with immense strength, moving such a massive rock required tremendous effort. Yet this creature's persistence was astonishing. The pounding grew fiercer, and the rock shook more violently. Yiran gritted his teeth in frustration, couldn't just sit there waiting for death. He had to gamble on whether the rock would collapse first, or the monkey would exhaust its strength. If I'm going to die anyway, I might as well fight you to the end. His eyes sharpened with determination as he swiftly climbed out of the crevice. No sooner had he escaped than a thunderous crash erupted behind him. The massive rock collapsed with a roar, sending dust billowing into the air. A cold sweat ran down Yiran's back, while on the other side, the Huangman monkey, panting heavily with its tongue hanging out, leapt onto the fallen rock, gleefully hopping up and down in triumph. Seeing the monkey engrossed in its victory, Yiran seized the opportunity and slipped away quietly. However, the keen senses of the second-tier beast soon detected him, and it let out a furious roar, charging after him. Although the Huang Man monkey's earlier exertion slowed it down temporarily, its relentless pursuit took a toll on Yiran, whose stamina was rapidly depleting. "I only took 2 flowers, not your wife. Do you really have to be this obsessive?" he grumbled through gritted teeth. Just as the monkey was about to catch up, a thick, black-striped python suddenly shot out from a nearby tree hollow, its gaping maw lunging toward him. Yiran barely managed to fend it off with a swing of his blade, recognizing it as a black-striped python with a combat strength of 300. Normally, dealing with a beast of this level would have been a breeze. But in his current exhausted state, his combat ability had significantly diminished. Meanwhile, the enraged roars of the Huang Man monkey grew louder and closer. In an instant, Yiran found himself trapped in a dire situation, facing a ferocious python ahead and a vengeful monkey behind. At this point, overthinking was futile. Determination flashed in Yiran's eyes as he gripped his blood shadow blade and charged at the black-striped python. The python's thick tail lashed out violently, colliding with the blood shadow blade in a resounding clash. Though the blade was forced back, it managed to carve a deep wound into the tail, exposing bone as blood gushed forth. Seizing the momentum, Yiran swung his blade again, aiming directly for the serpent's head. However, this strike lacked the strength of the first. His steps were unsteady, and his power had diminished. The black-striped python, reeling from its initial injury, attempted to flee but was forced to defend itself with its tail under Yiran's relentless pursuit. In this second clash, the impact numbed Yiran's hands, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the blade. Even as he quickly redirected the force, he stumbled back several steps uncontrollably. Sensing its opponent's weakness, the python's massive jaws opened wide as its tail lashed out once more, faster and fiercer than before. Yiran barely managed to raise his blade in defense, but the force sent the weapon flying from his grasp. He was hurled backward, crashing into a tree. As he struggled to stand, blood spurted from his mouth. The python lunged at him with its mouth wide open, ready to deliver a fatal bite. At the critical moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Yiran's eyes. Somehow, a dagger had appeared in his hand. With a narrow sidestep, he evaded the lethal strike and, in one swift motion, reversed his grip to slash cleanly through the serpent's neck, severing its head. Without pausing to retrieve his fallen blade, he swallowed the metallic taste in his throat and sprinted toward the massive hollow tree the python had emerged from. The entire battle had lasted less than 30 seconds, but life and death had already been decided. Behind him, enraged yellow-furred monkeys howled, hurling stones with alarming force. Just as he ran dove into the tree hollow, a stone struck the tree with explosive power, sending splinters flying. Several sharp fragments embedded themselves in his back. The searing pain forced a groan from Yiran as he collapsed to the ground, his back a mangled mess of blood and torn flesh. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to his feet and staggered deeper into the hollow. Inside, the space branched off into several tunnels, each wide enough for an adult to pass through, winding downward into the earth. Without hesitation, Yiran chose the tunnel on the right and soon discovered it led to an underground lair. The walls of the passage were draped with shadowy cobwebs, and the ground was littered with peculiar fragments of eggshells, faintly recognizable as remnants left by snakes. Yiran had no time to inspect further and continued to flee forward. Moments later, he found a relatively clean corner, slumped against the wall, and gasped for air. Once his breathing stabilized, he immediately retrieved the healing medicine he carried and began treating the wound on his back. Meanwhile, outside the Li Wood, a Huangman monkey was fixated on a massive tree hollow towering 3 meters high. This Li Wood tree was a king among trees, towering several times higher than its peers and standing out conspicuously in the forest. However, the Huangman monkey's behavior was highly unusual. This beast, which had relentlessly pursued Yiran, now paced back and forth before the tree hollow, occasionally sniffing the air but never daring to step inside. It seemed to sense a lurking danger, an almost imperceptible presence that instinctively filled it with fear. Ultimately, the Huangman monkey retreated a safe distance but remained near the hollow, waiting for its prey to emerge. Deep within the underground burrow, Yiran coughed up a mouthful of clotted blood, his complexion finally improving slightly. To slay the black-striped python, he had to endure a direct hit from the creature. While his blood shadow blade had absorbed much of the force, the remaining impact still left him with serious internal injuries. Worse still, these injuries compounded the residual trauma from the Huangman monkey's earlier attacks. A Tier 2 beast, with combat power likely exceeding 600, Yiran murmured, assessing the Huangman monkey's strength with a grave expression. That figure was nearly double his own combat power. If the beast pursued him into the tunnels, there would be no escape. Though the underground passage branched into multiple paths, the Huangman monkey's speed would allow it to search them all in no time. At this moment, there was only one option left: breaking through to become a warrior. Yiran pulled out the white elephant essence blood he had obtained earlier, his expression a mixture of reluctance and bitterness. He had hoped to avoid using such a low-grade beast's essence blood for his breakthrough, but survival left him with no other choice. To live is to have a future, he muttered, steeling himself. He uncorked the bottle and poured the white elephant essence blood over his head. The moment the essence blood was poured onto his body, Yiran felt an unprecedented wave of scorching heat sweep through him. Not only did his skin feel as though it was being roasted by flames, but even his internal organs were overwhelmed by an intense burning sensation. This reaction was far more severe than what he experienced during his previous physical enhancement, indicating that his body was breaking through human limits, ascending toward the realm of a level 2 martial artist. Although the white elephant essence blood was merely that of an ordinary exotic beast, with limited energy, the transformation it brought was swift and fleeting. Before long, the burning sensation subsided, and Yiran slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath of impure air. The breakthrough had been remarkably smooth, likely because his body had already undergone an adaptation from his previous enhancement. Stretching his body slightly, Yiran immediately noticed the changes. While the increase in his vitality value was not particularly significant, his overall physical attributes had undergone a complete transformation, far surpassing the standards of a level 1 martial artist and nearing the threshold of level 2. This meant that his stamina, speed, resilience, and recovery abilities had all been comprehensively enhanced, paving the way for further improvement in his combat awareness. Testing his martial mark, an ivory pattern emerged on Yiran's back. Unfortunately, the mark only covered about 1/3 of his back, appearing somewhat incomplete. He threw a tentative punch, and the power boost was a mere 10 points or so. This left Yiran slightly disappointed, though he took solace in the fact that he could replace the martial mark when he advanced to a level 2 martial artist in the future, mitigating any significant loss. Checking the achievement system, Yiran discovered he had unlocked 2 new achievements: Intermediate Wasteland Hunter, awarded for defeating the black-striped python, and the activation of the second phase of the Path of Martial Arts. Together, these achievements granted him 40 achievement points. Due to using ordinary quality essence blood, his vitality value only increased by 5 points, reaching a total of 105 points. This was indeed regrettable. If he had used higher quality essence blood, not only could his vitality value have reached 120, but his martial mark would also have been more complete, granting at least a 20-point increase in combat strength. However, there was no point dwelling on it now. Yiran immediately began using the 40 achievement points to boost his vitality value, preparing himself for the next challenge ahead. Yiran opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. He felt the abundant power surging through his body, as though he had endless energy to spare. Checking his progress on the martial arts path, he saw that it had reached 430,500. With a breakthrough to a level 2 warrior, he would earn an additional 100 achievement points. At this moment, his vitality had surged to over 400, leaving him only one step away from becoming a level 2 warrior. Although it was impossible to measure his combat strength precisely, Yiran had a rough idea. Using his pre-breakthrough base value of 330 as a reference, and factoring in the increase in vitality and physical reinforcement, his current base combat strength should be close to 700. And that didn't even include the boost provided by the heavy water palm technique. A fierce glint flashed in Yiran's eyes. Next time he encountered that yellow-furred monkey, he would make sure it learned its lesson. After a moment of adjusting to the surging power within him, Yiran stood up and left the cave. Following the dark, cold passage back the way he came, he soon arrived at a three-way junction. Surveying his surroundings, the damp and chilly atmosphere carried the unmistakable scent of an underground snake nest, suggesting the presence of other snake-like beasts. However, his priority now was to find that wretched monkey and settle the score. Just as he was about to leave, the middle passage caught his attention. This path was particularly cold, and even with his enhanced physique, he could feel a bone-chilling frost seeping into him. Frowning, Yiran bent down and picked up a deep blue scale lodged in a crack between the stones. The scale, about the size of a fist, was icy to the touch and as smooth as a mirror. As he rubbed it between his fingers, a refreshing coolness seeped into his body, invigorating his spirit. Several similar scales were scattered on the ground, stretching along the passage into the pitch-black depths ahead. That dark abyss seemed like the gaping maw of a beast, ready to devour anyone who dared to approach. After contemplating briefly, Yiran concluded that the scales likely belonged to some kind of snake-like beast. Scales imbued with such intense cold were undoubtedly valuable. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to deal with the monkey first and return later to investigate. Pocketing 2 or 3 of the scales, he turned and left. At the same time, deep within the coldest part of the passage, an icy cavern lay shrouded in a frozen stillness. The entire space was encased in frost, with a chilling aura permeating the air. Encased within the ice were the remains of various strange beasts, pythons, giant spiders, rats, and more, all reduced to hollow shells, as though their essence had been drained. At the center of the cavern coiled a majestic, robust blue serpent. Its body glistened like translucent blue crystal, with a small protrusion on its head that gave it the appearance of a flawless work of art. However, a deep, ghastly slash ran across its midsection, nearly splitting its body in two. From the wound, an intense cold radiated outward, freezing the entire cavern. The blue serpent struggled to lift its eyes, but quickly sank back into weakness. A female voice, filled with seething hatred, echoed through the cavern. The human grandmaster, Hung Yang. You wounded me, I will remember this. This grudge will be avenged. Yiran stepped out of the tree hollow and quickly scanned the surroundings. The ground was stained with traces of dried blood, but the bodies of the yellow barbarian monkey and the black-striped python were nowhere to be seen. However, the blood shadow blade still stood firmly embedded in the dirt not far away. He strode forward, picked up the blade, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. That damned monkey had either left or was searching underground for him. Their paths had conveniently missed each other. Either way, it wouldn't hurt to investigate further. After wiping the blade clean, Yiran turned back toward the tree hollow. Only then did he truly take note of the sheer size of the towering tree before him. Its trunk was astonishingly thick, at least 4 or 5 times the size of the surrounding trees, standing like a majestic king of the forest. This realization made Yiran's expression grow serious. In the wilderness, such prime territory was usually claimed by powerful beasts. Any creature capable of nesting in a tree of this magnitude was unlikely to be ordinary. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to press forward. After all, this was still the outer region. Even if he encountered a second-tier beast, as long as it wasn't a top-tier one with a combat strength nearing 800 or 900, he should at least be able to escape. As he stepped into the hollow, an angry roar suddenly erupted behind him. Yiran turned to see the yellow barbarian monkey standing not far away, letting out a low, threatening growl. However, its gaze kept darting nervously toward the tree hollow. Well, looks like you didn't leave after all. Yiran sneered, his eyes glinting coldly. Since we've run into each other, I might as well send you on your way. Gripping the blood shadow blade tightly, his figure exploded forward, charging straight at the yellow barbarian monkey. The beast froze for a moment before turning tail and fleeing. Yiran raised an eyebrow, noting its earlier wary glances at the tree hollow, though there was no sign of any other beasts nearby. After retreating 200 or 300 meters, the yellow barbarian monkey suddenly spun around and launched a counterattack. Yiran remained calm, unleashing a powerful slash with the blood shadow blade. The air seemed to tremble as the blade's aura transformed into a blood-red shadow, slicing through the air like lightning. The yellow barbarian monkey swung a contemptuous fist, confident in its prized black armor-like skin. Yet in an instant, the blade's edge tore through its defense, leaving its flesh mangled and exposed. With a pained scream, the beast stumbled back, clutching its wounded arm, while Yiran stood motionless, his sheer strength completely overwhelming the creature. Cracks appeared on the blood shadow battle blade. Yiran frowned as he examined the blade. It was a high-quality imitation, but compared to an authentic battle-grade blood shadow blade, it not only cost a tenth of the price, but was also vastly inferior in quality. After enduring relentless combat and fierce battles with exotic beasts along the way, the blade was now nearing its limit. But Yiran himself was no longer the same. After breaking through to the warrior realm, all his previous injuries had fully healed, and his energy and spirit had surged to new heights. This invigorated state allowed him to unleash his combat instincts at peak performance. Without hesitation, Yiran launched an attack on the yellow barbarian ape. The moment their clash began, he struck with his blade, forcing his opponent back, and immediately followed up with a powerful heavy water palm aimed at its chest. With his amplified vitality and strength, the heavy water palm's power had increased significantly before the palm even landed. The sound of surging waves could already be heard. Though the yellow barbarian ape was forced back, exposing a flaw in its defense, it retaliated almost instantly with a thunderous punch. Fist collided with palm, producing a deafening boom, and the ape's entire body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a nearby tree. It quickly got back on its feet, furiously pounding its chest in rage before charging again with wild abandon. Yiran remained composed, gripping his blade with one hand as its edge gleamed like lightning, slicing toward the incoming fist. The blade descended in a clean arc without the slightest tremor, its power surpassing all his previous strikes. The yellow barbarian ape was knocked back once more, its blackened armored fist now bearing a deep wound that exposed bone. Even so, the yellow barbarian ape refused to yield. Its bloodshot eyes burned with defiance and madness as it ignored its injuries and charged forward again. It couldn't accept that the human it had been chasing not long ago was now able to suppress it. Iran swung his blade repeatedly, each strike landing precisely on the ape's armored fist. The once intact armor was soon reduced to a mangled, bloody mess. Yet the yellow barbarian ape, seemingly consumed by madness, fought on despite knowing it was outmatched. At the moment Iran raised his blade for another strike, the blood shadow battle blade finally gave out, snapping with a sharp crack. The yellow barbarian ape, seeing this, let out a triumphant sneer and lunged at Iran. However, Iran remained motionless, his expression calm as he quietly observed the incoming fist. In the next instant, the ape's fist fell to the ground. The final strike had severed its prized weapon. Terror replaced the arrogance in its eyes, and it no longer dared to continue the fight. It turned and attempted to flee. Iran bent down, picked up the broken blade, and hurled it with all his might. The shattered blade fragment sliced through the air and pierced deeply into the back of the yellow barbarian monkey. The beast let out a piercing, agonized shriek before collapsing heavily to the ground. Iran approached it slowly, his gaze fixed on its injuries. The blade had embedded itself deeply into the monkey's lungs, and the creature was now writhing in pain. Without hesitation, Iran struck decisively, delivering a crushing water palm blow to its head, ending its suffering instantly. Staring at the corpse of the level 2 beast on the ground, Iran couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Just a month ago, he had been an ordinary high school student fretting over the 60 blood energy points needed to pass the college entrance exam. Now, he could effortlessly slay a level 2 beast with combat strength exceeding 600. This dramatic change was all thanks to the emergence of the achievement system. Recalling that the yellow barbarian monkey, once fully matured, could reach level 3 and was far more valuable than an ordinary level 2 beast worth at least hundreds of thousands, Iran opened the achievement system out of curiosity. What he saw left him stunned. The progress bar for the Fortune Beyond Imagination achievement displayed 1-340-000-100-000-000. Accumulate 100 million in wealth to earn 1,000 achievement points and double comprehension. Rewards of 10 and 100 achievement points are granted upon reaching 1 million and 10 million, respectively. The progress had surged by more than 900,000. That couldn't be possible, Iran concluded. Even a rare Monkey King couldn't be worth that much, let alone a Monkey King would have to be a level 3 beast, far surpassing the strength of the one before him. Something was definitely off. He immediately began dissecting the monkey's corpse, suspecting it might have consumed some valuable treasure. However, the examination yielded no results. The insides were completely empty, with no precious minerals or spatial rings to be found. Frowning deeply, Iran realized that, even accounting for the yellow barbarian monkey's value, there was still nearly 800,000 in unexplained progress. This meant that during the time he was being hunted, he had unknowingly acquired an item worth 800,000, yet he had no recollection of it. Carefully retracing his experiences after breaking through as a martial artist, Iran suddenly remembered something. He retrieved 4 blue snake scales from his spatial bracelet. If there was any unexpected gain, it could only be these mysterious scales he had picked up in the underground cavern. Incredibly, each of the 4 scales was worth nearly 200,000 more valuable than an average level 2 beast. To confirm his theory, he threw one scale far away. Sure enough, the fortune beyond imagination progress immediately decreased by a full 190,000. This realization made Iran gasp in shock. So it really is this thing. Iran stared at the snake scale in his hand, inhaling sharply. A single snake scale was worth 200,000, which meant its owner must be a terrifyingly powerful beast. Thinking about how this beast was currently in the passage, and how he had almost recklessly charged in earlier, a cold sweat broke out all over Iran. What does it mean to court death? This was a textbook example. Wasn't the outer region supposed to only have first and second level beasts? He glanced back toward the tree hollow, quickly picked up the discarded snake scale, and hurriedly left. Although he couldn't understand why such a powerful beast was in the outer region, or why it hadn't attacked him, all he wanted now was to get as far away from this dangerous place as possible. After half an hour of brisk travel, Iran finally stopped to rest in a relatively safe spot. After catching his breath, he took out the 4 snake scales and examined them carefully. Apart from a cooling sensation that seemed to clear his mind, he couldn't discern any other special qualities for now. However, something that could fetch such a high price was undoubtedly extraordinary. He found a small wooden box and carefully stored the scales in a corner of his spatial ring. Checking his achievement system, he noticed that the Pinyin Genie in progress had reached 1 million, awarding him 10 achievement points. These points were enough to boost his vitality to the peak of a first-level martial artist. But without beast blood essence, breaking through was still impossible. After a moment of thought, he decided to use the points to enhance the Yunshi technique. Although this rank martial skill wasn't offensive, it was still crucial for his current stage. After consuming all 10 achievement points, the Yunchi technique advanced to the beginner level. Yiran tried to perform it and immediately felt his aura and breathing gradually conceal themselves, as if his entire presence had turned into a lifeless piece of decayed wood. However, even slight movements disrupted the state, causing his aura to reappear instantly. Even so, Yiran was overjoyed by this stealth technique. Once he reached the minor mastery stage, he would be able to maintain concealment while moving on ideal skill for assassination. After practicing a few more times, Yiran set off for the Scale Bull's territory. Aside from dealing with the Scale Bull, the Lei Yuan flower there was also a valuable resource. Although the Pinyin Genine progress had increased significantly, many items were difficult to monetize. Herbs like the Lei Yuan flower, which were highly sought after, were the real hard currency. However, when he arrived at the destination, the scent of blood in the air made him frown. As expected, the Scale Bull had already been killed. 3 or 4 masked individuals dressed in black were harvesting the Lei Yuan flower. Someone had beaten him to it. Yiran looked ahead with a somewhat gloomy expression. 4 warriors wearing black masks were in the process of collecting a Thunder Origin flower. Their clothes bore the scars of a recent fight with the Scaled Ox. First come, first served, nothing much to argue about, Yiran thought to himself. Judging by the wounds they sustained during their battle with the Scaled Ox, they seemed to be first-level warriors. Although Yiran's strength was more than enough to drive them away with ease, he wasn't the kind of person to bully others with his power. In his view, as long as treasures didn't fall into the hands of beasts, it was fine. After all, humanity's true enemy was the beasts. However, the group across from him apparently didn't share his perspective. Kid, stop right there, barked one of the masked men who had just secured the Thunder Origin flower. The 4 masked men quickly spread out, surrounding Yiran. The sudden hostility caught him slightly off guard. The leader of the group took a few steps closer, his tone dripping with disdain. Judging by how calm you are, this must be your first time in the wilderness, huh? From the way you're talking, you must think you're pretty impressive? Yiran raised an eyebrow and asked. Of course, another masked man replied smugly. We, the Black Mask Hunting Squad, are a well-known name in Limu Wilderness. While other warrior squads hunt beasts, we specialize in hunting warriors. Yiran's eyes narrowed. So you regularly ambush and rob other warriors? How much can you even sell a beast for? The man sneered. A fat lamb like you is worth more than 10 beasts. The leader cut him off, his voice sharp. Enough talk. This kid is young and bold enough to enter the wilderness. He must be a genius from some family. Finish him quickly before his guards show up. With both the captain and vice-captain absent, we can't afford trouble. Got it, boss? One of the masked men snarled as he stepped forward. Kid, we've told you all this just so you can realize how cruel this world really is. Today, you won't die in peace. The others exchanged glances, frowning slightly at their companion. This guy was letting his old habits show again. His lack of talent had forced him to break through using forbidden drugs, leaving him with side effects that rendered him impotent. Now, he harbored a particular hatred for young prodigies like Yiran. Every time I encounter a young genius, I like to crush their spirit first, then destroy their body, the masked man said, pacing forward with a glint of sadistic satisfaction in his eyes. Kid, how does it feel? Are you in despair? Didn't expect the world to be this cruel, did you? Yiran remained calm, replying indifferently, I didn't expect it true. But scum like you are, fortunately, in the minority. His words visibly stunned the surrounding masked men. The leader of the group let out a cold snort. You're still so arrogant even on the brink of death. If you had begged for mercy, I might have given you a whole corpse. How kind of you, Yiran sneered, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips. But if you beg for mercy, I won't even leave you a whole corpse. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yiran burst into action with astonishing speed, heading straight for the masked leader who stood farthest away. The leader opened his mouth as if to speak but froze, his pupils contracting in shock. Such speed. Are you a level 2 warrior? Correct. And as a reward, I'll send you to your next life. Yiran said with a faint smile, throwing a devastating punch. His speed was on an entirely different level compared to the masked leader. Before the leader could raise his long blade in defense, Yiran's fist had already pierced through his chest. As Yiran withdrew his hand, the leader's chest exploded, sending blood and shattered remains flying. Turning to the 3 remaining masked men, who now stood frozen in terror, Yiran's gaze lingered on the one who had spoken to him earlier. Since you enjoy life so much, they'll send you to hell to enjoy it there. His words were like a death sentence. The 3 men snapped out of their daze and scattered in different directions, running for their lives. They knew all too well if their leader, who had over 400 combat power, was killed in an instant, they, with only 300 combat power each, stood no chance. Yiran moved with seamless precision. First, he kicked the long blade lying on the ground, sending it spinning through the air. The blade's gleaming arc ended by pinning one masked man to the ground, lifeless. Without pause, Iran flung a combat dagger, its cold glint flashing as it claimed another life, decapitating the second man. Finally, Iran pursued the masked man who had spoken to him earlier. With the physique of a level 2 warrior, he easily caught up. The man turned in terror, swinging his blade wildly in desperation. Iran countered effortlessly with a heavy water palm strike, slamming the man against a tree. The masked man coughed up blood, his body crumpling to the ground, completely incapacitated and unable to resist further. Iran's expression was indifferent as he stared at the masked warrior collapsed on the ground before him. "You can't kill me." The masked warrior's lips were stained with blood, and his trembling voice carried a hint of threat. "Our captain is a tier 3 warrior, and I'm his brother-in-law. If you kill me, you'll never make it out of the wasteland alive." "Is that so?" Iran raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "What a pity. I'm the kind of person who doesn't believe in superstition." Before the words had fully left his mouth, his foot stomped down heavily. A crisp crack echoed as the masked warrior's chest caved in. The black mask slipped off his face, revealing a young countenance distorted in agony. "My brother-in-law won't let you go," the young man muttered weakly, his eyes filled with venom. "They'll be waiting for you underground." With that, his head lolled to the side, and his breath ceased. Iran bent down and picked up the fallen mask. It was pitch black, smooth and unmarked on the surface, seemingly made from some kind of special refined iron that was exceptionally tough. He applied a bit of force before it deformed under his grip. "Black Mask Hunting Squad?" Iran snorted coldly and casually tossed the mask onto the ground. He was no stranger to this infamous group of warriors. It was said they numbered over 20 and were led by a tier 3 warrior. They specialized in ambushing other warriors in the wasteland, looting their valuables. Despite multiple attempts by the Warrior Association to root them out, the vastness of the wasteland and the abundance of hiding places had rendered such efforts largely ineffective. Just as Iran was about to clean up the battlefield, the achievement panel in his mind suddenly flickered. Below the 3 existing achievements, a new special achievement appeared. Upholding Justice Progress, 410. Task: eliminate 10 members of the Black Mask Squad. Reward: 10 achievement points, Nirvana Body 1. Note: special hidden achievement must be completed within 36 hours. Failure upon timeout. Countdown begins. This was the first time Iran had encountered an achievement with a time limit. Although the achievement points weren't particularly enticing, the mention of the Nirvana body reminded him of what Su Qin had once mentioned: an extraordinary physique of unparalleled rarity. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Iran's eyes. Perhaps this was the true reward worth pursuing. After all, having a physique that naturally increases 100 vitality points a day was truly impressive. Unable to reach a conclusion after some thought, Iran shifted his focus to cleaning up the battlefield. While inspecting the 4 corpses, he discovered that the masked young man who had died last was surprisingly wealthy. Was the only one among the 4 equipped with a 20 cubic meter spatial ring, far superior to the standard spatial backpacks carried by the other 3, including the leader who was the strongest among them. This seemed to confirm the masked young man's final words before his death. After thoroughly scavenging all the spoils and collecting the scattered Leiyuan flowers on the ground, Iran left the battlefield satisfied. Not long after he left, 4 or 5 warriors wearing black masks arrived swiftly. Leading them was a woman with an elegant figure and her long hair neatly tied up. Her sharp gaze quickly scanned the scene and landed on the corpses strewn across the ground. "Who dares target our Black Mask Squad?" she growled. "Not even a single survivor left. Their methods are ruthless. When I catch this reckless fool, I'll skin them alive." The other team members cursed angrily. Suddenly, one of the warriors trembled violently, pointing at a corpse under a tree, a body with wide-open eyes and a collapsed chest. "It's over. Wang Ming is dead." At these words, the others' faces turned pale. "That's the captain's brother-in-law. If the captain finds out, he'll be furious, and we'll all be in trouble. Damn it, how long have we been apart, and something like this already happened?" One of them shouted angrily, kicking one of the corpses on the ground. "It's all because of these 3 useless idiots. They dragged Wang Ming down with them." The masked woman's expression grew serious as she closely examined Wang Ming's injuries. She noted that they were similar to those on the other corpses, clearly inflicted by the same individual. Soon, she found a deformed black mask and some footprints on the ground. "Stop wasting time if you want to live," she said coldly as she stood up. "Find the killer as soon as possible. Maybe that will help calm the captain down." "Deputy Captain, do you know where they went?" The team members seemed to find a glimmer of hope in her words. "The traces they left behind, whether out of carelessness or confidence, make it easy to determine the direction," the masked woman replied calmly. "But you lot aren't enough to handle this. Whoever did this was able to crush a mask like this, which means they're at least a tier 2 warrior. You head back to find the captain. I'll track them first. If they're just an ordinary tier 2 warrior, I'll handle it myself. If not, I'll wait for the captain. Follow the markers I leave behind to catch up. Understood, Deputy Captain. The others responded in unison. Without hesitation, the masked woman turned and began her pursuit. Judging by the traces left behind, the target had left only a short while ago, and there was still time to catch up. She chose to act alone, both to avoid alerting the target and because the tier 1 warriors in her group wouldn't be of much help. Drawing on her years of experience surviving in the wilderness, she understood the importance of maintaining the initiative whether it meant eliminating the target or tracking them. These instincts, honed through countless trials in the wilderness, made her an exceptionally skilled and seasoned tracker. The withered woodlands. A dense forest of towering trees. Yiran stood steadily on the branch of a giant tree, his gaze fixed on the direction behind him. Though it was his first time setting foot in the wilderness, as an experienced warrior, he knew that leaving traces wasn't a careless mistake, it was deliberate. It was bait, carefully laid to lure out the black-masked trackers. The wilderness stretched endlessly, and finding 6 black-masked warriors within 36 hours was no easy task. Drawing them out was his only option. But the plan was fraught with danger. The captain of the black-masked squad was a level 3 warrior with blood energy exceeding 1,000. Combined with the enhancements of their martial physique, even the weakest level 3 warrior had at least 1,200 combat power, nearly double his own. If confronted head-on, Yiran knew he wouldn't last a single round. Yet the temptation of the Nirvana body was irresistible, worth the gamble. Besides, he had a trump card, the cloud breath technique. At this moment, Yiran was using this skill to blend into the dense foliage, suppressing his presence to the point of resembling a lifeless piece of deadwood. Soon, 2 black-masked warriors appeared beneath the tree, scanning the area for traces. Yiran sharpened his hearing, carefully listening to their heartbeats. Judging by the frequency and intensity, he quickly concluded that while they were stronger than ordinary people, they were far inferior to him, likely both level 1 warriors. Just as he was about to deactivate the cloud breath technique and leap down to eliminate them, an unexpected scene made him pause. The 2 warriors exchanged a knowing glance, then swiftly removed their black uniforms and masks, donning the attire of another warrior squad. Beneath the masks were 2 utterly unremarkable middle-aged faces. They even deliberately concealed their killing intent, adopting a harmless and honest demeanor. Had he not witnessed this transformation himself, anyone would have mistaken them for 2 ordinary warriors searching for exotic beasts in the wilderness. Yiran furrowed his brow, a sense of unease rising within him. The deputy captain said the one who killed Wang Ming is in this forest. One of them muttered, lowering his voice. That guy's probably a level 2 warrior. We're no match for him. We need to stall him until the deputy captain comes to deal with him. Got it. The other replied quietly. Remember to keep your killing intent hidden. Don't give yourself away. Humph. Daring to kill someone from our black mask squad, what a fool, courting death. Oh, and if we run into any weaker warriors, we might as well kill them too. Make some extra profit? No problem. After their exchange, the 2 resumed their harmless charade and continued searching. From above, Yiran's eyes gleamed sharply. These 2 black-masked warriors were indeed planning to use a disguise to ambush him, just as he had suspected. Their act was nearly flawless. If he hadn't witnessed this scene, he might have fallen for their trap in a casual encounter, mistaking them for allies. The consequences would have been unimaginable. The Black Mask Squad, it's no wonder they've managed to roam freely across the Limu wasteland for so long, evading multiple cleanup efforts by the Martial Arts Association. Yiran's expression grew serious, the disdain in his heart completely dissipating. Initially, he had only regarded the level 3 martial artist leading the group as a threat, assuming that even if the others were skilled, he could at least escape unscathed. But now, witnessing the squad's cunning and sinister tactics, he was forced to reassess the level of danger they posed. Perched atop the treetops, Yiran steadied his thoughts and coldly observed the scene below. Since the lesson had been learned, it was time to send them on their way. Just then, a black arrow suddenly tore through the air, narrowly missing 2 members of the Black Mask Squad and striking with precision at a black-striped python that had been preparing to launch a sneak attack from behind them. The snake's head exploded instantly, and its massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The 2 middle-aged men flinched in shock at the unexpected turn of events, then turned gratefully toward the source of the arrow. There stood a young woman in her mid-20s, dressed in blue. Slender and graceful, she had delicate features and a pair of clear, captivating eyes. Holding a longbow in her hands, she was clearly the one who had released the deadly arrow. Thank you, young lady, for saving us. If it weren't for you, we'd be done for. The 2 Black Mask members expressed their gratitude fervently. It was nothing, the young woman replied with a bright smile before adding a warning. You gentlemen should be careful, this area is already quite dangerous. Indeed, we owe you our thanks. One of the men angrily kicked the snake carcass, while the other explained, To be honest, we were forced into this area. Someone killed members of the Black Mask Squad, and now they're on a crazed rampage, killing everyone they see. You should be cautious too, young lady. The Black Mask Squad? The young woman's face showed a hint of surprise. After a moment's thought, she suggested, in that case, why don't I escort you two out of the wasteland? The two men agreed readily, and the three of them began walking together, chatting amicably along the way. Meanwhile, Yi Ran, still in the tree, frowned deeply. These two Black Mask members not only had excellent disguises, but had also successfully confirmed that the young woman was unrelated to the deaths of their comrades. What was even more alarming was that one of them deliberately fell half a step behind, a glint of greed and malice flashing in his eyes. He silently drew a dagger coated with some unknown substance, aiming it at the unsuspecting young woman's back. In the tree, Yi Ran was just about to make his move when his eyelid twitched, and an inexplicable sense of forewarning surged through him. The feeling was fleeting but felt more like an instinctive warning from his body rather than an illusion. He immediately halted his actions, a slight frown forming on his face. Experience had taught him that powerful martial artists often possess an acute sense of danger before it arrives. This kind of premonition, honed through countless life-and-death encounters, was rarely wrong. Yi Ran's vigilant gaze swept over the three people conversing below, his mind clouded with suspicion. The two middle-aged men who claimed to be part of the Black Mask team appeared to be only first-level warriors on the surface. However, their statement, "Our strength is only enough to hold him off," seemed overly deliberate. Even more suspicious was the fact that they blatantly changed their attire in a spot where he could see them. A chilling thought crossed his mind. This was a trap. These two had likely detected his presence long ago and were feigning weakness to lure him out. At that moment, one of the middle-aged men was holding a pitch-black dagger and slowly approaching the unsuspecting girl in blue from behind. Yi Ran focused intently on the scene but refrained from acting rashly. In such a situation, any impulsive move could lead to even greater danger. Suddenly, a subtle detail caught his attention, instantly revealing the truth behind this staged scene. A trap within a trap, just one step away from falling for it, he muttered under his breath, withdrawing his intention to intervene. He was now certain that the girl in blue was in no real danger. Sure enough, as the middle-aged man raised the dagger and struck, the blade merely pierced the air, never aiming at the girl. "Deputy Captain," the man with the dagger said, scanning his surroundings, "it seems the one who killed Wang Ming isn't nearby." To Yi Ran's surprise, the response came from the girl in blue. It turned out she was the deputy captain of the Black Mask team. These three were all in on it together. Even if he's not nearby, he must still be somewhere in this forest, the girl now revealed as the deputy captain said calmly, her brows slightly furrowed. "Although I've already searched the surrounding area, there's no doubt about it. The last trace he left behind is right here," the girl in blue said, her expression puzzled as she furrowed her brows. "Why hasn't he appeared? Did he see through my plan?" Her gaze swept across the area. The traces left by the warrior who had killed Wang Ming vanished abruptly at this spot, leaving no lingering presence, as if the person had evaporated into thin air. Still, the fact that he didn't come out to save the vice-captain means he's definitely not nearby, a middle-aged man said after a moment of thought. "Exactly. Vice-captain, what should we do next?" another middle-aged man asked. "Wait for the captain," the girl in blue replied coolly. "I've already left a marker. The captain and the others should arrive within half an hour. This forest isn't large. When they get here, we'll conduct a thorough search and will surely find him." She kept scanning her surroundings, clearly displeased with her misjudgment. She had believed her plan was flawless, having two team members disguise themselves as key enemies to lower the target's guard, while she attacked from the shadows. If the target wasn't a top-tier level 2 warrior, her strike would almost certainly have been lethal. But the plan had failed. The target wasn't lying in ambush here, and she had ended up performing a solo act. Just as the three were about to leave, a frightened voice of a young boy suddenly echoed from deep within the forest, a warrior-class beast. "Help! Help!" Their expressions changed instantly. The girl in blue quickly sensed the weak aura of the person calling for help. "At most, he's a pre-warrior," she said coldly, glancing at one of the middle-aged men. "He might have overheard our conversation. Go take care of him." "Understood, Vice-Captain." The middle-aged man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a greedy light. The youthful voice had clearly stirred his excitement. Meanwhile, hidden within the forest, Yi Ran remained completely still, only opening his mouth to shout. His cloud concealment technique suppressed most of his aura, making his heartbeat and energy signature resemble that of a mere pre-warrior. His gaze grew colder as he watched the excited man rubbing his hands while walking toward him. Internally, Yi Ran sneered. "Enjoying yourself, are you? Just wait, I'll make sure you enjoy yourself even more." The forest echoed with the screams of a young boy and the maniacal laughter of a middle-aged man. Standing just outside the woods, The blue-clad girl, the deputy leader of the Black Mask Squad, wore a dark expression, veins bulging on her pale face. That bastard. I told him to kill, and he's out here playing games, she hissed through clenched teeth. Deputy, they'll go teach him a lesson right now and take care of that unlucky kid while I'm at it. Another middle-aged man standing nearby quickly offered, striding toward the dense forest. As he walked, he cursed silently to himself. Damn idiot. Of all times to mess around. He picks now? If he pisses off the deputy, well, all be dead meat. The sound of his companion's ecstatic laughter only fueled his irritation. You never laugh this loud when we're messing around. What the hell did you find this time? Fuming, the man stormed into the woods, ready to unleash his anger. But his eyes froze the moment they landed on the strikingly handsome young boy standing opposite him. Damn, what a find, top-notch. His words were cut short, and his face turned ashen, because he saw the knife in the boy's hand, pressed tightly against his companion's throat. Whoosh! A dagger sliced through the air, piercing his forehead in an instant. The man's body collapsed heavily to the ground, blood quickly soaking into the dirt. Iran stared coldly at the other middle-aged man, who was now kneeling before him. His voice was calmly so. Keep laughing. Don't stop. The man, trembling violently and soiling himself in fear, looked at his dead companion and broke into hysterical, tearful laughter. If you stop laughing, you die. Iran pressed his blade slightly harder, leaving a shallow cut on the man's neck. The man immediately burst into louder laughter, though it was tinged with sobs, tears streaming down his face. A demon, he's a demon, he thought in utter despair. Iran added a few fake screams to mislead the blue-clad girl outside, then began his interrogation. How many people are in your Black Mask Squad? 28, counting the captain. The man sobbed as he answered, forcing himself to keep laughing. Your captain, is he a level 3 fighter?
Yes.
Iran frowned slightly. So, there was indeed a level 3 fighter among them. He continued his questioning. Besides the captain, who's the strongest? The two deputy leaders are both level 2 fighters. The one outside right now has a combat strength of 700. Soon, Iran had extracted all the information he needed. The Black Mask Squad was indeed formidable. Aside from the captain, there were 5 other level 2 fighters, one of whom, a deputy leader, was a top-tier level 2 fighter with a blood energy value of 900. With a good martial rune, their combat strength might even break 1000. Thinking about martial runes, Iran couldn't help but touch the ivory rune on his back. Its meager 3-point combat boost was pitiful. If he weren't about to advance to level 2 and choose a new rune, he might have died of frustration. I've answered everything. Can you let me go now? The man asked shakily. Don't worry. I'm a man of my word. If I said I wouldn't kill you, I won't, Iran said calmly, releasing his grip on the blade. As the blade clattered to the ground, the man's face lit up with joy. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. He had just sprinted a few meters when Iran's sharp eyes caught sight of the long blade on the ground. With precision, he delivered a swift kick, sending the blade hurtling forward like a bolt of lightning. It pierced through the chest of the middle-aged man in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. I said no hands, but I never said no feet, Iran murmured softly to himself, his gaze sharpening as it shifted towards the edge of the forest. If your combat power is only 700, you can stay here. No longer suppressing the energy surging within him, an overwhelming force erupted from his body. In a flash, he became a blur, charging straight toward the forest's edge. Outside the forest, a girl clad in blue turned pale. Her 2 subordinates had yet to return, a clear sign that something was amiss. Years of honed instincts kicked in, and without hesitation, she turned to flee. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy swept out from the forest. A second-level warrior. The one who killed Wang Ming, she thought in alarm. How did he manage to conceal his aura? She bolted, but her speed was no match for the dagger that Iran suddenly hurled. Enhanced by his energy, the dagger shot through the air with immense force, aiming directly for her back. Clang! She spun around hastily, her slender silver sword barely deflecting the attack. Yet the sheer impact sent her flying several meters, the dagger tearing through her shoulder's fabric and leaving a deep gash on her pale skin. Iran raised an eyebrow. That strike had been delivered with full force, though it wasn't a specialized throwing technique. By all accounts, a second-level warrior with 700 combat power should have easily neutralized it. Her performance revealed that she had likely achieved this level by forcibly boosting her energy. Quickening his pace, Iran rapidly closed the distance. The girl's slowed movements due to her injury only confirmed his suspicions. Still, he remained cautious, wary that it might be a ploy. With a swift step forward, Iran unleashed a thunderous punch aimed at her chest. Boom! The blue-clad girl was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. However, the sensation of the impact made Iran's expression shift slightly. Her chest was protected by an exceptionally tough inner armor. undoubtedly a rare and valuable battle gear. The blue-clad girl struggled to her feet, her trembling silver long sword pointing at Iran. "Stay back," she stammered. Iran's eyes fell on the silver sword, and his pupils contracted sharply. It was a Kraid weapon. He had seen an identical one at the warrior's tower, valued at a staggering 500,000. No wonder I had a sense of impending danger earlier, Iran thought to himself, his eyes fixed on the crank battle weapon that had nearly taken his life. The girl in blue quickly spoke up. "Let me go, and this battle weapon is yours. Not just that, I have other things I can offer you." "Give me one good reason," Iran said as he slowly approached her, looking at her calmly. "I can give you everything, including myself." The girl bit her lip, her voice softening. "You can rest assured, I'm still clean. Besides, I can help you evade the pursuit of Black Mask's captain. You killed his late wife's brother, which means you took away his last family member. He won't ever let you go." "That's not a good enough reason." Iran shook his head. "Are you sure?" The girl let out a faint laugh, then suddenly removed her outer garment, revealing a light blue, form-fitting armor underneath. Beneath the armor, her fair skin was faintly visible, her slender arms and neck exposed to the air. Her delicate collarbones stood out, and the curves of her chest were subtly outlined. As her hand slowly moved toward the zipper of her inner armor, her voice became even softer. "You're so young. You probably haven't experienced this before, have you? Although I'm a few years older than you, it's my first time too. I hope you'll be gentle. You're not patting anything, are you?" Iran suddenly blurted out. "When I hit you earlier, it felt unusually large. I thought there was something extra under the armor. So this inner armor is pretty high quality, at least top-tier drank battle gear. By the way, what were you saying? About me being gentle? That's a no. If I go too easy, this armor might keep me from killing you." The girl in blue froze, her silver sword clattering to the ground. "And," Iran said seriously, "don't touch that zipper again." "ID really? No. I mean, I really don't want to see. If you keep going, it'll just kill you outright. It'll be quicker that way." Seeing the earnest expression on his face, the girl was utterly defeated and had no choice but to change the subject. "Fine, let's talk about something else. Black Mask's captain is a level 3 warrior, cunning and ruthless. He's already leading people to surround this place. Without my help, your chances of escaping are less than 1 in 10. Additionally," she continued, "do you know Deputy Minister Su of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch? Level 5 martial artist, a big name in Ningjiang City." "Of course, I've heard of him," Iran shrugged. "Why? Do you know him?" "I'm his only daughter." Iran's pupils contracted. The Martial Alliance was responsible for capturing wanted criminals and maintaining order within the city. They had sent people multiple times to eliminate hunting squads like Black Mask. And yet, the deputy minister's daughter was the vice captain of the very hunting squad they most wanted to eradicate? No wonder the Warrior Association has issued so many tasks, but still can't catch your Black Mask squad. This has nothing to do with my father. He doesn't know about my identity. The girl in blue remained silent for a moment. Iran stared directly into her eyes, his voice calm and icy. "With your status, you shouldn't need to join a small squad like Black Masks, robbing and killing other martial artists to make money, should you? Don't you find killing a thrilling experience? Especially when I enjoy torturing others, watching them wail in despair." The girl in blue curled her lips into a faint smile, interrupting him. "Enough, let's not talk about that. I can not only help you escape, but I can also allow you to marry into my family. If you spare me, I will marry you immediately, and my father will fully support you." A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she continued, "The finest weapons, martial techniques, and exotic beast blood, these resources can all be yours. You're already a level 2 martial artist at such a young age. My father will surely be pleased." Seeing Iran's expression remain cold and indifferent, she grew a bit unwilling to give up. "Think it over carefully. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. Besides, I haven't really harmed you." Before she could finish, a hand had already clamped around her throat. Shocked and furious, her voice trembled as she spoke. "I don't understand. Why would you reject such an offer? Beauty, wealth, power, martial prowess, you could have it all. What more could you possibly want?" "I want you dead," Iran said calmly. "Don't you think that's a thrilling experience?" "You're insane. This isn't thrilling. It's suicide. You torturing and killing innocent martial artists is thrilling, but someone killing you is suicide?" Iran's voice grew even colder. "Today, I will seek justice for those you murdered." "Justice? What do those people have to do with you?" "I didn't kill you," the girl in blue shouted angrily. She had heard such righteous words countless times before and dismissed them as nonsense. In her eyes, people only needed to look out for themselves. Helping others was a futile ideal. But when she met Iran's calm and resolute gaze, her heart suddenly trembled. She realized that this young man was serious. "Fool," she muttered. tears suddenly streaming down her face. Think carefully. If you kill me, my father will never let you go. Is it worth it for some so-called justice that doesn't even exist? It's not about whether it's worth it, Yuran said abruptly, his words seemingly nonsensical. It's just something I want to do. Even without the idea of upholding justice, I've already decided to kill all of you black masks. Hearing this, the girl in blue completely gave up struggling. After a long silence, she softly asked, "Can I ask you one last question? How did you see through the flaws in my plan?" "I didn't. Actually, I just planned to save the hostages directly. But the way the three of you walked gave everything away," Yuran explained. "Those two always unconsciously positioned themselves slightly behind you and deferred to you before speaking or acting. That kind of instinctive respect shows you're their leader. It's a habit formed over time, hard to change in the short term." The girl in blue widened her eyes, letting out a bitter laugh. "So I lost because of my teammates' habits." She took a deep breath. "I have no regrets now. Just promise me one thing: destroy my face after I die so my father won't be humiliated. Also, be careful of the Black Mask's captain. He's a level 3 martial artist. With your level 2 strength." "Who said I was a level 2 martial artist?" Yiran shook his head. "I'm only a level 1 martial artist, but I'll keep your warning in mind." "Level 1? The girl in blue's face turned pale with shock. "That's impossible. You're this strong." Before she could finish her sentence, there was a sharp crack. Her neck was broken, her life extinguished. Yiran swiftly searched through the belongings of the girl in the blue outfit, a blue inner armor, and a spatial ring. After disposing of the body, he immediately withdrew from the scene. While checking the achievement panel on his way, he was stunned by the progress of 2 tasks. The Justice for All mission was now at 710. He only needed to eliminate 3 more members of the Black Mask squad to earn 10 achievement points and the Nirvana body. As for the Close to the Billion mission, it showed 2.65 million out of 10 million. This time, the progress had jumped by over a million. Upon reflection, it wasn't hard to understand. After all, the deceased was the only daughter of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance's deputy minister. Considering the Martial Alliance's status as an official power in Xia, even the Martial Artists Association was under its jurisdiction. Yiran was even more relieved that he had handled the situation cleanly and efficiently. Finding a concealed spot, he began to assess his gains. First, there was the Kraid combat weapon, the silver rhino sword. Its blade was slender and lightweight, clearly designed for female warriors, with an estimated market value of about 500,000. While it wasn't particularly suitable for his use, it could fetch a good price if sold. The blue inner armor fit him perfectly when he tried it on, with the ability to automatically adjust its size. It could very well save his life in critical moments. But what thrilled him most was the pale blue spatial ring adorned with dolphin and starfish motifs. Its internal storage space reached an astonishing 50 cubic meters, far exceeding the combined capacity of all the spatial tools he currently owned. After weighing his options, Yiran transferred the items from his 2 portable spatial backpacks into the ring, then buried the backpacks on the spot. For his upcoming hunt of Black Mask squad members, traveling light would give him a better advantage. As for the female clothing and the registered bank card inside the ring, he decisively broke the card and disposed of it. He then selected a dense forest area near the dangerous interior of the wastelands as his ambush site. This location would limit the abilities of the 3rd-level martial artist. Half an hour later, he remained motionless like a statue, so still that even passing beasts failed to notice his presence. Finally, there was a rustling sound in the woods. 2 figures wearing black masks cautiously emerged from the thicket. Seeing no one around, they slightly lowered their guard. "That idiot Wang Ming, dead is dead. And yet the captain insists on making such a fuss, dragging us out here to find the warrior who killed him," one of the Black Mask team members muttered under his breath as he moved cautiously through the dense forest. "Shoo, keep your voice down," another team member warned, scanning their surroundings warily. "The captain is a level 3 warrior with exceptional hearing. If he hears you nearby, we're in trouble." Like I care," the first man sneered, curling his lip. "Worst case, I'll just quit this Black Mask group. I only joined to make money, but instead of getting rich, I'm being ordered around every day." "All right, stop complaining," the other teammate sighed before his tone suddenly shifted to excitement. "This is a golden opportunity. The captain said there's a 50,000 reward just for finding the person who killed Wang Ming. You don't even have to fight, just locate them." "Easy for you to say. Where are we supposed to find them?" The first man rolled his eyes. "This godforsaken forest doesn't even have birds, let alone people. Besides, that guy's a level 2 warrior. If we run into him, surviving is no guarantee. Trust me, don't work too hard on this." As the 2 men conversed, a pair of sharp eyes hidden in the treetops was locked onto them. Yiran held his breath, feeling the restless surge of blood and energy within him. This was his chance to level 1 warriors. The key was to strike swiftly and silently, leaving no room for either of them to make a sound. Just as Iran was about to make his move, a heavy thudding of footsteps echoed through the forest. A one-eyed middle-aged man came into view. His towering frame and cold, rugged face were marked by a long scar slashing across his remaining eye, exuding an intimidating aura of ferocity. Iran's heart skipped a beat. Why isn't he wearing a mask? Suddenly, the one-eyed man's gaze swept across the treetops like a blade. Iran's heart nearly stopped, but he managed to remain perfectly still, suppressing his presence with the Yunshi technique. Even so, he knew how close he had come to being exposed. It was the first time he had ever been so close to being discovered. Captain! The two black masked team members hurried to greet the man. The one who had been complaining earlier looked visibly uneasy, worried that his grumbling had been overheard. The one-eyed captain gave them a few brief instructions before turning to leave. Just as the complaining team member let out a sigh of relief, a massive hand suddenly clamped down on his head. Captain, he stammered. Bang! His head exploded like a watermelon, and his lifeless, headless body collapsed to the ground. The remaining team member dropped to his knees instantly, kowtowing frantically. Captain, it wasn't me. I didn't say anything bad about you. I swear. I know, the one-eyed man said with a cold chuckle, wiping his bloodied hand on the kneeling man's shoulder. You're doing well. Keep it up, I have high hopes for you. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the trembling man crumpled on the ground. High in the treetops, Iran felt a chill run down his spine. So this is the power of a level 3 warrior. No wonder his perception was so terrifying, had almost detected Iran despite the latter's best efforts to conceal himself. But what was even more horrifying was his ruthlessness killed his own subordinate over a few complaints. Iran took a deep breath, his wariness deepening. A level 3 warrior was far too formidable. If he were to face one directly, there would be no chance of survival. After waiting for a moment to confirm that the black-masked captain had left, Iran finally let out a sigh of relief. He approached the still-living black-masked team member, who was sprawled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. A puddle of yellow liquid beneath him revealed that he had been scared to the point of losing control. Beside him, the sight of the headless corpse and the red and white brain matter made Iran feel a wave of nausea. As Iran strode forward with the silver rhinoceros sword in hand, the black-masked team member scrambled to his knees in terror, bowing repeatedly and pleading, Captain, please don't kill me. I swear I'll do my best. Iran paused slightly and said, in your next life, follow a better leader. With a flash of silver light, a faint red line appeared on the man's neck before his head rolled to the ground. As Iran sheathed the silver rhinoceros sword, he couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying sharpness of this crank weapon. The blade remained pristine and silver, showing no trace of blood. After stripping the belongings from the two corpses, Iran continued deeper into the forest. Before long, he encountered a towering flower, as tall as an adult, hidden among the foliage. Suddenly, the flower opened its massive, tooth-filled maw and lunged at him ferociously. Though startled, Iran reacted swiftly, slicing it in half with a single stroke. However, the flower's vitality was astonishing. It remained aggressive even after being bisected, snapping its half-mouth at him. Frowning, Iran swung his sword several more times, chopping it into pieces until it was completely destroyed. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. With no time to deal with the remains, Iran quickly leaped deeper into the undergrowth and used his cloud breath technique to suppress his presence. Moments later, 5 black-masked team members arrived at the scene. Leading them was a short man, barely 1.2 meters tall, whose shadowy eyes scanned the area from behind his mask. There was movement here just now. You guys, go in and search, the short man commanded with a wave of his hand. The other 4 immediately spread out to investigate. Iran watched as one of the team members moved toward the bushes where he was hiding, his heart sinking. The short man was another vice-captain of the Black Masked group, a top-tier second-level warrior with a blood energy value of 900 and combat strength approaching 1,000. Facing such a lineup, the chances of breaking through seemed slim. Just as Iran prepared to strike preemptively, the searching team member suddenly stopped in front of the flower's remains, his face lighting up with excitement. A cloud flower beast. What a find. I have to take this, no one else can know about it. With that, he hurriedly collected the remains and left the bushes in haste. Iran exhaled in relief, but his expression froze again in an instant. Outside the bushes, Vice-Captain, there's someone here, and they've taken down a fragrant beast. The team member burst out of the bushes, shouting urgently, his voice laced with tension. The short man's eyes lit up at the news, but he quickly let out a cold snort. Everyone, surround the area. Search every inch of it, don't let them escape. Damn it! Iran clenched his fists, his face dark with frustration. Only now did he realize he had been outmaneuvered. The Black Mask team had clearly deduced his presence nearby from the corpse of the fragrant beast. To avoid being ambushed, they had pretended to retreat under the guise of caution, only to reveal his location when they were at a safe distance. As expected, there's not a single easy target in the Black Mask team, Iran muttered, taking a deep breath. Yet, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. This is getting interesting. Let's see who has the last laugh today. Without hesitation, he stopped using his chi concealment technique, deliberately exposing his presence. At the same time, he swiftly retrieved the corpses of exotic beasts, cultivation resources, and cash from his spatial ring, scattering them across the forest floor as he ran. Meanwhile, a group of people passing by the edge of the forest caught sight of the Black Mask figures moving through the trees. The elderly man leading the group paled. Black Mask operatives. Let's change direction immediately. Grandpa, is the Black Mask team really that formidable? A young girl beside him asked curiously. I saw the Steel Flame Warrior team nearby too. With them around, shouldn't we be safe? The old man sighed and gestured toward the distance. The girl followed his gaze and saw that even the Steel Flame team boasting 2 Tier 3 warriors was avoiding the forest with grim expressions. Black Mask members are all dangerous, the old man explained. Each one is tough to deal with, and their tactics are cruel and ruthless. Most warrior teams wouldn't dare provoke them. He placed a reassuring hand on the girl's shoulder. But what's strange is, I wonder who could be important enough to make Black Mask go all out like this? Other warrior teams passing through also changed their routes upon spotting traces of Black Mask, their faces turning pale with unease. Back in the forest, Iran was sprinting at full speed, tossing nearly all the items from his spatial ring as he went. Behind him, the short vice captain's enraged roars echoed through the woods. Idiots! You're too busy grabbing treasures to realize the target is getting away. The other 4 team members remained silent, their heads down as they continued picking up the scattered items. To them, a person could be tracked down again. But these freely available treasures were a rare opportunity not to be missed. Realizing the target was slipping out of their sensing range, the short vice captain cursed under his breath. He knew that if they abandoned the loot and pursued with full force, they might still catch up. But the fact that he had already stooped to pick up the treasures showed he, too, couldn't resist their allure. You fool. Drop that yellow barbarian monkey corpse, he barked at one of the team members. Though reluctant, the team member begrudgingly moved on to search further ahead. Before long, that same team member stumbled upon the corpse of a black crocodile leopard. His eyes lit up, and he eagerly rushed over. As he grabbed the corpse triumphantly, he was startled to see a handsome young man's smiling face beneath it. Hello, the young man said softly. Crack. The sound of a neck snapping echoed. Iran moved swiftly and decisively. In one fluid motion, under the horrified gaze of the black-masked soldier, he twisted his neck and ended his life. At the same time, Iran expertly released his own aura at the precise moment the other's life force dissipated, seamlessly replacing the presence of the deceased. This ensured that, in the perception of the short, vigilant deputy captain, there was still only one aura. Iran quickly employed the cloud-breathing technique to suppress his aura, efficiently donned the black mask and uniform of the dead soldier, and stored the corpse in his spatial wristband. Striding confidently, he approached the remaining 4 members and soon blended into their group. They were entirely focused on scouring the ground for items, oblivious to any abnormalities. Iran was a level 1 warrior by nature, though his unique physique caused his aura to be unusually strong, often leading others to mistake him for a level 2 warrior. At this moment, with his aura deliberately suppressed and his build similar to the deceased, even the cautious deputy captain only gave him a cursory glance. Some things are not meant for you to take. Allowing you to pick up a little is already giving you face. The deputy captain sneered coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over the other 3 members. You 3. Remember this, whatever I see first is mine. Understood? The other 3 looked displeased but obediently spread out, continuing their search for scattered items. Iran locked his sights on one of them, the very soldier who had previously spotted him in the bushes, and silently followed. The man hadn't gone far when he spotted a high-quality imitation battle weapon. His eyes lit up, and he darted forward to grab it. However, Iran was prepared. Like a flash of lightning, he moved ahead and snatched the weapon first. Yang Guang, you bastard! How dare you steal my stuff? The soldier exploded in anger, throwing a punch at Iran. Without a word, Iran struck back with a powerful heavy water palm, sending the man flying and coughing up blood. Such strength! Wait, you're not Yang. The man began to shout, but was swiftly silenced as Iran clamped a hand over his mouth. You're clever, but unfortunately, you're still too greedy, Iran murmured as he leaned in close. Let me teach you one last lesson. There's no such thing as a free lunch. And if there is, it's poisoned. Before the man could react, Iran unleashed another heavy water palm, shattering his throat and crippling his limbs in one swift motion. The soldier could only let out faint, pitiful whimpers, unable to move or escape. I can't let you die just yet, Iran said calmly. If you die now, the The deputy captain will notice someone is missing. And right now, I'm not strong enough to take him on. But don't worry, I've already crushed your internal organs. In 10 minutes, you'll find your release. With that, Iran ignored the despair in the man's eyes and turned his attention to the ground. He began punching it repeatedly, creating loud, echoing sounds. From a distance, the short deputy captain let out another cold snort. Two useless fools, fighting over scraps again. The other two team members were equally alert, constantly scanning their surroundings, fearing a sudden ambush. Soon, the thudding sound ceased, leaving only a faint trace of breath in the air. Sensing this weak presence, the short deputy captain sneered disdainfully. He thought to himself, that must be Yang Guang, the useless one. Among us, he's the weakest. Now he's probably been beaten to the brink of death, barely holding on to life. However, in the next moment, a figure flashed past him, swiftly moving in another direction. The short deputy captain froze. Was that Yang Guang? Did this useless guy actually win? But he quickly dismissed the thought, his excitement mounting as he looked down at the spoils on the ground. The others had gone off to search elsewhere, leaving all the treasures in the center for him to claim. Iran's storage bracelet was already packed with a chaotic assortment of items, and since he'd deliberately scattered them, retrieving them one by one would indeed take some time. Soon after, Iran repeated his strategy and swiftly took care of the remaining two. A top-tier level 2 fighter, 950 combat power, Iran murmured to himself as he approached the last remaining opponent, the short deputy captain. Before Iran could get close, the short deputy captain suddenly turned around, his expression dark as he barked, "You little punk! You took out the other three, and now you dare come after me?" Iran spat fiercely and immediately turned to run. The short deputy captain was stunned for a moment before erupting in fury. "You little rat, I'll break your legs." His eyes turned bloodshot as he chased after Iran in a frenzy. But in the next instant, his expression froze. The three other presences around him had suddenly vanished, and even Yang Guang's faint aura ahead had disappeared without a trace. The short deputy captain felt as though he'd been plunged into an icy abyss, his entire body chilled. The disappearance of their auras could only mean one thing: they were dead. What kind of terrifying force could wipe out his scattered teammates in an instant? Though his legs momentarily felt like lead, his experience as a seasoned killer quickly kicked in. He steadied himself and immediately pursued the direction where Yang Guang had vanished. There was something strange about Yang Guang. Before long, he came across the corpse of a crocodile leopard beast, lying next to Yang Guang, who was sprawled on his back with a silver-white thin sword still in his hand. When the short deputy captain saw the sword, his expression shifted from shock to delight. Wasn't this the crade battle weapon that belonged to that woman surnamed Sue? Laughing maniacally, he charged toward the body. But as he neared, his face changed drastically, and he slashed down viciously with his blade. "You think I'm as gullible as those four idiots? Playing dead? Huh? If you want to play dead, I'll make it real for you." He swung his blade repeatedly, hacking the body on the ground into a bloody mess. The short man sneered inwardly, convinced that Yang Guang had planned to ambush him while he was distracted by picking up the sword. But in the next moment, his expression turned grim. Something was wrong. This really was just a corpse. Then where was the real Yang Guang? Swoosh! A dagger suddenly cut through the air, piercing precisely into his lower back. The short man let out a pained scream and instinctively turned to swing his blade. To his shock, his opponent took the blow heed, pulling out the dagger and plunging it straight toward his throat. Blood gushed out as the short deputy captain collapsed helplessly to the ground. In his final moments, he vaguely saw a young man smiling down at him and saying, "Goodbye, smart guy." As the short deputy captain collapsed to the ground, Iran could no longer hold on and fell heavily into a sitting position. Gritting his teeth, he carefully pulled aside his clothes and inner armor. Instantly, a horrifying sight met his eyes. A gaping wound over 10 centimeters long on his chest was bleeding profusely. The inner armor had blocked a fatal strike, but the blade's energy still penetrated the protection, not only cutting through his flesh but also injuring his internal organs. Every breath sent a sharp, excruciating pain through his body, forcing him to gasp for air. If not for the inner armor absorbing most of the force, this strike might have split him in two. No wonder he's a top-tier second-level warrior, Iran muttered under his breath while enduring the pain and applying medicinal ointment. He couldn't help but feel fortunate for having interrogated the middle-aged man earlier and learned about the Black Mask team's members. Knowing his enemy allowed him to orchestrate this ambush. Even so, he ended up gravely injured. Had it been a direct confrontation, he would likely have died on the spot. After a quick bandage job, Iran swiftly looted the short deputy captain's spatial ring and quietly left the scene. About 10 minutes later, a Black Mask team member passed by and froze upon seeing the corpse of his comrade. His face turned pale beneath the mask, and he immediately turned and fled. "The deputy captain is dead." Soon, The entire forest trembled with an enraged roar. "You bastard! If I catch you, I'll grind your bones to dust." Outside the forest, a nearby team of passing warriors heard the furious shout and instantly paled. "That's the Black Mask Captain's voice. Get out of here. That guy never wears a mask because anyone who's seen his real face is already dead." From the sound of it, they suffered a huge loss. Who could have done this to them? "Stop asking questions, just run." Meanwhile, Iran was concealed high in the dense canopy of a large tree, meticulously counting his spoils. The bait he had scattered earlier had all been diligently retrieved by the Black Mask members. On top of that, he now had the short deputy captain's spatial ring, which contained a battle-grade long blade, a testing belt, and a crank combat technique manual called Frost Slash. As Iran skimmed through the details of the combat technique, his eyes lit up. It was a rare blade energy skill that could summon frost to hinder enemies with a single strike, and when mastered, it could even freeze opponents. The blood testing belt was another unexpected find. Such an expensive piece of equipment didn't seem like something the short deputy captain could afford. It was likely a trophy taken from some unlucky genius of a prestigious family. Taking a deep breath, Iran glanced at his achievement panel. Justice served, progress 1310. Eliminate 10 Black Mask team members. Rewards, 10 achievement points, Nirvana Body X1. Achievement completed. Would you like to claim your reward? Iran chose yes, and immediately, a warm surge of energy flowed into his body. He could distinctly feel subtle changes occurring within him as this energy worked its magic. It was as if every cell in his body was being reshaped. The achievement panel quickly updated with new information. Physique. Nirvana Body Level 1. Recovery ability increased by 10. 0.01 chance to recover from a near-death state and achieve bodily ascension. Upgrade conditions. Requires another Level 1 Nirvana Body. Other conditions locked. Recovery ability increased by 10. Iran gasped in amazement. This meant his endurance in prolonged battles would be significantly enhanced. He stretched his body, realizing that his previous injuries had completely healed under the transformation of the Nirvana Body. Without hesitation, he allocated the 10 achievement points he had earned to boost his vitality. When he strapped on the testing belt, its black, armor-like design resembling a summoning device from his childhood memories momentarily brought him a sense of nostalgia. As he initiated the test, a thin silver needle pricked his lower back, nearly making him jump. "My kidney!" he exclaimed. Fortunately, it was just a surface blood sample. The belt then tightened and began analyzing his stats. Vitality, 490 top-tier level 1 warrior. Combat power, 870 over the limit. The testing belt started flashing wildly with warnings. Combat power severely exceeds limits. Possible use of unauthorized enhancements. Iran quickly turned off the belt, calculating silently. With the addition of his heavy water palm technique, his maximum combat power had now surpassed 900, rivaling some top-tier level 2 warriors who had used high-grade beast blood to break through. Although he regretted not having access to premium beast blood during his own breakthrough, he had saved up enough money now. Once back in Ningjiang City, he planned to visit the warrior tower and purchase high-grade beast blood. For the next 2 hours, Yi Ran moved through the forest like a harvester, eliminating members of the Black Mask squad one by one. With his enhanced strength, the silver rhino sword was deadlier than ever, leaving the dense forest littered with the bodies of his foes. Suddenly, one of the enemies, who had been pretending to be dead, shouted, "Captain, he's here." Iran's expression darkened, and he swiftly struck down the cunning man with a single slash. But it was too late, could already sense a powerful presence rapidly closing in. The Black Mask captain had arrived. At such close range, escape was impossible, and there was nowhere to hide. The situation had become critically dangerous. The one-eyed middle-aged man, leveraging his strength as a level 3 warrior, instantly arrived at the location where the sound had originated. Narrowing his single eye, his gaze swept the surroundings like a blade. After the earlier exchange, he had mostly confirmed that the warrior who had ambushed the Black Mask squad must possess some unique technique to conceal their presence. Moreover, the opponent's strength likely hadn't reached the level of a level 3 warrior. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to such tactics of stealth. "This time, let's see where you run," he muttered through gritted teeth, his eye meticulously scanning every inch of the area. Given his speed, there was no way that person could have escaped far. Before him was a simple scene. A patch of lush green shrubs and several corpses sprawled in front of it. A black battle axe appeared in the one-eyed man's hand as he cautiously approached the bodies. Since the opponent could hide their presence, pretending to be a corpse was indeed a plausible strategy. At that moment, one of the bodies suddenly raised a trembling hand, weakly pointing in a certain direction. The person seemed to want to say something, but instead coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining their already blood-soaked mask, before collapsing heavily again, barely clinging to life. The one-eyed man noticed a fatal wound on the chest of this team member, a gash that nearly pierced the heart. This observation eased his suspicion such a grievous injury couldn't possibly be faked. He quickly dashed in the direction indicated by the wounded team member, but abruptly stopped after a few steps. Turning back, he tossed a packet of healing medicine to the injured man. "You've done well. When we're back, he'll promote you to vice captain," he said before hurrying off in pursuit. With the squad suffering heavy casualties, they desperately needed manpower, and a loyal subordinate like this was worth fostering. After the one-eyed man disappeared from sight, the injured team member slowly removed his mask, revealing a youthful and handsome face. "Vice captain? Ha, your vice captains don't seem to last long. Who would even want that?" Uran sneered inwardly as he struggled to prop himself up. The motion tugged at his wound, causing him to feel dizzy and almost collapse. He knelt on one knee, pulling aside his clothing to reveal the grotesque sword wound on his chest. The injury was indeed real. When dealing with a level 3 warrior, he couldn't risk faking it. After applying a small amount of healing salve, Uran staggered away. He knew perfectly well that the direction he had pointed to was fake, and it wouldn't take long for the one-eyed man to realize he'd been deceived. Sure enough, half an hour later, the one-eyed man returned to the scene with a dark expression, only to discover that one of the corpses was missing. Furious, he slammed his fist into the ground, sending blood and flesh flying from the other bodies. To even harm himself like that, how ruthless. The one-eyed man took a deep breath, a flicker of unease flashing in his eye. This opponent was truly formidable, vicious in his attacks, meticulous in his planning, and able to weigh his options decisively in critical moments, even resorting to self-inflicted injuries. The thought of it deepened the wariness in his heart. The one-eyed middle-aged man thought about how nearly his entire squad had been wiped out, yet they had never even caught a clear glimpse of their target's face. A chill ran down his spine. He pondered silently. People often said his black mask squad was ruthless and formidable, but compared to this mysterious figure, what did they amount to? Finally, he let out a long sigh and turned to leave. This time, he chose not to take any more risks, fearing that continuing the pursuit might cost him his own life. 3 days later, at the edge of the inner region of the Limu wasteland, the scorching sun blazed overhead, and a hot wind swept across the cracked, parched earth. A few simple tents stood scattered on the ground. From within one of them came the clear, lively voice of a young girl. "Uran, it's time to change your bandages." "No need. I'm almost healed. You don't have to come in." Uran's sentence was cut short as the tent flap was abruptly pulled aside. A lively girl of about 16 or 17 barged in. She had a charming beauty mark near the corner of her lips, and her snow-white arms stood out under her short green sleeves. A slender ponytail swayed gently behind her as she moved. "Come on, let me change your bandages." Her bright eyes sparkled as she eagerly approached him. Helpless, Uran turned around and removed his shirt, revealing the scarred wounds on his back. Behind him, the girl murmured under her breath, "Wow, what a great physique. Surely just a little touch wouldn't hurt." Hearing her words, Uran couldn't help but reflect on the past 3 days. To evade the pursuit of the one-eyed man, he had taken the risk of entering the edge of the inner region. To his surprise, he discovered a group of people mining in an underground cave there. Some kind-hearted martial artists had noticed his severe injuries and brought him to their temporary camp to recover. 3 days had passed since then. "Young Yi, Inger, come out and eat," came the call of a middle-aged man from outside. Inger pouted regretfully. "I didn't even get to touch." Uran's lips twitched as he stood up and stepped out of the tent. Around the campfire sat 2 middle-aged men, an elderly man and a slow-witted young boy. During the meal, one of the middle-aged men mentioned that the Steel Flame Squad had discovered black pattern iron worth millions in the mine the previous day. This news drew gasps of astonishment from Inger and the boy, while the others showed expressions of envy. Uran's gaze shifted toward the massive mine in the distance as he quietly considered whether he should try his luck. Not only could he search for black pattern iron, but he could also hunt the beast within the mine and work toward achieving the title of Wasteland Hunter. Over the past few days, Uran had been struck by how peculiar the terrain of the Limu wasteland was: lush forests on the outer edges, but barren and arid within. As he withdrew his gaze, a figure emerged from the mine. A tall man cloaked in black. Beneath the cloak, a cold and familiar one-eyed face could faintly be seen. Outside the tent, a few people sat in a circle, chatting casually. Suddenly, a middle-aged man looked up with a serious expression and said, "By the way, do you remember that dense forest we passed by a couple of days ago? I saw people in black masks hunting someone there." "What? Did something happen there again?" Another middle-aged man asked curiously. "Yesterday, the Martial Artists Association sent experts to eliminate the Black Masked Squad," the first man said with a sigh. "When they got inside, they found the place littered with the Black Masked group's corpses. Over 20 members and 9/10 of them were killed. Even their deputy leader didn't survive." Everyone present was stunned. The other middle-aged man widened his eyes and exclaimed, "How is that possible? Weren't they the ones ambushing others?" How did they end up being killed instead? The elder, who had been chatting with Inger, paused their conversation and turned to ask, looks like they ran into someone formidable. Do we know how many people were involved? Apparently, it was just 2 people. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before continuing. Judging from the wounds, one used a sword, and the other used a dagger. Just 2 people took out the entire black-masked squad? The elder drew in a sharp breath. Inger's eyes widened in astonishment. Although she didn't know much about the black-masked group, she had seen even the Steel Flame squad, whom she admired, avoid provoking them in the forest. Only now did she realize how powerful the black-masked group was. Yet, such a formidable organization had been wiped out by just 2 people. That's incredible. The simple-minded boy, who was focused on eating, suddenly blurted out, only to quickly lower his head and continue shoveling food into his mouth. Inger shot her younger brother a glare before turning back to inquire about the mysterious duo. I don't know the specifics. The middle-aged man shook his head. This is all second-hand information from Zhang Laosan. But it's likely they were at least peak-level stage 2 martial artists, and both were highly skilled with their respective weapons, a sword and a dagger. The previously silent Yiran finally spoke up. The 2 weapons don't conflict with each other. It could have been just one person. Everyone froze in surprise. The elder turned to the handsome young man and asked, by the way, Xiaoyi, you came from the direction of that forest. You should know more than us. Do you really think it was just one person? Yiran's expression turned slightly peculiar after all. He was the one who did it. Did he need to guess? However, he didn't like showing off. So he replied casually, if nothing unexpected happened, it should have been one person. One person. The earlier middle-aged man shook his head and glanced at Inger. You weren't even there. How can you be so sure? The experts from the Martial Artists Association concluded it was 2 people. He clearly thought the young man was trying to show off in front of Inger. Yiran merely smiled faintly and said no more. The 2 middle-aged men continued marveling at the mysterious expert's strength, while the elder's thoughtful gaze lingered on Yiran. Xiaoyi, did you venture into the wilderness alone this time? The old man asked gently. Yiran nodded slightly in confirmation. Alone? And you dared to enter the wilderness? No wonder you are so badly injured, Yinger said in astonishment, her gaze sweeping over the wounds on his body. But these are sword wounds, not something caused by beasts. Did you encounter martial artists trying to rob you? Recalling his encounter with the Black Mask Squad, Yiran gave a bitter smile. Yeah, there were quite a few of them. It took a lot of effort to escape. Hearing this, the old man's eyes glimmered with approval. Impressive. At your age, not only do you have the courage to enter the wilderness alone, but you also managed to escape from martial artists. That's remarkable. Just luck, Yiran replied modestly, shaking his head. Noticing Yinger's concern for the young man, the old man smiled and asked, so, what are your plans next? I'm planning to check out the mines and then return to Ningjiang City, Yiran replied honestly. Perfect timing. Why not join us? It'd be safer to travel together, the old man suggested. Yinger immediately chimed in excitedly. Yes, yes. Yiran. There are so many strange beasts in the mine. Yiran hesitated briefly. Traveling alone allowed him more freedom whether hunting beasts or exploring the mines. He wouldn't need to consider others. But with more people. Thank you, Mr. Su, but I'm used to working alone. Besides, I'm only going to take a quick look at the mines and will return soon. Yiran declined politely. The old man's expression darkened. Xiaoyi, do you think we miners are neither wealthy nor strong, so you're unwilling to travel with us? The 2 middle-aged men nearby stopped their conversation, their faces showing displeasure. Young man, don't be so arrogant. While we may only be first-level martial artists, Mr. Su is a second-level martial artist. With him leading, you'd be safe. We've been navigating the wilderness for years and have plenty of experience. Traveling with us, you could learn a lot. At the very least, you wouldn't get injured so badly the next time you encounter bandits. Yiran was momentarily stunned. Yinger wanted to speak, but Mr. Su stopped her. Xiaoyi, I think highly of you, Mr. Su said calmly. This is an opportunity. You've heard of the Kongming Martial Arts Hall, haven't you? It's the top martial arts hall in Ningjiang City. The hall master, Su Fan, is my grandnephew. If you perform well, I can recommend you to join. Xiaoying is also there, so you could even keep each other company. Yes, yes. Yinger's eyes curved into crescent moons with excitement. The 2 martial artists were equally astonished. Mr. Su, you're related to Su Fan? We always thought you were just an ordinary second-level martial artist. My grandson's achievements, that's all, Mr. Su said with a smile, his expression tinged with pride. Su Fan, one of the 3 most renowned geniuses in Ningjiang City, was practically a household name. Yiran was somewhat surprised. He remembered defeating 3 geniuses in the Black 3 arena, one of whom was named Su Fan. He hadn't expected this Mr. Su to be a relative of his. Mr. Su, I still wouldn't want to trouble you, Yiran declined again, his tone firm yet respectful. Mr. Zu's face darkened further. One of the middle-aged men exclaimed, "Young man, you're turning down such a golden opportunity? Do you know what it means to join the Kongming Martial Arts Hall?" The other man shook his head repeatedly. "Too proud and ambitious, you're going to miss out on a great chance. Young people need to learn some humility." Just as they were speaking, a tall figure in a black robe suddenly approached. His face was completely obscured by the hood of the robe. The man in the black robe approached slowly, his heavy footsteps echoing distinctly in the silent surroundings. Elder Su's expression grew grave, and the wariness in his eyes deepened. What alarmed him most was that the tall figure in front of him exuded no aura whatsoever. This either meant the man possessed a profound technique to conceal his presence, or that his strength far exceeded Su's own, at least at the level of a Tier 3 martial artist. "Brother, is there something you need?" a middle-aged man asked cautiously. "Yes," came a hoarse voice from beneath the robe. "I need to borrow your heads and the money in your pockets." Before the words fully settled, the man slowly pulled back his hood, revealing a scarred, one-eyed face. The group froze in place, stunned. That voice. Elder Su's face turned ashen. "The captain of the Black Mask Squad? You've heard my voice before?" The one-eyed man seemed slightly surprised, but quickly regained his cold demeanor. He stepped forward slowly, his gaze sweeping over the area. This spot was far from the other miners, making it an ideal location for a killing. The squad had recently suffered heavy losses and needed wealth to recruit new members, and these scattered martial artists made for perfect targets. The oppressive aura left Elder Su and the others drenched in sweat. Even Inger and her brother trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, the one-eyed man stopped in his tracks, his gaze locking onto the bandages on a young boy's chest. "That injury reminds me of someone," he murmured thoughtfully. "Someone who nearly wiped out my entire Black Mask squad." The wound was in the same place. Could it be the same person? Yiran spoke softly, his silver sword flashing out of its sheath in an instant. The one-eyed man's pupils contracted sharply, and his voice betrayed his shock. "The silver rhinoceros sword. So it's you? And you're just a boy?" He had speculated countless times about the identity of his adversary, but never imagined it would be a 17 or 18-year-old youth. "I didn't expect you to track me down," Yiran sighed, glancing briefly at Inger and the others before decisively turning and sprinting away. He called out as he ran, "If you waste time killing them, you won't catch me." The one-eyed man's expression shifted unpredictably. Finally, he cast a cold glance at the frozen Elder Su and the others before unleashing his full strength to pursue Yiran. This boy had not only decimated the Black Mask squad, but also uncovered his true identity. If he didn't seize this opportunity to eliminate him, the consequences would be dire. The two figures, one chasing, the other fleeing quickly, vanished from sight. Only then did Elder Su and the others snap out of their paralyzing fear. Even a seasoned martial artist like Elder Su, with years of experience, could feel nothing but sheer terror when faced with the infamous captain of the Black Mask squad. We actually survived?" A middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Another man, also middle-aged, was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling. It was no wonder they had narrowly escaped with their lives in the presence of the Black Mask captain, a miracle in itself. Among everyone present, the reactions of the siblings, Inger and her younger brother, were rather unexpected. Perhaps it was due to their youthful ignorance. Though initially frightened, they quickly regained their composure. However, a trace of confusion lingered on Inger's pale, delicate face. Did the Black Mask captain truly mean that Yiran had single-handedly wiped out their squad? Hearing this, Old Su and the two middle-aged men fell into silence. One of them let out a bitter laugh as he recalled the sword marks and dagger wounds, finally understanding why the Black Mask captain was so certain it was the work of one individual. A young man who could make the Black Mask captain wary had indeed annihilated the entire Black Mask squad on his own. Old Su didn't know what to say. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, it would have sounded like an absurd legend. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of shame as he remembered boasting earlier about the strength of the Kongming Martial Hall. For someone like Yiran, a top-tier second-level martial artist, the Kongming Martial Hall was hardly worth mentioning. "Grandpa, what about Yiran now? That captain went after him?" Inger asked anxiously. "Don't worry. There are plenty of martial artists nearby. They won't miss the chance to take down a Black Mask captain acting alone." Old Su reassured her while quickly instructing the two middle-aged men to split up and seek reinforcements. Meanwhile, Yiran was fleeing with all his might, but the one-eyed middle-aged man was far faster than him. In the blink of an eye, the pursuer closed the gap and unleashed a fierce palm strike aimed directly at Yiran. Alarm bells rang in Yiran's mind, and almost instinctively, he turned and countered with a palm strike of his own heavy water palm. With a deafening explosion, blood burst from Yiran's arm, leaving it completely numb. He was sent sprawling forward, hitting the ground hard. The one-eyed man was momentarily stunned. Such strength from someone so young, already a top-tier second-level martial artist. his eyes filled with murderous intent as he drew a massive black battle axe and charged forward. Just then, a muffled thud struck the man's chest, causing him to stumble. Before he could regain his footing, a dagger came hurtling toward his face. He twisted to avoid it and caught the weaponized battle-grade dagger in his hand. He was about to speak when he saw the young man, blood streaming from his mouth, sprinting toward the entrance of a massive mine. "You little brat, die." Realizing the mine's complex tunnels would make pursuit difficult, the one-eyed man roared in fury and unleashed a dark purple fist imprint. With a thunderous crash, the entire mine trembled violently. Though Yiran barely managed to dash into the tunnel, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way. He plummeted along with the falling rocks. The next moment, a raging underground river swept him away. Time seemed to blur as he was carried along. When he finally struggled to open his eyes and coughed up a mouthful of water, what he saw froze him in place. A massive black, serpent-like dragon was right before him. Outside the mine, the one-eyed middle-aged man stood frozen in place, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eye. His seemingly ordinary punch had struck a weak point in the mine, causing the entire entrance to collapse with a thunderous roar. He frowned, his expression dark. Although the mine had caved in, that kid might not necessarily be buried alive if luck was on his side. However, for the man himself, entering to pursue him had now become a significant challenge. In the distance, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed clearly. The commotion had already drawn other warriors to the scene. The one-eyed man quickly pulled his hood down to conceal his face. Before leaving, he shot a cold glance at the collapsed mine, his eyes still brimming with killing intent. Before long, a large group of warriors gathered around the mine, attempting to clear a path through the debris. However, the extent of the collapse was too vast, making it impossible to break through in a short amount of time. Deep underground, Yiran stood motionless, his gaze utterly captivated by the colossal creature before him. It was an enormous black jiao, its massive body coiled like a mountain range, entrenched within an underground river. Its fearsome head bore a single horn piercing skyward, its entire form covered in dark, iridescent scales that exuded an oppressive, chilling aura. Perfect, powerful. This was the only thought left in Yiran's mind. Suddenly, he realized his body was completely out of his control. No matter how he struggled, his limbs refused to move. This wasn't ordinary fear, it was an instinctive dread, rooted in the very essence of life itself. Like humanity's primal reaction to lightning, this reverence was etched deeply into his genetic code. Dragons had always been at the pinnacle of the food chain. Even this jiao, possessing only a fraction of dragon blood, was enough to command submission from any creature. Unconsciously, Yiran's head lowered. Though the black jiao appeared to be in a deep slumber, exerting no deliberate pressure, he still couldn't muster the strength to lift his head and meet its gaze. Clenching his teeth, Yiran fought against this instinctive submission with all his might. He had faced life and death countless times on the desolate plains and had never succumbed to fear. But this was different. The harder he resisted, the more violently his body trembled, as though it sought to kneel before this godlike presence. His fists tightened until his knuckles turned white, his nails digging deep into his palms, drawing blood that dripped to the ground. In this desperate struggle, the sound of his finger bones cracking echoed faintly. Yiran lowered his head, staring silently at his bloodied hands, yet he felt no pain, only an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This primal instinct, buried deep within his bloodline, was something he could not defy. Yiran relaxed his body, no longer resisting the invisible restraints. As he let go, control over his body gradually returned. He tentatively took a step forward and found that he could move again. However, as soon as he tried to lift his head, the feeling of losing control overwhelmed him once more, and his body refused to obey. Forced to keep his head lowered, he carefully observed his surroundings. In front of him loomed a massive black serpent, exuding an aura of mastery. Though puzzled as to why such a formidable beast would appear in a desolate plain like Limu, Yiran had already come to terms with the situation. Fear and trembling in the presence of a master-level beast were perfectly normal. Even second- or third-tier warriors far stronger than him would find it hard to escape such primal terror. Just like humans revere the power of the heavens, the weak submit to the strong. It's the law of nature, Yiran muttered under his breath, trying to convince himself. Using the reflection on the water's surface, he searched for a way out. Yet, he kept unintentionally catching glimpses of the enormous serpent's figure. Each accidental meeting of their gazes made him instinctively avert his eyes, and the fear in his heart continued to grow, pressing down on him like a suffocating nightmare. At last, he noticed a narrow crack emitting a faint light. It seemed to lead outside. Taking advantage of the serpent's slumber, Yiran cautiously stepped onto the massive scales floating on the water and began making his way toward the crack. Even when the serpent's figure was no longer in sight, he kept his head bowed, not daring to lift it even slightly. His reflection in the water revealed his absurd posture, and an unspoken fury began to rise within him. But he forcefully suppressed it. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have encountered a master-level black serpent and survived. Hidden achievement, unlocked insignificant ant reward. 100 achievement points. The title of Insignificant Ant completely ignited Yrant's anger. He slammed his fist into the ground and roared, "To hell with your insignificant ant. It's just a damn serpent. Even if it were a true dragon, I'd still crush its head beneath my feet." All the pent-up rage erupted in that moment. With bloodshot eyes, Yrant slowly lifted his head and stared directly at the black serpent. Though the oppressive force descended upon him once more, and his body instinctively resisted, this time he refused to suppress his true emotions. "I don't care if you're a master, or how strong you are. As long as you're a beast, there's no way in hell I'll ever bow to you, let alone fear you." From the very beginning, he never backed down. Yrant's body trembled, but his gaze remained resolute. His physical frailty and inner fear did nothing to shake his determination. To him, the creature before him was nothing more than a black flood dragon. No matter how powerful it was, if he couldn't even summon the courage to face it head-on, what kind of martial artist was he? How could he pursue the martial path? Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed from within Yrant's body as his skin began to split, and blood seeped out like beads. Intense pain surged through him, yet instead of despair, he felt exhilaration. This was the stance he longed for. Better to die standing than to live kneeling. What black flood dragon? What so-called grandmaster? I'm staring right at you, and what of it? Yrant roared, lifting his head abruptly. In that instant, the blood vessels across his body ruptured, drenching him in crimson. Though his figure wavered, he straightened his spine and took a deliberate step forward. To anyone else, it was just a single step, but to Yrant, it felt as though he had planted his foot squarely on the massive head of the black flood dragon. At that moment, all instinctive fear vanished without a trace. He had conquered himself, reclaiming full control over his body. Despite his severe injuries, Yrant could distinctly feel a transformation taking place within him. His mastery over his physical form had ascended to an entirely new level. Simultaneously, his achievement panel displayed a significant surge in his combat awareness, reaching the pushing the limits stage. It indicated that he only needed 500 achievement points to break through to an even higher realm. Pushing the limits? Yrant murmured weakly, his voice tinged with joy. Unfortunately, his injuries were too grave for him to immediately test the extent of his newfound strength. Just then, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. With the body of an ant, you confronted a dragon, fearless and unwavering, and triumphed over yourself. You have completed the hidden achievement Heart of Fearlessness, earning 100 achievement points and receiving Fearless Physique X1. The system panel revealed his newly acquired trait, Fearless Physique Level 1, which granted him immunity to 10 of the intimidation exerted by warriors below the rank of Martial Saint. This was his second acquired trait. While it might not be as versatile as his Nirvana physique, it could still serve as a crucial trump card in critical moments. Suddenly, a voice of admiration echoed from the shadows. An elderly man with a golden complexion, his face marked with bloodstains and weariness, emerged slowly. Grandmaster Hung Yang. Yrant gasped in shock. Hung Yang Grandmaster smiled and nodded before turning to the slumbering black flood dragon. I witnessed everything just now. Promising and extraordinary. Don't even begin to describe you, young friend. Black flood dragon, releasing your aura to intimidate a human junior. Tell me, what do you think of this descendant of mine? Black Jiao? Yrant froze for a moment, then seemed to realize something, his body stiffening as he slowly turned his head. What met his gaze were a pair of enormous brown eyes, staring at him indifferently. The black Jiao had somehow opened its eyes without him noticing. It gave him a calm, fleeting glance before shutting them again, returning to its previous state of stillness. Yrant's heart pounded violently. This black Jiao had been awake the entire time. You guessed right, Grandmaster Hongyang said, looking at Yrant with a smile of admiration. Ever since you entered, it has been secretly releasing its aura of oppression, though you didn't notice. The fact that you were able to withstand its pressure is truly remarkable. The elderly man's weathered face was filled with emotion. A high schooler who appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old had managed to endure the oppressive aura of a Grandmaster-level Black Jiao. It was astonishing. Although the Black Jiao hadn't exerted its full strength, for a second-level martial artist, this was already an extraordinary feat. In truth, Yrant's blood energy had nearly reached the level of a second-level martial artist. Combined with his physical condition, which was comparable to that of a second-level martial artist, it had kept Grandmaster Hongyang from realizing that Yrant was actually only a first-level martial artist. That explains it. No wonder the pressure was so strong. Yrant suddenly understood. He had assumed the Black Jiao was in a deep slumber, but it had been quietly testing him all along. I was recovering from injuries just now and couldn't pay attention to the outside world, Grandmaster Hungyang said with a heavy cough. It released its aura to mask your presence, trying to keep me from noticing you. Follow me. Seeing Yiran hesitate and glance at the black Jiao, the old man reassured him, don't worry. It's on the cusp of transforming into a dragon and won't risk making a move now. Transforming into a dragon? Yiran's pupils contracted sharply as he exclaimed in shock. A Jiao transforming into a dragon signaled the birth of a true dragon. In the Beast Clan, dragons stood at the apex. Every true dragon possessed the power of a martial sovereign. The leap from a 7th-level Grandmaster to an 8th-level martial sovereign represented a level of strength considered a national pillar in the entirety of Xia country. Yiran carefully observed the black Jiao in the underground river. He finally noticed a small protrusion on its head, the budding growth of a second horn. At the same time, its old scales were falling off, replaced by new Onisa, a clear sign of its transformation. That's correct, Grandmaster Hungyang said with a heavy sigh, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. Once it completes its transformation, the Beast Clan will gain another Beast Sovereign. With that, he led Yiran toward a corner of the cave. Yiran took the opportunity to glance around. This was an underground cavern, with a raging subterranean river cutting through it. The black Jiao resided within the river. The cavern walls were lined with cracks of varying sizes. They entered one of the larger cracks, which turned out to be quite spacious inside. A silver, round stone was present, evidently where Grandmaster Hungyang often stayed. Greetings, Grandmaster Hungyang, Yiran said respectfully as they entered the space. No need to be so formal, Grandmaster Hungyang said with a kind smile, gesturing for him to sit wherever he liked. Yiran gazed at the legendary Grandmaster Hungyang with a mix of excitement and curiosity. This was his first time meeting the renowned figure in person, and he found little difference from the man he'd seen on television, a seemingly ordinary, kind elderly man. If not for prior knowledge, it would have been impossible to imagine that this benevolent-looking person was the same Grandmaster capable of splitting mountains with his fists. Young friend, what is your name? Grandmaster Hungyang asked with a warm smile. He was sitting cross-legged on a silver stone that emitted a chilling aura, the icy air continuously surging into his body. Yiran noticed that although the Grandmaster maintained a serene expression, his brows would slightly furrow each time the cold invaded him. Yiran, he replied, feeling more at ease with the Grandmaster's calm demeanor. Yiran, a fine name. Are you from Ningjiang City? The Grandmaster asked. Yes, Yiran answered honestly. He proceeded to recount his identity and how he ended up in this place, omitting any mention of the achievement system. When Grandmaster Hungyang learned that Yiran, as a 2nd-level martial artist, had nearly wiped out the notorious black masked hunting squad, his gaze grew even gentler. Pure-hearted, brave, and resourceful, Ningjiang City has truly produced an extraordinary talent. As he spoke, he handed a small bottle of medicine to the bloodied Yiran and said kindly, apply this to your wounds, it will help you recover quickly. Yiran hesitated. Senior, don't you need it? He could tell that despite the Grandmaster's pale face, his injuries were severe. No need, child, you use it. My wounds, cough, cough. Grandmaster Hungyang suddenly coughed up blood. Yiran's heart tightened, but with no other choice, he accepted the small black bottle. Upon opening it, he found fiery red powder inside. He took some and applied it to his injuries. The powder seemed almost alive, burrowing into his flesh. In less than half a minute, as a tingling sensation spread through him, new flesh began to regenerate visibly. His wounds healed completely, leaving only dead skin that flaked away. What kind of miraculous medicine is this? Yiran marveled as he moved his rejuvenated body, feeling a significant improvement in his physical condition. While he hadn't yet reached the standard of a 3rd-level martial artist, he was tantalizingly close, just one step away. 1st-level martial artist, 3rd-level physique, I'm incredible, Yiran thought to himself with pride. Seeing that Grandmaster Hungyang had closed his eyes to rest, seemingly fatigued from his injuries, Yiran took out his testing belt. Although his physique had not fully reached the 3rd level, his recent battle against the Black Jiao's oppressive might had caused his combat awareness to soar, undoubtedly boosting his combat power. The test was completed swiftly, and the belt displayed the results. Vitality value, 495 peak 1st level martial artist. Combat power, 1175 quasi 3rd level martial artist. Suddenly, the testing belt began to glitch, with warning lights flashing wildly. 1st level martial artist with 3rd level combat power detected. Warning, warning, someone is cheating. Accusing me unfairly, huh? Yiran slammed the testing belt with a fierce expression, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. After calming down, he instinctively licked his lips and began to carefully analyze his own strength. A combat power of over 1170, this number filled him with excitement. He was just a step away from the 1200 combat power required to reach level 3 warrior. Moreover, his mastery of martial techniques could completely bridge that gap. At this moment, he already possessed the ability to face off against a level 3 warrior Hedon. The only shortcoming was his physique, which had not yet met the required standard. Once my physique breaks through to level 3, my combat power will rise even further. Yiran clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. By then, he wouldn't just be able to match a level 3 warrior, might even have the chance to defeat one. Thinking of the one-eyed, middle-aged man from the Black Mask Squad, Yiran's gaze turned deep and contemplative. The next time we meet, who will be chasing whom might not be so certain. However, he quickly fell into thought again that one-eyed man didn't seem to be an ordinary level 3 warrior. A combat power of just 1200 might not be enough to deal with him. Yiran lowered his head to check his current state. At the moment, he still had 200 achievement points of fortune in his hands. However, the options for improvement were limited. His combat awareness had reached a bottleneck and would require 500 points to break through, far exceeding his budget. His vitality had also neared its limit. Advancing further would require the essence blood of exotic beasts to meet the standard of a level 2 warrior. After a moment of contemplation, Yiran decided to focus on his martial techniques. His strongest technique was the grade cloud breath technique. While this feign death skill was highly useful, it offered little support in direct combat. Next was the grade heavy water palm, which had reached the minor accomplishment stage. If he could advance it to the major accomplishment stage, he would unlock the dual palm strike, significantly increasing its power. There was also the newly acquired Frost Slash. After weighing his options, Yiran began to concentrate on refining these two martial techniques. As time passed, his achievement points steadily decreased, eventually stopping at 130. He opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. Having spent 70 achievement points, he successfully elevated both techniques to the major accomplishment stage. He was confident that his combat power had improved significantly, though the current environment made it impossible to test his progress immediately. At that moment, Grandmaster Heng Yang slowly regained consciousness. Although some rest had improved his complexion, his face still bore traces of exhaustion. "Senior, how are your injuries?" Yiran asked with concern. "No big deal." Grandmaster Heng Yang waved his hand, declining the black medicine bottle Yiran offered. Instead, he gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with longing and reluctance. Recognizing the Grandmaster's mood, Yiran tactfully put away the medicine bottle. However, in the next moment, he froze in shock. A glance at his balance showed that his net worth had skyrocketed from over 3.3 million to 5 million. One bottle of medicine is worth 1.7 million? Yiran was utterly dumbfounded. He had long known that the medicines carried by a Grandmaster would be invaluable, but he never imagined they would fetch such an astronomical price. What made him regret even more was realizing that he had already used about 1/6 of it, equivalent to consuming 300,000. The thought left him parched and filled with remorse. "If I had known it was so precious, I would have used less of it earlier." Before the words even finished echoing, the Grandmaster of Heng Yang let out a soft sigh. His face turned ashen, and a faint, bitter smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "I never thought I would meet my end here. Such a pity. I had hoped to see the Xia Kingdom one last time." These words sent a shiver through Yiran's entire body. "Senior, you?" The Grandmaster coughed, his already pale face growing even grayer. Yet he maintained a gentle smile as he slowly explained. "My battle with the Black Jiao has already damaged my vital essence, and I was poisoned by the venom of the frost serpent. I have less than 3 hours left to live. I thought I would die here alone, unable to settle my affairs, but fortunately, I encountered you, young friend." Before he could finish, another violent fit of coughing overtook him, and he spat out a mouthful of deep blue blood. As it hit the ground, the area around it instantly froze, and the chilling air spread rapidly. Even from a distance, Yiran felt the biting cold pierce his bones, sending a shiver down his spine. "Senior, is there truly no way to save you?" Yiran's eyes reddened, his voice filled with unwillingness. The Grandmaster shook his head. "The frost serpent may only be a 6th-level beast, but it carries a trace of Qi dragon bloodline, which is far nobler than that of the Black Jiao. Its venom is truly formidable. If I were at my peak, I could resist it, but now?" Silence fell over Yiran. The Grandmaster of Heng Yang was one of the most active Grandmasters in the Xia Kingdom, tirelessly traveling across desolate lands to battle powerful beasts and eliminate threats. The thought of such a distinguished elder nearing the end of his life was deeply heart-wrenching. "Life, aging, illness, and death are all part of the natural order," the Grandmaster said, gazing ahead as though he could see the majestic mountains and rivers through the dark cavern. "I just feel reluctant to leave this homeland behind. The Black Jiao is in the process of transforming into a dragon. It won't harm you. Once I pass, you can safely leave with my body." He then began to give instructions for his final wishes. I will enter seated meditation in advance and leave the remnants of my power within my body. Please take my corpse to the Beast Pass in Tianyu Town and deliver it to Lin Tianqiang will know what to do. Also, please bring the small wooden box and my spatial ring to my grandson, whom I have never met. Faced with Yiran's unwillingness to accept this, the Grandmaster finally said, there is one way, but it involves transferring the cold poison to another person. And as it stands, you are the only human here. The cave fell into a brief silence. Yiran lowered his head, his hands clenched into fists. After a long pause, he finally looked up, his eyes filled with determination. Senior, silly child. Grandmaster Hengyang gazed at him with a kind expression, his voice gentle but tinged with weakness. Your sincerity already moves me deeply. This frail body of mine doesn't have many years left, while you are still young and full of potential. But, senior, you are a grandmaster. The contributions you can make? Yiran said anxiously. Grandmaster Hengyang shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his pale face. Though I am a grandmaster, no life is more valuable than another. My life is not necessarily more precious than yours. Besides, to see such an outstanding junior like you before my death is enough for me. Then, raising his voice suddenly, he asked, that black flood dragon outside, though I cannot defeat it, do you have the confidence to slay it with your own hands one day? I do. Yiran's eyes reddened as he shouted fiercely, whether it's a flood dragon or a true dragon, I will kill it. I swear it. Good. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit of a man from Xia. Grandmaster Hengyang laughed heartily, but the laughter soon turned into violent coughing, and he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood laced with icy energy. After resting briefly, he began to speak weakly about his final wishes. I have no regrets left. Now, I need to tell you a few things. That black flood dragon will need a year to fully transform into a dragon. During this time, you must find a martial sovereign and slay it before its transformation is complete. Grandmaster Hengyang then recounted how he was injured. It turned out that after stabilizing the wastelands near Qingshui City, he had taken it upon himself to clear out powerful beasts along the way to ease the burden on nearby cities. In the Limu Wasteland, he encountered a peak-level grade 7 black flood dragon. The flood dragon race, second only to true dragons among top-tier beasts, possesses combat power far surpassing humans of the same level. During the fierce battle, the black flood dragon gained strength from the fight and began its transformation into a dragon. At that critical moment, a rare variant, the Jade Ice Serpent, ambushed Grandmaster Hengyang. Though he nearly split the serpent in two with one strike, he was poisoned by its icy venom. In the end, both he and the flood dragon, mid-transformation, fell into an underground river. If only I had managed to kill that Jade Ice Serpent completely back then, the venom could have been cured, Grandmaster Hengyang sighed. Its scales hold the antidote, but it escaped in the end. Hearing this, Yiran's expression grew even more sorrowful. All right, I've explained almost everything, Grandmaster Hengyang said, coughing heavily as his complexion grew even grayer. Struggling to speak, he continued, finally, I will pass on my life's ultimate technique in young true form to you. Only then can I pass on in peace. Yiran remained silent. He knew that if not for the Grandmaster's desire to teach him the Hengyang true form, the old master might have been able to hold on a bit longer. This realization filled his heart with bitterness and helplessness. He had once believed himself strong enough, but now he understood just how far he still had to go. Come here, child. Grandmaster Hengyang beckoned to him. Yiran stepped forward quickly but still clung to a shred of hope as he asked, Master, is there no alternative? What about the scales of a cold attribute beast, for instance? The scales of other beasts won't work. The Grandmaster's words trailed off as his gaze suddenly froze, fixating on the 4 deep blue scales in Yiran's hand. With a burst of excitement, he exclaimed, these are the scales of the frost serpent. Yiran was momentarily stunned, staring in disbelief at the scales in his hand. The Grandmaster, now visibly eager, asked urgently, where did you get these scales? Even someone of his caliber couldn't hide his joy at the glimmer of hope for survival. After Yiran briefly recounted how he had come across the scales, Grandmaster Hengyang shook his head in amazement and said, truly, the heavens never seal off all paths. What an incredible stroke of luck. Yiran felt a surge of relief as well, grateful he hadn't risked entering the main passage. If he had faced a level 6 beast as venomous as the Frost Serpenta creature, even the Grandmaster struggled to resist would have surely met his end. Master, are these few scales enough? Yiran asked anxiously. Yes, 2 are sufficient, the Grandmaster replied, taking 2 scales from Yiran. He explained, the saying goes, where there's poison, the antidote is never far. This principle applies to the Frost Serpent as well. Its unique antidote is found in its own scales. After instructing Yiran to carefully safeguard the remaining 2 scales, which could be used to forge scrade weapons, Grandmaster Hengyang took the scales and entered a meditative state. A faint blue light began to emanate from the scales. Feeling bored while waiting, Yiran mustered his courage and stepped out of the cave. He saw the massive black flood dragon lying motionless across the dark river, its eyes closed. The surging waters rushed over its jet-black scales, which shimmered with an eerie glow. Though he knew the dragon was currently unable to move, Yiran dared not take any risks and observed from a safe distance. The river's surface was littered with the dragon's shed scales and congealed black liquid. Yiran's heart raced. These were materials of Grandmaster-level quality. Unfortunately, the scales were too heavy for him to carry or store in his spatial ring. Just as he was at a loss, Grandmaster Hengyang emerged, his complexion much improved and his demeanor far more robust. Smiling at Yiran, he said, "While these black dragon scales are valuable, the dragon's blood can be refined into beast essence blood, which is even more precious." The mention of beast essence blood immediately drew Yiran's attention to the congealed black liquid floating in the dark river. The black liquid was dense and peculiar, suspended on the surface of the water like jelly. Yiran stared at this incredibly dense substance, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. "Senior, can the essence blood refined from this black flood dragon's blood be used to break through realms?" Yiran couldn't help but ask. "Of course," Grandmaster Hengyang replied with a smile and a nod. "Any essence blood from a mystical beast can be used, even from a Grandmaster-level beast like the Black Flood Dragon. However, even a second-level warrior cannot withstand such potent essence blood." "A second-level warrior can't handle it?" Yiran was stunned. "Then as a first-level warrior, wouldn't it be even more impossible for me?" Grandmaster Hengyang was taken aback by this revelation. "You're a first-level warrior?" His sharp gaze immediately locked onto Yiran. After carefully sensing his energy, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Previously, due to being severely injured, his perception had diminished, but now he realized that Yiran's vitality value had yet to exceed 500, indeed indicating a first-level warrior's level. Nearby, the black flood dragon slowly opened its eyes, its brown pupils gazing deeply at Yiran for a moment before it returned to slumber. "Senior, as long as one's physique is strong enough, they can withstand essence blood, right?" Yiran asked thoughtfully. "That's correct," Grandmaster Hengyang explained. "But improving one's physique is extremely difficult and usually requires breaking through realms. To absorb the Black Flood Dragon's essence blood, at least a martial master's level of physique is necessary." Yiran frowned in contemplation. He was already close to possessing the physique of a third-level warrior, but the martial master's level was still a significant gap away. He decided to collect the Black Flood Dragon's blood first and figure out the rest later. As he began to gather the Black Flood Dragon's blood from the water, his spatial ring suddenly emitted a cracking sound, and a fracture appeared. It wasn't that the space was insufficient. The Black Flood Dragon's blood was simply too heavy, collapsing the internal space. "Use this," Grandmaster Hengyang said, tossing him a fiery red spatial ring engraved with the characters Hengyang. "This was mine when I was younger. It has 300 cubic meters of space, more than enough to store it all." Yiran accepted the ring with delight, carefully examining it before performing a blood recognition ritual. With the sturdier Hengyang ring, he quickly stored all 32 clusters of Black Flood Dragon blood. Once refined into essence blood, it would be enough for 3 uses. Grandmaster Hengyang smiled and said, "Extracting essence blood is indeed very challenging, especially when it comes to blood from a Grandmaster-level exotic beast like this. If you trust me, you can hand over the Black Flood Dragon's blood. I have an old friend who specializes in refining essence blood. Once it's done, I'll arrange for someone to deliver the finished product to you." Hearing this, Yiran was both surprised and delighted. "Thank you so much, Senior. It's a small matter," Grandmaster Hengyang said with a wave of his hand. With his help, Yiran stored over 60 pieces of Black Flood Dragon scales into Hengyang's ring. Even when stacked, these scales occupied 2/3 of the ring's storage space. With the acquisition of the dragon scales and blood, Yiran's progress in the reach for the billion challenge soared to an astonishing figure 22 million. Seeing this mind-boggling number, Yiran couldn't help but gasp. These scales and blood were insignificant compared to the value of an entire Black Flood Dragon. The worth of a complete Black Flood Dragon was beyond imagination. Surpassing the 10 million mark, Yiran completed the second stage of the Reach for the Billion challenge, earning an additional 100 achievement points. His total achievement points broke through the 200 mark for the first time, reaching 230. "Follow me to the cave, and I'll teach you the Hengyang true form," Grandmaster Hengyang said, turning to walk toward the cave. Though hesitant, Yiran eventually followed. This Grandmaster-level martial technique was originally meant to be passed down because Grandmaster Hengyang thought he was nearing his demise. To his surprise, even after recovering, the Grandmaster still insisted on teaching him, a gesture of generosity that left Yiran deeply moved. Inside the cave, Grandmaster Hengyang sat cross-legged and began explaining in detail. The Hengyang True Form is a martial technique that enhances overall strength. When used, it can boost physical constitution, vitality, and other attributes. Yiran's eyes lit up. Senior, since it temporarily enhances physical constitution, could I absorb exotic beast essence blood while using the Hengyang True Form? That's an interesting idea, though I've never tried it myself, so I can't say for sure, Grandmaster Hengyang replied, slightly surprised. Yiran made a mental note of this possibility. If it worked, he might not need a martial master's level of physical strength to absorb the Black Flood Dragon's essence blood. Of course, it was too early to make any assumptions. Grandmaster Hengyang continued, the Hengyang True Form has 3 levels. Spirit Flame Form, which increases combat power by 10, Dragon Flame Form, which increases it by 25, and True Flame Form, which boosts it by 40 to 50, depending on the quality of the exotic fire used. For those below the Grandmaster level, it could directly elevate them by an entire realm. Exotic fire? The term sounded familiar to Yiran. Exotic fire refers to flames born from the unique terrains of the wastelands. They are highly aggressive, Grandmaster Hengyang explained, opening his palm to reveal a wisp of golden flame. Many powerful fire-based martial techniques require exotic fire for cultivation, and the Hengyang True Form is no exception. Its 3 forms each require a different type of exotic fire. The moment Yiran saw the golden flame, his eyelids twitched violently, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. This flickering golden fire gave him an overwhelming sense of danger. This is the devouring golden sun flame, a very rare type of otherworldly flame, Grandmaster Hengyang said as he gazed at the flame in his hand, his tone tinged with regret. If I had used this flame earlier when fighting the Black Jiao, my chances of victory would have increased by 20%. That powerful? Yiran asked in shock. Indeed, otherworldly flames, like essence blood, are classified into 5 levels: common, superior, rare, precious, and supreme. This is a supreme level flame, Grandmaster Hengyang explained, gently stroking the flame in his palm. The golden fire danced slowly in his hand. The most unique trait of the devouring golden sun flame is its ability to consume metallic substances, making it extremely destructive against weapons. Ordinary weapons would melt easily in its presence, and the flame can grow stronger by devouring them. Yiran shuddered upon hearing this, finally understanding why this flame could increase the Grandmaster's chances against the Black Jiao. It was the perfect counter to the creature, whose scales were made of metallic material. This flame is for you to use in cultivating the spirit flame body, Grandmaster Hengyang said with a smile, handing the flame to Yiran. Senior, this is far too valuable. Yiran declined fervently, shaking his head. Yet his hands betrayed his words as he quickly accepted the devouring golden sun flame. Grandmaster Hengyang chuckled at this, appearing magnanimous. Though the flame was precious, it was of little use to him now. Moreover, compared to his own life, it was insignificant. Most importantly, he had high hopes for this boy from the ordinary martial city of Ningjiang. The boy's talent had truly impressed him. It was this appreciation for talent that had compelled him to break convention and pass on his self-created ultimate technique, the Hengyang True Body. This was no ordinary Grandmaster-level martial art. It was a unique skill known only to him. Typically, Grandmasters kept their self-created techniques highly secret, never sharing them lightly, as revealing them could lead to enemies discovering ways to counter them. The devouring golden sun flame is still quite weak at the moment. It needs to grow by consuming weapons or minerals before you can refine it, Grandmaster Hengyang explained. There's no rush. Even the first form of the Hengyang True Body, the Spirit Flame Body, requires a considerable amount of time to cultivate. Yiran glanced at the system panel, which displayed 230 achievement points, and said earnestly, Senior, I believe that as long as I keep working hard, they'll succeed before long. Working hard. Grandmaster Hengyang chuckled. This is a Grandmaster-level martial art. Talent is just as important. Although he had confidence in Yiran's potential, he knew that Grandmaster-level techniques required at least a year or 2 of dedicated practice to yield results. All right, let me teach you the Hengyang True Body now. Grandmaster Hengyang's expression turned serious as he motioned for Yiran to come closer. Since the immobilized Black Jiao, with its Grandmaster-level beast abilities, could still hear its surroundings, Hengyang made sure to create a soundproof barrier before beginning his instruction. Once the method for cultivating the Hengyang True Body was fully explained, Yiran closed his eyes and began using his achievement points to deduce the first form of the technique, the Spirit Flame Body. 3 days passed in a flash. Yiran slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He glanced at the system panel. Every achievement point had been exhausted, but the results left him completely satisfied. The cultivation of the Spirit Flame Body had shown initial progress. Only the final step of refining the devouring golden sun flame remained. Yiran pressed his lips together, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Although this Grandmaster-level martial art was theoretically capable of boosting overall combat power by just 10, that calculation was based on a Grandmaster's level. For a beginner like him, the improvement would undoubtedly far exceed expectations. At this moment, Grandmaster Hung Yang also opened his eyes. After 3 days of recovery, most of his injuries had healed, and his complexion appeared vibrant, his gaze sharp. He looked at Yiran with a gentle tone. The spirit flame body is only the first level of the Hung Yang true form, but its cultivation is no easy feat. Making little progress in 3 days is normal. There's no need to rush. I think I've pretty much gotten the hang of it, Yiran said, scratching his head. Oh. Grandmaster Hung Yang raised an eyebrow. I created this martial art after breaking through to the Grandmaster level, and even at my level back then, it took me a full week to form just one spirit flame mark. Are you saying that in 3 days you've already... Before he could finish, Yiran raised his palm. A fiery red mark slowly emerged. A spirit flame mark. Grandmaster Hung Yang's pupils contracted as he drew in a sharp breath. He was about to praise Yiran when another 2 fiery marks appeared on Yiran's hand, leaving him utterly speechless. 3 spirit flame marks. Grandmaster Hung Yang took a deep breath, struggling to calm himself. This speed. He faltered, unable to find the words, and instead changed the subject. All right, it's time for us to move on. Yiran nodded and followed. As he stood up, he unconsciously touched his back. Hidden there were 7 more fiery red marks. In reality, he had mastered a total of 10 spirit flame marks. Half an hour later, the 2 of them moved swiftly along an underground river, eventually emerging onto the surface. With a splash, they broke through the water to find themselves in a vast, deep pool. Towering trees on both banks stretched skyward, their dense canopies casting shadows that added an air of mystery to the pool. Yiran followed Grandmaster Hung Yang onto the shore. Turning back, he finally grasped the enormity of the deep pool. It stretched so far that the horizon seemed to blur, resembling an endless expanse of water. Feeling a sense of awe, Yiran scanned his surroundings. This deep pool was the lair of the black flood dragon. The water was dark and profound, connected to an underground river. It was through this hidden waterway that they had just made their way here. Grandmaster Hung Yang explained slowly. This deep pool has severed all water veins from the interior to the core area of the wasteland, gathering them here to form this natural treasure. Otherwise, with the level of the Limu wasteland, it would be impossible to sustain a Grandmaster-level black flood dragon. I see, Yiran murmured in realization, his heart shaken. No wonder the wasteland's interior was so parched, with the ground cracked and barren. It was only now that he truly grasped the terrifying power of a Grandmaster. Such power could even alter the course of the Earth's veins, an ability that seemed almost beyond comprehension. The black flood dragon is in the process of transforming into a true dragon, but my injuries haven't fully healed. If I act recklessly to interfere, it might prove futile. Hung Yang shook his head and added, this matter requires the intervention of a martial sovereign. I plan to make a trip to Ningjiang City. Will you return with me, or stay here in the wasteland to continue your training? Yiran considered for a moment. The black flood dragon, now in its semi-dragon state, was even more formidable than before. Attempting to disrupt its transformation might not only fail but also provoke the creature, potentially leading to disaster. Senior, I won't return for now. I want to find a mine where I can cultivate the devouring gold sun flame and train in the Hung Yang true body technique. Very well, it's up to you. But first, I'll take you out of the core area. This place is teeming with martial master level beasts, making it too dangerous for you to move alone. Their journey out was surprisingly smooth. All the beasts along the way kept their distance, avoiding them entirely. The faint aura emanating from the Grandmaster was enough to keep any creatures within 100 miles from daring to appear. Before long, they reached the inner region, where the entrance to a newly excavated mine could be seen in the distance. This is where we part ways, Hung Yang said as he turned. The black flood dragon's blood essence will be ready in at most a month, or as soon as half a month. I'll send it to you then. If you wish to gain some experience outside, you may take this to find me at the Song family in Yuanjing City. With that, he handed Yiran a thumb-sized fiery red jade pendant, intricately carved with a blazing sun. Yiran accepted it solemnly, watching as the Grandmaster departed. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the mine. Spirit flame body, here I come. Not far away, from within a tent, a middle-aged man in a black robe with a single eye stared intently at Yiran's retreating figure. Brother Zhang, have you found the person you're looking for? A lazy voice sounded from inside the tent. A man in his early 30s with a small mustache stretched lazily and sat up on the bed, his gaze sweeping toward the visitor. On the bed lay a burly man, his face buried in the pillow, his rear raised high, letting out muffled sobs. Relax, everyone has a first time. You'll get used to it after a few tries, the mustached man said gently, patting the big man's back. It's fine. All the brothers in the team have been through it. The one-eyed middle-aged man standing nearby furrowed his brows, his stomach churning. He had always known this guy was twisted, but witnessing it firsthand still made him sick. If he didn't need something from him, he would have already twisted this guy's head off and kicked it like a ball. As the mustached man walked toward him, he instinctively shifted a step to the side. Brother Zhang, you really have a great physique, the mustached man remarked, his eyes gleaming as he eyed the tall and sturdy frame of the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man twitched slightly at the corner of his eye, suppressing the urge to swing his axe, and said in a low voice, Captain Lee, let's talk business. All right, that person outside. He's the one who took down your Black Mask squad, isn't he? The mustached man grinned as he looked out, quickly locking onto the retreating figure of a young man in the distance. Brother Zhang, you must be joking. The person who destroyed the infamous Black Mask squad is just a 17 or 18-year-old boy. If word gets out, people in our line of work will laugh you to death. I'd advise you not to underestimate him, the one-eyed man said coldly. That boy is a tough opponent. If you're not ready to give it your all, you'll leave right now and find someone else to work with. Relax, Brother Zhang, it was just a joke, the mustached man said, his smile fading. Everyone in our field knows your reputation. If even you suffered a major loss at his hands, how could my modest greedy wolf squad dare take him lightly? He paused, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the one-eyed man. But, Brother Zhang, are you serious? If we help you take him down, you'll join our greedy wolf squad? If any seasoned fighters familiar with the wilderness had overheard this conversation, they would have been shocked. The greedy wolf squad, while not as renowned as the Black Mask squad, was far more powerful. The idea of these two notorious hunting squads joining forces was certainly unexpected. As long as you can take him down, why not join the greedy wolf squad? The one-eyed man said slowly, his eyes burning with deep hatred. My Black Mask squad is disbanded anyway. I need a new place to go. It doesn't matter where, but the condition is that this boy must be killed first. Deal. The greedy wolf squad's deputy leader clapped excitedly. Brother Zhang, joining us is definitely the best decision you could make. As he spoke, he glanced hesitantly at the boy's silhouette disappearing into the mine. Though he trusted the one-eyed man's judgment, a boy of 17 or 18, how strong could he possibly be? The one-eyed middle-aged man spoke coldly. A top-tier level 2 warrior. While his vitality might fall short, his combat power definitely reaches that level. More importantly, he escaped from me twice right under my nose. Hearing this, the deputy captain of the greedy wolf squad's face changed drastically. In disbelief, he exclaimed, so young and already a level 2 warrior? There's no way someone this talented could come from Ningjiang City. Who cares if he's from Ningjiang or not? The one-eyed man said, his gaze hardening with a hint of cruelty. This is the wilderness. Since he's come here, his life is no longer his to control, no matter which noble family he belongs to. Well said, Zhang. Truly well said, the deputy captain praised, though a flash of unease crossed his eyes. While the greedy wolf squad was strong, their reputation paled in comparison to that of the Black Masks because they dared not act as recklessly. Some noble families' members were untouchable, even in the wilderness. The one-eyed man saw through his hesitation. You're worried about the boy having a star protector with him, aren't you? He said, explaining. Talented individuals from noble families often have powerful protectors secretly accompanying them during their training journeys. These protectors are called star protectors. But don't worry, the likelihood of him having one is extremely low. Even if he does, it would only be that old man from earlier. While his aura is hard to gauge, at most, he's a level 4 martial master. Isn't your captain, Captain Wang, also a level 4 martial master? With a few skilled hands, he can handle it. The deputy captain pondered for a moment before nodding. If it's just an ordinary level 4 martial master, the captain can handle it with ease. Even if things get tricky, retreating wouldn't be a problem. He then called over a wiry, monkey-like team member. Deputy, what's up? You remember the appearance of that old man and the direction he left, right? Yeah, I remember, but... The team member hesitated before continuing. That old man looked a lot like Grandmaster Hung Yang. Grandmaster Hung Yang? The deputy captain smacked the back of his head. Idiot! How could Grandmaster Hung Yang be in a place like this, acting as a star protector for some kid? Have you lost your mind? But he really did look like him. His clothes were even similar, the wiry team member said, looking aggrieved. Nonsense. If that really were Grandmaster Hung Yang, I'd stand on my head and eat dirt. The deputy captain waved him off. Go inform the captain and tell him to bring more people to intercept that old man. Remember, target the one who looks like Grandmaster Hung Yang, and make sure you don't kill the wrong person. Meanwhile, not far away, Grandmaster Hung Yang suddenly sneezed. He glanced around suspiciously. Why do I feel like someone's thinking about me? Grandmaster Hung Yang slightly furrowed his brows, a trace of surprise flashing across his face. In the entire Dongyuan province, there were only a handful of individuals who could pose a threat to him. This faint, almost imperceptible sense of danger left him somewhat puzzled. He cast a glance behind him, and with his sharp senses, he detected that someone within one of the tents harbored murderous intent toward Iran. However, that person was merely a third-level martial artist with an extremely weak presence. Considering that Iran was on the verge of mastering the spirit flame body, dealing with such an opponent should be no challenge. Hengyang decided to let this serve as a trial for the younger generation. Suddenly, an odd thought crossed the Grandmaster's mind. Could it be that the third-level martial artist's target was actually him? With this possibility in mind, he deliberately slowed his pace, suppressing his aura while feigning the demeanor of a frail old man. If that's the case, it could be quite amusing, he thought to himself with a hint of anticipation. At my age, a bit of excitement now and then wouldn't hurt. Meanwhile, the members of the Greedy Wolf squad began to trickle out of their tents. The vice-captain of the squad turned to the one-eyed middle-aged man and asked, "Brother Zhang, should we call for a couple more people to assist us?" "No need," the one-eyed man replied, waving his hand dismissively. "That kid is highly vigilant. Too many people might tip him off. The two of us will suffice. Let's head to the mine now and find him." At the entrance of the mine, Iran noticed that the scattered rocks from earlier had been cleared away, and the crevice he had fallen into was now sealed off with a massive boulder, obviously a precautionary measure taken by the martial artists to prevent accidents. However, he paid it no mind. The underground river system below had numerous branches, and the likelihood of someone being transported to the Black Jiao's lair like he was remained exceedingly slim. To avoid unnecessary panic, it was better to keep the matter of the Black Jiao under wraps. He chose a passage and ventured deeper. The clanging sounds of mining echoed incessantly as martial artists excavated black iron or streaked with intricate patterns. The deeper he went, the dimmer the light became, and the sparser the mining activity. Faint noises of strange beasts moving in the darkness reached his ears. In his palm, a wisp of golden flame appeared. This was a top-tier exotic flame, the devouring golden sunfire. Though small in size, the flame instinctively drove away the nearby beasts. Iran took out two damaged imitation-grade battle weapons that had been severed by the silver rhinoceros sword, intending to test the power of this flame. As the first weapon made contact with the devouring golden sunfire, the flame surged voraciously, consuming the metal in an instant and reducing it to a pile of ashes. To his astonishment, Iran noticed that the flame not only grew slightly larger, but also became visibly more vigorous. Intrigued, he retrieved the second broken weapon, and the devouring golden sunfire lunged forward fiercely to devour it. Iran fed the devouring golden sun flame with broken weapons while searching for black refined iron in the mine. After countless twists and turns, just as he was about to lose his sense of direction, the devouring golden sun flame in his palm suddenly reacted strongly. By now, the flame had grown as thick as a finger. Although it was still far from reaching the palm-sized form required for refining, it pulsated violently, pointing clearly in one direction. Iran's heart stirred. As a peculiar entity that thrived on consuming metals, the devouring golden sun flame was undoubtedly highly sensitive to ores. Following its guidance, he arrived at a wall riddled with pits and dents. It was evident that many others had tried their luck here, but had all failed to achieve anything. After a moment of contemplation, he drew his silver rhinoceros sword to test the wall. The sharp blade easily sank into the surface, quickly reaching 4/5 of its length. Just as Iran frowned, thinking this depth might not yield any results, the sword's tip suddenly hit an obstacle and could go no further. His eyes lit up. He exerted force and thrust the sword forward with a sharp stab before pulling it out. On the gleaming tip of the blade were a few grains of black iron filings. Iran was overjoyed. This was undoubtedly black refined iron, and judging by the resistance, its purity was exceptionally high. The devouring golden sun flame leapt excitedly toward the sword tip, but Iran quickly restrained it, fearing he might lose control and let it devour the silver rhinoceros sword as well. After putting away the devouring golden sun flame, he focused on digging. With the sharpness of the silver rhinoceros sword, it wasn't long before he unearthed a massive black iron slab about a meter tall, entirely pitch black, and covered with intricate patterns. Counting carefully, Iran couldn't help but gasp. There were exactly 120 patterns. This was 100-pattern black refined iron, worth a fortune. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and unleashed the devouring golden sun flame. Rather than letting it slowly consume low-quality weapons, it was better to use this superior black refined iron to accelerate its growth. Unfortunately, the power contained in the black flood dragon scales was too overwhelming, and the current stage of the devouring golden sun flame was not yet capable of absorbing it. Meanwhile, the one-eyed middle-aged man and the deputy captain of the Greedy Wolf team had searched the entire mine. Everyone they questioned mentioned seeing Iran wandering around, but no one knew his exact whereabouts. The two exchanged glances and decided to wait outside the mine to catch him. "Brother Zhang, will you take action? Or should I?" the deputy captain of the Greedy Wolf team asked with a grin. "With my combat strength of 1,400, I can kill him outright. You just need to keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't escape." A cold glint flashed in the one-eyed man's eye. This is my personal vendetta. I'll handle it myself. The two laughed as they exited the mine, only to find a scrawny team member squatting at the entrance, trembling all over in a daze. The deputy captain initially wanted to reprimand him, but, seeing how terrified he was, held back and instead frowned as he asked, "What happened?" "Deputy captain, captain." The scrawny man suddenly burst into tears. The captain and all the brothers, they were all killed with a single slap. In the mine, Iran focused intently on the devouring golden sun flame. This peculiar flame was consuming the 100-pattern black essence iron at an astonishing speed, reducing more than half of it to nothing within just a few breaths. He nodded in satisfaction, once again confirming a fact. Ores with the highest gold content were the most suitable for the devouring golden sun flame to absorb. Watching the precious or worth millions being devoured so completely, Iran couldn't help but sigh in distress. Over 1 million, gone just like that. This thing really burns through money. However, he was well aware that martial cultivation had always required both resources and talent in equal measure. As he pondered, the devouring golden sun flame had already consumed the entire piece of 100-pattern black essence iron, leaving no residue behind. This indicated that the ore was of exceptionally high quality, with almost no impurities. By now, the flame had grown from its initial fingertip size to the size of a palm, with significant increases in both its volume and the heat and light it emitted. Iran took a deep breath as 10 spiritual flame patterns appeared in his hand. Carefully, he guided the devouring golden sun flame closer. Meanwhile, outside the mine, the atmosphere was tense. After the scrawny team member recounted the fate of their captain and the others, Vice Captain Greedy Wolf slapped him hard across the face without hesitation, roaring angrily, "Damn it! Have you got a death wish? How dare you curse the captain?" The one-eyed middle-aged man standing nearby frowned, sharply aware of an unusual scent lingering in the air. The scrawny team member, trembling all over, described in terror how the terrifying old man had simply waved his hand, causing the captain and the other brothers to vanish instantly. "Then why aren't you dead?" Vice Captain Greedy Wolf demanded with a fierce glare. Stammering, the scrawny team member explained that he had been eating expired beast meat rations and had gone off to take care of business at a distance, which was how he narrowly escaped. As he spoke, he suddenly burst into tears and turned around to present his evidence. The sight immediately caused both Vice Captain Greedy Wolf and the one-eyed middle-aged man to retch on the spot. It took them a while to recover, and just as the scrawny team member tried to approach to continue his lament, Vice Captain Greedy Wolf kicked him away, roaring, "Get lost. Clean yourself up before you come back." The one-eyed middle-aged man, his face dark with anger, had lost all his usual composure. "Damn it, no wonder I smelled something earlier." The scrawny team member covered his face, sobbing as he stumbled away to clean his blood-soaked clothes. At that moment, two warriors strode toward the mine with firm steps. The one leading suddenly spoke. "I witnessed something utterly unbelievable today. If it weren't for the crater still being there, I'd think I imagined it." "What happened?" his companion asked. "I saw the captain of the Greedy Wolf squad personally lead his entire team to ambush a frail old man." "What? In broad daylight? Over a dozen muscular men ganging up on an elderly man? That's beyond absurd." "Shut it. With a mouth like yours, you're wasted not working in the news department." But that's not the absurd part. While the old man was coughing violently, barely able to walk, he still managed to swat them away with a single backhand slap. Completely obliterated the Greedy Wolf squad. Obliterated? With one slap? Exactly. One slap, and boom, a massive crater appeared on the ground. The Greedy Wolf squad vanished into thin air. It was unreal. Not far away, the vice captain of the Greedy Wolf squad and a one-eyed middle-aged man overheard the entire conversation. They were both utterly stunned. After a moment of silence, the vice captain erupted in fury, grabbing the one-eyed man by the collar, his bloodshot eyes glaring as he roared, "You idiot! What kind of person did you provoke? Damn it, our captain and over 10 of our brothers all dead with a single slap. That guy must be at least a level 6 martial master." "A level 6 martial master as a star protector? Are you kidding me?" The one-eyed man was too shaken to resist, allowing himself to be grabbed. "A level 6 martial master as a star protector? Just who is that guy?" He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. "What's done is done. The dead can't come back." "To hell with that," the vice captain roared. "The worst decision I've ever made in my life was listening to you and going after that guy." He released the man with a shove and turned to leave. Before disappearing from sight, he spat through gritted teeth. "Pray we never cross paths again, or I'll kill you myself to avenge my brothers." He vanished quickly, knowing that a level 6 martial master's star protector could appear by that young man's side at any moment. If they met again, he'd meet the same fate as his captain and the others. As for that bastard surnamed Zhang, this wasn't over. Meanwhile, inside the mine, Yiran slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of golden flame appearing in his pupils. He raised his hand, revealing 10 golden patterns glowing faintly in his palm. These were spirit flame marks. After refining the devouring golden sun flame, the marks had turned golden. With a thought, a ball of golden flame materialized in his hand, the very same devouring golden sun flame. He let the fire envelop his palm, transforming it into a blazing golden flame hand. He lightly pressed it against the wall, and without exerting any force, the wall crumbled, charred black by the flames, leaving a deep handprint. So powerful, Yiran murmured, his eyes shining with determination. Even with this simple test, he could already sense the immense strength of his spirit flame form. However, without a suitable target for experimentation, it was hard to gauge just how much his battle prowess had improved. Contemplating for a moment, Yiran got to his feet and headed deeper into the mine. There, he knew, he would find plenty of formidable beasts. Outside the mine, Deputy Captain Tanlong's face was dark and grim. What you said just now, is it true? I've said everything I need to. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't believe me, you can leave right now. I can deal with that kid myself, the one-eyed middle-aged man replied coldly. A glint of greed flashed in Deputy Captain Tanlong's eyes. I didn't expect you to know the location of the dragon blood tree. However, when it's done, I want 60%, and you can have 40. My brothers died because of you, so you'll have to give up 10% for their families. The one-eyed man frowned slightly. Fine, but why does that 10% have to go through you? Because I am their family, Tanlang said with a sly smile. The one-eyed man sneered inwardly. This guy had just been spouting about avenging his brothers, and now he was using their deaths as bargaining chips. He said indifferently, remember your promise. If you kill that kid, you'll never learn where the dragon blood tree is for the rest of your life. I get it, but are you sure that Kid Star Guardian won't suddenly show up? Tanlang still had doubts. Earlier, he had planned to escape, but the tempting offer of sharing the dragon blood tree had kept him here. The dragon blood tree was a legendary, mystical tree said to grow where the blood of a true dragon had fallen. As the king of mythical beasts, a dragon's blood contained immense power. The dragon blood fruit it bore was even more precious, consuming just one could enhance the physique of anyone below the martial master level by an entire grade. For the two men, who were both currently at the 3rd level of martial arts, eating just 2 or 3 fruits could allow them to break through to the martial master realm and greatly increase their strength. Don't worry. I know that kid well. His star guardian can't possibly be with him all the time, the one-eyed man said coldly, his gaze fixed on the mine entrance. If his star guardian were always by his side, he wouldn't have had to risk his life to escape from me the first time. Humph. No matter what assurance you have, it'll only wait half an hour, Tanlang said sharply. If that kid doesn't show up by then, I'm leaving. I know the difference between life and treasure. The one-eyed man frowned but didn't argue. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from the mine entrance. A handsome young man walked out briskly. Yiran looked a bit helpless. He had intended to explore deeper into the mine, but his terrible sense of direction had only caused him to get more lost until he somehow ended up back at the entrance. Though his strength was now comparable to a 3rd-level martial artist, his navigation skills had shown no improvement whatsoever. What surprised him, though, was seeing a familiar face as soon as he exited the cave. Yiran narrowed his eyes, staring at the one-eyed man on the other side. Beside him stood a mustached stranger. Both of them looked stunned, clearly not expecting such a coincidental encounter. Long time no see, Yiran said. Yiran's lips curved into a faint smile as he slowly walked toward the two men. The one-eyed middle-aged man remained silent, a cold glint flashing through his single eye. Meanwhile, the deputy captain of the Greedy Wolf squad glanced at Yiran with interest, then casually moved toward the direction of the mine, cutting off Yiran's retreat. Just a few days apart, and you've learned to act tough? No longer running away in disgrace. The one-eyed man sneered coldly. Yiran's expression remained calm, his steps steady and unhurried. This composure made the one-eyed man's heart tighten. Without hesitation, he summoned a massive axe into his hand and said icily, pretending to be brave because you know you can't escape? This time, you're not getting away. You've got it wrong, Yiran said, shaking his head. Today, the one who won't get away is you. At that moment, several martial artists began emerging from the mine, seemingly drawn by the commotion. One young martial artist, noticing the tense standoff between the three, shouted angrily, if you want to fight, do it somewhere else. Just a few days ago, someone collapsed the entrance to the mine, and now you're here causing more trouble? Get lost. The one-eyed man wordlessly donned a black mask, and the deputy captain followed suit, putting on the signature Greedy Wolf mask. Earlier, due to the distance and their loose black robes, the young martial artist hadn't recognized them. But now, upon seeing them up close, he froze in terror. The Greedy Wolf squad? His gaze shifted to the one-eyed man's black mask, and his face turned ghostly pale. Sorry, I didn't realize. Please carry on. With that, he turned and fled. The other martial artists, realizing the situation, also scrambled and panicked back into the mine. Yiran's eyes sharpened as he suddenly shot toward the one-eyed man. The latter also lunged forward, intent on ending the fight quickly to avoid drawing more attention. Boom. The two clashed in an instant. Yiran staggered back several steps, while the one-eyed man stood firm, though his eyes were filled with shock. Despite his battle power exceeding 1,200, this young man had managed to block him. Although there was still a gap, it was no more than 100 points. To have grown this much in just 3 days solidified the one-eyed man's resolve to eliminate Yiran. Murderous intent blazed in the one-eyed man's eye as he swung his massive axe downward, unleashing a black axe shadow. Yiran drew his silver rhino sword, wielding it like a blade, and countered with a ferocious slash of the crank martial technique, Frost Cleave. A frosty white blade aura roared forth, carving a frozen scar into the ground and shattering the axe shadow into fragments. The one-eyed man's eyelid twitched at this young man's mastery of martial techniques had clearly reached a high level. Before he could process further, Yiran's figure suddenly appeared before him, unleashing a devastating, heavy water palm. The sound of crashing waves echoed all around before the strike even landed, shaking the air itself. A flicker of apprehension flashed in the one-eyed man's gaze. He tried to evade, only to realize that his opponent had anticipated his every move, leaving no escape route. This young man's combat experience far exceeded his expectations. Every step seemed to be part of a calculated plan. Bang! He barely managed to twist his body to avoid a fatal strike, but was still forced back by the sword. Though he blocked it with his massive axe in time and avoided injury, the impact left his blood surging uncontrollably. Before he could catch his breath, Yiran was already closing in like a shadow, each sword strike targeting vital points with lethal precision. At such a close range, the one-eyed man's massive axe became more of a hindrance, limiting his movements and leaving him defenseless. The thought of how, just days ago, this opponent had barely escaped his grasp with sheer luck, and now had him utterly suppressed, filled him with frustration and unease. The more desperate he became to counterattack, the more openings he exposed. He kept retreating, and with each successive strike from the sword, the silver inner armor beneath his clothes began to show. Suddenly, a muffled bang. A green palm print struck from the side, catching Yiran off guard. He was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. The one who intervened was the deputy captain of Greedy Wolf Squad. His face was grim, and his eyes were full of shock. How could a second-level fighter suppress a third-level fighter so completely? It was unheard of. The one-eyed man seized the opportunity to catch his breath, too preoccupied to reproach the deputy captain for disrupting their plan. Without that timely strike, he might have already been defeated. The two immediately coordinated an attack, flanking Yiran from both sides, intent on ending the fight quickly. Yiran coughed up a mouthful of blood as he struggled to his feet. His clothes were in tatters, revealing the inner armor underneath. Even with the armor's protection, the force of that palm strike had left him severely injured. 1,400 combat power, give or take? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his stance unsteady as he rose. Not bad. At least you won't die with any regrets. The deputy captain of Greedy Wolf Squad lunged at Yiran with the ferocity of a wolf, aiming directly for his head. Yiran spat out another mouthful of blood, and suddenly his eyes turned cold and fierce. I despise people who ambush me. Spirit. Flame body. 10 fiery patterns appeared on Yiran's body, and in an instant, golden flames engulfed him entirely. The deputy captain felt an overwhelming sense of danger. He wanted to pull back, but it was too late. Left with no choice, he pressed forward with the claw attack, prepared to retreat at a moment's notice. Amid the roaring flames, the deputy captain hesitated for a split second as he gazed at Yiran, who had transformed into a figure wreathed in fire. Bang! His claw still struck down with full force. The golden flames in front of Yiran automatically condensed into a shield, precisely blocking the sneak attack from the deputy captain of Greedy Wolf. Scorching heat waves radiated outward from above his head, filling the air with an intense, searing temperature. So hot. What kind of hellfire is this? The deputy captain of Greedy Wolf cried out, frantically patting at the flames on his hand while trying to retreat, only to have his wrist seized by Yiran with lightning speed. Where do you think you're going? Yiran's voice was hoarse and icy. Come on, keep hitting me. Use your other hand. Damn it, I'll kill you. Although the deputy captain was deeply shaken by the scene before him, he refused to back down. A vicious gleam flashed in his eyes as he threw heavy punches at the fiery figure's head. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull impacts echoed, but they couldn't even penetrate the golden flame barrier. The deputy captain's face gradually turned pale. I told you to hit harder. Didn't you eat? Yiran advanced step by step, the golden flames on his body growing even more intense. Come on, hit me like you did just now. Knock me to the ground. No, no, it was a misunderstanding just now, the deputy captain stammered, shaking his head repeatedly, his eyes now filled with despair. Iran smiled gently. Since you've had your turn, it's mine now. With a single slap, the deputy captain's head was instantly turned to charcoal, flying off into the distance. His headless corpse crumpled heavily to the ground. Oops, guess I used too much force, Iran muttered as he turned to face a pale, trembling one-eyed middle-aged man. But then again, it's his fault for ambushing me. Do you know that feeling? When you're in a fair 1v1 fight, about to take down your opponent, and then their mage or jungler suddenly shows up to help, and you end up getting counter-killed? That's exactly how I felt when I got ambushed just now. The one-eyed man roared in fury, hurling a massive axe before turning to flee. However, in the very next moment, Iran's hand pierced through his chest. The golden flames instantly melted his inner armor and continued to consume his body. As the one-eyed man's lifeless body hit the ground, the axe he had thrown finally clattered to the floor. Iran lowered his gaze, observing the golden flames enveloping him, feeling an unprecedented sense of power surging through him. Both his speed and strength had reached unimaginable levels. Third-level martial artists were mere toys before him, easily dealt with. At least 1,700 combat power. With the unique properties of the devouring golden sun flame, I could even take on someone with 1,900 combat power. Iran silently assessed his current strength. The maximum vitality of a third-level martial artist was 2,000, and now, with his spirit flame form activated, he was steadily advancing toward the peak of third-level martial artists. And all of this was happening while he was merely a first-level martial artist. Iran swiftly picked up the spatial rings of the two fallen individuals and left, leaving behind only two charred corpses on the ground. Before long, a large group of martial artists emerged from the mine, led by several third-tier warriors, each wearing a grim expression. Although dealing with Black Mask and the Greedy Wolf Squad was perilous, this was a rare opportunity to eliminate them. However, when they rushed out of the cave and scanned the surroundings, they were briefly stunned. There! Someone exclaimed, spotting the two charred corpses first. Several third-tier warriors hurried over to examine them, their expressions growing even graver. Both corpses belonged to third-tier warriors. One was the deputy leader of the Greedy Wolf Squad, and the other was the mysterious Black Mask leader, rumored to be a tall, one-eyed middle-aged man. Did anyone see who did this? One of them asked, turning to the young warrior who had first noticed something unusual. The young warrior's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke in a slightly trembling voice. It was a boy, around 17 or 18 years old. He looked like a student. A student? The pupils of the third-tier warriors contracted sharply, and they collectively drew a sharp breath. Meanwhile, Iran had found a secluded tree hollow. The golden flames gradually receded, revealing his nearly naked body, with only an inner armor left intact. He glanced down at his predicament with mild exasperation. While the spirit flame body was powerful, the fact that his clothes were destroyed after every battle was a persistent annoyance. Although he could control the devouring golden sun flame to avoid damaging his inner armor, the extreme temperature of the flames was too much for ordinary clothing to withstand. Just as he was about to change into new clothes, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. A human-sized chameleon was lurking deeper inside the tree hollow, staring fixedly at his exposed body. You little pervert, spying on me? Iran snapped in anger and, with a casual frost slash, cleaved the first-tier beast in half. After a short rest, Iran's injuries and stamina quickly recovered, thanks to the regenerative power of his phoenix body. He retrieved the weapons of the one-eyed man and the deputy leader, though they had been corroded by the devouring golden sun flame and were no longer sellable. Without hesitation, he fed them all to the flame. He then tossed all the unusable weapons, counterfeit battle gear, ores, and beast scales from the spatial rings into the flames as well. As the greedy flames devoured everything, the spiritual flame patterns on Iran's body grew to 12 streaks in total, though it was still far from the level required to consume the Black Flood Dragon scale. Iran silently calculated. To cultivate the devouring golden sun flame to the level where it could consume the scales of the Black Jiao, at least 30 spirit flame patterns would be required. Once the 60-plus Grandmaster level Black Jiao scales were devoured by the flame, his spirit flame body would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative transformation. The thought stirred a sense of anticipation in his heart. Perhaps by then, he could truly become invincible below the Martial Master level, and even contend with a Martial Master. After a brief rest, Iran focused on completing the Wilderness Hunter achievement. 3 days passed quickly. As he looked at the system panel displaying Wilderness Hunter Intermediate, Progress, 2830, he frowned slightly. The task of killing 30 different kinds of wilderness beasts to earn 100 achievement points was nearing completion, but the beasts in the outer regions had almost been cleared out by him. Although there were likely some beasts in the inner regions he had yet to hunt, He had been away for too long. It was time to return. In this signal-devoid wilderness, he was completely cut off from the outside world. Although his school teachers were helping to cover for him, his aunt was undoubtedly very worried. Moreover, upon his return, he could sell off and used items, purchase new battle gear, and search for treasures to enhance his physique. Iran placed particular importance on improving his physical condition not only because he had not yet reached the physical standard of a level 3 martial artist, but more importantly, because only a sufficiently strong body could withstand the Black Jiao's essence blood. Thinking of replacing the White Elephant martial mark, which only provided a mere 3-point boost to combat strength, Iran instinctively touched his back. This underwhelming martial mark was something he had rarely used, but the prospect of obtaining the Black Jiao martial mark filled him with excitement. With this anticipation, Iran left the wilderness. At this moment, in the Ningjiang City Martial Alliance branch, a group of highly influential figures sat in a neat row. If any Martial Alliance staff were to witness this scene, they would be utterly shocked. Ningjiang Minister, Vice Ministers of the 10 Associations Department, Yuanwu Department, and 100 Halls Department, all of whom were usually figures of great authority, now sat like students, respectfully listening to an elderly man speaking on stage. This seemingly ordinary elderly man was none other than the renowned Grandmaster Heng Yang of Ningjiang City. I'll request the martial sovereign to handle the matter of the Black Jiao. Your task is to seal off the information to prevent panic among the public, Grandmaster Heng Yang said with a wave of his hand. Hearing this, the Ningjiang minister breathed a sigh of relief. Though the issue had already been reported, having Grandmaster Heng Yang personally intervene would undoubtedly lead to a quicker resolution. By the way, where does the family of that most outstanding young genius in Ningjiang City live? Grandmaster Heng Yang suddenly asked, showing some interest in the family that nurtured Iran. The most outstanding young genius? The Ningjiang minister hesitated. Currently, we have 3 rather exceptional ones. Which one might you be referring to? 3. Grandmaster Heng Yang raised an eyebrow. Are you telling me Ningjiang City has 3 young martial artists at peak level 1 whose strength rivals that of top-tier level 2 martial artists? At these words, everyone present was stunned. The crowd was left in disbelief after hearing the words of Grandmaster Heng Yang. A martial artist at the peak of the first level, possessing combat power comparable to that of a top-tier second-level warrior? It was simply unimaginable. Noticing their reactions, Grandmaster Heng Yang furrowed his brows slightly. To him, it was perfectly reasonable for Iran to have such combat strength, especially after escaping from a third-level martial artist. In fact, he felt his assessment might have been conservative. However, judging by the bewildered expressions of those present, it was clear they were completely unaware of this. Grandmaster Heng Yang, Minister Ningjiang couldn't help but ask, are you saying that this young man is really from Ningjiang City? There was a hint of awkwardness in his tone after all. It was rather embarrassing to be unaware of a genius from his own city. Grandmaster Heng Yang cast him a calm glance and was about to reveal Iran's name when a thought suddenly struck him. That young man had deliberately concealed his strength, undoubtedly for a reason. Perhaps he intended to surprise everyone during the martial arts entrance exams in a few months. With his talent, he had a chance to get into any of the nation's 5 top martial arts universities and might even shine brightly. Pondering this, Grandmaster Heng Yang fell into deep thought. While a first-level peak genius might not be extraordinary for a top martial arts university, he held Iran in high regard. Regardless of which university the boy ultimately chose, his future was bound to be extraordinary. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He had a good relationship with Vice Principal Zhang of Tsinghua Martial Arts University. Why not recommend Iran to Tsinghua and secure a special admission spot for him? Ranked 3rd among the 5 top martial arts universities, Tsinghua had excellent resources and faculty and would undoubtedly nurture Iran's talent. This way, Tsinghua could gain a prodigy early, and other universities wouldn't have the chance to recruit him first. With this plan in mind, a smile appeared on Grandmaster Heng Yang's face as he dialed a number. Heng Yang, what's the occasion? Came a stern, aged voice from the other end of the line. Old Zhang, can't I call you without a reason? Grandmaster Heng Yang chuckled. It's March now, with over 3 months left until the martial arts entrance exams. Has Tsinghua started its special admissions yet? Oh, judging by your tone, you've got a genius to recommend? The voice on the other end noticeably perked up. Grandmaster Heng Yang proceeded to explain. Yes, there's one. Currently at the peak of the first level with exceptional combat power and, most importantly, limitless potential. There was a brief silence before the aged voice responded with a hint of helplessness. Heng Yang, you know our special admission slots at Tsinghua are limited. To qualify, a candidate needs to be at least at the top of the 2nd level or have combat power equivalent to a 3rd-level martial artist. From what you've described, this student still has a significant gap to bridge. In terms of combat power, he should meet the standard, Grandmaster Heng Yang replied calmly. Heng Yang, there are only 7 first-level martial artists in the entire nation who have reached the combat power of a 3rd-level warrior, the other person said, astonished. Which one is he? We'll check the records. If he's truly such a talent, he'll personally deliver the special admission notice. It's not one of those 7. Grandmaster Hengyang shook his head. He's a high school student from Ningjiang City. Ningjiang City? There was a pause on the other end. Hengyang, if his strength hasn't reached the required level, let's forget about it. Our special admission slots at Xinhua are extremely limited. If they don't meet the standards, they won't be admitted. The moment these words were spoken, Grandmaster Hengyang's brows furrowed deeply. Old Zhang, do you doubt my judgment? Or do you think an ordinary city like Ningjiang couldn't possibly produce top-tier talent? Grandmaster Hengyang's tone carried a trace of displeasure. On the other end of the call, Vice Principal Zhang of Xinhua Martial University responded in a calm and indifferent voice. The data speaks for itself. We've conducted specialized research at Xinhua, and the probability of top-tier talents emerging from elite martial arts cities far surpasses that of ordinary cities. Moreover, the very best talents are exclusively born in these elite cities. This isn't questioning your judgment, it's a matter of fact. Grandmaster Hengyang's expression darkened further. Just then, another aged voice came through the phone, laden with evident sarcasm. What nonsense data! I refuse to believe it. Martial arts cultivation is all about breaking conventions and limitations. Man can triumph over destiny. Vice Principal Zhang replied with an unhurried, faintly dismissive tone, and that's why Qiming Martial University is ranked 5th among the top 5 martial universities. This comment clearly struck a nerve. The voice from Qiming Martial University turned indignant at once. That's only because we at Qiming don't care to compete. I refuse to believe in your data. Hengyang, if they won't take that student, we at Qiming will. Let's see who ends up proven wrong in the future. Ningjiang City, being on the outskirts of Dongyuan Province, Vice Principal Zhang continued unhurriedly, has never produced better results than sending one student to Changhua Martial University, ranked 300th. No one else has even made it into the top 500. This first-rank peak martial artist might break records and make it into the top 300. However, his voice turned colder. There's still a clear gap between that and the top 5 martial universities. Vice Principal Li, are you certain you want to waste a special admission quota? These words left Vice Principal Li of Qiming Martial University momentarily speechless, clearly shaken. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Hengyang could tell that Li's insistence was likely just to oppose Zhang, and this only made him more frustrated. He had already resolved not to let Yiran attend either of these 2 universities. As Grandmaster Hengyang was about to refuse, he noticed a pleading look from Minister Ningjiang, who was standing nearby. Although the minister might not have fully grasped the conversation, the mere mention of a special admission quota to a top martial university was enough to excite him. Securing such an honor for Ningjiang City, even if it wouldn't make history, could at least earn local acclaim for decades. Seeing the hopeful look in the minister's eyes, Grandmaster Hengyang softened his stance slightly. This minister had always been diligent and responsible, deserving of a favor. Just as he was about to relent, Vice Principal Li spoke again on the other end of the line. I've made my decision. We'll allocate this quota. Vice Principal Li said firmly. I stand by my word. A special admission quota is no big deal. I don't mind giving it up. But I have one condition: it must go to the most outstanding genius in the entire city. On the other end of the phone, Vice Principal Zhang of Xinhua Martial Arts University suddenly changed his mind. I've reconsidered. That's none of your business. Vice Principal Li snapped, his tone laced with frustration. Grandmaster Hengyang was silent for a moment before replying. All right. He was confident in Yiran's abilities. Securing a special admission quota would be no problem. However, things took an unexpected turn. The quota didn't go to Xinhua Martial Arts University, but to Qiming Martial Arts University instead. Despite Qiming's rich heritage, its recent development had been lackluster, ranking last among the top 5 martial arts universities. Meanwhile, Minister Ningjiang was brimming with excitement. With a broad smile, he directed his deputy ministers, notify all the high schools in the city. In 2 weeks, we'll hold a high school league competition. The first place winner will receive Qiming Martial Arts University's special admission. He hesitated and glanced at Grandmaster Hengyang. Grandmaster Hengyang remained expressionless and said, No need to look at me. If that kid wants the quota, he'll come for it. If he doesn't care for it, so be it. The phone line was still connected when Vice Principal Li's furious voice erupted. Hengyang, you old rascal. Is Qiming Martial Arts University really that bad? Explain yourself to me. Grandmaster Hengyang hung up without a word, unwilling to engage further. He smirked internally. That old fool. If Yiran really joins Qiming Martial Arts University, he'll be laughing in his dreams. As for Xinhua, he let out a faint scoff and thought, doubting my judgment? Let's see if that old Zhang regrets it in the future. Minister Ningjiang and his deputies stood in uneasy silence, not daring to interject. The exchange between these 3 influential figures was far beyond their place to comment on. However, they all noticed that Grandmaster Hengyang seemed to hold that mysterious young man in exceptionally high regard. Grandmaster Hengyang, Minister Ningjiang cautiously asked, What's the name of this young man? And which high school does he attend? Take a guess. Grandmaster Hungyang replied with a faint smile before turning and leaving. The group exchanged uncertain glances. One of the deputy ministers chuckled awkwardly. The Grandmaster has quite the sense of humor. Minister Ningjiang's tone grew serious. If Grandmaster Hungyang wishes to keep the young man's identity a secret, it's likely because the boy wants to stay low-key. We must find him quickly and classify him as a top talent in the city. Fulfill any reasonable requests he has without hesitation. Understood. The deputy ministers responded in unison. However, one of them hesitated and voiced a concern. But what if the boy isn't as exceptional as Grandmaster Hungyang claims? Wouldn't it be excessive to treat him with such high regard? Minister Ningjiang cast a calm but sharp glance at the speaker. Gratitude must be shown where it's due. Even without this special admission quota, the fact that Grandmaster Hungyang has been clearing the wilderness of beast threats and battling the black serpent for us is reason enough. If he values this young man, then that boy is worth every effort we make. Hearing this, the deputy minister's expression turned awkward. In front of the Shoudao market in Ningjiang City, Yiran came to a halt, his eyes scanning the slightly dilapidated structure before him. Who would have thought that this was the largest underground black market in Ningjiang City? After a brief moment of thought, he headed toward the underground entrance. Although there were 3 or 4 entrances, all of them were narrow and cramped, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Long queues formed in front of each entrance, and the people in line were all wearing masks. Yiran quickly noticed an entrance with no line and walked straight toward it. Hey, young man, don't go there. Someone from a nearby queue called out to warn him. But Yiran didn't stop, already arriving at the entrance. Despite the mask obscuring his face, his slender frame betrayed his youth. Seeing this, the people in line shook their heads one after another. Just as Yiran was about to step inside, a towering figure suddenly blocked the entrance. It was a burly man with a height so imposing that the Tumterhai doorframe only reached his neck. A deep, cold voice came from behind the door. Kid, who gave you permission to use this entrance? All the entrances are open for passage. Why not this one? Yiran's tone was calm, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of pressure. The burly man was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling an inexplicable tension. His voice softened instinctively as he replied, "This passage requires a clearance pass for at least a level 2 warrior." The moment he finished speaking, the man cursed himself inwardly for being intimidated by a mere boy. Just as he was about to act tough, he saw Yiran pull out a thick stack of black invitation cards. "Is this the clearance pass you're talking about?" Yiran asked. The burly man's expression changed drastically as he stared at the stack of blood-stained passes. It was clear they had been taken from other warriors. This many would have required killing dozens of people. Not enough? Let me see if I have more. Yiran casually produced 3 or 4 more stacks, so many that he had to cradle them in his arms. The burly man's face turned pale, and he stammered, "It's enough." "Oh, here it is," Yiran said as he pulled out a single, higher-level clearance pass and handed it over. This one was found in the spatial ring of the Black Mask Captain. It should be valid. The burly man's hands trembled violently as he took the pass, accidentally dropping it to the ground with a loud smack. It was a level 3 warrior clearance pass. "Please, go right ahead," the man said, bowing deeply and forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. He stepped aside respectfully. Yiran pocketed the passes and walked in, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers. Everyone in line was silently speculating about the identity of this mysterious young man. The underground black market. As Yiran stepped inside, he was momentarily taken aback. What greeted him was a straight street, lined with densely packed shops on both sides. Under the dim lighting, a steady stream of people moved about. He casually walked into one of the shops. The interior was small, with a reclining chair placed at its center. An old man lounged on it lazily, gently fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. "Young man, are you here to buy or sell?" the old man asked with a cheerful smile. Yiran raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping the underlying meaning of the question. "A wet behind Thier's brat," sneered a skinny man nearby, who was inspecting some weapons. He glanced at Yiran with disdain. Probably stole money from home to buy something flashy and show off to his classmates. Doesn't even understand the difference between buying and selling, yet dares to step into a place like this. Bang! Before he could finish, he was sent flying to the shop's entrance with a single kick. "Who the hell?" The skinny man scrambled to his feet in a fury, but his expression changed drastically when he saw a towering, burly man over 2 meters tall. Despite his initial anger, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fourth guard. You brute, I didn't even provoke you. Why did you kick me?" Scram. The burly man shot him a cold glare before turning to Yiran. Bowing his massive frame humbly, he said, "Sir, is there anything you are looking to purchase? I'd be happy to assist you." Yiran was taken aback. This burly man was the same guard who had been checking passes at the entrance earlier. While he had been stern and unyielding with others, His attitude toward Yuran had undergone a complete transformation after seeing his pass. "Never mind, I'll just look around myself," Yuran replied, shaking his head. The skinny man at the door turned pale upon hearing this. The fourth guard had just addressed someone as sir. Lowering his head, he slinked away silently. "Sir," the fourth guard said in a lowered voice, "this is likely your first time in the black market, so you might not be familiar with how things work here. This shop is notorious for its unscrupulous practice. It ranks among the top 3 for dishonesty. They often damage goods during inspections to lower the price." Iran squinted at the seemingly innocent old man, who smiled sheepishly. He didn't dare show the slightest displeasure at the guard's expose, clearly intimidated by the burly man. "Sir, even if you don't need my help, I can point you to shops with fair prices and honest owners, ones that won't leak your identity. For instance, the third shop on the left as you leave here specializes in purchasing weapons." "Wait," Iran interrupted. "You must have a reason for helping me, right?" "As an introducer, I can earn a 5 transaction fee," the fourth guard admitted openly. Despite his straightforwardness, he felt uneasy. Recalling the large number of passes Iran had earlier, he was well aware that this young man was no ordinary individual. He couldn't help but wonder if his usual introducer role, something he often looked down on, would even be worth this person's consideration. "5 seems reasonable," Iran murmured thoughtfully, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Then I'll leave it to you." "Not at all, sir. You flatter me," the fourth guard responded, barely able to contain his excitement as he promptly led Iran out of the shop. Inside, the old man watched them leave, clicking his tongue in amazement. It was well known that the fourth guard not only had close ties with the upper echelons of the black market, but also possessed considerable strength, making him someone few dared to cross. Yet here he was, treating a young man with such deference. It was truly astonishing. Could he be the illegitimate son of some high-ranking minister? The old man speculated. Perhaps only the son of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch minister could enjoy such treatment. Out on the bustling black market street, Iran, though masked, spoke with a tone of cold detachment. "I need to move some goods. Find me a suitable shop." He was well aware that in a place like this, caution was paramount. While most wouldn't dare to provoke him, his aunt and Shur were far too weak to fend off the many desperate criminals who might be drawn by greed. And in this black market, such outlaws were everywhere. "Understood, sir. I know a shop that's absolutely reliable," the fourth guard said, leading the way. "Fair prices, trustworthy owner, and they've never leaked any client information." They arrived at a particularly spacious shop tucked into a street corner. Inside, there were 3 or 4 employees bustling about. The shopkeeper, a refined-looking middle-aged man, was enthusiastically attending to customers. Iran scanned the surroundings and noticed how unexpectedly busy this seemingly obscure shop was, with the owner working tirelessly to keep up. He silently commended the fourth guard for his choice. Had he come alone, finding such a place would have been nearly impossible. As the shopkeeper approached, Iran got straight to the point. "I'm here to sell." "Right this way," the shopkeeper said, leading them to a private room. The fourth guard sensibly stayed outside to stand watch. Without hesitation, Iran pulled out several spatial rings, followed by a pile of weapons and minerals from his Hungyang ring. These items were originally meant for the devouring gold yang flame, but ever since it consumed the 100-patterned black refined iron, its tastes had grown exceedingly particular. It now scorned ordinary grade weapons and minerals, accepting only premium quality items. The shopkeeper's eyes widened, and he inhaled sharply at the sight of the spatial rings scattered across the floor. His face turned pale. "Don't tell me these are all." "Oh, and these 2 as well," Iran said, taking out the spatial rings of the 2 black-masked captains. Just as he was about to hand them over, something caught his attention. He pulled out a map that had been overlooked earlier. Intending only to glance at it casually, his gaze froze when his eyes landed on 4 words in the center of the map. His pupils contracted sharply. "Dragon Blood Treasure Tree." Dragon Blood Treasure Tree? Iran's heart skipped a beat. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the refined shopkeeper bending down, focused on counting the weapons on the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Iran subtly slipped the map into his pocket. The shopkeeper soon finished his count and looked delighted. "These weapons and the spatial ring add up to 1.7 million. Would you prefer cash or a transfer?" "Cash," Iran replied calmly. The amount was within his expectations. Both the black-masked captain and the Tier 3 warrior were wealthy individuals, and their equipment made up the bulk of the value. After receiving the money, Iran quickly took his leave. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the map, eager to study the legendary treasure it revealed. Guided by guard number 4, Iran visited several more shops, turning the rest of the items into cash. In the end, he accumulated a total of 2.9 million, and when added to his earlier scattered funds, his total reached 3.5 million, a hefty sum sufficient to purchase an A-grade weapon. At the black market's exit, guard number 4 respectfully saw Iran off. Having effortlessly earned tens of thousands in referral fees, The guard was overjoyed. "Sir, will you be visiting again?" he asked, his gaze brimming with anticipation. "Don't worry, I'll find you next time," Yuran responded with a smile. Guard number 4 immediately bowed deeply. "Thank you, sir. Safe travels." His unusually obsequious demeanor caught the attention of passers-by. When Yuran returned home, he was surprised that his aunt, Yi Hongfeng, didn't question his prolonged absence. Relieved, he headed straight to his room. He made a quick call to his teacher, Mr. Zhu, to let him know he was safe. From the faint background noise, Yuran caught snippets like Ningjiang Star and Citywide High School Tournament, indicating that his teacher was in a meeting. Closing the door behind him, Yuran eagerly retrieved the map. It was a finely crafted map made from exotic beast hide, detailing the eastern wasteland with remarkable precision, including its outskirts, inner regions, and core area. The location of the Dragon Blood Treasure Tree was marked prominently in the center of the core area with a striking red dot. Yuran frowned slightly. The eastern wasteland was near Tianke City, the largest city in the Dongyuan province. Its prosperity and martial arts development far surpassed those of Ningjiang City. The distance was considerable, but upon noting that the maturity period of the treasure was marked as May 16th 30th, he felt somewhat reassured. It was only March 13th now, still had 2 months to prepare, which wasn't too rushed. A single dragon blood treasure tree can produce at least 30 dragon blood fruits. Yuran thought carefully about this figure, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. There's no limit to how many can be consumed. If I were to eat them all, my physique would undoubtedly reach the level of a 5th-tier martial master. He carefully folded the map and put it away, his mind already made up to explore the eastern wasteland. Even with only a 9,000 chance, the rarity of the dragon blood treasure tree made it worth the risk. If I could get just one dragon blood fruit now, it would be more than enough to elevate my physique to a 3rd-tier martial artist, Yuran thought with a hint of regret. With a dragon blood fruit, merging with the Black Jiao's essence blood would no longer be an issue. Unfortunately, his current physique was still far from sufficient. Even with the enhancement of his flame spirit body, there was still a significant gap from the requirements of a martial master's physique. He opened his Hengyang ring to take stock of his belongings. Besides a large amount of cash, there were only a silver rhino sword, some Black Jiao scales, a few martial arts manuals, and a small portion of rare exotic beast meat he had set aside specifically for Zhou Shirshir. This meat was highly beneficial for cultivating vitality and blood energy. Pulling out the silver rhino sword, Yuran activated the devouring gold sun flame to begin absorption. In no time, the silver rhino sword was reduced to just its hilt, while the number of flame spirit marks on his body increased to 13, boosting his combat power once again. A single crank weapon only adds 1 flame spirit mark. This is a seriously expensive process, Yuran lamented, shaking his head. Taking advantage of his aunt stepping out to buy groceries, Yuran first found a safe place to deposit his money and then headed straight for the martial artist's tower. He made his way directly to the Iron Bull Armory, the shop where he had sold his old weapon. Looking to buy a weapon? Oh, it's you. The shopkeeper recognized Yuran, setting down his tools and greeting him warmly. What can I help you with, young man? A blank pair of gauntlets or a battle blade, Yuran said bluntly. A blank weapon? That'll cost at least 1 million, the shopkeeper exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry, if there's one thing I don't lack, it's money, Yuran replied confidently. The shopkeeper disappeared into the back room and returned carefully carrying 3 brank weapons, 2 battle blades, and a set of gauntlets. Yuran immediately dismissed the overly feminine gauntlets and then passed on the oversized green blade that resembled a door. His attention finally settled on a simple yet elegant black tang blade. He easily lifted the seemingly ordinary black demon blade, only to find it surprisingly heavy. The shopkeeper, Iron Bull, couldn't hide his shock. Even as a 2nd-tier martial artist, he struggled to handle the blade with such ease. He glanced at Yuran again, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes as he reassessed the young man before him. Yuran tested the long blade with a few swings, the edge carving a graceful arc through the air. His eyes lit up suddenly. There was an indescribable sense of harmony between him and the weapon. He swung it several more times, each movement feeling increasingly natural, as though the blade was destined to be in his hands. Boss, what's the name of this blade? How much does it cost? Yuran asked, unable to hide his fondness. Black Demon Blade, 2 million, the shopkeeper, Tainyo, replied with a smile. 2 million? Yuran's eyes widened in shock. That expensive? Didn't you say the only thing you don't lack is money? Tainyo teased with a chuckle. Yuran rolled his eyes. 2 million is ridiculous. I could buy a second-hand grade weapon for that price. Just joking, Tainyo said, his expression turning serious. But the lowest I can go for the Black Demon Blade is 1.7 million. Even if I like you, that's the best price I can offer. This blade isn't just of excellent quality. It also carries a significant opportunity. That alone is worth millions. Opportunity? Yuran was momentarily stunned. Have you heard of the 76th Master of the Black Seal Tower, the Black Demon Master? Tainyo asked slowly. This black demon blade was his personal weapon. Yiran's pupils contracted sharply. Though he wasn't familiar with the tower's masters, the title master was enough to leave him astonished. A master's weapon, and it's only grade B? He asked, his voice steady after regaining his composure. Tainyo explained, during his lifetime, the Black Demon Master forged 1,000 black demon blades, ranging from graded to master level. Before his death, he randomly sealed his life's martial techniques and hidden treasures in one of these blades. I see, Yiran said, understanding dawning on him. I didn't expect you, a shopkeeper, to know so much about a secretive organization like the Black Seal Tower. It's not exactly a secret. Many people are offering high prices to collect black demon blades, Tainyo said, his tone persuasive. So, what do you think? Want to buy it? There's a 9,000 chance you could be the chosen one. Yiran shook his head with a wry smile. I doubt my luck is that good. After a moment of thought, he added, but this blade does feel incredible to use. In the end, he reluctantly spent 1.7 million to purchase the weapon. Inside him, the devouring golden sun flame stirred restlessly, more eager than it had ever been before, as though it couldn't wait to consume something. Boss, doesn't it come with a sheath? Yiran asked. No idea. It didn't have one when I acquired it, Tainyo replied with a shake of his head. After asking about nearby shops that sold rare wilderness herbs, Yiran left. Once his figure disappeared, Tainyo suddenly pulled out a black sheath that fit the black demon blade perfectly. He gently caressed the sheath, a meaningful glint flashing in his eyes. Half an hour later, Yiran exited another shop, muttering under his breath, damn, charging so much do they think I'm made of money? While rare, he had managed to find a few herbs that enhanced physical strength in the martial arts building. He had just come across a white ginseng plant. Yiran felt slightly disappointed with the quality of the Bai Yuan ginseng. While it was far inferior to the dragon blood fruit, it could barely match the effects of black Jiao essence blood, which was sufficient to help him break through to the third-level martial physique. What annoyed him, however, was the shopkeeper's outrageous pricing 3 to 4 times higher than the market rate. Compared to the straightforward honesty of the Iron Bull shopkeeper, this kind of profiteering was truly unpleasant. Leaving the martial artist's building with little enthusiasm, Yiran turned into his neighborhood. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw Su Qin. The tall girl still wore her hair in a short ponytail, her flawless profile exuding a sense of aloofness. She looked just like the reclusive, white moonlight female protagonists in novels who had been mistreated by their stepmothers. Around her, a group of high school boys who had just gotten out of class stared at her with burning eyes but lacked the courage to approach. For Yiran, however, cultivation was his top priority, and he had long since developed immunity to such attractions. You're back from training? Su Qin paused for a moment before quickly walking over. I'm back for a few days, Yiran replied vaguely. This was an excuse fabricated by teacher Zhuhe couldn't exactly tell her had been out in the wilderness, or his aunt would skin him alive. Only a few days? Disappointment flashed through Su Qin's beautiful eyes. As his only friend, she had hoped to spend more time with him before he left again. Don't worry. They'll help you get the hang of Thunderstrike Fist in these few days, Yiran said with a smile. All right. Su Qin was about to say something but suddenly froze. She hastily said, I'll wait for you at home tonight, before lowering her head and walking away quickly. Yiran, puzzled, looked around and spotted a few people in Martial Alliance uniforms holding wanted posters and asking questions. With his sharp eyesight, he clearly saw that the poster depicted a middle-aged man with a scarred face, marked as a level wanted criminal targeting a martial master. A wanted criminal of martial master level, appearing in Ningjiang City. Yiran's heart tightened. While it was possible the rating was elevated due to a particularly serious case, he still needed to warn his family. When he got home, Zhou Shishir was lying on the couch, her fair legs kicking idly in the air as she giggled at her phone. Yiran immediately became vigilant. Her laughter was highly suspicious. Shishir, who are you chatting with so happily? Don't tell me you're dating someone. You're back, bro. Zhou Shishir snapped out of it, her face flushed with embarrassment. Don't talk nonsense. It's just my classmate girl. A girl? Yiran's expression turned even more alarmed. That's even worse. They'll bite you to death. Zhou Shishir leapt at him. Enough, you two. Yi Hongfang emerged from the kitchen, shooting them both a glare before turning to Yiran. You rascal, how was your training? Sister Shui from next door heard you got a spot, and was so jealous her son didn't get the chance. After a moment of thought, Yiran replied honestly, it was alright. Aside from the principal, I think I could beat the other instructors. Yi Hongfang looked at him, utterly baffled. Mom, my brother's rebelling. You've got to do something. Zhou Shishir fanned the flames from the side. Just as Yi Hongfang was about to speak, the doorbell rang. She went to answer it, and returned with a strange expression. Your classmate's here to see you. They want you to step outside. Confused, Yiran stepped out the door. only to find himself face-to-face with a stunning white-haired girl. Her delicate features and porcelain-like skin made her look like a doll. Before he could react, the girl had pinned him against the wall, her smile carrying a dangerous edge as she said, "Handsome, you wouldn't want your family to be targeted by the Black Mark Tower, would you? Why does that sound familiar?" Iran looked puzzled as he quickly pushed away the white-haired girl's arm, breaking free from her overbearing stance. He took a step forward, switching from defense to offense, and looked down at her from a higher vantage point. The white-haired girl's expression shifted slightly. As someone with an exceptional sense of combat awareness, her control over her body was usually impeccable. However, the boy's sudden movement had caught her completely off guard, turning her dominant position into a passive one. Now standing close to him, she tilted her head up to meet his deep, piercing eyes. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she instinctively took a few steps back. "Don't stand so close to me," she snapped fiercely. Iran didn't respond but keenly picked up on faint noises coming from behind the door. His aunt and Shershur were sneaking closer. Without hesitation, he grabbed the white-haired girl's hand and pulled her downstairs. "What are you doing?" The white-haired girl struggled in embarrassment and frustration, annoyed at herself for being forced into a passive position. Despite being a level 2 martial artist, she couldn't break free from the overwhelming strength of his grip. Iran glanced at her coldly, his gaze indifferent. "We'll talk downstairs. Don't let my aunt and Shershur hear, or I'll smash that pretty head of yours." The white-haired girl froze, her resistance fading as she obediently followed him downstairs. A shadow crossed Iran's eyes. He had only been away from Ningjiang City for 10 days, and now there were fugitives from the Martial Alliance and trouble from the Black Mark Tower. The city seemed far from peaceful. Downstairs, it was dinner time, and the area was deserted. Near the training equipment stood a black-haired girl who looked about 14 or 15 years old. Iran observed the two sisters and noticed how similar they were, like they were carved from the same mold. Both had doll-like features with skin so flawless it seemed unreal. The only difference was the color of their hair. The black-haired girl noticed the two approaching hand in hand and looked slightly surprised. "Sis, do you know him? Can't you see I'm being forced?" "Ayan, fight him for me," the white-haired girl commanded. Ayan shot her sister a glare, clearly reluctant, but turned to Iran and explained, "The Black Mark Tower has targeted you. We're here to help. We mean no harm." Iran, still gripping the white-haired girl's wrist, asked calmly, "How do you know the Black Mark Tower is after me?" "Don't lie, or I'll smash your sister's head." The black-haired girl instinctively stepped back and replied, "We've been tracking the Black Mark Tower, and they just set their sights on you." Iran frowned in thought. He had only been to the martial artists building earlier, a legitimate and orderly place, unlike the chaos of the black market. Even if he appeared wealthy, people would usually assume it was from his family, given his age. Moreover, the Black Mark Tower wasn't known for targeting wealth. They either aimed to eliminate prodigies or launch large-scale attacks on the Martial Alliance. Iran remained silent. The black-haired little girl looked at him meaningfully and said, "In the martial artist tower, he indeed never revealed his true strength. Sometimes, a good person may not truly be good, and a bad person may not always be bad." Her words caught Iran off guard. His pupils slightly contracted, and a figure flashed through his mind. Lowering his voice, he said, "Words alone aren't enough. We need evidence." The black-haired girl nodded, took out her phone, and played a video. On the screen, a young man was seen purchasing a battle blade from a store and leaving. The shopkeeper then took out a sheath, gently running his fingers over its surface. "This is the Iron Bull weaponry shop." Iran's expression changed. Why would the Iron Bull shopkeeper lie and tell him there were no sheaths? He had chosen this shop specifically because, during Zhang Fan's sale of the Blood Shadow battle blade, this shopkeeper was the only one to offer a fair price, earning his trust. Can a single sheath prove anything? Iran frowned, still reluctant to believe so easily. The white-haired girl glanced at Iran with a peculiar look. In a small city like Ningjiang, the emergence of a top-tier level 2 young martial artist surprised her. Although she had her doubts initially, after brief interaction, she realized this boy might have already reached the peak of level 2 strength. The black-haired girl pulled out a black demon blade and explained, "That spy from the Black Mark Tower deduced your strength simply by how effortlessly you handled a grade black demon blade. That's also the real reason he was willing to sell it to you. You might not know this, but a grade black demon blade is worth at least 5 million. 5 million? Iran showed a look of astonishment. This is completely normal. The black demon blade is tied to the Grandmaster's treasure, so its value far exceeds that of ordinary weapons, the girl said, shaking her head. The Black Demon Grandmaster was one of the high-ranking members of the Black Mark Tower. Even when he was besieged by powerful warriors from the Martial Alliance, most of the Black Demon blades remained in the hands of the Black Mark Tower. The ones circulating now are essentially bait. Bait? Iran frowned in confusion. "Take this grade Black Demon blade, and you'll understand." The girl tossed the blade in her hand to Iran. Catching it, Iran inspected it. Other than the grade marking and weight, it was almost identical to his own. But when he noticed the sheath, his expression changed drastically. There was a unique magnetic pull between the blade and the sheath, allowing the blade to sense the location of its corresponding sheath. When he tested it with his own black demon blade, there was no reaction. Clearly, the blade and sheath had to be paired to create the effect. At that moment, he finally understood the Iron Bull shopkeeper's intention in keeping the sheath, and his face darkened. Do you believe me now? The black-haired girl looked upstairs and sighed. Often, what we see is just the surface. A good person may not truly be good, and a bad person may not always be bad. Yiran glanced at the pretentious black-haired little girl, then released the white-haired girl's wrist. The white-haired girl rubbed her sore wrist while glaring at him fiercely. Her voice filled with anger as she declared, "I'll be back." With that, she turned to leave. Big sister. We're not done here. The black-haired little girl reminded her helplessly. Oh, right. I forgot, the white-haired girl said, pausing with a blank expression. Watching the scene unfold, the corner of Yiran's mouth twitched slightly. Despite being the elder sister, the white-haired girl seemed a bit scatterbrained, while the younger sister appeared far more sharp-witted. He shifted his gaze to the black-haired little girl and asked thoughtfully, "Are you two from the Martial Alliance?" Considering they had specifically come to warn him about the Black Mark Tower, it seemed like a plausible assumption. No, the black-haired little girl replied bluntly. The white-haired girl immediately jumped in. We're righteous magical warriors who fight evil, uphold justice, and protect the weak. Don't ask too many. Before she could finish, her younger sister shoved her aside. The black-haired little girl turned to Yiran, who looked equally exasperated, and explained, "Ignore my sister. She's normal sometimes. But she's not entirely wrong. You don't need to know who we are. Just know that we're here to help you. The spies from the Black Mark Tower have already set their sights on you. Even if you get rid of the Black Demon Blade now, you might not escape them." Yiran's expression turned cold when he heard they weren't from the Martial Alliance. That's not necessarily true. If you were able to find me, it means the Black Mark Tower hasn't started monitoring me yet. If I discard the Black Demon Blade now, I should be fine. But they've already memorized your appearance, the black-haired little girl said, shaking her head. Even without the Black Demon Blade to track, the people from the Black Mark Tower could still come after you. You might be able to protect yourself, but your family, that was Yiran's greatest concern. If it were just him, he could live like he had in the wilderness, constantly on the run. But in Ningjiang City, he had too many attachments. After a brief moment of thought, Yiran said, "You're not from the Martial Alliance, yet you're targeting the Black Mark Tower and have specifically come to find me. You must have some ulterior motive against them, right?" Seeing the black-haired little girl remain silent, Yiran shrugged. "So, this is less about helping and more about cooperation. If we're going to cooperate, you need to show some sincerity. I don't work with people whose backgrounds are unclear." "You're quite sharp," the black-haired little girl admitted calmly. "We're from the Black 3 Arena. The owner of the arena is our teacher, and he has a deep grudge against the Black Mark Tower due to some old conflicts. That's why we want to use you to lure some of their people out." The Black 3 Arena? Yiran was taken aback. What a coincidence. No wonder this black-haired little girl looked familiar, seemed to have seen her at the arena before. The little girl added, "If you don't believe me, you can go to the Black 3 Arena to verify it, or you can contact Deputy Minister Zhang from the Ningjiang Martial Alliance Branch's 10th Division. He can confirm our teacher's identity. The people from the Martial Alliance should be trustworthy, right?" The black-haired young girl, Jiang Yin, stared directly into Yiran's eyes as she spoke. Yiran nodded slightly, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the edge of his clothing. "I'll verify that myself. But the Black Mark Tower is dangerous. Asking me to take such a risk." "This mission does carry risks," Jiang Yin said, her expression turning serious. "Most likely, a level 3 martial artist will confront you." After a brief hesitation, she added, "But if we can lure out the members of the Black Mark Tower stationed here and take them all down, you won't need to worry about your family's safety. Plus, you'll be able to keep the Black Demon Blade." Her words struck a chord in Yiran's heart. It was true after spending nearly 2 million on this weapon, he didn't want it to become a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. "Moreover, my teacher will provide you with a reward, a dragon blood fruit," Jiang Yin continued. "You're aware of its value, aren't you? A dragon blood fruit?" Yiran's pupils contracted slightly as he suppressed the shock in his heart, feigning indifference. "That's an acceptable condition. But let's be clear. If it turns out to be more dangerous than expected, you'll need additional compensation." Jiang Yin nodded in agreement. "Of course. However, my teacher hasn't returned yet, so the dragon blood fruit will likely be delivered to you in 2 days." Yiran maintained a calm exterior, but inside, he was ecstatic. Receiving such a reward before even completing the mission? The owner of the Black 3 Arena was certainly generous. Then again, it was likely because they were confident in their own strength and certain he wouldn't dare turn against them. To be honest, This task wasn't originally meant for you, Jiang Yin said with a hint of guilt. She then explained that the original candidate was a fighter who wore an Ultraman mask and had achieved 17 consecutive victories. However, that person hadn't shown up at the arena lately. Hearing this description, Yiran's curiosity was piqued. He tentatively asked, "Why do you call that person despicable?" At this moment, the white-haired girl, Jiang Yu, chimed in with a mischievous grin. "Because that guy punched my sister in the chest. It's small enough already, and then he went and landed a punch. Big sister." Jiang Yin's cheeks flushed bright red as she stomped her foot in frustration. After exchanging contact information, Yiran turned to head home. On the way, Jiang Yin glanced back at him, analyzing his capabilities with her sister. Meanwhile, Yiran stood in the hallway, looking at the two newly added contacts on his phone, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yin. "Jiang, now that's a rare surname," he murmured, shaking his head before opening the door to his home. "Hey kid, who was that girl just now? She was really pretty." Yi Hongfang's voice called out from the kitchen the moment Yiran stepped through the door. Zhou Shishir immediately leapt off the couch, her face brimming with excitement as she rushed over to Yiran. "Brother, was that your girlfriend? She's so beautiful, even prettier than Sister Su Qin upstairs." "Adults are talking, kids shouldn't butt in." Yiran flicked his sister's forehead lightly and replied nonchalantly, "She's just a classmate. She came to see me about something." He walked straight into the kitchen, pulling a small spatial bracelet from his pocket and handing it to Yi Hongfang. "Auntie, there's some exotic beast meat in here. Can you prepare it? It'll be good for Shishir to eat later." "Exotic beast meat?" Yi Hongfang, still holding a spatula, looked at the tiny bracelet in surprise. "Where did you get exotic beast meat from this time? Are you trying to trick me with some random bracelet, you little rascal?" "That looks like a spatial bracelet," Zhou Shishir exclaimed, her sharp eyes immediately recognizing the item. "This was given to me by an elder. It contains a powerful martial technique, but my talent isn't enough to comprehend it. Why don't I give it to you instead?" Su Qin said as she handed over the small white jade knife. Just as the knife was about to reach Yiran's hand, a faint sound of something bumping echoed from the bedroom. A flicker of panic crossed Su Qin's face, but Yiran pretended not to notice, focusing intently on examining the knife. The white jade knife felt unusually warm to the touch, its material extraordinary. Four characters were clearly engraved on the blade, "Pure Yang Heavenly Blade." "In a few days, I might have to leave," Su Qin said, hastily changing the subject. "Leave? When?" Yiran looked up and asked. "I'm not sure. It could be any time. I've been working on my leave of absence. Once that's sorted, I'll go. That's why I wanted to give this to you in advance." Glancing at the time, Yiran stood up to take his leave. As he stepped out the door, he frowned slightly, turning back for a brief glance. With the sharp instincts honed through his training in the wilderness, he was certain there was someone else hiding in Su Qin's home, someone at least at the level of a second-tier martial artist, likely using some kind of artifact to suppress their vital energy. In the wilderness, where spiritual energy was abundant, a martial artist's vital energy stood out prominently. But in human cities, it was much harder to gauge someone's strength, and concealment became far easier. Yiran pulled out his phone, hesitating for a long time before ultimately deciding not to call the Martial Alliance. After all, Su Qin was one of his few friends. Meanwhile, inside Su Qin's home, a middle-aged man with a scarred face emerged from one of the rooms. "Father, are you upset that I gave the Pure Yang Heavenly Blade to Yiran?" Su Qin asked softly. "No," the scar-faced man replied. "Though I was a bit surprised, that item is useless to us. He treats you well, so it's fine to give it to him." He paused for a moment before adding, "I was just thinking, if we hadn't saved that person back then, we wouldn't have ended up like this. You could have been real friends with him, instead of living this life of hiding with me." Su Qin lowered her head in silence, saying nothing. As Yiran arrived home, his phone buzzed with a message from Jiang Yin. 7 days from now, underground level 2 of Chongkong Tower, Black Chrysanthemum Bar. My teacher will arrive early. You just need to hold out for 3 minutes. Once he locates the martial artist from the Black Seal Tower, you'll be safe. 3 minutes to locate and deal with the Black Seal Tower martial artist? Yiran's heart skipped a beat. The strength of this arena master was clearly beyond imagination. But everything hinged on him agreeing to be the bait. Without the right bait, the big fish wouldn't bite. Early the next morning, Yiran had just woken up from his sleep when he heard a buzz of discussions coming from downstairs. He walked to the window and looked down, only to see a crowd gathered in front of the community bulletin board. The dense group occasionally let out exclamations. "Oh my, the rewards for this Ningjung Star competition are way too generous. Well, it's the #1 selection in the entire city. My son probably doesn't even stand a chance of making it into the top 100. Forget the top 100. If he can make it into the top 1,000, your son would already bring great honor to our neighborhood." As Yiran was observing the scene below, the door suddenly opened, and his aunt, Yi Hongfang, walked in carrying a basket of groceries. "Aunt, what's going on downstairs?" Ran asked. There were too many people. I couldn't squeeze in to see clearly, Yi Hongfeng said as she set the basket down. It seems to be something about a high school league, something related to you students. Oh, Ran shrugged, instantly losing interest. It was Sunday, and Zhang Fan's father had already been discharged from the hospital and was recuperating at home. After breakfast, Ran decided to buy some gifts and pay him a visit. The moment he stepped out, he ran into his neighbor, Sister Shui, and her son, Shuechuan. Sister Shui's expression was slightly stiff when she saw Ran. Oh, Xiao Ran, you're back. How was the training outside? I heard only 5 students from your school got selected for the training. A trace of envy flickered in her eyes. Beside her, Shuechuan's expression also seemed unnatural as he looked at Ran with a complicated gaze. He recalled how he had once asked their homeroom teacher during a combat class about the level of skill required to be selected for such training, specifically mentioning Ran. Although the teacher had only glanced at the mechanical puppet and responded with a thoughtful expression, Shuechuan could guess that those selected had likely reached a level of strength capable of rivaling the mechanical puppets. It was all right, Ran replied casually, thinking to himself that the excuse teacher Zhu had made up turned out to be true. There really was such a training program at the school. That's good. Sister Shui nodded with a smile before leaving with Shuechuan. In the hallway, Ran could faintly hear her murmuring, Chuaner, I've already asked someone to get you into the Red Moon Martial Arts Academy. Train hard, and you'll definitely surpass Ran in the future. Don't be discouraged. When he went downstairs, the crowd around the bulletin board was still there. Ran glanced at it briefly before walking away. After visiting Zhang Fan's father, he headed to the Heishui Martial Arts Academy to guide the students. Although, as an honorary student, it wouldn't matter if he missed a session or two. He felt compelled to show his gratitude to the academy's head for recognizing his talent, especially for teaching him the grade martial technique, heavy water palm, which had been invaluable during his wilderness training. The day passed quickly, and as night fell, the students at the martial arts academy began to leave one by one. Ran noticed the head of the Heishui Academy sitting to the side, watching the departing students with a mix of pride and worry. Ran decided to approach him. The academy head immediately put on a smile when he saw Ran coming over. Xiaoyi, how long will you be staying this time? A few days, maybe. I haven't decided yet, Ran replied. He knew in his heart that he wouldn't leave until the matter with the Black Seal Tower was resolved, after which he could continue his wilderness training in peace. Headmaster, you seem a bit troubled. Is it because there aren't enough students? Ran asked. That's part of it, the academy head admitted. As a newly established martial arts academy, they indeed had few students, and it was difficult to balance the finances. The owner of Heishui Martial Arts Hall let out a long sigh, his gaze sweeping across the empty hall. There are few students, and the expenses are high. My retirement savings are gradually running out. His tone was filled with helplessness. Surrounded by big martial arts schools like Laming and Laming, we simply can't compete. The worst part is, I have no connections in the 100 schools department, so the permit for opening this hall has been delayed indefinitely. He looked at Ran, his voice growing heavier. Xiaoyi, I'm afraid this martial arts hall won't last much longer. I'm sorry, but don't worry. When we close, I'll make sure to pay you 3 months' wages. Master, that's not necessary. I haven't contributed much. Ran quickly waved his hand. You've already done a lot, the owner of Heishui Hall said with appreciation. Most honorary students in other schools are just in name and never show up, unlike you, who are so dedicated. By the way, have you signed up for Ningjiang Star? It's the citywide high school league. With your skills, you're sure to shine in the competition, and our martial arts hall might gain some recognition because of it. He trailed off, a trace of melancholy crossing his face. But sadly, the hall probably won't last until then. Seeing the owner's sorrowful expression, Ran felt a mix of emotions. The owner of Heishui Hall, however, smiled faintly and stood up. It's fine. Using my retirement savings to open this hall was always about fulfilling my dream of teaching students. No matter how many days are left, I'll hold on to the end. After a moment of thought, Ran took out 3 martial arts manuals from his pocket. Master, these are 3 clever techniques. You can use them to attract new students. The owner of Heishui Hall froze in place. These could indeed draw in a significant number of new students, but he was momentarily at a loss. You're a student. I should be the one helping you. How can I accept this? Master, the heavy water palm technique you gifted me back then is far more valuable than these 3 manuals, Ran said with a smile. As Ran left the martial arts hall, they happened to run into Instructor Wang from Laming Martial Arts Hall. Passing students greeted Instructor Wang warmly, and he responded to each of them with a beaming smile. When he noticed Ran and the owner of Heishui Hall, he looked slightly surprised. Ran, so you've joined Heishui Martial Arts Hall? Ran simply nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief exchange, Instructor Wang left, surrounded by a group of students. The owner of Heishui Hall watched his departing figure, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes, but no one greeted him. Night had fallen by the time Yiran returned to his apartment complex. Seeing no one near the bulletin board, he walked up to take a look. Two freshly posted notices from the Martial Alliance caught his eye. One was a wanted poster featuring a scar-faced man, with a reward of 2 million for any leads. The other, larger notice was titled Ningjiang Star and detailed information about the citywide high school league. When his eyes landed on the fact that first place would receive a special admission offer from Qiming Martial University and a 10 million discretionary fund from Ningjiang Martial Alliance's branch, his pupils constricted sharply. 10 million? Under the Ningjiang Star announcement, the list of rewards was densely packed. The most eye-catching was the 10 million yuan discretionary fund, which could be spent freely within Ningjiang City, with all expenses settled by the financial center of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch. Following that were a property in the Yulong community, a monthly shopping card limit of 20,000 yuan, a Chongheng medical card, and over 20 other benefits. Yiran scanned the rewards and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The Ningjiang branch had truly gone all out this time. Just the special admission quota for the top martial arts university was worth a fortune. But even more tempting to him was the 10 million yuan discretionary fund. His gaze lingered on the figure, 10 million, for a long time. This amount could buy an S-class battle weapon in the martial artist building, while an ordinary class weapon cost just over 1 million, and a class weapon was around 3 million. Of course, his black demon blade was an exception. Even if he didn't invest in battle weapons, the money could be spent on purchasing ores to enhance his flame spirit body, which was an excellent choice as well. The property in the Yulong community was even more valuable and practically unattainable. The area housed the top executives of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch, and even the Ningjiang minister had chosen to settle there. Yiran's eyes flickered with thought if he could move his aunt and her family there, he'd never have to worry about their safety again. A special admission quota for a top martial arts university? No wonder everyone's been talking about this Ningjiang Star today. Yi Hongfang's voice came from beside him. She had just returned from grocery shopping, resting a hand on Yiran's shoulder as she stared intently at the announcement board. When her eyes landed on the Chongheng medical card, a trace of longing flashed in her gaze. I heard this card gives priority access to any hospital in the country and can save 80 on medical expenses. If our family had this card, your uncle's surgery could finally be done, she said softly. Such medical cards were exclusive benefits for top talents in each city, with Ningjiang only issuing one every 2 to 3 years. The Yulong community house is even rarer. My classmate said her dad couldn't even buy a regular unit there for 5 million yuan, Zhou Shishir chimed in, her red school bag slung over her shoulder. As a student with promising blood energy growth and a key cultivation candidate, she had just returned home from school on this Saturday. Listening to their remarks, Yiran realized that the value of these rewards varied greatly for different people. For his aunt, who constantly worried about medical expenses, the Chongheng medical card was the most precious. Meanwhile, for Shishir, who attended a prestigious school like number 3 high with a well-off family, her perspective was entirely different. Although Shishir was sensible and never compared herself to her classmates, it was undeniable that her peers lived in better homes and wore nicer clothes than she did. Watching his younger sister's retreating figure, Yiran's expression shifted slightly, and he fell into a brief silence. All right, stop staring and let's go home. I'll make something delicious for you today, Yi Hongfang called out to the two of them. Mom, what delicious food. Are there shrimp? Zhou Shishir skipped along, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. No shrimp, but there's fish. Only my brother likes fish. How's that considered delicious? I'm kidding. There is shrimp. Little aunt. Yiran's voice suddenly rang out from behind, stopping the two just as they were about to leave. Turning around, they saw Yiran still standing in front of the notice board, his gaze fixed on a particular announcement. Doesn't my uncle still have 5 days of leave he can apply for? Have him take the leave. In half a month, I'll take him to see the doctor. Yiran's voice was firm and resolute. And sure, you can start picking out wallpaper, bed sheets, and covers you like now because in half a month, we'll be moving into a new home, a big house better than any of your classmates. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, the handsome young man reached out and tore the notice off the board without hesitation. His tone was unwavering. This star of Ningjiang Yiran, will claim it. Half an hour later, at the dining table. Hey, you rascal, the property management group just sent a message. They're asking who the inconsiderate person was that stole the Star of Ningjiang announcement, Yi Hongfang commented while looking at her phone. Yiran glanced at the paper he was sitting on and looked slightly embarrassed. I just borrowed it. I'll return it later. Brother, you're so dramatic. It's a good thing it was late and no one saw you. Otherwise, would have been humiliated, Zhou Shishir teased. Yi Hongfang was about to bring up the martial arts school when Yiran interrupted. Little aunt, there's no need. I need to focus on training for the next few days and secure the Star of Ningjiang. I'm trying to talk about something serious, don't interrupt. That Red Moon martial arts school that Sister Shui from across the hall recommended, I want to check it out today, and it's quite decent. Tomorrow, I've invited the instructor to our home for dinner. Show him what you've got. and if you perform well, we might save on some tuition fees. Yiran absent-mindedly returned to his room, paying little attention to the martial arts school matter. Instead, he began seriously calculating his chances of winning the Star of Ningjiang. With the combat power of a third-level martial artist, he was confident he wouldn't face major challenges, especially since he had already beaten the top 3 prodigies before. However, with such generous rewards for the competition, there was bound to be a dark horse. As a second-level martial artist, he couldn't break through without Black Jiao Essence Blood. He'd have to buy some ores tomorrow to enhance his spirit flame body. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Teacher Zhu. After the conversation, Yiran nodded. Understood, teacher. I'll go to the Martial Artist Association tomorrow for a strength certification. It turned out that due to the large number of applicants, the competition would be divided into different brackets based on strength. Those with high blood energy values could directly enter the advanced bracket, skipping much of the preliminary rounds. However, blood energy testing required official certification from the Martial Artist Association to be valid. The next day, Yiran stood in front of the Martial Artists Association, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the towering martial artists building opposite. Thinking about how the Black Seal Tower was hidden right there, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He had always believed that the Black 3 Arena was connected to the Black Seal Tower and had been careful to conceal his identity, only to find out the truth was the exact opposite. The seemingly kind and helpful Iron Bull shopkeeper turned out to be a covert agent of the Black Seal Tower. In this world, appearances could never be fully trusted. Pushing open the doors of the Martial Artists Association, Yiran was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. The entire hall was packed with people, the noise rising and falling in waves, leaving barely any room to step. He quickly scanned the crowd and noticed that most of them were students, many accompanied by their teachers in large groups, as if entire schools had turned up. Clearly, they were all there for the blood energy test results required for the Ningjiang Star competition. Thought I came early enough, Yiran muttered to himself, finding a relatively less crowded testing station and joining the line. The queue stretched long, filled with high school students whose youthful faces were unfamiliar to him, clearly not from Ningjiang 5th High School. Spotting a few in uniforms, Yiran focused his gaze and recognized them as students from Ningjiang 7th High School. This school was on par with his own, neither exceptionally outstanding nor mediocre, but somewhere in the middle. Meanwhile, in the president's office on the upper floor of the association building, a short but spirited elderly man had just hung up the phone, his brows slightly furrowed. It turned out that the Ningjiang Star competition was being held due to the influence of Grandmaster Heng Yang. No wonder they had managed to secure a special admission slot for a top-tier martial arts university. After all, there were only 5 such universities in all of Xia, and even in the entire Dongyuan province, these special admission slots were exceedingly rare. The elder pondered for a moment before dialing another number. Shortly after, a refined middle-aged man wearing gold-framed glasses walked into the office. President, you wanted to see me? The elder succinctly explained the situation. Upon hearing that the special admission slot for the top-tier martial arts university was specifically arranged by Grandmaster Heng Yang for a young individual from Ningjiang, the middle-aged man looked surprised. That's correct. Deputy Minister Zhang just called, the elder said. He asked us to thoroughly review our records during this period to see if there's any young martial artist under 18 who has reached the peak of the first rank. This person is likely the one Grandmaster Heng Yang has his eye on. The refined middle-aged man nodded solemnly. As part of the Martial Artists Association directly under the 10 Associations Department, they had to take Deputy Minister Zhang's instructions seriously. Just as he was about to leave, the elder added, wait. Once you identify this individual, don't disclose their information. It must be classified. No one except me is allowed to access it without authorization. Understood, President, the middle-aged man replied respectfully before turning to leave. The president of the Warrior Association sat alone in his office, his brows slightly furrowed. It was puzzling why Grandmaster Heng Yang placed such importance on that level 1 warrior. Could it be that the warrior was a relative of the Grandmaster? But what could make a mere level 1 warrior special enough to attract the attention of a Grandmaster? He sank into deep thought. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Yiran stood in the queue, looking at the still densely packed crowd ahead, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. At this rate, it seemed unlikely his turn would come before evening. Hey, which school are you from? A clear, youthful female voice called from ahead. Yiran looked up to see a girl in a bright yellow casual outfit gazing at him. Her oval face was adorned with a pair of bright, lively eyes, her eyebrows elegantly arched like a crescent moon, exuding a remarkable charm. 5th High, Yiran replied tersely. 5th High is really close to our 7th High, someone from the group surrounding the girl chimed in. Yeah, we often run into students from 5th High after school. But another girl scrutinized Yiran with sparkling eyes. You're so handsome, if I'd seen you before. I definitely remember. I usually leave early, Yiran answered nonchalantly. His indifferent demeanor only seemed to draw more attention from the three girls, including the one with the oval face. Just as they were about to continue the conversation, a tall boy, Zhang Cheng, subtly shifted his position to partially block Yi Ran from view. What's your blood energy level? Zhang Cheng interjected, steering the conversation elsewhere. We're all around 40, definitely not as high as your 50 plus. One of the girls responded, though her gaze continued to flit toward Yi Ran. Zhang Cheng smirked smugly. I only managed to break through after eating level 2 beast meat for a while. His comment immediately drew exclamations of amazement from everyone except the oval-faced girl. As the girl moved closer to Yi Ran, Zhang Cheng quickly added, that level 2 beast meat was given to me by my cousin, who works at the Warrior Association. He oversees a team of more than 10 people. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe, but the oval-faced girl resolutely continued toward Yi Ran. Zhang Cheng's expression darkened, and he added, actually, my cousin could arrange for testing right now. No need to wait in line. Brother Cheng, take us with you. The group instantly perked up. All right, but I can only take 2 or 3 of you, Zhang Cheng replied, casting a meaningful glance at the oval-faced girl. Yet she merely hesitated briefly before continuing toward Yi Ran. At that moment, a young man in a staff uniform walked by. Cousin. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up. Can you help us skip the line? No. Wait in line like everyone else. The young man cut him off with a cold snort, then added, however, those here for warrior certification can get priority testing. The young man from the Martial Artists Association glanced at the line of students and was about to leave for the next area. Yi Ran's eyes lit up. His chance had finally arrived. Smiling politely at a girl with a round, delicate face who was walking toward him, he stepped out of the line, catching her off guard. I'd like to take the martial artist test, he said. His words landed like a bombshell, leaving the students around him momentarily stunned. The young man frowned. You? Are you sure? If you're lying, you'll have to move to the back of the line and wait until the end of the day. I'm sure, Yi Ran replied, his tone firm and confident. The young man observed his unwavering demeanor and seemed to relax slightly. Recently, with the emergence of Ningjiang's rising star, many hidden talents had come forward, overshadowing even the previously celebrated trio. Yi Ran followed the young man toward the testing area, and the line behind them erupted in chatter. A martial artist certification? Is this a joke? He looks about the same age as us. Well, to be fair, a lot of prodigies have popped up in schools lately. I don't know, this seems a bit far-fetched. Standing in the line, Zhang Cheng noticed the shocked expressions of 2 girls nearby and couldn't help but sneer. My cousin is a stickler for rules. That kid from 5th High is probably going to get thrown out any second now. Yeah, your cousin is so impartial that even you, his own family, couldn't cut the line, someone teased. Zhang Cheng's face flushed red. That's just how he is, strict on the outside but soft-hearted on the inside. He treats me. Before he could finish, Yi Ran emerged from the testing entrance. The young man's face was now all smiles, his attitude respectful. Please follow me. They'll take you to the combat strength testing area. There are 3 judges inside, so you might have to wait a moment. Thank you, Yi Ran said politely. No trouble at all, no trouble at all, the young man replied, bowing repeatedly as he led the way. The surrounding students were dumbfounded, their gazes shifting to Zhang Cheng. This is your so-called strict on the outside, soft on the inside cousin? Zhang Cheng looked utterly bewildered. This doesn't make sense. Did my cousin get possessed, or something? The young man returned from the combat strength testing area, still reeling from what he had witnessed. The boy's blood energy level had reached an astonishing 499, just 1 step away from qualifying as a level 2 martial artist. Such a young level 1 peak martial artist. Reflecting on his earlier attitude, the young man was relieved he hadn't offended Yi Ran. Cousin, Zhang Cheng called out plaintively. I'm your real cousin. Step aside. Don't distract me from my work, the young man said with a glance before hurrying off. Laughter rippled through the crowd, leaving Zhang Cheng wishing he could disappear into the ground. Meanwhile, the girl with the round face looked somewhat downcast. So he was already a martial artist. No wonder he didn't seem particularly interested in her. After all, the gap between a martial artist and an ordinary person was enormous. Yi Ran walked in, greeted by the sight of a spacious open area. On both sides of the venue, a row of testing devices such as mechanical puppets and punching strength machines were neatly arranged. In the center sat 3 stern-faced middle-aged judges. Nearby, 5 or 6 young men and women were seated, waiting for their turn. Zhang Tao, blood vitality level 112, level 1 martial artist test, the judge in the center announced while glancing at the information sheet in his hand. He reminded, remember, no combat weapons or martial techniques are allowed. This is a raw combat strength test. You may begin. All right. A confident young man, around 25 or 26 years old, stepped forward. With practiced ease, he adjusted the mechanical puppet and set the combat parameters. He's so skilled. His family must own mechanical puppets for practice. Definitely. If they can afford mechanical puppets, they must be well off. His strength is probably decent too. Judging by his confidence, he might pass on the first try. Whispers filled the room as Zhang Tao began his first round of testing. Combat strength, 98. Not qualified, the mechanical puppet announced in its cold, robotic tone. The waiting area fell silent for a moment before someone offered words of comfort. Maybe he was nervous. There are still 2 more chances. Zhang Tao maintained his smile and proceeded with the next test, but the results were even more shocking. Combat strength, 97. Not qualified. Combat strength, 95. Not qualified. Yiran observed quietly and shook his head. Weak foundation. Unstable Stancino wonder his combat strength is so low. Zhang Tao, you failed the test, the judge said, handing over the report with a tone of resignation. This is your 8th attempt. Go back and work on improving your skills. You're practically a regular at the Martial Artists Association by now. Although disappointed, Zhang Tao quickly regained his composure. Martial Artists Association. They'll succeed next time for sure. Next up was Wang Rin, with a blood vitality level of 115. He was visibly nervous, his hands trembling as he adjusted the puppet. However, luck was on his side. 2 out of his 3 attempts scored 101, allowing him to pass. The following 2 or 3 participants also tried their luck, but left disappointed due to insufficient strength. Seeing this, those still waiting grew even more anxious. Next, Su Hao, the judge called out. This time, a rare smile appeared on his face as he read the information sheet. Blood vitality level 230. Proceed with the level 1 martial artist test. 230 blood vitality? The crowd turned to look at a shy young man in astonishment. This number was far beyond the ordinary. The judge looked at the shy young man with a gentle expression, patiently guiding him as he adjusted the mechanical puppet. No need to be nervous. You'll pass this test easily. We're just checking your usual maximum combat power. If you're not confident, you can choose the first level combat puppet. The young man skillfully adjusted the mechanical puppet, eventually setting the combat power range to 250,270, clearly surpassing the standard for perfect combat power. Some onlookers couldn't help but gasp, while the 3 judges nodded slightly, their eyes revealing a trace of admiration. The combat power test began immediately. The sound of collisions rang out continuously. Moments later, the young man, slightly out of breath, stopped his movements and looked at the mechanical puppet opposite him with bright eyes. The results quickly appeared. 265, 267, 269. Combat power qualified. Test passed, one of the judges said with a satisfied smile. Not bad. You're getting better. If you try again, you might break 270. Here's the report. Go outside to print your results and collect your warrior badge. The young man nodded shyly as he took the report, walking to the side under the envious gazes of others. A few people in the waiting area began whispering. He's barely in his 20s and already has over 200 blood energy points, with raw combat power exceeding the perfect standard. That's a genius for you. I heard the chairman of Changxing Group is looking for a son-in-law, specifically someone young and talented like him. But someone like him probably wouldn't even consider such an opportunity. On stage, the 3 judges composed themselves. One of them spoke in a calm tone. Next, Yiran. Blood energy value. He suddenly rubbed his eyes and repeatedly checked the information sheet in his hand. His voice became strained. Yiran, 499 blood energy value. The entire testing area fell into dead silence. The new examinees exchanged bewildered looks, searching for this big shot. Just then, a handsome teenager stepped out from beside a mechanical puppet. Shock was written all over everyone's face. She was still a student. The 3 judges shot to their feet, staring in disbelief at the approaching teenager. A blood energy value of 499 for a warrior certification test was already absurd, but for a 17 or 18-year-old boy, it was unbelievable. My turn already? That was quick, Iran remarked, slightly disappointed as he shifted his gaze away from the mechanical puppet he had been observing. The mechanical puppets used by the Warrior Association were indeed different from ordinary ones. It was his first time seeing them, and he had wanted to study them a bit longer. However, it was already his turn. With that thought, he strode to the center of the field. Yiran, Level 1 Warrior Test? The middle-aged judge quickly stepped down from the stage, took a deep breath, and said, This must be your first time at our Warrior Association. Let me help you adjust the mechanical puppet. If it's not tuned properly, its combat power might be too high and dangerous. The other 2 judges also smiled kindly and asked, Young man, which school are you from? You look like a student. 5th high school. Yiran replied briefly. 5th high school? Not bad, not bad. The judge's smile widened. Did you bring your student ID? The Warrior Association recently introduced a new policy: students under 18 who pass the Level 1 Warrior test will receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. Yiran's eyes lit up, but he quickly sighed with regret. I didn't bring it. I guess I'll have to come back next time. No need for that. The judges interrupted him enthusiastically. Just give us your student ID number, and I'll vouch for you. Exactly. No need to make another trip for something so small. The other people waiting for their tests were stunned, their expressions a mix of shock and envy. If they hadn't witnessed the judge's earlier surprise, they might have suspected this young man was a relative of theirs. All right, the adjustments are done, the middle-aged judge said, turning around. To be safe, I've set it to a combat power range of 350,370. You can try it out first, and we can adjust it again if needed. Safety comes first. Iran inspected the mechanical puppet before him and shook his head. This doesn't feel quite right. Let me adjust it myself. Of course, the middle-aged judge said with a smile. Choose the mechanical puppet you want, and let me know if you need help with the tuning. Looking around, Iran noticed that the available mechanical puppets ranged from level 1 to level 9, clearly designed for testing level 1 and level 2 warriors. He shook his head slightly in disappointment and walked straight toward the level 9 mechanical puppet. Judge, if I accidentally damage the mechanical puppet, Iran began. Don't worry, our mechanical puppets are specially made and very durable, the middle-aged judge said, misunderstanding his concern. That's good, Iran said with a sigh of relief. But there might be some unexpected situations later. Please don't be too surprised. Hearing this, the three judges burst into laughter. Haha, go ahead. We've seen it all before. Iran nodded and walked up to the mechanical puppet, pressing the activation switch. The moment the puppet's eyes lit up, he suddenly threw a punch without warning. Wait, you haven't adjusted it yet. The middle-aged judge's face changed drastically, as an unadjusted mechanical puppet would default to its maximum combat power. What made it worse was that this was a level 9 mechanical puppet. The judge's expressions turned pale. The middle-aged judge even let out a curse, his energy surging as he prepared to rush forward and intervene. But it was too late. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the hall as the mechanical puppet shattered instantly, its parts scattering in all directions. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. The testing arena was deathly silent. Everyone present wore a stunned expression, holding their breath. A shattered mechanical limb, sparking faint blue electricity, crashed heavily onto the judge's table with a harsh, grating sound. The two judges on stage seemed frozen in place, as if under a spell. It wasn't until they instinctively slapped each other across the face that the sharp sound and the sting on their cheeks confirmed that everything they had just witnessed was, in fact, real. A high school student had obliterated a peak-level Tier 2 mechanical puppet with a single punch. The middle-aged judge, who had been about to rush toward Iran, staggered and nearly fell over. He stared fixedly at the pile of fragmented mechanical debris, his pupils contracting violently. That was a Tier 9 mechanical puppet, a machine only used during evaluations for peak-level Tier 2 warriors. To destroy it in one blow meant that the force had exceeded the puppet's upper limit of endurance. This was clearly the power of a Tier 3 warrior. Realizing this, the middle-aged judge felt his legs go weak, struggling to even remain standing. The other warriors waiting for their tests were equally dumbfounded. Many of them had visited the Warrior Association countless times, but none had ever seen anyone destroy a mechanical puppet with one punch. It was like trembling in fear before an intimidating examiner, only to witness someone else walk in and punch that examiner so hard they were left scrambling on the ground. No one present could even muster envy anymore. The gazes directed at Iran were filled with deep reverence and fear. A peak-level Tier 2 warrior was already an unattainable figure in their eyes. But someone so young, several years younger than the shy young man tested earlier, possessing such overwhelming strength? This was a true genius. Iran glanced at the shattered remains of the mechanical puppet and shook his head lightly. He had expected the Warrior Association's mechanical puppets to be sturdier, but apparently, they weren't. If he had known, he would have gone straight for the Tier 3 puppet test. Judge, I won't have to pay for this mechanical puppet, right? Iran asked nervously. No, it's fine. We have plenty of spares. Well, just replace it, the middle-aged judge said hurriedly, waving his hands. He looked at the scattered fragments on the ground, still somewhat dazed. This was the first time he'd ever encountered such a scene. But compared to discovering a once-in-a-generation talent, what was a mechanical puppet? Even if Iran broke 10 more, it wouldn't matter. With a broad smile, the judge led Iran toward the judge's table. You must be tired. Come, take a break. Iran thought to himself, tired? After just one punch? Back in school, I destroyed 3 mechanical puppets in a row and still wasn't satisfied. If the principal hadn't stopped me, but he didn't want to refuse, so he followed the judge to the table. The 3 judges immediately welcomed him warmly. Student, sit here and rest. Don't listen to him, sit over here. He has hemorrhoids. Look at the 2 of you, so eager. The 3 judges enthusiastically surrounded Iran, with one of them quickly asking, Iran, would you like some water? Let me get you a bottle. No, let me open it for you. Another judge interjected. Don't strain your hands. The judge's enthusiasm left the martial artists waiting below utterly dumbfounded. Noticing their stunned expressions, one of the judges cast a stern glance toward them and said, the test will be delayed for a few minutes while we clean up the area. Candidate on the left, please call a staff member to come and clear the space. Yes, Judge. The martial artist glanced enviously at the stage before hurrying off. Moments later, he returned with Zhang Cheng, the cousin who had previously escorted Yi Ran inside. Zhang Cheng was thrilled on the inside. Though the task of cleaning seemed trivial, the opportunity to demonstrate his diligence in front of the 3 combat test judges was rare. Imagining their approving gazes, he quickly made his way to the testing area. However, as he looked up at the judges' platform, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. The 3 usually stern-faced judges were now all smiles, gathered around a young man, and that young man was even sitting down. Cleaning lady, please tidy up quickly. We have more candidates to test, one of the judges said without even looking up. Cleaning lady? Zhang Cheng froze in place, a mix of emotions surging within him. After robotically cleaning up the debris on the ground, he cast a complicated and reverent glance at the judge's platform before quickly leaving. The judge's excessive attention made Yi Ran feel increasingly uncomfortable. It wasn't until the 3 of them received some sudden news and their expressions subtly shifted that they finally handed him his printed test results with great respect and saw him off. After leaving the Martial Artist Association, Yi Ran headed straight to the Martial Artist Tower. He deposited the newly acquired 100,000 yuan for emergencies and spent the previous 800,000 yuan to purchase high-purity ores. Although the quantity wasn't large, he estimated it was enough to enhance 2 spirit flame patterns. 800,000 for 2 spirit flame patterns, this is burning money, Yi Ran muttered with a sigh as he made his way home. Meanwhile, in the president's office on the 2nd floor of the Martial Artist Association, a short-statured elderly man was staring at the screen, watching the footage of the young man who had shattered the puppet with a single punch. He then glanced at the test results beside it and drew in a sharp breath. Incredible. At only peak level 1, he can unleash combat strength at the peak of level 2. Such talent is unheard of. A refined middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, despite having reviewed the footage multiple times, still couldn't hide his amazement. This must be the young man Grandmaster Heng Yang mentioned. Deputy Minister Zhang likely has 2 reasons for keeping this young man's information under wraps, the elderly man analyzed. First, to protect him from the threat of the Black Seal Tower. Second, to establish a relationship with him before anyone else does. What should we do then? Naturally, we need to probe him first, find out his preferences, and then inform Deputy Minister Zhang. That'll save us a lot of trouble. Come on, prepare some gifts. We're going to pay him a visit. The refined middle-aged man suddenly understood and couldn't help but admire the president's cunning. No wonder you've been re-elected for 3 terms. You truly are a master strategist. Yi Ran pushed open the door to his house, and the scene before him left him slightly taken aback. On the living room sofa sat a lean man in his 30s, one leg crossed over the other, his polished leather shoes propped up on the coffee table. He was nonchalantly cracking sunflower seeds, spitting the shells carelessly onto the floor. Yi Ran frowned but held back his displeasure, thinking this might be one of his aunt's friends. The man noticed Yi Ran, grinned, and said while spitting out a seed shell, "You must be Yi Ran, huh? Not bad looking. You could serve as a doorman at our martial arts school." Martial arts school? Yi Ran raised an eyebrow. And you are? At that moment, Yi Hongfang poked her head out from the kitchen. You brat, just in time. I was about to call you. Come help me bring out the dishes. She then turned to the lean man and smiled. Mr. Bai, dinner is ready. Please have a seat. What would you like to drink? They'll get it for you. Beast blood wine. The man replied casually, plopping himself down at the dining table. Yi Hongfang hesitated noticeably. Beast blood wine was a luxury item, costing thousands, far beyond what an ordinary family like theirs could easily afford. But after a moment of gritting her teeth, she said, Sure, go buy a bottle of beast blood wine. Zhou Sure reluctantly emerged from her room, casting a disdainful glance at the man, her face full of displeasure. This guy is so annoying. No manners at all. Yi Hongfang handed her over 3,000 yuan. Mom, isn't this your salary from yesterday? I'm not going. It's such a waste of money. Go now. Yi Hongfang shot her a sharp look and explained helplessly, this is for your brother to get into the Red Moon Martial Arts School. Even though he's been training with the school, we both know his level. The Red Moon Martial Arts School is a prestigious one. I worked hard to pull some strings for this opportunity. Zhou Sure left dejectedly. Yi Ran soon brought the dishes to the table, but the lean man had already started eating impatiently, complaining as he went, What is this? Tastes terrible. He picked through the dishes, leaving them in disarray. A flicker of coldness passed through Yi Ran's eyes, and he was about to stand up. Just then, Zhou Sure pushed the door open, and upon seeing the scene, angrily slammed the bottle of beast blood wine onto the table. The lean man immediately broke into a grin and began unpacking the wine. Yi Hongfang came out with the last dish and, sensing the tension, quickly said, "Here it is, beast meat." The man pulled the plate toward himself. "That's my usual meal," Zhou Shishir protested anxiously. But the man ignored her, devouring the beast meat in large bites while opening the beast blood wine and savoring its aroma. Zhou Shishir let out an angry huff and started to leave, but Yi Hongfang held her back. "Where are you going? We have a guest. It's rude to leave. Sit down and eat." "He's the rude one," Zhou Shishir began, but a sharp look from her mother cut off her words. She sat down reluctantly, sulking. As she reached for her chopsticks, she noticed the plate in front of her and felt a surge of frustration. "My shrimp? You don't even like shrimp. Can you stop touching all of them?" "Ah, young lady, don't blame me. Blame your mother for cooking such awful food," the wiry man said arrogantly, swirling his wine glass. "You've never tasted exotic beast shrimp, have you? Now that's delicious." Before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of wine, his face twisting in disgust. "What the hell is this garbage exotic beast wine? It's so watered down," he cursed, angrily knocking over the bottle on the table, spilling wine everywhere. Yi Hongfang looked at the spilled wine with a mix of distress and urgency, quickly reaching out to upright the bottle. "Mr. Bai, is this bottle of exotic beast wine not to your liking?" "Of course not." The wiry man slammed the table hard. "I'm an instructor at the prestigious Red Moon Martial Arts Academy, and you serve me this low-grade wine? And you expect your nephew to join our academy? Let me tell you, at best, your nephew could be a doorman. Becoming an elite student? Impossible. Please, Mr. Bai, I'll buy you another bottle," Yi Hongfang pleaded, on the verge of tears. At that moment, a cold, sharp voice from a young man cut through the air. "So, you're just a recruiter for Red Moon Martial Arts Academy, not my aunt's friend, huh?" Yiran slowly stood up, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He had thought this matter would be settled once his aunt used the money from her card, so he hadn't paid much attention. But now it seemed she hadn't even touched the card and had instead sought help from this kind of person. "What are you staring at, kid?" The wiry man sneered. "No respect for your elders? And you think you can join our academy now? Well, I've decided you're not even fit to be a doorman." Before he could finish, a loud bang echoed through the room. The wiry man didn't even have time to react before Yiran slammed his head onto the table with one hand, blood splattering instantly. Yiran quickly stepped in front of his aunt and cousin, shielding them as he said calmly, Sure, take your mom back to your room." Seeing Zhou Shishir and Yi Hongfang frozen in place, Yiran grabbed the wiry man by his hair and began dragging him toward the door, keeping his body firmly between them and the scene. "I'll kill you!" The wiry man screamed, struggling violently, but under Yiran's terrifying grip, he was utterly powerless, dragged along like a lifeless dog. Just then, the half-closed door swung open, and a dark-skinned, middle-aged man walked in. He paused at the sight before him, then his expression darkened. "Kid, what are you doing?" "Big brother, help me!" The wiry man croaked desperately. "Ran, stop fighting. Don't fight, please." Yi Hongfang cried out in panic. Yiran frowned, took a deep breath, and threw the wiry man toward the door. The man stumbled, hit the door, and barely managed to get back on his feet, his bloodshot eyes glaring as he roared, "Big brother, avenge me!" "Pathetic. You got taken down by a kid and still have the nerve to ask me for help?" The dark-skinned man shot him a cold glance. "Who gave you the authority to recruit privately? Come with me." "Big brother, this isn't the time for that. Hold him down for may need to get back at him. If you don't come now, don't bother returning to the academy ever again," the dark-skinned man snapped, turning to leave without waiting for a response. The wiry man clenched his fists, his eyes filled with venom as he stared at Yiran. "Kid, you just wait, this isn't over," he spat before reluctantly following the other man out. Seeing this, Zhou Shishir couldn't help but shout, "You're lying. You ate the exotic beast meat from our family, drank our exotic beast wine, wrecked our home like this, and now you want to leave without letting my brother join your martial arts hall? That's too much." The dark-skinned, middle-aged man glanced coldly at Yiran upon hearing this, his tone laced with disdain. "Join the martial arts hall? With a little strength, he already acts recklessly. He's not qualified to join our martial arts hall. The Red Moon Martial Arts Hall isn't a place for just anyone. If we let people like him in, we'd have gone out of business long ago." After saying this, he turned to leave, chastising the lean man beside him as he walked. "If someone hadn't reminded you, you almost agreed today. Letting these kinds of nobodies into the hall, how would you explain that to the deputy hall master?" The lean man shrank his neck and chuckled awkwardly. "That kind of brat? At most, I'd let him be a doorman. Did I say you could leave?" A cold, youthful voice suddenly rang out from behind them. The two men turned to see Yiran standing there with a frosty expression. The dark-skinned, middle-aged man squinted his eyes. "What? Doorman boy, you have something to say? At that moment, an elderly voice broke the tense atmosphere. Doorman, an elderly man of short stature and a refined middle-aged man carrying gifts walked in. The old man looked at Yiran with surprise. Young brother Yiran, who would dare make you a doorman? That's quite strange. The president of the Martial Artists Association had just spoken when he noticed Yiran's dark expression and the tense atmosphere in the room. Realizing he might have misspoken, he quickly became uneasy. Before he could feel too embarrassed, the lean man laughed and said, Old man, if you like him so much, take him to your place. Our Red Moon Martial Arts Hall doesn't need this kind of ordinary guy. Red Moon Martial Arts Hall doesn't need him? The president looked puzzled. Which top-tier martial arts city's hall are you talking about? The refined middle-aged man beside him gave a strange look and explained, It's just a barely passable martial arts hall here in Ningjiang City. The dark-skinned middle-aged man kept glancing at the president of the Martial Artists Association, his expression growing increasingly suspicious. Seeing this, the lean man smirked and said, What's wrong, big brother? Do you know this old man? I don't recognize him. I know him. The dark-skinned man froze for a moment as some images flashed through his mind. His face instantly turned pale. This is the president of the Martial Artists Association. I see him on TV all the time. You fool. This is President Yang of the Martial Artists Association. Apologize now. The dark-skinned middle-aged man roared furiously, kicking the skinny man to the ground. President of the Martial Artists Association? The skinny man fell flat on his face, instantly turning pale as he trembled and kowtowed repeatedly. I'm sorry, President. Please, be the bigger person and forgive me. Just treat me like a nobody and let me go. The dark-skinned man also turned ashen, his voice trembling. President Yang, my brother here rarely goes out and didn't recognize you. I promise I'll discipline him properly when we get back. But President Yang completely ignored their pleas and walked straight towards Yiran. Yiran frowned slightly. If President Yang hadn't shown up, these two would have already lost the use of their legs by now. Zhou Shishir and Yi Hongfeng stood there, dumbfounded by the scene. The president of the Martial Artists Association, someone they had only ever seen on TV, was right in front of them. What shocked them even more was the kindly smile that appeared on President Yang's wrinkled face. Yiran, I'm here to present you with an honor medal. Congratulations on becoming the youngest level 1 martial artist in the history of Ningjiang City. An honor medal? Yiran was momentarily stunned. President Yang smiled as he handed over a blue medal and a spatial ring. To recognize your achievement, the Martial Artists Association specially commissioned this medal and prepared a small reward for you. A scholarly middle-aged man nearby presented a gift box filled with ginseng, precious medicinal herbs, fine wine, and exotic beast meat. While these items were relatively ordinary, the spatial ring was of considerable value. Yiran shook his head and declined. Thank you, President, but there's no need. Take it, President Yang said earnestly. With this medal, you'll receive the highest priority for any matters at the Martial Artists Association. Even if you don't need it, your family can come to me if they ever encounter trouble. Yiran glanced at his stunned aunt and Zhou Shishir, then accepted the medal and spatial ring. Thank you, President. Ningjiang City is fortunate to have a talent like you. The Martial Artists Association will naturally do everything to support you, President Yang said sincerely. If the upcoming Ningjiang Star competition weren't so close, the Martial Alliance branch would undoubtedly spare no expense to cultivate this young man. Of course, the competition itself was practically tailored for him. Yiran handed the gift box to his aunt and gave the medal and spatial ring to Zhou Shishir, gently patting her head. Don't feel bad. I'll take you out for a nice meal later. I'm not feeling bad, brother. Zhou Shishir's small face was filled with shock as she stammered. Are you a martial artist? Even Yi Hongfeng was so stunned that her jaw nearly hit the floor. Our Yi family actually has a martial artist? Yi Hongfeng stared at the scene before her in disbelief, recalling how not long ago, Yiran was at the bottom of his class. Although he had mentioned it before, who would believe that a student who consistently ranked last in academics could suddenly become a martial artist? Yet at this moment, the president of the Martial Artists Association was nodding and smiling warmly at them. The personal visit of such a highly esteemed figure left them with no choice but to accept this as the truth. President Yang keenly noticed Yiran's unhesitating gesture of giving the spatial ring to Zhou Shishir and silently nodded in approval. This young man viewed wealth lightly but valued familial bonds deeply, an admirable trait. Young Yi, I may not fully understand the situation since I just arrived, but if there's anything within my power, feel free to ask, President Yang said with a deeper smile, making a promise of significant weight. These words caused a subtle change in the expression of the refined middle-aged man standing nearby. Meanwhile, the two dark-complexioned middle-aged men across from them turned completely ashen. They were still reeling from the shock of discovering that Yiran was a first-level martial artist, and now hearing the president of the Martial Artists Association openly support him left them utterly terrified. I'm sorry, brother Yiran. I was wrong, truly wrong. The dark-skinned, middle-aged man hurriedly apologized. Thinking back to his earlier words about Iran being useless, he wished he could slap himself. A genius martial artist personally praised by the president of the Martial Artist Association. If the Red Moon Gym owner found out they had offended such a person, not only would their legs be broken, but they might lose something even more important. The more he thought about it, the more he resented the skinny man beside him. Suddenly, the dark-skinned man grabbed the skinny man by the head and slammed it against the ground. Brother Yiran, please, I beg you, don't hold it against us. Forgive my foolish brother. Seeing Yiran's expressionless face, he struck even harder, until the skinny man's head was bloodied. Then he turned to Yi Hongfang and pleaded, Big sister, we truly regret our actions. Yi Hongfang hesitated, her heart softening. How about we just? Enough. Let's end this here for today, Yiran said indifferently. The dark-skinned man had just started to show relief when Yiran added, but you made trouble for my family, so this isn't over. Go back and tell your gym owner starting today. I'll challenge your gym every day until it shuts down. President Yang's eyelid twitched. He knew that with Yiran's peak second-level strength, no young trainees at the Red Moon Gym would stand a chance against him. Close the gym for 3 months, President Yang said calmly. Have your gym owner make a decision within 3 days, or he'll have a conversation with Deputy Minister Lin from the 100 Gym Department. Hearing the mention of one of the 3 divisions of the Martial Alliance, the dark-skinned, middle-aged man turned pale as a corpse, his body collapsing like a pile of mud. A 3-month closure would deal a devastating blow to the gym, and it was easy to imagine how the gym owner would deal with them after hearing this news. It was all over. Everything was over. And one more thing. Before you leave, clean up everything here, Yiran said coldly, gesturing to the mess of food remnants and spilled wine on the ground behind him. The skinny man froze, his lips trembling. Get moving. If he tells you to eat, then eat, the dark-skinned man roared, kicking him hard and sending him forward. The 2 from the Red Moon Martial Arts Academy left with pale faces and blank expressions. Yi Hongfang quickly started tidying up the messy living room in a panic, repeatedly apologizing to Chairman Yang. Chairman, please have a seat, she said, frantically arranging the sofa. Then she turned to Yiran and suggested, Aunt, the house is such a mess. Why don't we take Chairman Yang out for a meal instead? Yiran simply shook her head lightly and walked straight to the door. Yi Hongfang scratched her head awkwardly, feeling like a nervous child in front of an important figure like the chairman of the Martial Artists Association. But Zhou Shishir showed no such concerns. With a bright smile on her face, she skipped cheerfully toward the door. Chairman Yang, noticing this, smiled kindly at Yi Hongfang and said a few comforting words, which helped ease her tension considerably. He then leisurely followed Yiran out. Before leaving, Chairman Yang instinctively glanced upstairs, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. There was a presence up there, one that was no weaker than his own, at least the level of a 4th-ranked martial artist. For such an unassuming neighborhood, it truly seemed to hide remarkable talents. However, the number of martial artists in Ning City was limited, and every one of them was documented. How could there suddenly be an unfamiliar martial artist here? Upstairs, a scar-faced middle-aged man stood by the window, silently watching their departing figures. When he sensed an unfamiliar martial artist approaching earlier, his first instinct was to assume it was someone from the Martial Alliance coming to apprehend him. His daughter hadn't returned yet, and in his moment of anxiety, he inadvertently exposed his full aura. To his surprise, it was merely the chairman of the Martial Artists Association coming to commend the young man downstairs. Although Yiran had promptly diverted Chairman Yang away, as a fellow martial artist, the chairman must have already detected his presence. Sighing softly, the man sent a message to Su Qin and then quickly began packing his belongings. Before leaving, he broke into the apartment downstairs and searched through several rooms, ultimately leaving a piece of damaged black soft armor in Yiran's room before departing. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon when Yiran and the others returned from the city. Recalling Chairman Yang's invitation to visit the Martial Alliance branch in a few days to meet Vice Minister Zhang, Yiran shook his head privately. He wasn't sure of the reason behind the invitation, but since he had just accepted their goodwill, he figured he might as well agree for now. Fortunately, the timing didn't conflict with the Black Seal Tower. Brother, are you really a martial artist? Zhou Shishir asked excitedly, clutching the martial artist badge in her hands, her face flushed with enthusiasm. You've been asking that the whole way. If I weren't a martial artist, where would I get the badge? Yiran replied helplessly. Yi Hongfang, standing nearby, also sighed in admiration. The youngest martial artist in Ning City. Our Yi family has truly made a name for itself this time. The youngest martial artist? Yiran didn't entirely agree with that sentiment. Su Fan and the others had broken through a few months before him. If it were about being the strongest martial artist of the younger generation, he could accept that title more comfortably. Perhaps Chairman Yang had mistakenly assumed he broke through earlier due to his exceptionally high blood energy value. Hey, kid, you've already broken through as a warrior. That card you gave me a couple of days ago, does it really have 1 million on it? Yi Hongfang suddenly asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Aunt, when have I ever lied to you? Yi Ran shook his head, then frowned and asked, where's the card? You didn't lose it, did you? Really? 1 million? I thought you were joking. Yi Hongfang exclaimed in shock. She quickly added, I forgot where I put it. I need to go back and look for it right away. Don't worry. If it's at home, it won't be lost. Before Yi Ran could finish his sentence, Yi Hongfang had already rushed off, with Zhou Shishir hurrying after her. When they returned to the residential area, Yi Ran noticed several ambulances parked at the entrance. The piercing sound of sirens filled the air, and a crowd of onlookers was murmuring among themselves. As he got closer, he saw several paramedics in white uniforms working urgently to save someone. Uncle Lee, what happened? Yi Ran turned to ask a nearby neighbor. I heard someone got attacked and ran out of that alley covered in blood before collapsing here, Uncle Lee replied, pointing to an ordinary alley not far away. At that moment, the medical team shook their heads and stood up, carrying a bloodied middle-aged man onto a stretcher. Yi Ran observed the man, who had a thick beard and appeared to be in his 40s. A fatal, penetrating wound was visible on his chest, and his black armor was shattered, revealing a body covered in injuries. A heart injury, yet he managed to run this far? Yi Ran frowned deeply. Even with his own physique as a third-level warrior, such a feat would be nearly impossible. This suggested that the deceased was at least a formidable third-level warrior. As he was lost in thought, Yi Ran caught sight of a ponytailed girl out of the corner of his eye with Su Qin. Her face turned pale as she looked at the body, and she hurriedly walked deeper into the residential complex. Just then, several vehicles from the Martial Alliance arrived with sirens blaring. Security personnel quickly began dispersing the crowd. From the last car, a bald, imposing man with a cold expression stepped out. Although he didn't seem to be a member of the Martial Alliance, the guards treated him with utmost respect. Yi Ran was about to leave when his phone buzzed with a message notification. It was from Jiang Yin. Tonight, my sister will deliver the dragon blood fruit. Once you have it, I hope you won't forget our agreement. He was just about to reply with excitement when a sudden frightened scream echoed from upstairs. Aunt, sure. Yi Ran's pupils contracted as he erupted with energy and dashed toward the upper floors at lightning speed. Yi Ran rushed to the front door of his house, and the sight before him made him breathe a sigh of relief. The entire door had fallen askew onto the ground, and his Aunt Yi Hongfang and Zhou Shishir were standing to the side. Aunt, are you both okay? What happened to the door? Yi Ran quickly stepped forward, lifting the door panel with both hands to set it upright. We're fine, Yi Hongfang said, though her expression was gloomy. I was just about to open the door, and it suddenly collapsed. It scared me half to death. Yeah, bro, I thought it was an earthquake. Zhou Shishir added, sticking out her tongue. Yi Ran carefully inspected the marks around the doorframe, and his brows gradually knitted together. The marks indicated that the door had been forcibly shaken open with precise force. Whoever had done it seemed to be in a hurry, opting for the most direct brute force method. What? Someone broke in? Yi Hongfang exclaimed in shock. That 100,000 yuan, did they take it? She dashed inside as she spoke. Yi Ran followed closely behind. The living room appeared untouched, but he headed straight for his own room. As soon as he entered, his attention was drawn to a piece of black soft armor lying on the bed. The damaged armor had a hastily scrawled note placed on top. Thank you for your care these past few days. This soft armor is a token of gratitude. You can sell it on the black market, or have it reforged. I don't recommend wearing it, but if you must, make sure no one sees it. Care? Who did I take care of? Yi Ran muttered in confusion as he picked up the soft armor. Immediately, he felt a surge of heat not from the armor itself, but from the devouring golden sun flame within him, which surged uncontrollably. Tiny golden flames leapt from his palm, eager to consume the armor. This intense reaction shocked Yi Ran. Not even the grade war weapon, the Black Devil Blade, had elicited such a response. The quality of this soft armor clearly exceeded expectations. It was at least an grade weapon. He examined the soft armor closely, its surface riddled with knife marks. Suddenly, he realized why it looked familiar. It bore a striking resemblance to the soft armor worn by the deceased Tier 3 warrior near the neighborhood entrance. However, the patterns on this one were far more intricate and refined, indicating a significantly higher grade. After pondering for a moment, Yi Ran glanced upstairs. This must have been left by the mysterious person from Su Qin's household as a gesture of thanks, likely for the martial arts training he had provided. Logically, the person should have already left, so why had they returned today? Even stranger, the faint aura upstairs was still present, no longer concealed, as if intentionally allowing him to sense it. Could it be that they ran into trouble while leaving and had to turn back? Yi Ran fell into deep thought. It seemed like the only plausible explanation. Yi Ran observed the uniform design of the inner armor with a slight frown. Could this be the exclusive gear of a major faction? He thought warily. No wonder the message advised him to reforge or sell it instead of wearing it himself. If it truly belonged to a powerful group and was discovered on him, it would undoubtedly bring unnecessary trouble. Finally found it, came Yi Hongfang's delighted voice from outside. Yiran quickly stuffed the black soft armor under the bed and stepped out of the room. In the living room, Yi Hongfang was holding a bank card, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. With this money, we can finally treat Dashan's illness. You little rascal, who would have thought that in the end, us two adults would have to rely on a kid like you? Auntie, I'm not a kid anymore, I'm already 17. Yiran replied helplessly. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No matter who you are, in the eyes of elders, you're always a child who hasn't grown up. Yi Hongfang glanced at the damaged door on the floor, her expression turning angry. Should we report this to the police? The door's been wrecked like T-sit must have been a break-in. Did you lose anything? No, I didn't. Zhou Shishir shook her head. It's fine. I'll take care of it, Yiran said as he found a flyer and contacted a door repairman. By the time the door was fixed, it was already 4 p.m. Just as he saw the repairman off, Yiran ran into Su Qin coming down the stairs. Heading out? Yeah, Su Qin nodded, giving him a complicated look. You've already broken through to become a martial artist? Just lucky, Yiran replied with a smile. Su Qin fell silent for a moment, suppressing her shock. She had thought there was no such thing as a perfect prodigy. If Yiran excelled in martial arts, his qi and blood levels should be average. Yet, it turned out his qi and blood levels far surpassed hers as well. You've been to the Martial Artists Association, so you must be familiar with it, right? Su Qin asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. I want to go to the martial arts building to buy a technique for concealing my aura. Would you come with me? Don't waste your money on that. I have a technique called cloud breath I can teach you. By the time Yiran left Su Qin's place, night had already fallen. Stretching lazily, he handed over the cloud breath technique and some other materials to Su Qin as a way of repaying her for this grade inner armor. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message notification. It was from Jiang Yu. I'm downstairs at your place right now, come down quick, accompanied by a playful emoji. Downstairs, the white-haired girl Jiang Yu was waiting. She wore a Jake-style long skirt, looking like a princess stepped out of a painting, drawing envious glances from the boys passing by. When they saw Yiran walking straight toward her, their jealousy only deepened. Under the old osmanthus tree, Jiang Yu suddenly reached out her slender finger and lifted Yiran's chin, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Handsome, you wouldn't want everyone here to know about your ties with our Black 3 arena, would you? The surrounding boys were dumbfounded. But what happened next stunned them even more. Yiran swatted Jiang Yu's hand away, grabbed the black box she was holding, and kicked her on the butt. Get lost and stay away from me, he said, his face lighting up with joy as he walked off with the box. I dressed up this nicely, and you kicked me? Jiang Yu stood frozen, instinctively touching the noticeable footprint on her backside. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, You infuriating man. One day, it'll make you fall for me. The prettier they are, the crazier they tend to be. Walking down the hallway, Yiran couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The Jiang sisters were undoubtedly the most beautiful peers he had ever seen, but the elder sister with white hair was simply too eccentric. She was the epitome of a juvenile fantasy enthusiast. As Yiran pondered, he placed the wooden box into the Hengyang ring. Receiving a dragon blood fruit so openly could mean one of two things. Either Jiang Yu had confirmed there were no Black Seal Tower agents watching nearby, or the Black Seal Tower had already figured him out, knowing he wouldn't leave anytime soon and were waiting for the right moment to make their move. At this thought, Yiran frowned slightly. The issue with the Black Seal Tower had to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would remain a thorn in his heart. When he got home, Yiran immediately opened the black box. Inside lay a fist-sized, bright red fruit, quietly resting at the center. Its surface was covered with fine scales, faintly outlining the shape of a coiled dragon. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing and soothing. Half an hour later, Yiran opened his eyes. As he moved his body, his joints emitted crisp cracking sounds. So this is the physique of a level 3 martial artist? He murmured in genuine amazement, feeling the surging power within him. After consuming the dragon blood fruit, his physique had not only advanced to the level 3 category but had also surpassed 90 of others at the same level. Yiran took out a testing belt and quickly got the result. Combat power 1250. Although the increase wasn't massive, this was merely his base combat power. With the addition of various martial techniques, he could rank as above average among level 3 martial artists. According to the Martial Alliance's standards, the blood energy limit for level 3 martial artists was 2000, with peak combat power at around 2500 and elite combat power at roughly 2000. Yiran's eyes lit up. If he used the Spirit Flame form in combination with the second tier of the Heavy Water Palm technique, his maximum combat power could reach 2000, equivalent to the strength of a level 3 elite. For a level 1 martial artist to achieve this level, even a grandmaster would be astonished. Thinking of the Spirit Flame form, Rand's mind turned to the damaged black soft armor under his bed. Although it was its class battle weapon, it was now in tatters and posed potential safety risks. If its value wasn't particularly high, it might be better to let the devouring golden sun flame consume it to enhance the spirit flame form. After all, class battle weapons varied greatly in quality. Ordinary ones were worth tens of millions, while high-quality ones could fetch astronomical prices of 2 to 300 million. Of course, that piece of weaponry was so damaged that Rand estimated its value to be only around 5 or 6 million. Though it was still a hefty sum, he calmly retrieved the black soft armor from under his bed and stored it in his Hungyang ring. Normally, the 1 billion progress tracker would only update when an item was fully stored in the spatial ring and completely bound to its owner. However, before Rand could even check the progress increase, a crisp ding resounded in his ears. 1 billion progress, 1.15 billion, 1 billion. Achievement complete. Reward. 1,000 achievement points. Enlightenment doubled. Rand froze in place, staring blankly at the achievement panel displaying the completion status. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and a look of shock spread across his face. This black inner armor wasn't just a strength weapon. It was a Grandmaster tier weapon. Only a Grandmaster tier weapon could still command a value of over 90 million despite being in such a severely damaged state. His body trembled slightly as a single question echoed in his mind. Who exactly was the mysterious figure in Su Qin's family? To be so extravagant, casually gifting away a Grandmaster tier weapon. After finally calming himself, the devouring golden sun flame eagerly surged out from his palm, taking the form of a fiery tongue as it greedily licked the soft armor. Knowing that its master forbade it from consuming the item, it could only find solace in this small indulgence. No wonder you're so excited, Rand muttered as he retracted the devouring golden sun flame, studying the black soft armor closely. His brows furrowed gradually. The uniform design of the inner armor clearly indicated mass production. Any force capable of mass-producing Grandmaster tier weapons had to be an immensely powerful organization. This soft armor might very well be a hot potato. Even if it couldn't be sold or used, letting the devouring golden sun flame consume it wouldn't be a loss. As this thought crossed his mind, the flame immediately reappeared, transforming into a small golden fire dog that sat in his palm, nodding furiously with its tongue nearly dragging on the ground. Not so fast. Let me think about it a bit more, Rand said helplessly, retracting the devouring golden sun flame once again. Though the black soft armor was heavily damaged and retained little of its Grandmaster level power, its materials were undoubtedly top-tier metals, which explained the flame's insatiable desire. However, for now, Rand remained undecided on how to handle the black soft armor. Rand hesitated, struggling to decide whether to keep this master-grade battle armor. He decided to first test the armor's damage reduction capabilities. The moment he put on the inner armor, the memory alloy integrated into it immediately activated, molding the armor to fit his body perfectly. Every joint and muscle was cushioned with specially designed pads that emitted a gentle warmth. After moving around a bit, Rand felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and coordination, every movement naturally synchronized with his entire body. Now this is the real deal. Rand marveled to himself. Compared to the inner armor he had previously obtained from the girl in blue, this was like comparing heaven and earth. To test its defensive properties, he stood upright and delivered a powerful punch to his own chest. With a deep thud, Rand remained motionless. Although he had held back somewhat, the punch would ordinarily have forced him to take several steps back. Yet the inner armor absorbed all the force entirely. Over the next half hour, Rand continued testing the armor and eventually came to a stunning conclusion. This inner armor could reduce 90 of the attack power from a level 3 warrior, and an incredible 95 from a level 2 warrior. As for level 1 warriors, their attacks were practically like tickles. With this inner armor, I could even survive a confrontation with a martial master, Rand thought to himself. Although martial masters possessed blood energy levels exceeding 10,000, the armor's extraordinary defense would still significantly mitigate the damage. Of course, if one's physical constitution was too weak, even the remaining damage could prove fatal. Just as Rand decided to keep this level 3 armor for himself, the mischievous devouring golden sun flame emerged again. It transformed into a small fiery dog, sitting nearby and eagerly watching Rand, clearly hoping he would take off the armor and let it devour it. When it realized Rand had chosen to risk keeping the armor, the little dog's smile froze, its eyes filled with grievance, as though all its anticipation had been in vain. Looking at this incredibly durable armor, Rand decided to name it Level 3 Armor. Meanwhile, the devouring golden sun flame, seemingly frustrated. The little gold-devouring dog poked its head out and vomited under the table, its disdain for the name written all over its expression. Rand ignored its reaction, his excitement focused on the achievement panel. The close to the billionaire's task was complete, earning him 1,000 achievement points and a chance to double his comprehension. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. In an instant, a sharp, searing pain shot through his mind, as if a cold current had poured in through the top of his head. His body instinctively shuddered, and he stood up abruptly, only to slam his head firmly against the wall. A loud bang echoed through the room. "Hey kid, what happened? Are you okay?" Yi Hongfang's anxious voice called out from the living room. "I'm fine, just got up too fast and hit the wall," Yi Ran replied casually, rubbing his aching head. Meanwhile, the little gold-devouring dog was already rolling on the floor laughing, which made Yi Ran furious. Without hesitation, he sent it back into his body. The stabbing pain in his head gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. Everything before his eyes became extraordinarily vivid, every detail sharp and distinct. This sudden sensation was unmistakably a sign of heightened comprehension. Even more thrilling was the surge of an epiphany that filled his heart. Seizing the rare opportunity, Yi Ran quickly reviewed all the martial techniques in his mind. Heavy water palm, frost slash, cloud breath technique. Each martial art improved rapidly. At that moment, a faint, ancient voice seemed to whisper in his ears, murmuring the words, "Pure Yang Heavenly Blade." Startled, Yi Ran's gaze instinctively fell on the white jade knife pendant in the pinholder on his desk. Unfortunately, the state of epiphany faded as quickly as it had come, and the world returned to normal. Though his thought processes were noticeably faster than before, he no longer had the miraculous speed of comprehension when mastering martial techniques. Even the old voice had vanished without a trace. He walked to his desk and picked up the pendant, a pristine, glowing white jade knife engraved with the words "Pure Yang Heavenly Blade" in intricate silver strokes. It was a gift from Su Qin, rumored to contain a powerful martial technique that required exceptional comprehension to unlock. Pondering for a moment, Yi Ran hung the pendant around his neck and checked his progress in martial arts. The cloud breath technique had reached minor success, allowing him to feign death while moving. Heavy water palm was perfected, its triple-layered dark force rivaling the power of standard A-grade techniques. Only frost slash showed limited progress. In addition to the achievement points, the system appeared to be upgrading. While this caught Yi Ran off guard, its functions remained operational. His attention shifted to the deduction button, which indicated that breaking through his combat awareness would cost 500 achievement points. With anticipation, Yi Ran slowly pressed the deduction button. In the early hours of the morning, under a sparse sky with a bright moon and few stars, faint clouds drifted above. Deep in the basement of Chongkong Tower, on the second underground level, the black chrysanthemum bar pulsed with flickering neon lights and deafening music. On the dance floor, young men and women twisted and swayed wildly to the rhythm. In a secluded corner booth, two men conversed in hushed tones. A muscular man with a buzz cut lit a cigarette and casually extended the pack toward the man sitting across from him. The middle-aged man in a sharp suit waved it off gently. "I've smoked enough. It's bad for your health. TCH, you're about to break through to Martial Master, and you're still worried about that?" The buzzcut man exhaled a ring of smoke, a trace of envy flashing in his eyes. "Once this mission is completed, and you get the iron-armored rhinoceros essence blood from above, you'll make your breakthrough, won't you?" A faint smile tugged at the corner of the suited man's lips. "Yes, but there's no need to envy me. With your strength at the peak of Tier 3, you'll break through too if you find the right essence blood. Forget it." The buzzcut man stubbed out his cigarette with a frustrated motion. His tone carried a hint of bitterness. "I've already failed twice. Without rare-grade essence blood, a third attempt would just be a waste of effort." He knew all too well how essence blood from exotic beasts was categorized into 5 levels: common, superior, rare, exceptional, and supreme. Rare-grade essence blood was priceless, far beyond the reach of someone like Hema, mere ordinary member of the Black Seal Tower. "All right, let's get down to business," the suited man said seriously. "Remember that mission to eliminate the Tier 2 martial artist kid that Iron Bull discovered last time?" "Of course I remember." The buzzcut man grinned, licking his lips as a twisted excitement flickered in his eyes. "A prodigy like that in Ningjiang City? He left quite an impression. I love hearing those arrogant geniuses beg for mercy when their bones are crushed. It's music to my ears." "The captain just sent a message. The plan has changed," the suited man said. "We'll act in 3 days, no matter where he is. If he's at home, we'll take care of his family too." "That risky?" The buzzcut man was startled. "Such blatant action will catch the Martial Alliance's attention. Didn't we plan to handle him near the bar?" "We can't wait any longer," the suited man said, his eyes flashing coldly. "There's a traitor in the team. The plan has already been leaked. It's possible that some forces in Ningjiang City are watching us. We need to finish this quickly and leave the city." The mention of a traitor darkened the buzzcut man's expression. "Understood. We'll act in 3 days. Be careful. Let me know if you need help," the suited man cautioned. "Haha, no need, old Zhang," the buzzcut man said, lighting another cigarette with a confident smirk. "With my combat power at 2,700, far surpassing other Tier 3 peaks. I may not be invincible below Martial Master, but I don't have many rivals. That kid, just a Tier 2 martial artist? I could handle him with one hand while smoking. I'm Yang Long, after all. The middle-aged man in the suit frowned slightly, feeling as though he'd heard those words somewhere before. Okay. This simple word stirred a memory in Yiran's mind, but try as he might, he couldn't recall who it was that had once borne Tianyuan on their back while holding up the primal emperor city, uttering the same word. Watching his teammate walk away confidently, an unsettling sense of foreboding began to rise within him. On the second floor of a bar, a middle-aged man wearing a dark gold mask observed the two departing figures with piercing eyes. Shortly after, a vibrant green parrot landed on his shoulder, whispering into his ear. Gently stroking the bird's feathers, the owner of the fighting arena murmured to himself, as expected of the Black Seal Tower. Their response was quick, already aware they're being watched. Unfortunately, it's just an ordinary team member, not the Martial Master level captain. Seems I'll have to wait a little longer. Back at home, Yiran suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air. Sweat drenched his body, and his eyes were bloodshot. Yet they couldn't hide the excitement and joy within his battle. Awareness had finally broken through. This breakthrough was unprecedented, propelling him directly to All-Rounder Level 1, increasing his combat power by a full 1,000 points. Checking his achievement panel, it showed that the next upgrade would require 700 achievement points. Yiran tried to control his body, and veins immediately bulged as his skin tightened. The physique of a Level 3 warrior was unable to fully withstand the pressure brought by all-rounder level battle awareness. His control had surpassed the limits of his physical strength. In the mirror, his face appeared pale and somewhat weak, but this was merely an illusion. At this moment, he could unleash a bare combat power of 2,350. Let's test the limits. Yiran pulled out a testing belt and activated his spirit flame form. Golden flames instantly engulfed his entire body as the numbers on the belt climbed rapidly, finally snapping at 3,100 with a loud crack. Unmatched below Martial Master, but above? Yiran paused in slight frustration. I'd get taken out in one move. Though still far from the strength of a Martial Master, in Ningjiang City, where Martial Masters were scarce, he could already be considered a formidable presence. Retracting his spirit flame form, the 15 spirit flame marks on his back gradually faded. There were still over 10 days before the Black Jiao Essence Blood would arrive, which would further skyrocket his strength. As he reviewed his achievement panel, a new achievement caught his eye. Veteran Driver Achievement. Comprehend on your own. Progress, 0. Completion reward, 50 achievement points. The allure of 50 achievement points prompted Yiran to attempt this ambiguous achievement. He began searching his mind for a suitable target. Su Qin? No, her mysterious relative might smother him in his sleep. Besides, her cold and reserved personality made her shy and unsuitable. He needed someone with thick skin and a carefree attitude. Suddenly, a figure flashed across Yiran's mind. Yiran opened Jiang Yu's chat window. After pondering for a moment, he sent over a few so-called experienced pro lines he had found online all at once. He believed these lines were explicit enough to show he was a seasoned expert. As he put away the broken testing belt, Yiran frowned slightly. Despite his efforts to suppress it, the temperature of the devouring golden sun flame was simply too high. This ordinary material belt couldn't withstand it and was burned through. However, it didn't matter much. One of the prizes from the Ningjiang Star competition included a pricey vitality recovery pod. Not only could it restore vitality and help with recuperation, but it was also far more precise and accurate for testing than this belt. Just as he finished putting the belt away, his phone chimed with a notification. Oh? Jiang Yu replied. Yiran felt a little awkward, but for achievement points, a little embarrassment was nothing. He eagerly replied. How was it? Pretty impressive driving skills, right? Driving skills? Are you talking about these cheesy pickup lines? I don't want to dream anymore, dreaming about you being kind to me. Before I even wake up, my heart already aches. It's unfair. Your dreams have mushroom houses, flying squirrels and fire-breathing squids, while my dreams only have you. I wrote your name on a cigarette and inhaled it into my lungs. Ugh, where did you even find these cringeworthy lines? They're so embarrassing. By the way, since when did you and my sister get to this point? Need my help? Your lines are way too outdated. I've got some fresher ones. Yiran froze, dumbfounded. Cringeworthy pickup lines? Weren't these the essentials for seasoned pros? He quickly checked the website again. Not using a case feels so good, but it's just not safe. That's how my last phone got smashed. Seeing this, he concluded it was a normal sentence, not one meant for driving. His eyes lit up as he found another line and sent it over. I've fallen into the pit of liking you, and I can't get back up. You're hopeless. Too cliché. My sister is better at flirting than you. Yiran's face was filled with frustration until he suddenly realized something. You're Jiang Yin. Are you snooping on your sister's phone? As your adorable little sister, what's wrong with taking a peek at my sister's phone? Jiang Yin replied smugly. If you want to pursue my sister, I can help you. But you'll have to help us catch the person from Black Mark Tower first. Screw you. Yiran cursed under his breath. This was truly a major embarrassment. Not only did he fail to earn achievement points, but he also completely lost face. However, his greatest strength was his thick skin, practically invincible in the martial master realm. After a brief moment of awkwardness, he quickly composed himself. Jiang Yin continued messaging from Jiang Yu's account. I need to remind you, the plan has changed. Black Mark Tower will make their move on you in 3 days. And this time, your opponent might be a peak level tier 3 martial artist. A peak tier 3 martial artist? Yiran raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. There were some unexpected developments. Sorry, we didn't anticipate an opponent of this level. While the timing has changed, the overall plan remains the same. It's just been moved up by 2 days. Considering how strong a peak tier 3 martial artist is, you probably won't be able to hold out for 3 minutes. So my teacher hired another top tier 3 martial artist to assist you. With their help, you should be able to delay long enough for my teacher to provide backup. Got it. Yiran replied curtly, not too concerned. When the time came, he'd decide based on his mood. If he was in a bad mood, he'd just kill the peak tier 3 martial artist from Black Mark Tower outright. If he was in a good mood, he might play along for a bit. At this moment, in the Black 3 arena, Jiang Yin's expression was hesitant, her brows slightly furrowed. She had wanted to persuade Yiran to give up on this dangerous mission after all. Even with the help of a top-tier level 3 martial artist, lasting 3 minutes against that special peak level 3 opponent was nearly impossible. Those who failed to break through their limits and had refined the blood essence of exotic beasts often possessed extraordinary physiques and combat power. But this matter was far too important to their teacher. All she could do was silently pray in her heart. Either Yiran would manage to hold on, or their teacher would quickly uncover the hidden martial artist hiding in the Black Seal Tower. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh again. The martial artist's concealment techniques were truly masterful so far. They had only been able to determine that he was hiding at the Black Chrysanthemum Bar. Yet, with so many staff members there, even after multiple visits, their teacher had been unable to pinpoint the target. Their only hope now was that when this martial artist saw Yiran, the mission's target, he might inadvertently reveal a hint of murderous intent. Even the slightest trace would be enough. At the same time, Yiran was sitting at home, glaring resentfully at the experienced driver achievement displayed on his system interface, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. Damn it! He cursed in frustration, determined to tackle this achievement no matter what. He had gathered a large collection of so-called experienced driver quotes from the internet, initially intending to send them to a girl. However, after reconsidering, he decided to send them to Zhang Fan instead. Moments later, Zhang Fan's panicked voice message came through. Range, you? No, please, we're not compatible, okay? Boo-hoo. Yiran was left speechless, a vein almost popping on his forehead, as he painstakingly explained everything to Zhang Fan. Cursing the absurd difficulty of the achievement, he was just about to uninstall the system when it suddenly chimed with a notification. 14 hours until the update is complete. This unexpected glimmer of hope lit up Yiran's face. All right, system bro, keep at it. I'm staying up all night to wait for you. Even so, he reluctantly spent 100 achievement points to reset the frustrating experienced driver achievement. The system flickered, resetting the progress to 0, and added a cryptic message. Young man, keep your thoughts pure. I'm a proper system. Don't get the wrong idea. The next morning, Yiran booked a real experienced driver as his private instructor. This was a veteran with 30 years of driving experience, having operated buses, remote-controlled cars, and even bumper cars. After breakfast, he hurried out the door and happened to run into Xuejia and Xuechuan from the apartment across the hall. Though they didn't yet know that the closure of the Red Moon Martial Arts Hall was related to Yiran, Xuejia's smile froze awkwardly the moment she saw him, her demeanor suddenly reserved. Little Ran, you go ahead. As Yiran walked away, he faintly heard Xuechuan's puzzled voice behind him. Mom, is Yiran really a martial artist? Son, Xuejia replied cautiously. The whole complex says his family has a martial artist medal, and it's true. From now on, don't try to compete with him. We can't keep up. After a full day of intensive driving lessons, Yiran had made 70 progress on his experienced driver achievement. As a martial artist with doubled comprehension ability, driving wasn't particularly challenging for him. He couldn't help but feel exasperated as he realized that the achievement was, quite literally, about being an experienced driver. It was his own misunderstanding that had led him astray. When he returned home and pushed open the door, ready to rest, the system suddenly chimed again. Yiran's eyes lit up. The system upgrade was finally complete. In the room, Yiran eagerly opened the achievement system to check for changes. The system interface now featured some silver patterns around it, but the overall layout remained mostly the same. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the key changes lay in the Enhance and Deduction buttons. Clicking on the Enhance button, Yiran's eyes lit up. The system had introduced a new option for physical enhancement, with two choices available: the Nirvana body and the Fearless body. The cost for enhancement increased progressively: 100 points for the first level, 200 points for the second, 300 points for the third, and so on. What excited him even more was that the upgrade restriction for the Nirvana body had been lifted. Enhancement was no longer bound by having the same physical type. The Deduction button also came with a new feature: the deduction of incomplete martial techniques. While this function was innovative, its practicality was currently limited due to the lack of high-level incomplete techniques. Additionally, a small window displaying Yiran's detailed information had appeared on the system interface. Level 1 Martial Artist. Vitality, 499. Achievement points, 500. Combat Awareness, Versatile. Combat Power Amplification, Level 1, 10 Inactive. Physique, Nirvana Body Level 1. Fearless Body Level 1. Yiran noticed the condition for the next system upgrade: earning 10,000 achievement points in one go. The sheer difficulty of this requirement left him momentarily speechless. Without much hesitation, Yiran began enhancing the Nirvana body. Spending 100 points, he upgraded it to level 2, which increased his recovery ability by 20, granted a 0.02 chance of self-rescue in near-death situations, and promoted physical transcendence and evolution. After deliberating further, he spent 200 more points to elevate it to level 3, boosting his recovery ability by nearly a third. Over the next 2 days, Yiran's life gradually returned to normal. During the day, he guided new trainees at the Blackwater Martial Arts Hall. The 3 martial techniques he had contributed attracted a wave of newcomers to the hall, easing the worries of the hall master. At night, he focused on teaching Su Qin, who demonstrated exceptional dedication and patience in learning the cloud resting technique. Notably, the patrol officers from the Martial Alliance began withdrawing from the vicinity of his neighborhood. Even the wanted notice against him was quietly rescinded, as though an unseen shift had taken place in silence. Still, everything seems to be heading in a positive direction, Yiran thought silently to himself. Of course, it could also be the calm before the storm. Inside the Heishui Martial Arts Hall, students were gradually leaving, their farewells echoing throughout the hall. Goodbye, senior brother Yiran. See you tomorrow, senior brother. A timid young girl approached Yiran hesitantly, placing a delicate cake box on the table. Senior brother Yiran, I made this cake myself, she said shyly, her face turning red as she quickly walked away. Yiran shook his head and looked at the table in front of him, which was piled high with gifts from female students. Colorful origami cranes, exquisite desserts, steaming milk, tea, everything one could imagine. The master of the Heishui Martial Arts Hall strolled out leisurely, gazing at the mountain of gifts with a sigh. Ah, youth is wonderful. I was just as handsome and popular in my younger days. But then, I started losing my hair early, and now I still don't have a partner. Yiran glanced at the master's shiny bald head, his mouth twitching slightly. He unwrapped a piece of cake, handed a slice to the master, and took one for himself. As he ate, he asked, Master, you're older and more experienced in life. I've recently run into a problem that I can't seem to solve. Oh, a problem? The master's interest was piqued. If it's troubling you, I'm curious to hear about it. Go on. What does it mean to disregard the principles of martial arts? Disregard the principles of martial arts? That's simple. The master chuckled. It means to launch a surprise attack on your opponent, essentially, to ambush them. Yiran suddenly understood and glanced at the achievement panel in his mind. Achievement points, 250. New achievement: disregard the principles of martial arts. Progress 0-10. Defeat 10 martial artists through such actions to earn 150 achievement points. This reward offered 50 more points than the earlier Conquer with Virtue achievement. It was a recently updated challenge, whereas this seasoned veteran achievement had been completed just the day before, earning him 50 achievement points. Having resolved his confusion, Yiran prepared to leave. Master, I won't be coming tomorrow. I have something to attend to. No problem. Come whenever you like, the master replied with a smile. All right then. Goodbye, master. Outside the martial arts hall, the streets were bustling with people. Students from the hall mingling with office workers heading home. As Yiran walked, he pondered where he might find 10 opponents to defeat using such unorthodox methods. Suddenly, his brow raised slightly, sensed a gaze watching him. After some careful observation, he quickly pinpointed its source: a supermarket nearby. Yiran? A deep voice interrupted his thoughts. Wang, a martial arts instructor, approached with several students from the Thunderclap Martial Arts Hall in tow. You've been coming here quite often. I see you leaving the Heishui Martial Arts Hall almost every day. There was a hint of envy in Wang's tone as he spoke. Dedicated honorary students like Yiran were a rarity. Yiran responded simply, I've had some free time lately, so I drop by often. Not bad. Wang nodded approvingly before suddenly making a suggestion. How about joining our Thunderclap Martial Arts Hall? We happen to have an honorary student position open. The students around Wang looked surprised, clearly curious about this young man who was being offered such an invitation. No, thanks. Yuran declined outright. Instructor Wang, am heading home now? As he turned to leave, Yuran frowned slightly. The gaze from the supermarket had vanished. Wang watched Yuran's departing figure and shook his head lightly. The students around him were puzzled. Instructor Wang, who is that guy? He's so arrogant. Isn't our Thunderclap Martial Arts Hall 100 times better than Heishui? Yeah, he doesn't seem familiar. He's not one of those famous prodigies from the local high schools, is he? Wang didn't refute their comments, but instead looked a bit regretful. Watching Yuran's figure disappear into the distance, he suddenly felt a strange sense of realization. For some reason, Yuran seemed different from before. There was an air of calm confidence about him, a demeanor of someone who overlooked everything, paired with absolute self-assurance in his own strength. Wang had only ever seen such a presence in the master of the Thunderclap Martial Arts Hall. But that made sense. The master was a powerful martial artist and a prominent figure in Ningjiang City. So why did Yuran exude that same aura? Must be my imagination, Wang thought with a smile, dismissing the notion as he continued chatting with the students around him. The sky gradually darkened. Yuran stepped out of Su Qin's house and stretched his slightly tired body. As soon as he entered his own home, his aunt's voice came from the kitchen. Hey, kid, are you free tomorrow? Let's go to Changchun Mall to pick up a few things. Changchun Mall? Yuran's pupils contracted instantly. That was where Changkong Tower, home to the Haiju Bar, was located, a commercial building he was all too familiar with. He forced himself to stay calm and asked, Aunt, what made you suddenly want to go there? Zhou Shishir walked out of her room, holding a bag of chips and munching as she said, people from Changchun Mall came to our school today. They said they're opening a new store and are running a promotion where you can win discount cards. She noticed Yuran's expression and added, Huh? Bro, why do you look so pale? Nothing. Yuran suppressed the anger welling up inside him, but the shadow in his eyes was hard to hide. The Heian Tower had clearly done their homework, investigating him thoroughly, even involving Shishir and his aunt. For now, they hadn't resorted to threatening his family, but this was only temporary. Once they realized they couldn't take him down, they would undoubtedly resort to more despicable means. Heian Tower, you all deserve to die. A chilling, murderous intent flickered in Yuran's eyes. As long as they lived, he would never know peace. From the kitchen, Yi Hongfang called out again. We can get some new clothes for the three of you while we're at it. Don't make plans for tomorrow afternoon. The 50% off card is rare, and we shouldn't waste the chance. Exactly. Zhou Shishir chimed in. They said the card only works if the whole family goes. I had to go through so much trouble to convince them to let just the three of us use it. The whole family? Yuran sneered internally. This was clearly a trap set by Heian Tower to ensure he showed up. But his expression remained unchanged as he responded. All right, got it. Back in his room, his phone buzzed with a notification. It was a message from Jiang Yin. This afternoon, a third-year peak-level fighter from Heian Tower was secretly watching you. Attached was a photo taken in a supermarket. In the image, a burly man with a buzz cut and a cigarette in his mouth was at the checkout, casting subtle glances toward the outside. This was the same supermarket where Yuran had felt something was off earlier that day. Yuran carefully memorized the man's appearance before replying. They approached my sister today. Didn't you say you'd protect my family? Jiang Yin quickly responded. Don't worry, that guy was just a weak scout, not even an official member. My sister was nearby the whole time. Your sister was perfectly safe. She added, in Ningjiang City, apart from a few insignificant scouts, Heian Tower has 7 official members. One of them is already working with my teacher. My teacher has identified the remaining 6, but doesn't want to alert them yet. The real target is their hidden martial artist captain. You can rest assured. If any official member of the Black Seal Tower approaches your family, my teacher will step in to protect them. These words visibly eased Yuran's tension. Thank you, he said sincerely. Honestly, I've benefited a lot from this. Not only did I get the dragon blood fruit, but now you're also protecting my family. I owe you one, and you'll definitely repay the favor someday. On the other end of the call, inside the Black 3 arena, Jiang Yin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do you think you're the protagonist of some novel? Saying stuff like, I owe you a favor, and you'll repay it someday? So cliché. How are you supposed to win over my sister with lines like that? Forget it. Looks like you'll have to step in and help. Despite her playful complaints, Jiang Yin's impression of Yuran was subtly changing. When they first met, she had thought he was just a violent pretty boy who often said he wanted to smash my sister's head in. But after spending time with him over the past few days, aside from his cringeworthy pickup lines, she had to admit that Yuran wasn't all that bad. Meanwhile, in his room, Yuran continued to stare at his phone screen. Jiang Yin had sent him a message. Tomorrow, follow the Black Seal Tower's plan. All you need to do is enter the Black Chrysanthemum Bar. Once inside, Survive the most dangerous 3 minutes under that Black Seal Tower member's watch. Oh, and the Tier 3 top-tier martial artist helping you will be sitting at the third table from the left. He's the one with noticeably less hair. Didn't mistake him for someone else. Got it. Yuran replied simply before turning off his phone. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Yuran accompanied Yi Hongfeng to the local market to buy groceries. As they approached the market entrance, he noticed some unusual commotion coming from a nearby alley. A blue and white patrol car from the Martial Alliance was parked by the roadside. A few curious onlookers were quickly shooed away by a young Martial Alliance member standing guard at the alley entrance. Sir, what happened here? Yuran asked an elderly man who was shaking his head and sighing. Another death, the old man replied, his face pale. It's another middle-aged man, but this time it's much worse. His body. There wasn't a single intact part. His bones. The man shuddered and stopped mid-sentence. I can't talk about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more nauseous I feel. What kind of grudge could drive someone to such cruelty? It's truly vicious. As the old man walked away, Yuran stood deep in thought. The word another was intriguing. Wasn't the man who died near the residential area a few days ago also a middle-aged man? While he pondered, several people emerged from the alley. 2 Martial Alliance staff members carried a heavy body bag, while 2 others walked briskly with evidence bags in hand. Trailing behind them was a burly, bald man with a cold expression. Yuran immediately recognized him. It was the same man he had seen near the residential area before the first body was discovered. At that moment, a Martial Alliance member was respectfully reporting to the bald man. The man glanced back at the alley with a blank expression, but his eyes suddenly flickered with a crazed, murderous intent. He grinned darkly and muttered, Sue, you want to escape this time. Suddenly, a sharp gaze shot in Yuran's direction. The bald man gave him a brief, indifferent glance before getting into a car and leaving. Yuran's heart sank. This man's heightened perception was alarming. Just a single glance from Yuran had been enough for him to notice. This was no ordinary Tier 3 martial artist. He had to be a martial master. After finishing their grocery shopping, Yuran returned home. The afternoon came quickly. After school, Yuran accompanied his younger aunt to pick up Zhou Shishir from her school, and together they headed to Chongkong Tower. The Chongkong building was brightly lit, bustling with people even past 7 p.m. Yuran had been wandering aimlessly around the mall for 2 hours with his aunt and her group. Just as they were about to leave, his phone buzzed. A voice message from Zhang Fan came through, sounding urgent. Range, I'm at the Black Chrysanthemum Bar on the second basement level of the Chongkong building. I've run into some trouble. Come help me, quick. Yuran quickly told his aunt and her group to head home without him and briskly left. At that moment, inside one of the stores, a burly man with a buzz cut watched Yuran's retreating figure, a faint sneer curling his lips. He handed his phone to the shop owner, Tiniu, who stood beside him. The screen displayed the voice message interface that had just been sent to Yuran. Tiniu watched the 2 figures disappearing one after the other and sighed, shaking his head. What a shame. That Yuran kid is loyal and righteous, hard to come by these days. But he's a genius, and the Black Mark Tower's mission is to snuff out geniuses at the root, to destroy humanity's foundation. Since he won't live past tomorrow, there's no need to keep an eye on his family anymore. With that, he turned and walked off in another direction. At the entrance of the Black Chrysanthemum Bar on the second basement level, Yuran stopped, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The trap was meticulously laid, luring him to the Chongkong building first, then using a synthesized version of Zhang Fan's voice to draw him to the bar. If it hadn't been for Jiang Yu and her sister coming to find him earlier, he might have fallen for it. Though fully aware of the ruse, Yuran feigned urgency and strode into the bar. The buzzcut man followed closely behind and had just stepped inside when his phone rang. Old Yang, be extra cautious tonight. A deep, middle-aged voice warned on the other end of the call. Haha, old Zhang, you don't seriously think a second-level martial artist, just some inexperienced kid, could cause me any trouble, do you? The buzzcut man lit a cigarette nonchalantly. Once this mission is over, let's have a good few days of drinking. Old Yang. The voice on the line grew stern. There's a traitor in the team. Although the captain managed to shut down their communication devices in time, our plan might already be exposed. For all we know, that Yi Ran could be playing us, luring us into his trap. Playing us? He probably doesn't even understand how powerful a peak third-level martial artist is. The buzzcut man scoffed, extinguishing his cigarette. As long as he's within my sight, I can end him in 5 seconds. Besides, with the captain here, there's nothing to fear. All right, enough of this. Tomorrow, drinks are on me. Inside the bar, Yuran found a seat and sat down, calculating in his mind. If that peak third-level Black Mark Tower operative showed up in his line of sight, how long would it take to take him down? After a moment's thought, he reached a conclusion. 3 seconds. As long as the distance was close enough, 3 seconds would be all he needed to completely eliminate that peak third-level fighter. Yuran glanced at his phone and, unsurprisingly, saw a voice message from Zhang Fan. The message was just another excuse, asking him to wait at the Black Chrysanthemum bar for another 2 hours. The bar was nearly empty at this hour. Iran knew well that killing someone now would make it easy for the Martial Alliance to identify him as a suspect. But at midnight, 2 hours from now, the bar would be packed with revelers. Even better, according to the bar's usual practice, there would be a 3-minute lights-out celebration at that time. If he acted swiftly, he could store the body in his spatial ring without leaving a trace. Black Seal Tower really lives up to its reputation. No wonder it's listed as one of the 3 most dangerous organizations by the Martial Alliance, Iran thought to himself. Just then, a buzzcut man sat down at the table next to him and even flashed him a smile. What are you smiling at? Iran glared at him fiercely. Ugly bastard. Turn your head the other way, or I'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. The smile on the buzzcut man's face froze instantly, and anger flared in his chest. Damn brat, just wait 2 hours, I'll smash your mouth to pieces. Though furious, he swallowed his rage and turned his head away. Still, he couldn't help but wonder. Wasn't this kid supposed to have a decent temper, according to the intel? Why is he suddenly so aggressive? Could it be? Am I really that ugly? Not far away, a skinny, bald man dressed in black witnessed the whole exchange, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. As a top-tier level 3 fighter hired by the arena owner to protect Iran, he was familiar with both parties. Seeing Iran provoke a peak level 3 fighter so blatantly, he couldn't help but mutter in shock, "What the hell?" and lament the recklessness of today's youth. Iran was fully aware of what he was doing. At this point, there was no way this level 3 fighter from Black Seal Tower would let things slide. Forget about insulting him. Iran could probably pat him on the head and call him fluffy, and he'd still have to hold back. With that thought, Iran glanced again at the buzzcut man. Ugly bastard, sit farther away. You're blocking my view of the pretty girls. PHFFD. The bald man in black sprayed out a mouthful of beer, scrambling to wipe it up. He was panicking inside. Has this kid lost his mind? Provoking someone like that, no doubt, the peak level 3 will go all out soon. I need to text the boss right away. This job is way too dangerous. I'm here to make money, not to die. The buzzcut man's face was already twisted with rage, and he was itching to kill Iran on the spot. But with about a dozen scattered patrons in the bar, even as a martial master, he couldn't act without being noticed, and that would spell trouble. In the end, he could only suppress his fury and say coldly, "Kid, don't get too cocky." Iran ignored him, instead frowning as he looked across the bar at the bald man in black, who kept winking and gesturing at him. Isn't that the spot where the arena owner said my backup would sit? Although he'd briefly suspected the bald man might be his ally, Jiang Yin's description of the backup quickly ruled out that possibility. For a moment, Iran stared at the message on his phone, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. The bald man in black before him was indeed the assistant Jiang Yin had mentioned. However, while Jiang Yin had described the helper as having very little hair, this man was completely bald, his head so shiny it could reflect light. Iran found himself at a loss for words. The bald man in black was also silent. He had just received a message from his boss, informing him that the deposit had been paid, and backing out now would require paying 10 times the amount as compensation. The boss had even asked him whether money or life was more important. Just as he was about to reply with life, he realized he had been blocked. Moments later, he received a new friend request from his boss. After accepting the request, the boss immediately sent a message. "Oh, what were you about to say? Never mind, it's not important. Let's continue discussing the mission." Then, the boss added, "Don't worry too much. I've reviewed the mission requirements. It doesn't explicitly say you have to keep that kid alive. You can slack off. If he dies, the client won't blame you." This suggestion was tempting to the bald man, but he shook his head and replied, "Boss, we bounty hunters have to maintain professional integrity. Since we've taken the money, we must do our utmost to protect him." He then turned to Iran and sent him a message, silently praying, "I hope this kid listens to me. Otherwise, even as one of Ningjiang City's top 10 escape artists, I might not be able to save him." A message popped up on Iran's phone from someone with the username, "Handsome Little Star." "Iran, right? My name is Zhang Xing. I'm here to help you. If you want to get out of this alive, you'll need to follow my instructions." Seeing the username, Iran's mouth twitched again, but he replied with a simple "okay." Relieved by Iran's cooperation, Zhang Xing sent another message. "He'll scout the surrounding area, find a suitable hiding spot, and figure out an escape route. You stay put and, for the love of everything, don't provoke that tier 3 peak fighter from the Black Mark Tower again. If you follow my plan, there's at least a 70% chance you'll survive." Iran responded with a casual acknowledgement and, feeling bored, started a game on his phone. Meanwhile, the person using Zhang Fan's account kept sending him voice messages, seemingly worried that Iran might leave. At the same time, over at Zhang Fan's house, Zhang Fan stared in confusion at his phone, which displayed a remote login alert. "Your account has been logged in from the M87 Nebula and cannot be accessed locally. Click the link to claim the Sacred Light Stick and complete login verification. Hearing the term, Sacred Light Stick, Zhang Fan suddenly remembered that it was the transformation device from Ultraman Tiga. Overcome with excitement, he shouted, "For the light!" and clicked the link without hesitation. The result was predictable. His phone immediately froze. Back at the Black Chrysanthemum bar, as Yiran played his game, he noticed that Zhang Fan's account had posted a help request on the forum. Yiran was scrolling through a phone forum when a help post caught his attention. "Guys, my phone got a virus. What should I do? Online, urgent." In the comments section, someone asked, "Did you click on a link you weren't supposed to? How did you know?" The original poster replied, attaching a shocked emoji. "Exactly. As soon as I clicked on a link to claim a Xingguang stick, my phone got hacked. Got any solutions, bro?" Xingguang stick? Is that a new site? Never heard of it. Send me the link, bro. Not for any other reason, but because I believe in light too. I want to claim one. Yiran frowned as he read through the conversation, feeling puzzled. Since when did Zhang Fan change his ID to elementary school kid? With his terrible gaming skills, even elementary schoolers could beat him. To be safe, Yiran decided to quit the game. By now, more people were filling up the Black Chrysanthemum bar. A group of stylishly dressed young women lit up when they spotted Yiran and swarmed over to him. "Hey there, little brother. Are you here alone? Want to hang out with us? First time at Black Chrysanthemum bar? Haven't seen you before." "I'm mute. I can't talk," Yiran replied lazily, waving them off. The girls froze for a moment, then sashayed away, grumbling under their breath. Just because he's a little good-looking, he thinks he's all that. Exactly. So young, and already hanging out at bars probably no good. Who wants to hang out with him anyway? Wait, Yiran suddenly called out. The three girls immediately spun around, eyes sparkling. "Handsome little brother. It was them who badmouthed you just now, not me." The situation grew awkward. Yiran sighed and explained, "I was calling the waiter. Waiter, can I get a glass of warm water? Not too hot." "Sure, coming right up," the waiter replied politely before walking away. The girls, now both embarrassed and angry, huffed, "You little brat, just you wait." Then they stomped off in frustration. Yiran watched the waiter leave and fell into thought. According to Jiang Yin's intel, the captain of the martial artists from the Black Mark Tower was hiding among the staff here. Excluding the dancers, the waiters, and resident singers were all suspects. His hand instinctively brushed against the black soft armor. He was wearing a precautionary measure when dealing with a martial artist whose vitality exceeded 10,000. Better to be overly cautious than regretful. The bar's crowd was lively and uninhibited. Every few minutes, someone came over to ask for his contact information, and even a few men tried their luck. "Hi, can I get your contact info?" a pleasant female voice asked. "I'm asleep. I can't hear you," Yiran replied without even looking up, his tone lethargic. "Is that so? What a pity." The gentle voice sounded strangely familiar. Yiran glanced. Yupan froze. Standing before him was a stunning young woman, wearing a pink half-fox mask, smiling warmly at him. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's transformation was stunning. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, and the light blue denim outfit accentuated her graceful figure. Paired with a pink half-fox mask, the visible part of her face was strikingly beautiful. This look was a far cry from her usual refined and elegant doll-like image, exuding a unique and alluring charm. Yiran froze, momentarily dazed. Jiang Yu spoke in a soft, delicate voice he had never heard before. "Hey handsome, can I get your contact info?" The sound of her voice inexplicably tugged at his heartstrings. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a buzzcut man not far away, engaged in a phone call. The man, a third-year peak martial artist from Black Mark Tower, wore a confident smile. "Don't worry, you don't need to come. I can handle this alone." Yiran shifted his focus back, cooperating as Jiang Yu scanned his code. In that fleeting moment, she deftly slipped a ring into his hand, then playfully tilted his chin and said with a mischievous smile, "See you around, handsome. We'll chat next time." She quickly walked away, leaving behind a trail of astonished gazes from the surrounding young crowd. A few of the stunned onlookers approached Yiran, hoping to indirectly scan her code, but he politely declined. Rubbing the object in his hand, which was clearly a spatial ring, he received a message from Jiang Yin. "Inside isn't glass inner armor. It's my sister's, just borrowing it for you," the message read. "Though it can block most attacks, the recoil might injure your internal organs. Be careful. Oh, and don't stretch it out. My sister still needs to wear it." Yiran shook his head with a quiet laugh. The Jiang sisters, though eccentric in personality, were genuinely kind-hearted. An hour passed, and the bar was now bustling with life. Multicolored lights danced across the noisy crowd. Yiran noticed that the murderous intent in the buzzcut man's eyes had grown increasingly intense, no longer concealed. At this moment, his accomplice, the bald bounty hunter Zhang Xing, finally returned. A notification pinged on his phone. Zhang Xing had sent a detailed escape plan. 3 routes were outlined, each offering different time advantages: 20 seconds, 10 seconds, and 15 seconds. Each route came with specific action recommendations and precautions. Yiran couldn't help but marvel as he replied with admiration. A bounty hunter is really just a fancier term for a mercenary, Zhang Xing explained. Most of the time, we're either being hunted, helping others evade being hunted, or transporting valuable items. So when it comes to escaping, we've got plenty of experience. Seeing Zhang Xing's concern, he couldn't help but rub his bald head, a smug smile spreading across his face. His confidence was well-founded among bounty hunters. He was indeed somewhat renowned. Even when facing the seasoned third-tier peak fighter from Black Seal Tower, he was confident he could escape with only minor injuries. Yiran, quick to notice Zhang Xing's experience, humbly sought advice on survival tactics in the wilderness. Zhang Xing, in a rare display of openness, shared the wealth of knowledge and lessons he had accumulated over the years. The two hit it off, and before they knew it, half an hour had flown by. Brother Xing, you're incredible, Yiran sincerely praised. If he had known these tricks earlier, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed last time against the Black Mask Squad. While he was always meticulous, his experience still fell short compared to these seasoned veterans of the wild. Zhang Xing, flattered by the compliment, found Yiran even more likable. It's just common sense. The more you go through, the more you'll understand. Being targeted by Black Seal Tower means you're an exceptional talent. Before long, you'll surpass me. By the way, what's your combat power? Before Yiran could reply, Zhang Xing quickly sent another message. Damn, only half an hour left. 3 escape plans, pick one quickly. Still processing the survival tips, Yiran casually replied, any of them is fine, then go with the second one. Zhang Xing responded swiftly. It relies a bit on luck, but the first requires extreme composure, and the third demands precise control of your energy and lightning-fast reflexes. Don't worry, I'll back you up when it counts. After sending the message, Zhang Xing sighed to himself. The fighter from Black Seal Tower was no joke. With a combat power of 2,700, he was a full 500 points stronger than Zhang Xing. That kind of gap meant a direct confrontation wouldn't last long. Still, this young man, Yiran, was impressive, humble, and eager to learn. Zhang Xing couldn't bear to see him get hurt and could only hope for a bit of luck on his side. As the minutes ticked by, Yiran's phone suddenly buzzed with a series of notifications. If you can't escape, just call me teacher. Don't you dare die, his beautiful warrior princess hasn't conquered you yet. Jiang Yu messaged. It's just one dragon blood fruit, not worth risking your life. If it gets too dangerous, call for help. My teacher will definitely save you first. Jiang Yin followed up. Zhang Xing sent a final reminder. Remember, if worst comes to worst, beg for mercy, don't think of it as shameful. Staying alive is the priority. Use any method to buy time, even kneeling and pleading. When it comes to survival, nothing is beneath you. That's the most important lesson I can teach you today. Looking at these messages full of concern, Yiran felt the weight of 3 worried gazes on him. He was about to send a few reassuring replies when the bar was suddenly plunged into total darkness. Time was up. Inside the Black Chrysanthemum bar, the lights suddenly went out. In the pitch-black darkness, the deafening music and sounds of revelry surged several decibels louder, drowning out all other noises. The moment the lights disappeared, a buzzcut man from the Black Seal Tower stood up swiftly, his gaze sharp as a hawk, locking onto Yiran, who was moving toward the restroom. As a level 3 martial artist, his formidable physique allowed him to observe his surroundings with clarity even in the dark. Watching Yiran's retreating figure attempting to flee, he sneered coldly, shoving aside the crowd blocking his way with brute force, ignoring the angry curses that erupted behind him, and pursued relentlessly. Meanwhile, the owner of the fighting ring, wearing a dark gold mask, was meticulously scanning the crowd for his target. Through careful observation, he had narrowed down the possibilities to 3 servers and a male singer. Unexpectedly, none of the 4 showed any obvious hostility toward Yiran. Quite composed, I see, he remarked calmly. You were, Einer, take action. Yes, master, came the responses of Jiang Yu and Jiang Yin from the darkness. The next moment, blinding floodlights suddenly illuminated the room, eliciting a chorus of angry complaints from everyone present. Amid the chaos, a sharp voice pierced through the noise. Someone's hurt. In the restroom, a buzzcut man in a gray t-shirt is injured. Despite hearing about the injury, the intoxicated patrons were too preoccupied with cursing the glaring lights and demanding they be turned off. Only 2 individuals sprang into action. A seductive young dancer gracefully made her way toward the restroom, while a male singer with a concerned expression also hurried in the same direction. The fighting ring owner's eyes instantly locked onto the male singer, one of the 4 individuals he had previously identified. Found you, he murmured with a faint smile, deliberately ignoring the young dancer heading toward the restroom as well. The Black Seal Tower martial artist was a middle-aged man, so any female could be ruled out. With a wave of his hand, a parrot flew out from the crowd and landed steadily on his shoulder. The sharp voice from earlier abruptly ceased. It had been the parrot all along. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yin then switched off the floodlights, their faces lighting up with delight. The backup plan had worked far better than expected, identifying the target in just 1 minute. Their strategy was simple: plunge the room into darkness, then suddenly flood it with blinding light to agitate the crowd's emotions and throw everyone into disarray. In this state of heightened irritation, they spread false information claiming that the buzzcut man from Black Seal Tower was injured in the restroom. While everyone could hear the announcement, the overwhelming discomfort caused by the floodlights ensured that most people focused solely on their own irritation, paying no attention to a stranger's injury. The incident in the restroom appeared serious at first glance, but was merely a minor accident caused by a drunken fall. In such cases, having the injured person's friends look after them would suffice, and others typically wouldn't pay much attention. However, if someone was particularly concerned about the man with the buzz cut, they would undoubtedly check on him, such as the martial arts captain from the Black Seal Tower. With an injured subordinate, real or not, he would have to verify the situation, and this action would inadvertently expose his identity. 2 staff members headed toward the restroom to investigate, but Jiang Yin quickly found an excuse to stop them. At the same time, Jiang Yu swiftly put away the blazing light. The sisters worked in perfect harmony, leaving no trace of their actions. This left the bar manager, who came to check on the situation, utterly confused, with no idea what had just transpired. The bar's atmosphere soon returned to normal, and people continued enjoying their night. No one would have guessed that this seemingly minor incident had drawn out a Black Seal Tower martial artist capable of effortlessly taking the lives of everyone present. Upstairs in the second-floor fighting arena, the host remained calm. 1 minute and 20 seconds had passed, and the male singer was now approaching the restroom door. The gap between martial artists can be immense, he murmured softly, as the energy within him began to boil. Suddenly, an invisible pressure engulfed the entire bar. It felt as if a massive mountain weighed down on everyone, leaving them heavy and constrained. Blood flow slowed, and movements became sluggish, as though wading through mud. Fortunately, this oppressive sensation lasted only a few seconds before dissipating. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yin let out a breath of relief as they watched the arena host restrain the male singer. It seemed they had successfully captured the Black Seal Tower martial artist, and even faster than expected. Only 1.5 minutes had passed, and with her sister's protective underarmor and the bounty hunters present, Iran should be safe. "You're one of Lin Hai's men, aren't you?" the arena host asked coolly as he withdrew the oppressive aura. Meanwhile, in the women's restroom, a seductive young dancer froze with a look of shock. "This is master-level pressure?" "No, not quite at the master realm. Otherwise, they would have seen through my disguise already. But even a level 6 peak martial artist is terrifying enough. Why would someone this powerful in Ningjiang City be targeting me?" The dancer's handsome face twisted as a rough male voice emerged from his throat. Without hesitation, he tore off the silicone and dress that formed his disguise, then punched through the ventilation duct to escape. At the restroom door, the arena host's expression darkened. "You're saying you were in such a hurry because you couldn't hold it anymore?" "Yes, sir. You've got the wrong guy." The male singer was on the verge of tears. "I swear I didn't do anything wrong. It's just that my boss is super strict. He even fines us for bathroom breaks. So I thought I'd sneak in while there was some chaos." "Teacher, he..." Jiang Yu and Jiang Yin both hesitated, unsure. "It's not him. I've already checked his body. Has just an ordinary person," the arena host said with a frown, releasing the man. He couldn't figure out where the plan had gone wrong. Everything should have gone smoothly. "Teacher, since we've got the wrong person, let's hurry up and save Iran. Time's running out," Jiang Yu urged anxiously. "Yeah, teacher. He might not hold out much longer." "Wait, why haven't we heard him calling for help?" Jiang Yin asked, her voice filled with confusion. Due to the usual bustling nature of the bar, the restrooms here were unusually spacious, almost absurdly so. The layout was symmetrical, with the men's and women's restrooms on either side. At this moment, the owner of the fighting arena and Jiang Yu, along with others, were standing outside the men's restroom, their faces filled with puzzlement. Inside, it was eerily quiet, an unsettling silence that put everyone on edge. Within the restroom, an absurd scene was unfolding. Zhang Xing stood holding a battle blade high, his body surging with energy and bloodlust, the tip of the blade aimed directly at a buzzcut man in front of him. The buzzcut man turned to face him, their eyes locking. For a moment, neither spoke, and the atmosphere grew unbearably awkward. "I'm telling you, I just came in here to use the restroom. Do you believe me?" Zhang Xing, facing a third-level peak fighter with a combat power 500 points higher than his own, was sweating bullets yet forced himself to maintain composure. "I believe you," the buzzcut man said, his eyes glancing at the battle blade in Zhang Xing's hand, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips. "I even believe you're holding that blade to untie your belt." Zhang Xing gave a bitter smile and fell silent for a moment. "This is really just a misunderstanding. The one you're after should be Iran, Not me, right? But I can't find him, and you are the one who showed up, the buzzcut man replied, his smile remaining, though his tone had turned icy. Today, someone has to die in his place or all of you will. Zhang Xing cursed inwardly. The situation had escalated quickly. It had all started simply enough. Worried about Yuran's safety, he had followed Yuran and this buzzcut man from the Black Seal Tower into the restroom, intending to launch a sneak attack to buy some time. However, Yuran suddenly decided to play dead, concealing his presence so thoroughly that even the buzzcut man was left dumbfounded and Zhang Xing was caught off guard as well. With neither of them able to locate Yuran, the buzzcut man shifted his target to Zhang Xing. While Zhang Xing wanted to explain, the battle blade in his hand clearly undermined his credibility. Damned idiot. If you knew how to play dead, you could have at least warned me. Zhang Xing lamented inwardly, realizing that he had unwittingly put himself in this predicament. The buzzcut man's patience was wearing thin. His expression darkened as he stepped forward menacingly. If you want to help that kid, then I'll send you to the afterlife first. In desperation, Zhang Xing suddenly threw a handful of specially made gray powder. The moment the powder was tossed, it ignited into flames, surging towards the buzzcut man like a fiery wave. The man punched through the fire, only to find more gray powder in the air, transforming into a sea of flames rushing at him. By the time he had dispersed all the flames, Zhang Xing had vanished. The air reeked of the sharp, acrid scent of the gray powder, severely disrupting the buzzcut man's ability to sense his surroundings. So, a bounty hunter, the buzzcut man sneered coldly. If you're after money at the cost of your life, he'll gladly send you off. With that, he began checking each stall one by one. Meanwhile, inside one of the stalls, Zhang Xing let out a quiet sigh of relief. His backup plan hadn't been in vain, and he had managed to buy enough time. However, the mere thought of Yuran made his anger flare up again. Angry messages were rapidly typed on the phone. You little brat. Playing dead? You should have told me earlier. You almost got me killed. Soon, Yuran replied, forgot to mention, I got inspired by your escape tactics after listening to your advice. So, instead of finishing him off directly, I tried the escape method first. How was that? Pretty impressive learning ability. Huh? I cleaned up all traces, even set my phone to silent. Zhang Xing glanced at the smug tone in the message and cursed it inwardly, thinking this kid was way too proud of himself. But then, something struck him. Silent mode? He froze, realizing his phone was currently vibrating loudly and clearly. In the pin-drop silence of the room, the vibration was piercingly loud. Sure enough, the footsteps outside came to an abrupt halt. A mocking laugh echoed from the buzzcut man outside. Ha! You brat, you're still too green. Hiding with your phone on? I just sent a message, and you gave yourself away. In another small room, Yuran frowned deeply. I swear I turned it off. He quickly replied, Hey, brother Xing, that guy's trying to trick me into coming out what a loser. Didn't you say in situations like this, stay calm and don't fall for it? This guy is so dumb. Meanwhile, in Zhang Xing's room, his phone vibrated incessantly as messages flooded in. He stood frozen, his face pale, his heart sinking into despair. In the hallway, the buzzcut man's expression darkened as the vibrating continued. Hell no, you brat. I send one message, and your phone won't stop? Are you trying to provoke me? You're dead meat today. Heavy footsteps approached rapidly. Zhang Xing's face turned ashen, but he braced himself, ready to fight to the death. At that moment, the owner of the combat arena appeared at the doorway, scanning the area with a cold gaze. If it's not the singer, then it must be that young dancer. His eyes locked on the women's restroom, sensing a strong surge of energy. He's in there. I'll go after him. You guys, stall Yuran. I'll be there in a moment. With that, his figure vanished. Jiang Yu exclaimed in shock. Teacher, that's the women's restroom. Jiang Yin, both exasperated and amused, retorted, Sister, does that matter now? Hurry and help Yuran. It's been almost a minute. He can't hold on much longer. Got it. The two rushed in without hesitation. In the men's restroom, Zhang Xing, despite the enormous pressure, let a fierce determination flash in his eyes. Having faced life-and-death battles before, he would never go down without a fight, no matter the odds. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside. The buzzcut man sneered. Well, so you're hiding here, huh? Knowing you're about to die, coming out to meet your end? Yep. A youthful voice replied, tinged with anticipation. Since I'm about to die, could you grant me one last wish? What is it? Let me sneak attack you. Yuran said earnestly, you don't seriously think a second-level fighter like me could kill you with one punch, right? Fine, I'll give you one shot. The buzzcut man grinned maliciously. But if you fail, I'll take your head. Thank you. You're really a kind person, Yuran said, sighing in admiration as he approached slowly, secretly gathering his energy. Damn it. Zhang Xing could no longer hold back. He kicked open the door and shouted angrily, "You ran! Get back! I accepted the job to protect you, so I'm going to see it through, no matter what." Bang! His words were cut off by the sound of a body collapsing to the ground, lifeless. In the restroom, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yin rushed in but instinctively halted in their tracks. The scene before them was shocking. A tall, striking young man was throwing a powerful punch, his arm engulfed in blazing golden flames that illuminated the entire space. Opposite him, a man with a buzz cut appeared nonchalant and was lowering his head to light a cigarette. However, before the lighter could even touch the cigarette, it ignited on its own from the intense heat. This bizarre occurrence finally snapped him out of his calm. As he looked up and saw the golden flame-covered fist hurtling toward him, he hastily shouted, "Wait, I changed my mind. Let's renegotiate." Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous sound erupted. He didn't even have time to gather his energy and blood before the flaming fist pierced through his chest. His body crashed heavily to the ground, lifeless. The sudden turn of events left everyone present utterly stunned. Jiang Yin looked on in disbelief and muttered, "How is this possible? Wasn't he a peak-level Tier 3 martial artist? How could he be taken out with a single punch?" A brief flash of shock crossed Jiang Ye's face, but she quickly returned to her usual lively demeanor and grinned. "Wow, what a beast. I love strong so impressive." "This isn't just impressive," Jiang Yin sighed. "A Tier 2 martial artist defeating a peak Tier 3? Even in our Tianke city, you wouldn't find someone like that." Zhang Xing stood frozen in place, just a few steps away from the corpse. The metallic scent of blood wafted from the gaping wound in the man's chest, making him feel as though he were in a dream. Yiran frowned as he stared at the lifeless body on the ground, silently musing. The progress of dishonorable combat hasn't improved. Perhaps it's because the opponent was already on guard. He turned to Zhang Xing, who was still in a daze, and smiled. "Brother Xing, your escape strategies were really helpful. Thanks for that." Don't mention it." Zhang Xing managed to stammer. "Are you really just a Tier 2 martial artist?" He recalled how he had been enthusiastically explaining escape routes and begging techniques earlier, now feeling like a complete fool. "No." Yiran shook his head. "I'm a Tier 1 martial artist." Zhang Xing quickly clarified, No, I didn't mean anything by it. I wasn't trying to pry into your abilities." Yiran simply smiled and didn't elaborate further. Meanwhile, the owner of the fighting arena wore a dark expression as he stared at the shattered ventilation duct before striding swiftly to another area. Emerging moments later, he sensed that the Tier 3 martial artist from the Black Mark Tower was no longer alive. The faint scent of blood lingering in the air only confirmed his suspicions. Somewhat surprised, the bounty hunter's strength was unexpectedly formidable. Without lingering, he quickly left the scene. After dealing with the corpses, Yiran and the others were about to leave. Through Jiang Yin's explanation, Yiran had already pieced together the entire sequence of events. Just as they were about to depart, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A gaunt, sinister-looking middle-aged man hurriedly emerged from the women's restroom, coming face-to-face with them. The thin man's eyes flashed with a fierce killing intent the moment he saw Yiran. However, when he noticed Yiran's companions, he hesitated briefly, then forcefully pushed past them, opening up a path through the crowd, and darted out of the Black Chrysanthemum bar. That fleeting moment of eye contact sent a chill down Yiran's spine. His hair standing on end, it was unmistakable. This man was a powerful martial artist. The group staggered backward from the force of the man's shove. Fortunately, Yiran had been at the front, absorbing most of the impact, sparing Jiang Yu and the others from serious harm. Jiang Yin's expression darkened as she realized what had happened. This is bad. Teacher's been tricked. That Black Seal Tower martial artist has been hiding here all along. Teacher thought he escaped through the ventilation system. Jiang Yu immediately prepared to send a message. There's no time. Yiran took a deep breath. By the time the message reaches her and she returns, hell be long gone. Jiang Yin furrowed her brows tightly. This is a serious problem. That Black Seal Tower martial artist isn't just ruthless and meticulous. He also holds grudges. Yiran fell silent for a moment, then suddenly retrieved the scabbard of the black demon blade from his spatial ring and handed it to Jiang Yu. They'll chase after him. Have your teacher use the scabbard to track my location. Tell her to come as quickly as possible. I won't last long on my own. That's too risky, Jiang Yin exclaimed. He's a martial artist. Don't be so reckless. If he escapes, we can go after him another time. There won't be another chance. Yiran's voice was icy cold. I despise people like him, calculating, ruthless, and vengeful, because I'm just like that. Tonight he dies. The three of them watched in shock as Yiran's figure disappeared into the distance. Jiang Ye's eyes flickered with an unusual light. Such courage and decisiveness, though reckless, were undeniably captivating. Zhang Xing remained rooted to the spot, staring in the direction where Yiran had vanished, his expression conflicted. This was a situation far beyond his ability to handle, but it was destined to be an unforgettable memory. That boy named Iran would forever be the person he admired the most, a mere second-level martial artist, daring to challenge a martial master. Inside the bar, the lights continued to flash, and the music blared as the patrons remained oblivious to the intense drama that had just unfolded. Outside the building, Iran had already begun his relentless pursuit. The night was dark, and the streets were nearly deserted. The gaunt man no longer bothered to conceal his speed, accelerating rapidly. Iran, too, held nothing back, activating his spirit flame form. Golden flames erupted from his body, burning away his clothes as he became a living blaze. Wielding the black demon blade, he chased after the man with unyielding determination. Occasionally, passing taxi drivers caught sight of the black and fiery streaks racing through the streets. Stunned, they quickly reported the scene to the Martial Alliance. Soon, piercing sirens shattered the night air as Martial Alliance vehicles sped into action. This was destined to be an extraordinary and restless night. Under the cover of night, two figures raced through the darkness. The gaunt man glanced back, his eyes glinting coldly. "Reckless fool. If you're so eager to die, I'll gladly send you on your way." Before his words had fully echoed, his figure blurred as he darted into a nearby construction site. Inside the security room of the site, a guard poked his head out and shouted sternly, "What are you doing here? Who let you in? Get out!" He was cut off as his colleague frantically grabbed his arm. "Are you insane? Did you see how fast they were moving? That's a martial artist. Don't get involved." "A martial artist?" The first guard shuddered, his legs turning weak. At that moment, another figure, engulfed in flames, rushed into the site. A clear and youthful voice emerged from the fire. "Get out of here now. Up ahead is a Black Seal Tower martial master. It's dangerous. Don't linger." A martial master. The two guards paled at the warning and scrambled away in terror. Within the site, Iran halted as he saw the gaunt man disappear into an unfinished building. Ensuring no one was around, he quickly retrieved a black, flexible armor and donned it. The raging golden flames surrounding him flared violently, fully enveloping the armor. With the protection of this Grandmaster-level inner armor, Iran felt a bit more at ease. Without hesitation, he charged into the building, his resolve firm. He had to stop this Black Seal Tower martial master today. Those two girls were ordinary people. He couldn't let such a threat persist. The building was eerily silent. Iran held his breath, advancing cautiously. Suddenly, a cold chuckle echoed in the darkness. The gaunt man emerged from the shadows of a corner, his gaze lingering on the flames enveloping Iran. "Impressive courage to chase me here. That martial technique of yours is intriguing. Seems to be of a decent grade. Killing you might yield some valuable spoils." As he advanced step by step, an oppressive pressure radiated from his blood and energy, bearing down like an invisible force. Iran, relying on his resilient body and indomitable spirit, remained unaffected. The gaunt man's eyes narrowed, clearly noting his adversary's unusual strength. Time was of the essence. The gaunt man cut the conversation short, stomping hard on the ground. The cement beneath him shattered instantly, and his figure shot toward Iran like a phantom. So fast, Iran's expression shifted as he hastily called out, "Senior, I'm from the Black Seal Tower. I'm here to assist you. Our people." The gaunt man hesitated briefly. Seizing the moment, Iran spoke quickly, "That's right. I'm the son of the 103rd Tower Master of the Black Seal Tower. We only have 99 Tower Masters in the Black Seal Tower." The gaunt man sneered. "Trying to buy time? Do it in hell." In a flash, he closed the distance, his palms striking out with a force that resounded like thunder, a hallmark of blood energy surpassing 10,000. Iran's heart sank. Even with his Grandmaster armor, he felt the terrifying impact akin to being struck by a speeding truck. In a split second, Iran drew his black demon blade, unleashing the frost slash technique. The frosty blade energy had barely formed before it was obliterated by the man's palm force. The gaunt man's expression remained impassive as his palm continued forward, slamming into Iran's chest. Blood spurted from Iran's mouth as his body was sent hurtling backward. Even with the Grandmaster's inner armor absorbing most of the force, the residual power of the strike still shattered the bones in Iran's chest. Fortunately, with the augmentation of the spirit flame body, Iran now possessed the physique of a martial master. His strong resilience allowed him to barely hold on. As he staggered back, coughing up blood, he relied on the regenerative properties of his nirvana body to rapidly heal his injuries. "Still alive?" The gaunt man's pupils contracted, his voice filled with disbelief. "Who are you? You can't possibly be that second-level martial artist kid." It was indeed baffling. A second-level martial artist, withstanding a full-force blow from a martial master, defied all logic. Though he had witnessed the boy transform into a fiery figure and pursue him, the scene before him was beyond comprehension. I'm your dear father, of course. Yuran wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced a mocking smile. A martial master? Is that all? Feels like a tickle. Not painful at all, cough, cough. Before he could finish, he coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of clotted blood. Quite the sharp tongue. The gaunt man sneered, scrutinizing Yuran with a glint of greed in his eyes. You must be hiding something extraordinary. Well, that secret is mine now. Before the words fully left his mouth, he erupted with a surge of blood energy, stirring up fierce winds that sent dirt and rocks flying in all directions. Behind him, the shadow of a coiled black serpent materialized, its eerie green eyes locking onto Yuran. Suddenly, a vivid green vortex appeared before Yuran's eyes, its powerful hypnotic effect nearly pulling him into unconsciousness. Luckily, his combat instincts were sharp, and he snapped back to clarity just in time. However, by the time he regained his senses, the gaunt man was already upon him, reaching out to seize him. In that critical moment, a flash of insight struck Yuran. No matter how powerful a martial master was, they always had weaknesses. Without hesitation, he launched a kick directly at the man's vulnerable spot. Arg! The gaunt man's face contorted in agony as he clutched his crotch and howled. Seizing the opportunity, Yuran immediately unleashed his heavy water palm. The attacks surged forward like relentless waves, one after another, breaking through the man's blood energy armor. Yet before Yuran could press his advantage, the furious man retaliated with a violent counterattack. Boom! Their palms collided, and a massive shockwave rippled outward. Yuran's right arm went numb instantly, and his body was flung like a ragdoll, crashing into the central pillar of the building. The pillar shattered on impact, and a cascade of rubble buried him in an instant. Beneath the rubble, Yuran staggered to his feet. The golden flames covering his body had dimmed significantly, leaving him disheveled and pale as he wobbled upright. Despite his martial artist-level physique and the protection of a master-grade inner armor, that last attack had nearly cost him his life. The strength of a martial master was truly terrifying. Even a well-timed critical strike could barely cause substantial harm. Thankfully, his Nirvana constitution granted him an additional 30 recovery rate, or he wouldn't even be able to stand at this moment. Kid, you've got some guts to withstand my shadow serpent martial mark, the gaunt man said with a dark expression, veins bulging on his forehead. That kick had clearly taken its toll on him as well. He approached Yuran slowly, the shadowy serpent behind him raising its head and flicking its tongue, ready to strike. While channeling his energy to recover, Yuran gasped, Big brother, I was wrong. Can't you let me go? You've got to be kidding me. The gaunt man's face twisted in anger. You gave me such a brutal kick, and now you want to call it even? Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a blur, appearing right in front of Yuran. The shadowy serpent behind him opened its massive maw, lunging straight for Yuran's head. Apologize in the afterlife, he snarled, crushing Yuran's remaining arm with one hand and gripping his shoulder tightly. As the shadowy serpent loomed closer, Yuran's mind raced. His only chance of survival now was to let the devouring golden flames consume his master-grade inner armor. With the serpent mere inches away, Yuran gritted his teeth. Damn it, just swallow the armor already. He suddenly lifted his knee, aiming another strike at the gaunt man's vital spot. Son of a... The gaunt man, recalling the excruciating pain from earlier, instinctively released his grip and retreated. Yuran seized the opportunity to evade the serpent's lethal strike. You little bastard. If I don't grind your bones to dust today, I won't. A thunderous crash interrupted him as the building shook violently. A massive blue hand, over 10 meters long, descended from the sky, slamming the gaunt man into the ground. The masked owner of the underground fighting arena landed gracefully, casting a complex look at Yuran. Get dressed. You and the others will be here soon. Only then did Yuran realize that his spiritual flame form had dissipated, leaving him clad only in the inner armor and otherwise completely exposed. Embarrassed, he hurried behind a pillar to change. The arena owner noticed the black soft armor Yuran was wearing, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. The Lee family's black nether armor, he muttered, glancing at the unconscious, bloodied gaunt man in the pit. Without saying more, he turned away. The arena master cast a deep, contemplative gaze and effortlessly lifted the skinny man with one hand. At that very moment, the piercing alarm of the Martial Alliance echoed across the construction site. The arena master stepped away briefly, returning moments later accompanied by a middle-aged man with a square face. Brother Lin, this has turned into quite a mess, the square-faced man said with a shake of his head. The sight of martial artists chasing each other around the city was witnessed by many civilians. This was a lapse in my judgment, and things went awry. The arena master spoke in a calm, measured tone. I've already sent you the locations of the remaining Black Seal Tower members. Apprehend them promptly, and the credit might offset this incident. Taking care of the Black Seal Tower is undoubtedly a good thing, but the fallout from this situation is significant. The arena master frowned slightly. What do you suggest we do? Well, the square-faced man trailed off, his expression suddenly shifting as he sensed something unusual. Wait, there's someone else here? In a flash, he appeared behind a pillar, where he spotted Yi Ran awkwardly trying to dress himself. With his arms injured, Yi Ran was struggling, and if not for the help of the small golden dog formed by the devouring sun flame, he wouldn't have been able to put on his clothes at all. Are you Yi Ran? The square-faced man was momentarily stunned, then smiled as he quickly approached to check on Yi Ran's injuries. What are you doing here? And you're injured, are you all right? Faced with this unfamiliar middle-aged man, Yi Ran was utterly baffled. And you are? Zhang Zhan, from the Department of 10 Associations, the man replied. President Yang from the Martial Alliance mentioned you a young prodigy, so I recognized you. Zhang Zhan patiently examined Yi Ran's injuries, then frowned. Your internal injuries are severe, and both your arms have fractured bones. But your recovery ability is remarkable. Hold on, this ring. Noticing the Hengyang ring on Yi Ran's hand, Zhang Zhan's expression turned to astonishment. This is the Hengyang ring. So, you're the one valued by Grandmaster Hengyang. I didn't expect he'd even give you the ring. Zhang Zhan? Yi Ran's heart skipped a beat. Deputy Minister Zhang from the Department of 10 Associations? That's right. One of the 4 key figures of the Ningjiang City's Martial Alliance gave a friendly smile. Come, let me take a closer look at your injuries. The arena master produced a bottle of purple gold potion. You were injured helping me, so I bear undeniable responsibility for this. Brother Lin, you know each other? Deputy Minister Zhang asked in surprise before breaking into a smile. Ah, that makes sense. Otherwise, why would Yi Ran be here? In that case, I'll put in some extra effort to help you smooth over this matter and prevent further complications. The arena master paused briefly, giving Yi Ran a deep look. He hadn't expected that his own influence would pale in comparison to this young man's. Just because Yi Ran was involved, Zhang's attitude had shifted, and he was now eager to assist. It seemed he was benefiting from the young man's reputation. It wasn't entirely surprising, though. A second-level martial artist who dared to stand against martial masters and succeeded would undoubtedly be a focus of cultivation in any martial city. Since things here are mostly settled, they'll take my leave, the arena master said, pulling out a wooden box. Here are 2 dragon blood fruits. Consider them an additional reward. With that, he tossed the wooden box and the spatial ring belonging to the skinny Black Seal Tower member to Yi Ran. This is too generous. Yi Ran was overjoyed and, with his injured hands, resorted to biting the wooden box to hold it, drawing a rare smile from the arena master. You've been a tremendous help this time. Initially, I intended to give you a more generous reward if everything went smoothly. While there were some hiccups, your performance exceeded all expectations. You've earned this. After the owner of the fighting arena left, Deputy Minister Zhang personally drove Yi Ran home. Sitting in the car, Yi Ran was filled with confusion. Whether it was Deputy Minister Zhang's enthusiastic attitude or President Yang of the Martial Arts Association's special attention, it all left him puzzled. He lowered his head to glance at the Hengyang ring on his hand, lost in thought. At 3 a.m., Yi Ran quietly pushed open the door to his home. He took out the purple gold ointment gifted by the arena owner and carefully applied it to his arms. Though it was not as effective as the injury medicine from the Grandmaster of Hengyang, it was still the second-best external treatment he had ever seen. Soon, his arms regained basic mobility. However, what worried him more was the internal injury. Yi Ran let out a heavy cough, and his face instantly turned pale. He could clearly feel the rupture in his lungs, an internal injury that could only heal with time. Lying on the bed, he exhaled softly and closed his eyes to rest. 7 days later, in the early morning, Yi Ran stood in the center of his room, smoothly completing a set of Tai body refining techniques. Feeling the smooth flow of energy and blood in his body and the fully recovered strength in his arms, he nodded in satisfaction. As he pondered, he remembered the Black Flood Dragon Essence blood promised by Senior Hengyang, which should arrive soon. This thought filled him with anticipation after being stuck at the first-level martial artist realm for so long. This might be his chance to break through. Thinking back to the battle with the martial master a week ago, a glimmer of confidence flashed in Yi Ran's eyes. In the martial arts system, levels 1 to 3 belong to the martial artist realm, while levels 4 to 6 were the martial master realm. A level 4 martial master not only possessed a staggering 10,000 energy and blood value, but could also condense a blood key armor, making them incredibly formidable. Yet, through that battle, he had proven that even a first-level martial artist could stand against a martial master. Suddenly, the sound of fireworks bursting outside interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw colorful fireworks blooming in the sky, and banners celebrating that Star of Ningjiang event hung all around the neighborhood. Community staff, all smiles, were busy putting up new banners. With only 3 days left until the start of the Star of Ningjiang, The entire city was immersed in the festive atmosphere of preparation. Stepping out of his room, Yuran saw Zhou Shishir sitting on the sofa, clutching a tablet. She angrily typed away on the screen, muttering complaints under her breath. So annoying. They're from Ningjiang City, but they're cheering for another city. Humph. Our Ningjiang geniuses will definitely win. Ah, Senior Zhang Kuin's ranking dropped again? He's in the 30s now. No way. I have to vote for him again. Watching Zhou Shishir's antics, Yuran couldn't help but shake his head. These days, although Yuran has been staying home and enjoying a few peaceful days of recovery, Ningjiang City has been anything but calm. With the Ningjiang Star Selection Tournament approaching, a large number of students from other cities have been transferring into Ningjiang's high schools, all vying for that coveted spot at the top martial arts university. The senior members of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance were quite displeased about this. These students often transfer back to their original schools as soon as they secure the spot, essentially coming here just to seize resources. However, according to Deputy Minister Zhang, due to pressure from higher authorities, the Martial Alliance could only passively accept this situation, doing their best to limit the number of transfers. Even so, outstanding students from major martial arts powerhouse cities continued to flock in, throwing the high school community in Ningjiang into chaos. These newcomers were generally exceptionally skilled, making the once rare first-level martial artists seem insignificant. Zhou Shishir was currently looking at a real-time updated ranking list of contestants. The list ranked participants based on public predictions of who was most likely to win the title of Ningjiang Star. Shishir, can you check where I rank? Yuran asked with interest.
Sure.
Zhou Shishir nodded and quickly burst into laughter. Brother, haha. You're not even on the list. What a useless ranking. It's completely inaccurate, Yuran said, his face darkening. Brother, isn't that even better? Zhou Shishir pumped her tiny fists in the air. You can be the dark horse and take everyone by surprise, especially by defeating all those top-ranked students from other cities. Yuran glanced at the list. The top 10 were all students from other cities, and their strength was at the second-level martial artist rank, far above the first-level martial artists of Ningjiang. Ranked first was Lin Fawn, who had even reached the peak of the second level. Relax, they're just small fry. I can crush them easily, Yuran said dismissively. Brother, I was just saying that for fun. Don't start dreaming, Zhou Shishir said, exasperated. They're all second-level martial artists, and you're only at the first level. The gap is huge. Yuran flicked her forehead lightly, and then noticed the supplements on the table. Did Deputy Minister Zhang and Chairman Yang come by again? Or was it Jiang Yu and her sisters? But these supplements seem too proper. It doesn't look like something those two silly girls would bring. Theory, always bringing Ultraman stuff or kidney tonics. It was Sister Su Qin from upstairs. Deputy Minister Zhang hasn't come yet today, Zhou Shishir replied without looking up. Su Qin, huh? Yuran nodded. Over the past few days while he was recovering, Su Qin and the Jiang sisters had frequently visited him. But the most consistent visitors were Deputy Minister Zhang and Chairman Yang, who came by every single day so much so that Yi Hongfang had started jokingly wondering if Yuran was secretly Deputy Minister Zhang's illegitimate son. Just as they were talking, the doorbell rang, and the voices of Deputy Minister Zhang and Chairman Yang could be heard conversing outside the door. Yuran opened the door, and two elderly men with serious expressions walked in. Deputy Minister Zhang, with his square face, and the slightly aged Chairman Yang. How's your recovery coming along? Deputy Minister Zhang asked with concern as soon as he entered. Uncle Zhang, I'm almost fully recovered, Yuran replied warmly. Over the past few days, the frequent visits from the two leaders, coupled with their approachable demeanor, had put Yuran at ease. Deputy Minister Zhang let out a small sigh of relief. That's good to hear. If you couldn't recover, we would have no chance at all in the Ningjiang Star competition. This special admission spot for Qiming Martial University has really been full of twists and turns, Chairman Yang said with a sigh, shaking his head. We thought we could finally have a top-tier martial arts university student from Ningjiang City, something to bring pride to us old folks. But who would have expected so many complications, with geniuses coming in from other cities? Now, all our hopes rest on you. This shouldn't have happened, Deputy Minister Zhang said, his gaze deep. But, unfortunately, the problem came from within. From within? Yuran and Chairman Yang both looked surprised. Seeing their curiosity, Deputy Minister Zhang began to explain. Chairman Yang, you're not outsiders, so it's fine to tell you. During the early planning stages of Ningjiang Star, Minister Long anticipated that the news would attract forces from other cities. So, he applied in advance to the Eastern Plains Martial Alliance to restrict participation to Ningjiang residents only, effectively locking down academic eligibility. He paused briefly and continued. Initially, the Eastern Plains Martial Alliance had tacitly agreed to Minister Long's request, but someone leaked this information to other cities. Those cities immediately pressured the Provincial Martial Alliance, forcing them to overturn the decision and reject Minister Long's proposal. That's why even participants from Tiankai City are here now. Yuran suddenly understood. He was well aware that, In addition to the Yuanwu, 100 schools, and 10 associations departments, the Martial Alliance had a true governing body, the Jinwu Division. The Beast Suppression Army was under the jurisdiction of the Jinwu Division, which meant that even someone like Deputy Minister Zhang, the sole leader of the 10 associations department, only held the title of Deputy Minister. Chairman Yang frowned and said, "No wonder. With Minister Long's foresight, he wouldn't have overlooked something like this." "Exactly. It's always hardest to guard against betrayal from within," Deputy Minister Zhang said in an indifferent tone. At the time, the only people aware of the special admission spot for Qiming Martial University were Minister Long, the 3 of U.S. deputy ministers, and a few key members of the Jinwu Division. The Jinwu Division wouldn't leak the information. "So, Deputy Minister Zhang, are you saying it's one of the 3 of you?" Chairman Yang asked, visibly shocked. Yiran couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. "That's right. Chairman Yang, you should be able to guess who it is. Are you referring to Deputy Minister Su from the Yuanwu department?" Chairman Yang said with a bitter smile. "Among the 3 of you, he's the only one who would do something like this." "That's right. After all, the Yuanwu division was established by a family with a strong martial arts heritage," Deputy Minister Zhang said, shaking his head. "Over the years, the rivalry between the Yuanwu division and the Jinwu Bureau has been no secret. Besides, Brother Su was transferred from Tianke City. He's not a local here." He suddenly noticed something unusual about Yiran's expression and asked with concern, "Xiaoyi, you don't look well. Do you know Deputy Minister Su?" "No, it's nothing," Yiran replied, forcing himself to remain composed and shaking his head. "I don't know him, just got distracted for a moment." On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, he was far from at ease. This Deputy Minister Su was the father of the blue-clothed girl he had killed in the wilderness. "Uncle Zhang." Yiran quickly changed the subject. "Wasn't this quota something we Ningjiang City fought for? Why would the Eastern Yuan Martial Alliance agree to let so many talented individuals from other cities compete? Logically, they shouldn't allow this kind of unfair competition." Deputy Minister Zhang sighed. "Unfair or not, we have no choice. Ningjiang City has yet to produce a single grandmaster. Take Jinhe City next door, for example. Although their overall strength is similar to ours, they once had a grandmaster who served in the Eastern Yuan Martial Alliance. Even though that grandmaster has since passed away, their legacy remains. If it were Jinhe City, no other cities would dare to send so many people to compete so recklessly. Without any leverage, we can only endure the unfairness." President Yang patted Yiran's shoulder with a complex expression. "That's why the future of Ningjiang City depends on young people like you. Xiaoyi, even if you don't win the title of Ningjiang Star this time, don't lose heart. You have a long path ahead. Whether we can one day have the influence and autonomy that Jinhe City enjoys depends on you." "Understood." Yiran nodded solemnly, feeling the profound helplessness in the elder's words. After seeing the 2 off, Yiran returned to his room and took out a black ring and a wooden box containing 2 dragon blood fruits. These were spoils of battle gifted to him by the owner of the combat arena. He had been recovering from his injuries and only now had the chance to examine them. He began by inspecting the contents of the spatial ring. Soon, several black magic blades resembling Tang's swords appeared on the ground. Their quality was impressive. The lowest grade was C, and there were even 2 grade blades. These would undoubtedly enhance the power of his devouring golden sun flame. Additionally, he found a mysterious black butterfly wing and a rare A-grade martial technique manual titled Blood Moonblade Technique. The remaining items were of average value. Just as he was about to start refining the dragon blood fruits, Zhou Shishir's voice called out from the living room. "Brother, there's a delivery for you at the door." "A delivery?" Yiran asked, puzzled. "I haven't ordered anything recently." The sender is listed as Hengyang. Could it be a scam? Who would dare to impersonate Grandmaster Hengyang's name? Hengyang. Yiran froze for a moment before his face lit up with excitement. He jumped to his feet. The Black Jiao Essence Blood has finally arrived. Yiran was overwhelmed with excitement and bolted out without even bothering to open the door. With a loud bang, the wooden door shattered into pieces under his immense strength, leaving a large hole behind. Zhou Shishir, who was standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. Before she could react, Yiran dashed back into the room like a flash of lightning. Once back in the room, Yiran took a deep breath and carefully examined the package in his hand. He unwrapped it to reveal a palm-sized black metal box, sealed with a striking silver strip. The strip bore the words, "Martial Alliance Silver Armory." Silver Armory? Yiran raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The Silver Armory was the exclusive treasure vault of the Martial Alliance, housing a vast collection of martial techniques, weapons, and other valuable items. Members of the Martial Alliance could exchange their contribution points for treasures here, with dedicated personnel ensuring safe delivery. Items from the Silver Armory were always marked with their signature seal. Yiran quickly understood. This must have been sent by Grandmaster Hengyang through the Silver Armory's delivery system to ensure absolute security. While the silver armory was nearly inaccessible to ordinary people, it was no big deal for a grandmaster. Just as he was about to remove the seal, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Teacher Zhu, which surprised Yiran, but he still answered the call. Yiran, do you have time to come to school this afternoon? Teacher Zhu's voice sounded fatigued. Teacher, is something wrong? Yiran asked. Do you remember the seed quota we talked about before? Teacher Zhu's voice was fragmented, disrupted by the noisy background. Of course I remember. Yiran nodded. He clearly recalled the rules of the Ningjiang Star competition. Thousands of senior high school students participated, divided into inner and outer rounds. Seeded contestants could directly enter the inner round, skipping many matches. Each school was only allocated 10 seed spots, and his school had given him the first one. Suddenly, loud, unrestrained laughter from several young men came through the phone, forcing Teacher Zhu to raise his voice. This is the office. Can you all keep it down? Got it, teacher, a lazy voice replied. Teacher, just tell him that I'm taking his spot. He can either give it up willingly or come this afternoon and get taught a lesson. It's that simple. No need to drag it out. You're too long-winded. The speaker's tone grew even more brazen, and the laughter became louder. Teacher Zhu slammed the desk in frustration and scolded them angrily, but the group seemed unfazed. Yiran narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Teacher, I understand. Please put the call on speaker. In the office, Mr. Zhu froze for a moment, instinctively pressing the speakerphone button. From the other end of the line came the angry voice of a young man. You little punks. If you're so eager to get taught a lesson, just wait for me. When I have time, I'll come and deal with you. The words hit like a thunderclap, plunging the office into an eerie silence. The boys and girls who had been laughing moments ago froze in place, their smiles stiffening on their faces. Internally, Mr. Zhu gave silent approval, but outwardly, he swept a cold gaze over the group before hanging up the phone. While Yiran's words were satisfying in the moment, he knew he couldn't let him provoke these exchange students any further. After all, they were top-tier fighters, far superior to the local Ningjiang students. Meanwhile, in another room, Yiran put down his phone, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If these disrespectful brats don't understand the value of respecting their elders, I'll teach them until they do. He pushed his emotions aside and turned his attention to the black iron box in front of him. Opening the box, he found a spatial ring resting quietly inside. Though it only held about a few dozen cubic meters, its capacity still left Yiran astonished, truly the work of a master. Inside the ring's large space, there were only 3 black wooden barrels, each about half the height of a person. Yiran pulled one out, and his expression changed instantly. It was so heavy that it could crush the ground beneath. Realizing he needed a better location, he quickly stood up and headed to the Martial Artists Association. Half an hour later, Yiran stood in a massive training room at the association, satisfied as he surveyed his surroundings. A bespectacled secretary in a suit, with gold-rimmed glasses, smiled and said, "Take your time to train. I'll leave you to it." With that, the secretary turned and closed the door behind him. Outside, a crowd of onlookers whispered among themselves. Who is that kid? Even Secretary Bai personally opened the door for him. That's usually reserved for the president. This is the largest training room in Ningjiang, normally only used by the Martial Alliance ministers. After confirming there were no surveillance devices in the room, Yiran retrieved one of the wooden barrels from the spatial ring. Thud. The heavy impact caused the alloy floor to visibly dent, though it didn't collapse entirely. Inside the barrel was a thick, dark liquid that emitted an eerie glow. This was Black Jiao's essence blood. Yiran first swallowed 2 dragon blood fruits, and immediately a wave of heat surged through his body. His bones emitted crisp, cracking sounds as his physique rapidly strengthened. Half an hour later, his skin began to crack and peel away, revealing a fresh, jade-like complexion beneath. Staring at his renewed reflection in the mirror, Yiran clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming strength of a martial master-level body. Without hesitation, he leapt into the barrel filled with Black Jiao essence blood. After reaching the level of a martial master, Yiran no longer needed to use his spirit flame body technique to refine the essence blood of the Black Flood Dragon. However, the moment he stepped into the wooden barrel, it felt as though lightning had struck his entire being. The Black Flood Dragon's essence blood barely touched his skin before an intense burning sensation swept over him. His muscles tore and reformed under the corrosive force of the essence blood, and every inch of his flesh endured unimaginable pain. Even with Yiran's formidable willpower, his face contorted in agony, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Spirit flame body, he growled through gritted teeth, and golden flames instantly enveloped his entire body. Yet, this once prized technique could only slightly alleviate the searing, excruciating pain. The essence blood of a Grandmaster-level beast was simply beyond the capacity of a first-level martial artist. Within minutes, Yiran had reached his limit, his teeth clenched so tightly that his mouth filled with blood. As his consciousness began to blur, he gripped the edge of the barrel, preparing to give up. There's no need to push myself this far. He tried to console himself. I can start with ordinary essence blood, and come back to this later. No one has ever refined Grandmaster-level beast blood at the martial artist stage. Why should I force it? Just as he was about to step out of the barrel, he stumbled, his head slamming hard against the barrel's edge. The sharp pain jolted him awake for a brief moment, and his gaze fell on the black flood dragon's essence blood, which shimmered with an eerie glow. In that instant, Yiran had a sudden realization. He hadn't chosen the black flood dragon's essence blood to achieve some unprecedented feat. What he truly sought was the challenge of pushing his limits. That was his genuine pursuit of martial arts, relishing the exhilaration of breaking through barriers. With his mind suddenly clear, though his face remained twisted in pain, the thought of retreating vanished completely. This wasn't just a breakthrough, it was a transformation. 2 hours later, Yiran weakly stood up, supporting himself against the barrel. The black flood dragon's essence blood had been entirely absorbed. His face was pale, but his eyes burned with excitement. On his back, a vivid black flood dragon martial mark had taken shape, coiling fiercely around his body. With anticipation for the power of this Grandmaster-level martial mark, Yiran turned toward the nearby testing apparatus. Having made a breakthrough, Yiran didn't hesitate any longer and immediately began consuming achievement points to enhance his vitality. By the time he stood in front of the punching power tester, his vitality had surged to the peak of the second level at 999 points, resulting in a 500-point increase in combat power. Combined with the bonus from his martial master level physique, he now possessed nearly 1,000 points of raw physical strength, with an overall combat power ranging between 3,700 and 3,800. Focusing his mind and gathering his energy, Yiran delivered a punch to the tester without activating his martial pattern. The needle on the tester barely moved, which was within his expectations. After all, this was a training room frequently used by martial masters, and the tester was calibrated to their standards. Soon, the screen displayed the combat power, 3,750. Yiran's gaze sharpened, and his entire bodhi's vitality began to boil. The black flood dragon martial pattern on his back awakened instantly, its dragon eyes snapping open as if a real black flood dragon had possessed him. The air around him seemed to freeze and grow chillingly oppressive. An uncontrollable surge of power filled his body, and Yiran instinctively unleashed a heavy punch. Boom! The punching power tester shook violently, its needle jumping crazily before settling on the final result. 5,100. The nearly 400-point increase in combat power left Yiran gasping in amazement. Such an immense boost was truly astonishing. With 5,100 combat power, he was nearly twice as strong as a third-level peak martial artist. While still far from reaching the level of a martial master, he could be considered invincible among those below that rank. Filled with excitement, Yiran immediately began his second breakthrough. He retrieved another barrel of black flood dragon blood, and this breakthrough lasted a full 3 hours. When he emerged from the blood barrel, he glanced at the remaining half-barrel of blood and shook his head. Grandmaster Hengyang's estimation had been off. As his level increased, the consumption of blood far exceeded expectations. This breakthrough alone had used up 1.5 barrels. Yiran carefully observed the changes in his martial pattern. The black flood dragon pattern now appeared even more lifelike, especially the ferocious and majestic dragon head with its towering horn, which looked almost indistinguishable from a real black flood dragon. Only a few scales on his body still lacked realism, but another breakthrough would undoubtedly perfect it. Although he hadn't gained the black flood dragon's innate abilities in these two refinements, Yiran wasn't discouraged. High-grade beast blood, when refined multiple times, could potentially bestow its most powerful innate abilities directly. Considering that the black flood dragon was closely related to dragons, inheriting its strongest innate ability would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Yiran resolved to continue using black flood dragon blood when breaking through to martial master, as just one more refinement would complete his martial pattern. Of course, he remained cautious. The green icy serpent he had informed Grandmaster Hengyang about had apparently escaped, as the promised serpent gallbladder hadn't been delivered with the blood. However, that was a matter for another time. Clearing his mind of distractions, Yiran eagerly approached the punching power tester again. Having absorbed such a large amount of blood this time, his martial pattern was clearly stronger, and he anticipated an even more astonishing combat power increase far exceeding the previous 1,400 points. Yiran walked forward slowly, continuously consuming achievement points to enhance his vitality. After numerous experiments, he had figured out the pattern. Every one achievement point consumed would randomly increase his vitality by 5 to 10 points. Normally, breaking through to the peak of the third level would require 200 achievement points if luck wasn't on his side. However, he was using Grandmaster level Black Jiao Essence Blood, a top-tier resource that had previously boosted his vitality by 300 and 500 points during 2 breakthroughs, significantly reducing the consumption of achievement points. This time, with just 70 achievement points, his vitality surged to 2,000, successfully reaching the peak of the third-level warrior realm. Standing before the silver alloy strength testing machine, Iran fixed his gaze on it. With the 1,000 combat power increase brought by his vitality enhancement, his current combat power should have reached 6,100, and this didn't even include the additional boost from the second refinement of his martial pattern. Let's see how much I can improve, Iran muttered, instantly unleashing the full force of his vitality. A shadowy, menacing black Jiao silhouette emerged faintly behind him. Although still hazy, its agile form already radiated astonishing explosive power. Boom! Iran struck the testing machine with a powerful punch. The pointer jumped violently, nearly doubling its previous range, almost reaching the first mark signifying the combat power of a warrior-level fighter exceeding 10,000. The data fluctuated wildly before finally stabilizing at 8,200. Iran exhaled deeply, relaxing his tensed muscles as the black Jiao shadow behind him dissipated. The 2,100-point combat power increase fully demonstrated the value of 1.5 barrels of black Jiao essence blood. He couldn't help but feel excited. According to the records of the Martial Alliance, the strongest third-level peak warrior only had a combat power of 4,500. He had surpassed that by over 3,000 points, solidifying his position as the strongest third-level warrior in history. With a combat power exceeding 8,000, opponents below the warrior level would pose no threat to him. It would be as easy as crushing a chick. Although there was still a small gap before reaching the warrior level, where combat power typically started at around 12,000, the 4,000-point difference didn't seem insurmountable. Besides, his Ling Flame body hadn't been factored in yet, which would bring his combat power close to 9,000 once included. Glancing at the time, it was already past 4 p.m. Iran's heart tightened, and he temporarily set aside the idea of enhancing his Ling Flame body by devouring the Black Demon Blade. After restoring the testing machine, he turned and left the training room. There would be plenty of opportunities to improve in the future. About 10 minutes later, Iran was seated on a bus, his mind delving into his internal achievement panel. Iran, third-level warrior. Vitality, 2,000. Achievement points, 550. Combat awareness, all-rounder level 1. 10 combat power amplification, inactive. Iran checked his physique and the state of his nirvana body. His achievement points, which initially stood at 250, had increased to 550 after a series of changes. After spending 100 points to boost his vitality, he was left with 150. However, he gained 100 points upon breaking through to a second-level martial artist, and another 300 points upon reaching the third level, causing his total to rise instead of depleting. His progress on the martial path had also seen some updates. Currently, his vitality level was at 200010000, and breaking through to a fourth-level martial master would reward him with 1,000 achievement points. For now, he decided to save the 550 points. Looking out from the bus window, Iran observed the streetscape outside. Rows of neatly aligned high-rise buildings and shops gradually moved past, while well-trimmed greenery adorned with everlit small lights added a charming touch. Every few hundred meters, temporary electronic screens were being set up. These were preparations for the upcoming Ningjiang Star event, allowing citizens who couldn't attend in person to watch the live broadcast. Even the bus interior had been decorated with vibrant ribbons. Ding! The bus doors opened, and a gentle electronic female voice announced that all city buses were free during the Ningjiang Star event. Two lively and cheerful girls hopped onto the bus, but immediately quieted down when they saw Iran. They sat down obediently, occasionally stealing glances at him out of the corners of their eyes. Xiaoning, go ask for his contact info. You go. I'm too shy. Do you think he'll get off at 5th High? If he does, we might lose our chance. While the two whispered to each other, Iran stood up and got off the bus. The electronic voice chimed again. Respected passenger number 1348 XXX, a certified martial artist, we wish you a pleasant day. Only then did the two girls realize this handsome young man was actually a martial artist. Arriving at Ningjiang 5th High School, the campus was unusually quiet. Iran quickly made his way to Teacher Zhu's office and happened to run into the teacher as he came out with a new thermos cup, heading to refill it. Iran frowned slightly. Teacher Zhu's face was pale, his eyes bloodshot, and he looked utterly exhausted. Iran silently took note of this. Ever since obtaining his martial artist certification, both he and his family, his aunt and Shishi, had begun enjoying various benefits as relatives of a martial artist, from shopping discounts to free transportation. This reflected the deep respect this world held for martial artists, a stark contrast to the world he once knew, where entertainers were celebrated while soldiers remained unnoticed. Iran, you're here. When Mr. Zhu saw Iran's figure, a faint, bitter smile appeared on his face. You really shouldn't have come. Iran noticed how exhausted Mr. Zhu looked, with dark circles under his eyes. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed his teacher's arm. A steady and warm flow of vital energy emanated from Iran's palm, gently transferring into Mr. Zhu's body. Mr. Zhu's complexion quickly regained its healthy glow, and his eyes became brighter. He looked at his student with a complicated expression. You're stronger than me now. Though he was a first-level warrior himself and couldn't precisely gauge Iran's strength, the sheer quality of Iran's vital energy was enough to tell him that Iran was already among the strongest at his level. Not really, Iran chuckled. Teacher, why do you look so worn out? I kind of missed the days when you'd scold me with that booming voice of yours. Mr. Zhu shot him an exasperated glare before sighing. These past few days, students from other cities have been running wild at the school, constantly clashing with our own students. It's been a mess, and I haven't had a moment's rest. To make things worse, there's the issue of the seed slots. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Since everyone's in the gym right now, you should head back for now. Head back? Iran was taken aback. Didn't you call me here? Shaking his head, Mr. Zhu explained that the seed slots were almost all gone, and they had to find a way to protect them. Iran quickly caught on. So you're saying, teacher, that besides my slot, they're targeting someone else's too? To be honest, aside from yours, the only slot left is Su Quan's, Mr. Zhu said, rubbing his temples. Right now, there's a student from another city in the gym challenging Su Quan. That student's strength is significantly higher than Su Quan's, so I'm afraid this slot won't hold up either. When Su Quan was mentioned, Yiran immediately thought of the rising star of Ningjiang No. 5 High School. After the Ningjiang star selection, Su Quan had made a name for himself by defeating both Yang Rui and Zhang Yuga, the school's former top students, with his first-level warrior strength. He was widely regarded as the best among the students. Of course, the teachers, including Mr. Zhu, still had their doubts about Yiran's true potential and refrained from making any conclusions. Teacher, do these students from other cities even have the right to compete for the seed slots? Yiran asked with a frown. Mr. Zhu explained that when the seed slots were initially determined, there were no students from other cities involved. However, they had recently flooded in, demanding to transfer to the school. While their intentions were obvious, the situation was complicated with various forces at play, leaving even the Ningjiang Martial Alliance powerless, let alone an ordinary high school like theirs. Yiran understood Mr. Zhu's difficulties. While it might be impossible to save the other slots, at the very least, he could protect his own. Teacher, since they're so eager to take my slot, I think I'll go see if they're capable of earning it. Yiran, don't act recklessly, Mr. Zhu started to say, but when he met the calm determination in the young man's eyes, he found himself nodding despite himself. A moment later, they arrived at the gym. The place was packed with people, a sea of heads stretching as far as the eye could see. Not just the seniors, but even the freshmen and sophomores had gathered in the gymnasium, which explained why the campus was completely deserted. Yiran followed Teacher Zhu to the class viewing area and was immediately surrounded by enthusiastic classmates. Yiran, where have you been these past few days? The classmates bombarded him with questions, their voices overlapping. Some of the girls couldn't help but reach out to touch his smooth skin, their eyes filled with envy. It took Yiran quite a while to respond to everyone. That's it, Su Quan is going to lose. A boy in the front row suddenly shouted anxiously. Hearing this, Yiran turned his gaze to the center of the arena. A fierce match was underway. A plain-looking boy was being forced to the edge of the fighting zone by his opponent. The opponent was tall and lean, with fair skin and a slightly delicate demeanor. With a single powerful strike, he sent Su Quan flying out of the arena, landing heavily on the ground. The dean quickly rushed over, his round belly leading the way, to help Su Quan up. Pathetic, the delicate-looking boy remarked dismissively before turning and walking away. In an instant, the gymnasium erupted into a cacophony of noise. Angry shouts were interspersed with the shrill screams of girls. He's so handsome. I don't like Zhang Quan anymore. This beautiful boy is my new idol. No wonder he's a genius from another city's way, better than anyone from Ningjiang. Some of the girls couldn't help but criticize. We're from the same school. It's one thing not to support our own, but to put them down like this is just too much. The scene quickly descended into chaos, and it took the teachers a great deal of effort to barely restore order, though the noise continued unabated. Standing near the delicate-looking boy were a dozen unfamiliar youths, clearly from another city. One of them, a boy in a blue outfit with a carefree demeanor, shrugged and said, Ningjiang No. 5 High School is far behind our No. 5 High School. Where's your final contestant? Although displeased, the dean managed a polite smile and replied, Do you really need to challenge all the way to the last one? 9 slots should be enough. Whatever. Leaving them for you guys is a waste anyway, the boy in blue said dismissively, curling his lips. The grade-level director, known for his temper, immediately scowled and barked, You brats, don't you know how to show some respect? Do I need to teach you a lesson? Before he could finish, an elderly man standing behind the boys from the other city cast a calm glance at the grade-level director. An invisible sense of pressure followed, but despite being at a disadvantage, the grade-level director stood his ground, his neck stiff with defiance. That's enough, old Lee. A broad hand clapped down on his shoulder. The grade-level director turned to see a burly middle-aged man and immediately said, "Principal, you're here, Principal." The dean also greeted with a slight nod, hesitating before speaking. "This matter, our Ningjung number 5 high school can afford to lose," the burly middle-aged man said with a smile. "Tell old Zhu to send that student from his class up. Don't be afraid of losing. If he loses, the entire school will lose with him. We won't let him feel pressured. It's okay to lose, but we can't back down." The elderly spectators accompanying the students from other cities looked surprised, their gazes fixed on the imposing middle-aged principal. The aura of this principal from number 5 high school was truly impressive. "Yes, Principal." The director of academic affairs sighed lightly and turned to leave. In the spectator area, the students watched a blue-clad boy lazily walk into the combat zone, waiting for his opponent, their faces showing surprise. The competition isn't over yet? Do we still have someone from our school?" "Of course, there are still spots left. Only 9 out of the 10 seed slots have been filled so far." "Who's the 10th? I don't think I've ever seen them before. I heard he's really strong." "He was the first one to be given a seed slot, even before Su Quan." The chatter grew louder, and anticipation lit up in the students' eyes. These competitors from other cities hadn't just won matches, they had humiliated the school. Like their teachers, the students felt a burning frustration. At this moment, they all hoped someone could defeat these arrogant challengers or at least hold their ground. "Don't get your hopes up," someone said pessimistically. "Even number 1 high school got swept. How strong do you think we can be? If he lasts 10 more seconds than Su Quan, it'll already be impressive." Exactly. If there were really someone that strong, the grade-level director would have sent them out earlier, instead of looking so furious. As the mood among the crowd began to sink, a boy smiled and said, "Relax. If he's the school's trump card, he can't be ordinary. I heard he's been training outside for a long time and just recently came back. Even Su Quan's request to train outside was denied. So that means this guy's strength must be above Su Quan's." With those words, hope rekindled in everyone's hearts, and they began scanning the crowd. Soon, they saw a handsome young man walking from the spectator area toward the combat zone. In Class 13, Teacher Zhu watched the boys back with a complex expression. "Let's hope for a miracle," she murmured. The students in the class were dumbfounded. None of them had expected the mysterious 10th seed to be Yiran. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, do you think Yiran can do it?" As his classmates, they were all familiar with Yiran's abilities. Although he had seemed a bit different recently, defeating a peak-level first-tier fighter in such a short time felt almost impossible, as if it required some kind of cheat. They watched as Yiran walked toward the arena. The students exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, discussing the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar figure. "He seems to be from Class 13. I haven't seen him much, but he's really handsome. Left quite an impression," someone hesitantly remarked. "Exactly." A girl's eyes lit up. "I've seen him a few times too. He's even more handsome now. I even looked him up. His name is Yiran." "Yiran? What's his strength like?" Curious eyes turned toward her. The girl hesitated. "Maybe not that great. His vitality seems to be only in the teens." As soon as she said this, the atmosphere fell into dead silence. In the combat zone, Yiran stood in front of 3 school leaders, the grade director, whose face was dark with displeasure, the teaching director, smiling warmly like a Buddha, and the burly, rugged-looking principal. "Hello, Principal." "Hello, teachers," Yiran greeted politely. The principal smiled as he sized him up. "So, you're the kid who's been smashing through those mechanical puppets one after the other?" Yiran scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. "All right, just do your best. No need to feel pressured," the principal said, patting him on the shoulder. The teaching director added with a cheerful grin, "Be careful not to get hurt. Don't forget we've got the Ningjong Star competition in 3 days." The grade director, however, sternly instructed, "Even if you can't win, you better fight with everything you've got." Then, softening his tone, he added, "Actually, just don't get injured. As long as you don't lose too badly, it's fine." "Understood." Yiran nodded with a faint smile. But the moment he turned away, the smile vanished, replaced by a cold, indifferent expression. The 3 leaders froze briefly, sensing a sudden chill in the air. Opposite him, a boy in a blue uniform yawned lazily, looking completely uninterested. Behind him, a group of over a dozen students from another city chatted casually. "How long do you think this guy can last? He might be Decenthes, the first one from their school to get a seed spot, after all." "Oh please. This school is way worse than our 5th high. I'll bet he lasts 10 seconds. "Don't underestimate him," a sweet-looking girl protested. "I think he's strong, might even win." Another girl, her eyes sparkling, quickly agreed. "Tisich, you girls only care about looks," a boy muttered sourly. "What good is being handsome in a fight?" "He's hiding his aura, he's skilled," said an unassuming boy, shaking his head. Despite his ordinary appearance, it was clear he was the leader of the group. Even the previously victorious, sharp-featured boy nodded in agreement, his expression serious. Hearing the opinions of these two strong individuals, the others fell silent. In the combat zone, the boy in blue stretched lazily and said, "Let's make this quick. I want to go out and have some fun after getting the spot. Honestly, your town may be mediocre, but you've got plenty of entertainment options." Yiran remained expressionless. "Are you here alone? What do you mean?" The boy in blue looked confused. In the audience, murmurs of disappointment spread as people discussed Yiran's vitality score. "I thought he was the ace saved for last. Turns out he's so weak. Even if that's from 3 months ago, how much could he have improved?" "It's over. We're definitely losing this time." The doubters wasted no time mocking him. "See? Told you he couldn't beat geniuses from other cities." But before they could finish, a calm voice echoed from the combat zone, silencing the entire gymnasium. "I suggest you all come at me together," Yiran said, his gaze sweeping over the dozen or so students behind the boy in blue. "All at once it'll save me the trouble of dealing with you one by one." The entire gymnasium was eerily silent. You could hear a pin drop. The principal and the two directors stood frozen in place, still unable to recover from their shock. Just moments ago, they had been discussing how Yiran seemed humble and composed, someone worth prioritizing and providing the best resources for. But after what he just said, everyone was dumbfounded. On the bleachers on either side of the gym, the students exchanged bewildered glances, questioning if they had misheard. The students from other cities were known to be so strong that any one of them could easily crush the top talents of their school. Yet Yiran had just declared he would challenge all of them? The students from other cities were equally stunned. Yiran glanced at them, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "What's the matter? Scared?" he taunted, placing his right hand behind his back with a serious expression. "All right then, he'll even let you have one hand." Dead silence. The gymnasium was utterly still. Every gaze was fixed on Yiran, and this time, there was no mistaking what he had said. The grade director drew in a sharp breath and murmured with excitement, "This kid's so bold. Bold in the best way, better to lose with pride than back down." The principal and the dean exchanged helpless looks and shook their heads with wry smiles. This was going to be a headache, but they couldn't deny the satisfaction of such defiance. The quiet in the stands was soon shattered by an uproar. In the combat zone, the boy in the blue uniform was still in a daze, while the other students from out of town were already seething with anger. "Who does this punk think he is? Liu, step aside. Let me teach him a lesson. Insulting us? Today? We'll beat him so badly his own mother won't recognize him." The ordinary-looking boy narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and menacing. "Are you sure you want to challenge all of us? We're all first-rank martial artists, with the lowest blood energy at 300. Two of us are even at the peak of the first rank. All that talk, and yet you're still scared." Yiran interrupted with a light chuckle. That single remark was the final spark. The students from other cities erupted in fury, abandoning all rules as they charged into the combat zone together. Only an elderly man remained where he stood, frowning. He cast a cold, threatening glance at the principal and the others, letting out a disdainful snort. The principal's face darkened. As an ordinary third-rank martial artist, he was powerless against the elder, who had a blood energy level of 1500. This explained why these students from other cities could act so arrogantly in their school. Helplessly, he turned his anxious gaze toward the combat zone, unsure of what to do. Yiran watched as the out-of-town students surrounded him, the smile on his face gradually fading. His plan had worked if he fought one. The others wouldn't sit back and watch. To teach them a lesson, he had to take them all on at once. The students from other cities noticed Yiran's expression growing colder and sharper. For reasons they couldn't explain, a chill ran down their spines. At that moment, the young man in blue, Liu, finally snapped out of his daze and charged at Yiran, furious. "Damn it, you're quite arrogant. Huh? Everyone step back. Let me take care of this first." Before he could finish his sentence, a hand shot out like lightning, grabbing him firmly by the collar. Yiran effortlessly lifted him off the ground, as if he were a helpless chick. Liu struggled with all his might, but to his horror, it felt as though all his strength had been drained from his body. The power he had been about to unleash vanished without a trace. "This morning, when I was on the phone with the teacher, I heard your voice," Yiran said coldly, staring directly into his eyes. "This morning, Liu froze, his face turning pale in an instant. "That was you? What do you want? Let me go right now, and we'll fight again." Yiran shook his head. "Do you remember what I said this morning?" Liu was stunned, his pupils contracting sharply. Before he could respond, Yiran's hand was already raised. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the gymnasium. Liu was sent flying out of the ring like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground, teeth scattering everywhere. Without a change in expression, Ran turned to the next student from another city. This morning, I heard your voice too. You were the loudest, telling me to obediently show up in the afternoon and hand over the spot. Well, here I am. Come and take it. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ran dashed forward, grabbed the student by the collar, and delivered another resounding slap. The student was similarly sent flying out of the ring. The audience erupted into stunned silence. Only now did everyone realize that in the blink of an eye, two students from other cities had been instantly defeated and Ran had only used one hand. The principal and the dean of students were equally shocked. They had intended to step in and stop this unfair brawl, but they hadn't anticipated such an outcome. At least a level 2 warrior, the dean exclaimed in astonishment. No, it's more than that. His speed seems even faster than mine, the principal replied, struggling to process what he had just witnessed. On the sidelines, an elderly man's face darkened as he hurried to check on the unconscious Li Yu. He then glared at Ran angrily. You little brat, how ruthless of you to use such heavy-handed tactics. I warn you, don't push your luck. Ran shot him a cold glance and continued his assault. Though the remaining students from other cities outnumbered him, they were no match for him at all. One by one, they were sent flying out of the ring. Those who had spoken the most arrogantly in Teacher Zhu's office received particularly harsh treatment, leaving them unconscious. The others weren't spared either, though their punishments were slightly less severe. In the blink of an eye, the only one left standing was an ordinary-looking boy who seemed to be their leader. The gymnasium fell silent, and all the students in the audience stared blankly at the defeated and groaning students from other cities. Ran slowly approached the last boy. The boy, utterly terrified by what he had just witnessed, had lost all composure. He backed away, stammering, Don't come any closer. I surrender. Sorry, I refuse, Ran said, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder and shaking his head slightly. You little punk, let go of my young master. The elderly man finally lost all patience and charged into the ring, his anger boiling over. Old man, are you looking for death? Ran turned abruptly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. This is Ningjiang City, not your territory. I don't care who you are. Here, if you're a dragon, you better lie low. If you're a tiger, you better crouch down. His last words roared out like thunder, shaking the entire gymnasium. Everyone's minds went blank, and they temporarily lost their hearing. The elderly man, bearing the brunt of the shockwave, spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backward repeatedly. His face was filled with terror. With a combat power of 1500, had been injured by a mere sound wave. Ran glanced at the unconscious boy and casually tossed him out of the combat zone. The elderly man who helped the boy up had a pale face and trembling hands, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. The students in the audience finally snapped out of their shock, their faces filled with disbelief. That boy was a level 3 warrior, yet he couldn't even withstand a single sound. The expressions of the principal and the other two administrators were even more astonished. They knew full well that the elderly man wasn't just an ordinary level 3 warrior, was a Ningjiang City expert with a combat power of 1500. And yet, such a powerful individual had been injured by a single sound from a teenager. This overwhelming disparity in strength completely shattered their understanding. To put things into perspective, the strongest talent in Ningjiang City's history was only a level 1 warrior, and that alone had earned widespread acclaim. But this boy in front of them was already a level 3 warrior. The principal murmured to himself, this is the greatest genius in Ningjiang City's history, and he's a student of our school. His excitement was palpable. Even the usually cheerful and easygoing dean of students had put away his smile, only for it to be replaced by genuine joy and pride. The head of the grade department, on the other hand, threw his head back and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, excellent. Well done. He made no effort to hide his exhilaration. Principal, I'll be heading back now, Ran said calmly. Yes, go ahead, the principal replied hastily. As Ran walked back to his class, students along the way cast him looks of awe and respect, their murmurs of discussion filling the air. When he returned to the classroom, Teacher Zhu excitedly patted him on the shoulder repeatedly, exclaiming, well done. His classmates crowded around him, their faces brimming with excitement. Back in the gymnasium, the principal's smile faded as he turned to the students from other cities. Our school may be average, but dealing with you is more than enough. It was the first time he had spoken so bluntly, yet the elderly man dared not refute him. Instead, he appeared cautious and subdued. For someone to easily injure him with soundwave techniques, they had to be at least at the peak of level 3 strength. Achieving such power at this age was an extraordinary rarity, even in a major city like Tiankei in the Dongyuan province. The students from other cities who were still conscious turned red with shame and lowered their heads, deeply embarrassed. The teachers and students in the audience, seeing this scene, felt their earlier indignation dissipate completely. Their gazes toward Ran were now filled with admiration and pride. This was the pride of their school, their unparalleled genius. By the time Yiran returned home, it was already nighttime. His aunt was busy in the kitchen, while Zhou Shishir was fiddling with her tablet, occasionally letting out a sigh. Ugh, school starts tomorrow, she grumbled. You silly girl, isn't starting school a good thing? Yi Hongfeng said as she came out of the kitchen, carrying a dish. Yiran walked into the kitchen to help bring the dishes, his expression puzzled as he asked, by the way, why did your school suddenly give you a break? It seems like not just your school, no. One high school also announced a holiday. This news caught him by surprise. It was only during a conversation with teacher Zhu in the afternoon that he learned that several high schools had announced breaks over the past couple of days, including the renowned number 1 high school and number 3 high school, known for their top students. Zhou Shishir, puffing her cheeks in frustration, explained, it's all because of those students from other cities. They're not just causing trouble at schools, but they're also targeting our seed quotas, going around challenging the seniors who hold those spots. The schools had no choice but to shut down temporarily to avoid the chaos. I see. Yiran nodded in understanding. Looks like number 5 high school is the only one standing its ground, refusing to back down. By the way, how many seed quotas do you guys have left? None. Zhou Shishir sighed. Those students from other cities are ruthless. They went directly to challenge every senior with a quota and defeated them all. Just this afternoon, our school's top student, Senior He Lakun, was beaten in a single move by some out-of-town student named Su Yuan. The last quota was lost, and that's when the school decided to delay reopening until tomorrow. Yiran frowned slightly. The persistence of these out-of-town students was beyond his expectations. To secure quotas, they were going door-to-door challenging others. However, after the deterrence he had imposed on number 5 high school previously, there shouldn't be any more trouble there. As for number 3 high school, while he sympathized, there wasn't much he could do to help. Be careful when you go back to school tomorrow, Yiran reminded her. If any out-of-town students cause trouble, call me immediately. Got it, bro. Alright, stop chatting and eat your dinner. The next morning, Yiran decided to visit the Heishui Martial Arts Hall, a place he hadn't been to in a long time. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the hall, only to find a large crowd already gathered there. Frowning, Yiran quickly made his way forward, gently parting the crowd to reach the front. He stopped abruptly at the entrance of the hall, where a notice was prominently posted on the door, closed by the Martial Arts Bureau, strictly prohibited from being tampered with. The surrounding crowd was abuzz with discussion. What bad luck for the Heishui Martial Arts Hall. Just when business was picking up, it got shut down. Yeah, the owner is such a nice person, and they even have a highly skilled honorary member who often comes to teach the students. I heard they offended Section Chief Su of the Martial Arts Bureau. There's no way out of this now. Yiran's expression darkened. He had heard about this before. The hall's qualifications were all in order, but the Martial Arts Bureau had been withholding the operating license under various pretexts. At the time, the owner had assured him they could handle it, so he hadn't intervened. Now it seemed things had escalated. Senior Yiran, a young girl in a martial arts uniform from the hall shouting ran over, her face full of worry. Yiran scanned the area and noticed more students from the hall gathered not far away, while 2 representatives from the Martial Arts Bureau were in a heated argument with several angry students. Yiran took a deep breath and looked at the young girl standing in front of him. She was Xiaoying, one of the martial arts school students. Her eyes were slightly red, and her expression was filled with anxiety. Xiaoying, where's the master? The master went to the 100 schools department to demand an explanation, Xiaoying replied, her voice trembling as she handed a letter to Yiran. Senior brother Yiran, the master said. Her voice broke before she could finish, and she choked back a sob. It's okay. Take your time, Yiran said gently, accepting the letter and speaking in a calming tone. Xiaoying wiped away her tears, trying hard to steady her emotions. The master told us to disband. Starting today, we don't need to come back. He said he would refund everyone's tuition fees. Her voice faltered again as tears welled up. But senior brother, I don't want to leave. The master has been so kind to us, and the instructors have taken such good care of us. We've all been together for so long. Leave it to me. Go ahead and gather everyone else, Yiran said softly. After Xiaoying left, Yiran opened the envelope. Inside was a letter and a bank card. As he read the letter, his brow furrowed slightly. The master had originally intended to leave him 100,000 yuan, but due to financial difficulties, only 50,000 remained. The letter revealed that running the martial arts school had been the master's lifelong dream. Though he had spent all his retirement savings and the school was now closing, at least he had fulfilled his dream. More importantly, the letter uncovered the truth behind the school's closure. A student who had been expelled for harassing female trainees turned out to be the grandson of Su, a senior official in the 100 schools department. Since then, what should have been a straightforward 3-day process to obtain a license had been delayed endlessly. Now, the school was being forcibly shut down under the pretense of operating without a license. Yiran calmly placed the letter and the bank card back into the envelope. By the time he looked up, Xiaoying had returned with the other students, and 2 officials from the 100 Schools department had arrived as well. A bunch of brats, and you still dare to defy us, sneered a sharp-featured young man. If you keep badmouthing Director Su, we'll make sure you regret it. They're just kids. Why are you losing your temper? A dark-skinned, middle-aged man said with a frown. He turned to Yiran. You must be the senior student here. Tell the trainees to go home. The martial arts school won't reopen. The sharp-featured man shot a disdainful glance at Yiran. Listen, kid. If you know what's good for you, take everyone and leave. Otherwise, you'll get dragged into this mess too. Yiran ignored their threats. Instead, he quietly turned his gaze toward the group of students gathering around him. The students looked at Yiran, their eyes filled with a hint of grievance. Senior brother Yiran, about the martial arts hall? I know. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Yiran gave them a gentle smile. Senior brother, before the hall master left, he specifically reminded you not to act impulsively. Yes, he emphasized it multiple times. Please, senior brother, stay calm. I understand. Yiran kept his warm smile as he handed the letter back to Xiaoying. Xiaoying froze. Senior brother, don't you want it? Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Yiran widened his eyes slightly, then softened his tone. But I'd rather wait for the hall master to return and hand it to me himself. With that, he turned and said, let's go. Let's head inside the hall first. The moment he said this, the crowd fell silent. Then whispers began to ripple through the onlookers. Inside the hall? But there's a seal on the door. Isn't this provoking the Bureau of Martial Halls? Is he trying to earn himself a silver wristband? Who would dare to do such a thing? Amid the murmurs, Yiran was already striding toward the martial arts hall's entrance. It was only then that the 2 men from the Bureau of Martial Halls reacted. The younger man with a sharp, rat-like face turned pale with anger and stormed toward Yiran. You little brat. Didn't you hear what I said just now? Smack. A crisp sound echoed as Yiran slapped him, sending him flying. The man hit the ground unconscious. Yiran's hand then moved toward the seal on the door. Wait. The other man, a middle-aged man with dark skin, quickly called out. He glanced at his unconscious companion on the ground, taking a deep breath. Don't be reckless. The consequences of breaking a seal are severe. I can tell you're not an ordinary person, but you need to understand this isn't just about the seal itself. It's about challenging Section Chief Su. He's the third-ranking figure in the Bureau of Martial Halls, and even Vice Minister Lin shows him respect. Yiran stared at the seal without a word, his expression unreadable. The dark-skinned man let out a sigh of relief, thinking Yiran had come to his senses. But in the next instant, with a ripping sound, the seal tore apart. Everyone present was stunned. Yiran pushed open the hall door and turned to the stunned students. Come in, he said calmly, stepping inside first. You. The dark-skinned man gritted his teeth. Do you have no regard for the consequences? Of course I consider the consequences. Am not reckless, Yiran replied with a slight shrug. But justice matters more to me. With that, he nudged the unconscious sharp-faced man aside with his foot, clearing a path for the students. Please inform Section Chief Su that he'll be waiting for him here. The dark-skinned man watched Yiran's back, his expression conflicted. Inside the martial arts hall, the students looked at Yiran, hesitating to speak. Yiran smiled at them. Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of. Then, with a more serious tone, he added, all right everyone, get back to your training. No slacking. Seeing Yiran's calm demeanor, the students felt a wave of relief. Senior brother, no matter what happens, we'll face it together. That's right. You and the hall master have always been so good to us. We'll never betray you. Exactly. Whatever comes, we'll handle it as a group. A warmth spread through Yiran's heart. After ensuring the students were settled, he took out his phone and dialed Deputy Minister Zhang's number. In the office of the 10th Association's Deputy Minister Zhang was intently focused on his computer screen. Suddenly, he slammed the desk with excitement and shouted, yes. At that moment, his phone rang. Without looking up, he said, Xiao Wang, answer it for me. He then resumed watching the video. A young female secretary walked in briskly. Glancing at Deputy Minister Zhang's focused profile, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. The minister had been unusually engrossed in the same video for nearly an hour, occasionally muttering things like, there's hope for Ningjiang's star, this time. We'll teach those people from other cities a lesson, and Grandmaster Hengyang has such a sharp eye. She picked up the phone, and a clear, youthful voice came through the receiver. Her eyes lit up slightly, but she politely replied, I'm sorry, the minister has a meeting with Minister Long this morning and is unavailable. Wait, Xiao Wang, who is it? Deputy Minister Zhang suddenly snapped out of his focus and asked. Despite being fully absorbed in the video, the familiar voice had caught his attention. He said his name is Yiran, she replied. Yiran? Deputy Minister Zhang stood up abruptly. Give me the phone. After ending the call, Deputy Minister Zhang beamed with excitement. Xiao Wang, get the car ready. I'm heading to the Heishui Martial Arts Hall. But Minister, aren't you scheduled to meet Minister Long soon? The young secretary asked hesitantly. That can be postponed. This is more important, he said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Actually, bring Minister Long along, it'll be even better. To the young secretary's astonishment, the ever-busy Minister Long actually rescheduled his important matters and agreed to accompany Deputy Minister Zhang. After the two ministers left, she approached the computer, curious to see what had captivated him so much. The screen displayed a video taken in a high school gymnasium, filled with a noisy crowd. In the footage, a fair and handsome young man stood facing several opponents. Below the video, a report caught her attention. Using sonic wave techniques, he injured a 1,500 combat power level 3 martial artist from another city. His actual combat power is estimated to be at least 2,000. The previous Martial Arts Association test did not reflect his true strength, should be classified as a top-tier level 3. Top-tier level 3? The young woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Only then did she understand why the two ministers were so invested. While yesterday's incident at Ningjiang High School was significant, it wasn't difficult for someone of Deputy Minister Zhang's status to obtain this video. Half an hour later, at the Heishui Martial Arts School, Yiran stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the three prominent figures who had suddenly appeared before him. Deputy Minister Zhang, with a friendly smile, gestured toward a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor and introduced. Xiao Yi, this is Minister Law. The man wore a calm and gentle expression, with deep-set eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and an air of elegance in his every gesture. Deputy Minister Zhang then turned to another middle-aged man who looked somewhat uneasy, his tone carrying a hint of schadenfreude as he said, and this is Deputy Minister Lin from the 100 Schools Department. Deputy Minister Lin's face showed guilt as he offered an apologetic nod to Yiran. Xiao Yi, I'm sorry. This time, I will make sure you receive a proper resolution. Deputy Minister Lin, this has nothing to do with you. Yiran quickly replied, shaking his head, though his mind was still in a daze. After all, the Minister Long standing before him was the actual power holder of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch. He never imagined that such a figure would personally come here. Minister Long maintained a warm smile, deliberately softening his imposing presence. Xiao Yi, I've heard about you before, but this is the first time we're meeting. While the four of them conversed inside the martial arts school, a growing crowd gathered outside. After all, someone tearing down the 100 Schools Department seal in public was a sensational event. Suddenly, the shrill sound of sirens pierced through the commotion. A Martial Alliance vehicle pulled up outside the school, and two young Martial Alliance members quickly got out to disperse the crowd. Once the bystanders had been moved to a safe distance, an elderly man with a calm expression stepped out of the vehicle, followed by a bald, pale-faced old man trailing behind him. Master Mu, your martial arts school is truly something else. Chief Su sneered as he cast a disdainful glance at the school's master. First, you barged into the 100 Schools Department, demanding answers from me. And now, one of your students has made me come here in person and wait for them? His voice grew colder as he continued. I've been in Ningjiang City for many years, and I've never seen anyone this audacious. Let me see who exactly dares to act so boldly. Chief Su, this has nothing to do with the kid. It's all my responsibility, the Heishui master said bitterly. If there's an issue, take it up with me. Chief Su let out a cold snort. Since I'm already here, and with so many people watching, if I don't resolve this today, wouldn't that make me look weak and easy to push around? With that, he strode toward the martial arts school. The onlookers murmured among themselves, astonished that Chief Su had actually shown up in person. Just then, Deputy Minister Lin stepped out of the martial arts school. Chief Su paused in surprise, and upon hearing the surrounding whispers, his face immediately lit up with a fawning smile. He hurried forward to greet him. Minister Lin, there's no need for you to trouble yourself with such a trivial matter. I can handle it myself. Trivial matter? Deputy Minister Lin sighed, his expression gradually turning stern. Old Su, it's time for you to retire. As the words fell, the crowd watching instantly fell silent, and the air seemed to freeze. Section Chief Su stood frozen in place, forcing an awkward smile onto his face. Deputy Minister Lin, this joke is going too far, isn't it? So many people are watching. I'm not joking, Deputy Minister Lin interrupted him coldly, his expression blank. The retirement agreement has already been sent to the Bureau of Martial Arts. Once you sign it, you can go home and enjoy your retirement. You're serious? Section Chief Su's face turned pale, and his voice trembled with anger. Lin, are you out of your mind? What did I ever do to offend you? Mr. Su, watch your tone. Deputy Minister Lin's gaze was sharp as a blade, causing Section Chief Su to instinctively take half a step back. Though clearly afraid, Section Chief Su gritted his teeth and growled under his breath. I demand an explanation. Even if you're the deputy minister, you owe me a reason. He suddenly turned towards the Heishui Martial Arts Academy and shouted furiously, "It must be because of that brat. I'm going to see what makes him so special that you're protecting him like this." Just as he was about to barge into the academy, Deputy Minister Lin's voice cut through the air like ice. "Mr. Su, I have always respected you, and I expect you to show the same respect." That single sentence froze Section Chief Su in his tracks, leaving him pale and motionless. "Deputy Minister Lin." Section Chief Su's voice was laced with desperation. "I've poured years of hard work into the Bureau of Martial Arts. This isn't my decision," Deputy Minister Lin replied calmly. "It's the decision of someone inside." "Someone inside?" Section Chief Su's pupils contracted, and his voice quivered. "Could it be Minister Long?" "No." Deputy Minister Lin shook his head. "But it is indeed because of that young man that Minister Long made this decision. Mr. Su, let me be frank with you, losing a section chief, or even me as deputy minister, wouldn't matter. We could easily find replacements. But that young man? He is absolutely irreplaceable." Section Chief Su's body trembled as he stared blankly toward the Martial Arts Academy. Deputy Minister Lin sighed inwardly. A 17-year-old, level 3 top-tier prodigino wonder Minister Long valued him so highly. If Section Chief Su hadn't been so arrogant, he wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. "Mr. Su, everything that needed to be said has been said. Please leave." Deputy Minister Lin glanced at the ever-growing crowd of onlookers before turning to the master of the Heishui Martial Arts Academy with a smile. "Master Mu, shall we head inside?" With the academy master respectfully accompanying him, Deputy Minister Lin strode into the Martial Arts Academy. Behind them, Section Chief Su hunched over, staggering as he walked away, his former authority and pride utterly shattered. The onlookers remained silent, fully aware that they had just witnessed an extraordinary moment. Inside the Heishui Martial Arts Academy, Yiran was still unaware of what had happened outside. When the Heishui Martial Hallmaster and Deputy Minister Lin walked in, he quickly stepped forward to greet them. "Hallmaster, are you all right?" he asked with concern. "I'm fine, Xiao Yi. This time, it's all thanks to you." The Heishui Hall Master's expression was filled with gratitude, though his tone still carried a hint of disbelief. Yiran let out a sigh of relief, and then turned to make introductions. "This is Minister Long and Deputy Minister Zhang." The two leaders smiled and nodded at the Hall Master. This kind of treatment made the Heishui Hall Master instantly nervous, his words stumbling as he spoke. He quickly found an excuse to check on the students and hurriedly left the scene. For the next half hour, Yiran continued to converse with the three leaders. After they departed, Yiran looked at the two new numbers added to his phone and fell into deep thought. The news that Minister Long had directly dismissed Section Chief Su left him quite shocked. After all, as the third-ranking figure in the Martial Alliance of Ningjiang, Section Chief Su held considerable influence. Looking down at the Hengyang ring in his hand, Yiran silently pondered. It seems that only the prestige of Grandmaster Hengyang can explain all this. Meanwhile, inside a black sedan, Minister Long and the other two were seated around a central tea table. Deputy Minister Zhang was pouring steaming tea for the group. "Minister Long, do you think Ningjiang Star is guaranteed with Yiran on our side?" Deputy Minister Lin asked expectantly. "Of course. With his peak third-level strength, what can students from other cities compete with?" Deputy Minister Zhang said with absolute confidence. "Actually, even if we don't secure Ningjiang Star, it doesn't matter," Minister Long said with a slow shake of his head. Peak third-level combat strength is enough to rank within the top 100 in Dongyuan province during the college entrance exams. Any top martial university would welcome him. The special admission quota is no longer that significant. "That's true. We were focusing on the wrong priority," Deputy Minister Lin said with a sigh. "Reaching peak third level at 17 is a rarity, even in Tianke City." As noon approached, Yiran left the martial hall to head home. Watching his departing figure, the Heishui Hall Master was once again filled with emotion. The initial investment of just a few thousand yuan and upgrade martial technique had turned out to be the most correct decision he had ever made without question. At the same time, in the instructor's office at Laming Martial Hall, Instructor Wang closed the roster, troubled over the selection of an honorary student. Just as he stepped out of the office, he ran into a student. "Instructor Wang, I went to the Heishui Martial Hall, but Yiran had already left," the student reported respectfully. "Is that so? Then forget it," Instructor Wang said, shaking his head. "I've already tried to persuade him twice, once at the Martial Hall and once on the road. Now, I can't even meet him for the third attempt. It seems fate isn't on our side. Since that's the case, there's no need to contact him again. It's his loss for missing this opportunity." The student nodded and followed Instructor Wang out. Although he didn't understand why Instructor Wang valued Yiran so much, he could only chalk it up to bad luck on Yiran's part. After all, becoming an honorary student at the Thunderclap Martial Hall was a coveted opportunity for many. Instructor Wang looked regretful. Truthfully, he had a good impression of Yiran, but the young man was just too stubborn and impulsive. If only he could let go of his pride and past grudges. Joining the Thunderclap Martial Hall would be far better than staying at a small hall like Blackwater Martial Hall. As Instructor Wang shook his head in silent disappointment, something suddenly came to mind. He asked, by the way, has the hall master returned? Yes, instructor, the student replied. Unfortunately, he was too late to meet Deputy Minister Lin from the Hundred Halls Department. Instructor Wang wasn't surprised. Half an hour earlier, the hall master had heard that Deputy Minister Lin was nearby and immediately paused his training to pay his respects. However, given Deputy Minister Lin's prestigious status, it wasn't unexpected that they hadn't crossed paths. Speaking of which, Instructor Wang said with a smile, didn't you mention your neighbor is Su Quan from number 5 high school? Try to connect with him more when you go back, and see if he's interested in joining our Martial Hall as an honorary student. If he agrees, we can offer him triple the benefits. The student agreed, though he knew full well that Su Quan, the top prodigy of number 5 high, had been gaining significant fame lately and might not even consider Thunderclap Martial Hall. Instructor Wang was also aware of this, but there was no harm in trying. If it succeeded, it would be a pleasant surprise. The following days passed uneventfully. Yiran continued his routine of commuting between home and Blackwater Martial Hall. In the evenings, he taught Su Qin martial techniques, and then had to deal with Jiang Yu's constant harassment. This eccentric girl kept messaging him about how she was going to conquer him and frequently showed up at his door. Each time, Yiran unceremoniously kicked her out, but oddly enough, this only seemed to excite her more, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Fortunately, Jiang Yu and her group would be leaving soon. The ownership of the Black 3 arena had already changed hands. A flicker of regret crossed Yiran's mind, but he quickly shook it off. At least things would finally quiet down. A few minutes later, Zhou Shishir bounced in through the door, carrying her pink backpack. Seeing Yiran lounging on the couch with his legs crossed, watching TV, she pouted enviously. Brother, you skipped school again, didn't you? Yep, Yiran replied smugly. Skipping classes had become second nature to him, and the school's teachers never intervened. In fact, Teacher Zhu was so concerned about the stress of his training that she even bought him several game skins to help him relax. Big deal, Zhou Shishir muttered sourly as she put down her backpack. Then, grabbing a bag of potato chips and her tablet, she flopped onto the couch with a grin. Starting this afternoon, we're on break too. Tomorrow is Ningjiang Star Day, and the whole city gets the day off. Zhou Shishir was scrolling on her tablet when she suddenly exclaimed, Brother, you're ranked 4th on the college leaderboard. 4th, not 1st. Yiran frowned slightly. In his mind, after taking care of those out-of-town students at number 5 high school, all the students there should have voted for him. You're not satisfied with 4th? The top 3 are Su Yuan and those monsters. Beating them would be a miracle. Zhou Shishir propped her chin on her hand, her tone tinged with helplessness. Yiran raised an eyebrow. Over the past few days, the names of Su Yuan and the other two had been popping up frequently. In just 3 short days, the situation had taken a dramatic turn. All the seat spots at number 1 high school had been snatched by out-of-town students, leaving Yiran as the sole representative of Ningjiang City from number 5 high school. Some out-of-town students had initially planned to challenge Yiran, but since the seed spots were finalized on the last day, they had to give up. Yiran actually found it regrettable. He was itching for some action. During the competition for seed spots, Su Yuan and the other two displayed astonishing strength. Not only did they defeat their opponents in seconds, but they also went on to challenge multiple second-rank martial artists at various martial arts schools in Ningjiang City, winning every single match. Their impressive record quickly made them the brightest stars among the out-of-town students. Second-rank peak martial artists. Zhou Shishir muttered with a worried expression. I really don't understand why they're competing for Ningjiang Star. Yiran glanced at the screen, which displayed the trio's strength stats, and explained, top-tier martial universities do recruit second-rank peak candidates, but they require special skills, like unique physiques or exceptional combat abilities. These guys are average in every way, so they're here to try their luck. Brother, I just gave you another vote, Zhou Shishir said as she tapped on the screen. Do you think you can beat them? Those small fries? I'll crush them with ease. Yiran yawned lazily. You'll see tomorrow. Later that evening, Yiran left the Heishui Martial Arts School. Since he had to prepare for the Ningjiang Star competition the next day, the school had been distributing uniforms late into the night. On top of that, he had stayed to keep the lonely head of the school company over dinner, so he was heading home much later than usual. As he walked, Yiran noticed that a section of the road ahead was shrouded in darkness due to the streetlights being out. A strange mist filled the air, and the surrounding area was eerily silent. He stopped in his tracks, sensing that something was off. Just then, a pedestrian emerged from the mist, startled at the sight of Yiran. The person took a few steps back in fear, muttering complaints about the cursed mist before hurrying away. Yiran frowned, observing his surroundings. Ordinary mist shouldn't obscure visibility this much, and this fog seemed to suppress sound as well. Despite his martial artist level physique, He hadn't heard the pedestrians' footsteps until they were quite close. Cautiously, he moved forward to investigate. Thanks to his heightened physical senses, he eventually managed to pick up the faint sounds of other pedestrians within the mist. They were panicking, convinced they were trapped in some kind of ghostly maze. Suddenly, a weak voice called out for help. "Help me. I'm from the Martial Alliance's Yunu division." Members of the Martial Alliance? Yiran's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he charged into the strange mist ahead. This mist was highly peculiar, as if it could devour all sound, light, and even presence. His figure vanished instantly into the dense, white fog, leaving behind a terrified young man scrambling away in panic. Once inside the mist, Yiran realized its effects on him were minimal, merely reducing his visibility to a range of about 10 meters. He immediately employed the cloud breath technique to suppress his aura, blending seamlessly into the darkness as he moved silently toward the direction of the distress call. Although the cry for help had already faded, he continued to advance based on his memory of its location. Suddenly, the metallic tang of blood filled his nostrils. Yiran quickened his pace and soon came upon a narrow alley. The shops on either side were shuttered and engulfed in darkness. He slowed down, cautiously approaching the alley's entrance. The sight before him made his pupils contract once more. Blood flowed like a stream from within the alley, staining the ground a glaring crimson. Gripping his black demon blade tightly, Yiran advanced cautiously into the depths of the alley. It didn't take long before a horrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. A pile of corpses, around a dozen bodies, dressed in the uniforms of shopkeepers and clerks, were heaped together. Some of their faces were vaguely familiar to him. After examining the scene, Yiran's expression turned grim and foreboding. The deaths of these ordinary people were unimaginably gruesome. Their bones shattered, their flesh torn apart, as if they had been subjected to countless cuts. Every body had been drained of blood, their hearts carved out and placed in front of them. The frozen expressions of agony and terror on their faces revealed the unimaginable suffering they endured before death. Even with Yiran's composed temperament, the sheer brutality of the scene caused his face to twitch involuntarily. He swiftly pulled out a wilderness tent and used it to cover the horrifying sight of the bodies. Though they were now hidden from view, the nausea and disgust lingered in his chest. While Yiran had taken lives before, he had never witnessed such savage methods. His gaze grew colder and more piercing as a result. Yiran stood still, staring at the grim scene before him, his heart burning with fury. Several corpses lay sprawled in the narrow alley, and on the chest of each body was a heart that had been brutally removed. The cruelty of the act sent chills down his spine. He meticulously examined the scene, deducing from the condition of the bodies that they had been dead for some time. Yet, the desperate cry for help from the woman member just moments ago indicated that someone was still alive. He had to act quickly to find them. Leaving the alley, Yiran continued his search while analyzing the case. The sheer brutality of the crime made him question the identity of the perpetrator. Ordinary criminals seeking wealth were unlikely to commit such heinous acts, and there had been no recent reports of dangerous fugitives in Ningjiang City. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him, causing him to halt in his tracks. Could it be the Silver Moon Society? This notorious organization, deemed one of the 3 most dangerous groups by the Wuming, was infamous for its madness. The eerie ritual of placing hearts in front of the victims was a hallmark of their crimes. However, Yiran quickly dismissed the idea. If this were the work of the Silver Moon Society, the scale would be far larger. At least half the city would be affected to match their usual methods. As he pondered, the sound of something crashing, possibly a shelf, came from a nearby store. Instantly alert, Yiran moved silently toward the shop with its tightly shut metal shutter door. A faint metallic smell of blood wafted through the narrow gap. Drawing his black demon blade, he skillfully cut circular openings in both the shutter and the glass door, slipping into the dark store with practiced ease. Keeping close to the walls, he carefully searched every corner. Near the back door, he found a bloodied figure collapsed against an overturned shelf, their breathing faint but still present. This must be the Wuming member who had called for help earlier. It seemed they had escaped through the back door before collapsing from exhaustion. Just as Yiran moved to check their injuries and turn the person over, his pupils contracted sharply. A look of shock and disbelief spread across his face. Yiran's face turned pale, his stomach churning violently as he fought back the urge to vomit. The scene before him was horrifying. The face of the Wuming member was completely unrecognizable, with chunks of flesh bitten off, exposing the stark white skull and teeth beneath. What sent chills down his spine was that the bite marks were unmistakably human. Damn it! Yiran cursed inwardly. This wasn't just a simple vendetta. It was a descent into sheer madness. Whether the perpetrator was a member of the Silver Moon Society or a wanted criminal, anyone capable of devouring human flesh like this had to be an utterly deranged lunatic. He set down the black demon blade and quickly retrieved some external wound medicine and bandages from his Hungyang ring to treat the injuries. Just as he was about to begin, his peripheral vision caught something in the blade's mirror-like surface. A silver mask reflected clearly. In the pitch-black, deathly silent shop, the silver mask was vividly visible in the blade's reflection. Urant's body tensed instantly, his mind racing. He had just scouted the shop and confirmed no signs of life. That meant the owner of the mask could only be... He forced himself to stay calm, pretending to casually fetch some clean water and a basin, as though preparing to clean the wounds. Using the opportunity to observe through the blade's surface, he finally saw a figure clad in black was clinging to the ceiling like a gecko, staring down at them. Beneath the silver mask, a pair of pitch-black eyes locked onto them unblinking. Suddenly, the masked figure's gaze shifted to the black demon blade, meeting Urant's eyes through the blade's reflection. In that split second of mutual shock, Urant didn't hesitate. With an explosive burst of energy, he leapt into action, his entire body surging with vitality as he swung the blade fiercely upward. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, golden flames igniting along Urant's arm. The silver-masked figure, now fully alert, maintained an indifferent expression and casually struck downward with a palm. However, in the next moment, his pupils contracted sharply. With a sickening tear, the razor-sharp blade had already cut into his palm, nearly splitting it in half. A martial master? The silver-masked figure's expression finally changed. Ignoring the searing pain in his hand, he unleashed another ferocious palm strike. This time, it radiated with a dense golden light, colliding violently with Urant's next swing. With a thunderous crash, the impact sent Urant hurtling like a cannonball, smashing through several shelves before embedding heavily into the wall. The black demon blade flew from his grip. The silver-masked figure, seizing the opportunity, immediately turned and bolted out of the shop. As he left, he unleashed one last golden palm strike, which landed with a deafening explosion, reducing the entire shop to rubble. Moments later, Urant emerged from the debris, covered in dust and dragging the severely injured Wuming member along. Wiping the dirt from his face, he looked out at the now deserted street, his expression dark and brooding. A martial master. When I clashed palms with that man, I was indeed careless, Urant thought to himself. The terrifying strength that man exhibited was undoubtedly that of a martial master-level expert. Realizing this, Urant decisively withdrew, unwilling to engage any further. At that moment, the sharp blare of the Martial Alliance's alarm pierced through the night sky. The surrounding mist quickly dissipated as several Martial Alliance vehicles, their warning lights flashing, roared onto the scene and encircled Urant. "Drop your weapon. Hands in the air." A stern warning blared from a loudspeaker. Heavily armed Martial Alliance soldiers poured out of the vehicles, assuming defensive stances. Urant was about to explain when a calm voice interjected at the right moment. "It's a misunderstanding. Stand down, everyone. I know this young man, and there's no way he could be the culprit." Two men stepped out of one of the vehicles. One was a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and a slightly rounded face, exuding an air of privilege and authority. The other was a burly, bald man with a stern expression. Urant carefully observed the two, and suddenly recognized the bald man. Wasn't he the same Martial Alliance officer who had dealt with the crime scenes at the residential complex and the marketplace? It was always him showing up to handle such cases. As for the middle-aged man, Urant quickly identified him as Deputy Minister Su of the Yuanwu Department, the only one among the three deputy ministers of the Martial Alliance he hadn't met before. "Stand down," the round-faced man said with a cheerful smile. "This is Urant, the top talent in Ningjiang City. If he gets hurt, Minister Long will have your heads." The surrounding soldiers froze at his words before swiftly lowering their weapons. "You all go and clear the mist caused by the Wuyan beasts elsewhere. Leave this to me in section chiefly," Deputy Minister Su instructed with a wave of his hand. "Yes, Minister." The soldiers responded in unison before dispersing quickly. "Urant, my young friend, this is the first time I've seen you in person," Deputy Minister Su said warmly as he approached. "You're even more impressive than in the photos, truly a dragon among men." Urant responded politely, "Good evening, Deputy Minister Su," though his tone was indifferent. After all, he had already learned from Deputy Minister Zhang that the man before him had betrayed the Ningjiang Martial Alliance, allowing students from other cities to flood in unchecked. While they exchanged pleasantries, the bald man walked over to the injured Martial Alliance member and administered a pill. Urant then gave Deputy Minister Su a brief account of what had happened, carefully omitting the details of his encounter with the silver-masked man. "I see," Deputy Minister Su said with a smile. "Then we really have to thank you, Urant, for taking such a risk. When we return, I'll make sure to apply for citywide recognition for your efforts." "Thank you, Deputy Minister Su, but there's no need," Urant politely declined. At that moment, the injured Martial Alliance member groaned as he regained consciousness, coughing as he struggled to his feet. Ignoring everyone else, he crawled over to the bald man, his voice quivering. "Boss, all the brothers, they're all dead." I. Upon noticing Iran's presence, he lowered his voice and whispered a few words into the bald man's ear. The bald man's expression darkened slightly as he furrowed his brow. That's all the intel? Before the Martial Alliance member could finish his sentence, a dull explosion echoed. His head burst like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere, and his headless body collapsed heavily to the ground. Iran stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the bald, burly man who had just acted. What the hell are you doing? He demanded through gritted teeth. Couldn't save him. Director Lee figured it would be better to let him rest in peace sooner. Deputy Minister Su replied, as if he had anticipated it. A warm smile still lingered on his face. Brother Yiran, let's continue discussing your experiences in the wastelands. Couldn't save him? Yiran shot a cold glance at Deputy Minister Su, his gaze as dark as ink. The bald man's eyes flashed with a hint of brutality. Just a useless piece of trash. No value. Dead is dead. As he spoke, he raised his foot and stomped down hard. The corpse exploded into fragments, leaving no remains. Iran's veins bulged on his forehead. That was your subordinate. One of your own. I said, he was trash. The bald man sneered, glaring at Iran. Trash deserves to die. Whether he's trash or not, killing a member of the Martial Alliance without cause is a crime. Iran retorted coldly. Deputy Minister Su's smile faded, his tone calm. Director Lee is from the Yuanwu Division in Tianke City. He was only temporarily under my command. The deceased was also a member of the Yuanwu Division in Tianke City. How Director Lee handles his own people is an internal matter of the Tianke City Martial Alliance. Not even Minister Long can interfere. Iran remained silent at these words. Sensing the tension, Deputy Minister Su attempted to ease the atmosphere with a smile. Brother Iran, don't take it to heart. You saved his life, and when he woke up, he didn't even thank you. Such an ungrateful person dead is dead. Then, turning to the bald man, he added, Director Lee, Iran is someone highly regarded by Grandmaster Hung Yang. Let's not make things unpleasant. At the mention of Grandmaster Hung Yang, the bald man's expression changed instantly. The violent glint in his eyes subsided somewhat. With a cold snort, he turned and walked away. Busybody. No matter who's protecting him, he'll die sooner or later. Deputy Minister Su chuckled, about to get into the car, but suddenly turned back and asked, Brother Iran, with your combat power at the peak of level 3, the rumors about a mysterious young man who wiped out the entire Black Mask squad in the Wasteland Scowl that have been you? By any chance, have you seen my poor daughter, who was taken hostage by the Black Masks? Iran's pupils contracted slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. I haven't seen her. And it wasn't me who killed the Black Masks. You must have the wrong person, Deputy Minister Su. A parent's heart is always heavy with worry. Brother Iran, if you ever hear news of my daughter, I hope you'll let me know, Deputy Minister Su sighed as he got into the car. As the engine roared to life, Iran suddenly called out, wait, what's the matter? Deputy Minister Su lowered the car window. Iran spoke in a deep voice, I just wanted to say something to Director Lee. Whether that man was trash, ungrateful, or deserved to die or whether I was meddling, none of that matters. What matters is this. Anyone I save, only I have the right to take their life. Anyone else who tries crosses my line. I hope Director Lee remembers that. The car fell into complete silence. Both Deputy Minister Su and the bald man were momentarily stunned. Iran dragged his weary steps up the stairs, the gruesome scene from the shop earlier still haunting his mind. The image of that silver-masked man devouring a human face made his stomach churn. Even with the experience of 2 lifetimes, such brutality was more than he could bear. He forced himself to calm down and analyze the situation. The silver-masked man was not just a martial artist but also possessed a skill to conceal his presence, similar to Yunchi technique. His level of danger far exceeded that of an ordinary fugitive and was even more deranged than the Silver Moon Society. If such a bloodthirsty lunatic was not eliminated quickly, he would pose a massive threat to the entire Ningjiang city. However, capturing him wouldn't be easy. His counter-surveillance abilities were exceptional. Even Iran, being so cautious, had been detected. Just as Iran was about to unlock his door, he heard the creak of a door opening from upstairs. Looking up, he saw Su Qin in the hallway, spraying something into the air. A sharp smell of disinfectant wafted over, forcing him to hold his breath. It's so late. Why are you spraying disinfectant instead of sleeping? He asked. A flicker of nervousness crossed Su Qin's eyes. It's mosquito spray, she replied. Mosquito spray and disinfectant smell completely different. Do you think I can't tell? Yiran shook his head. You're almost a martial artist yourself. What are you afraid of? Mosquitoes? Anyway, it's not important. I just wanted to remind you not to take Jiangchuan Road for the time being. There's a psychotic killer in that area, and his methods are particularly brutal. Make sure to come home early. If it's too late, give me a call. A psychotic killer? Yes, a lunatic wearing a silver mask. He's already killed many ordinary citizens, Iran said. a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Just be careful. With that, he turned and headed downstairs. Behind him, Su Qin quietly returned to her room. Through the crack of her door, the faint outline of a silver mask resting on her living room table could be seen. Back in his own room, Yiran frowned slightly. Just now, outside Su Qin's door, he thought he had caught a faint whiff of blood. However, the overpowering scent of disinfectant might have masked it. Taking out his phone, he sent warning messages to Zhang Fan and the Blackwater Pavilion Master, among others. Since it was already close to midnight, only one reply came through. It was from Jiang Yu. Got it, Brother Ran. Baby will be careful. Yiran froze. Yiran's face turned pale, his throat tightening as he almost gagged. Damn it. I should have known better than to message that idiot woman. He cursed under his breath. Ignoring Jiang Yu, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to regulate his breathing. Although the silver-masked man's strike hadn't caused serious injury, it left his entire body aching. After a brief moment of adjustment, he felt his breathing steady, and the discomfort gradually subsided. The physique of a martial master really is formidable, Yiran murmured as he opened his eyes. In the past, an injury like this would have left me bedridden for days. Now, it's just some surface-level damage. Still, he wasn't satisfied with his current strength. If he had the combat ability of a martial master, he wouldn't have let the silver-masked man escape so easily. As for Section Chief Li, Yiran let out a cold snort. He would remember this grudge. But what truly troubled him was Deputy Minister Su. Those two probing questions were clearly meant to confirm whether his daughter had died at Yiran's hands. Though he couldn't admit to it, the truth wouldn't stay hidden for long. Deputy Minister Su was a level 5 martial master, far beyond Section Chief Li's capabilities. With the black soft armor in his possession, Yiran could hold his own against a level 4 martial master, but against a level 5 with over 50,000 vitality points, a single strike would be enough to end him. The thought weighed heavily on Yiran's mind. He couldn't discern Deputy Minister Su's intentions, but he had a strong feeling this matter wouldn't end peacefully. Once the Ningjiang Star Tournament is over, I'll head to Limu Wasteland to search for the Black Jiao's essence blood, he resolved silently. The next morning, the sound of firecrackers and fireworks jolted Yiran awake. Today was the opening day of the Ningjiang Star Tournament, and the entire city was celebrating. As a seeded contestant, he wouldn't need to compete in the early rounds, but he still had to attend the draw to determine his opponent for the first round in a few days. Half an hour later, Yiran left the house with Yi Hongfang, who was unusually dressed up, and Zhou Shishir. The streets were decorated with lanterns and banners, crowded with people, and bustling with excitement comparable to the Lunar New Year. This is quite the spectacle, Yiran muttered. Of course. Zhou Shishir tilted her head and explained. This is about getting into the top martial universities. The best senior from Ningjiang City only managed to get into Changhua Martial University, ranked 300th. Our teachers still talk about him all the time. If someone could secure a special admission spot in one of the top 5 martial universities, that would be a whole different level of prestige. True, Yiran nodded, then turned to Yi Hongfang. Aunt, when is Uncle coming back? In 6 or 7 days, just in time to see his nephew sweep through all the geniuses in Ningjiang City and claim the Ningjiang Star title, Yiran said with a smile. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the central plaza of Ningjiang City. The area was packed with people, and the long queues stretched endlessly. With Minister Long's credentials, Yiran led Yi Hongfang and Zhou Shishir through a special passage to enter the inner part of the plaza ahead of the crowd. The crowd inside the square was just as dense as the one outside. People were scattered across the stage and the audience area, creating a grand and impressive scene. Yiran first settled Yi Hongfang and Zhou Shishir in the audience seating area before heading straight to the resting zone for students from number 5 high school. All the participants from number 5 high school had arrived, but many students from other cities avoided looking at Yiran and instinctively shrank back when they saw him. It was clear that their previous encounter had left a lasting psychological impact. Mr. Zhu approached with a friendly smile and handed Yiran a school badge from number 5 high school. As soon as Yiran took it, the grade-level director gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder, completely ignoring the presence of the students from other schools. With excitement, he said, "Take down those students from other cities, wipe them out." The Dean of Instruction, on the other hand, was much more composed. He kindly helped Yiran pin the badge onto his uniform. This scene sparked envy among the other students from number 5 high school who were participating. Yiran looked around at everyone and encouraged them. "Let's all do our best." "Yiran, you do your best too," the other students responded enthusiastically. This was the respect that strength earned a peer who could single-handedly subdue students from other schools, even when the principal was at a loss, naturally commanded admiration. This also explained why, despite some skepticism about his ability to defeat all the out-of-town students from number 5 high school, Yiran still ranked 4th in the national high school ranking. She had a massive base of fervent supporters. "The principal is over there. Go and let him know. It's about time to lead the team out," Mr. Zhu reminded him. Yiran headed over to the principal, who was conversing with a thin, middle-aged man. When the principal saw Yiran approaching, he nodded and said, "I've already coordinated with the Martial Alliance. You'll be leading the team for the school in a bit. Don't be nervous, it's just a brief appearance, and it'll be over after the oath-taking ceremony." Though slightly surprised, Yiran agreed. After Yiran left, the principal watched his figure fade into the distance and sighed. This time, it looks like we won't even have any students from number 5 high school making it into the top 500. The thin, middle-aged man was blunt in his response. No kidding. Even without those out-of-town students, number 5 high school is no match for number 3 high school. The principal's expression darkened. Nonsense. Don't underestimate number 5 high school. This time, we might even have a student make it into the top 10. Top 10? Even the top 100 will be dominated by those out-of-town students. Stop dreaming. The thin man shook his head with a sneer. You don't believe me? Then let's make a beta-grade battle weapon. The principal retorted, clearly provoked. The thin man's eyes lit up as he feigned reluctance. A bet? Fine, but I'm afraid you won't dare. Won't dare? Don't underestimate me. Let's bet 3 grade battle weapons. Deal? The principal challenged. 3? All right. It's a deal. No backing out. The thin man agreed. The two burst into laughter, though it was unclear who they were laughing at. The thin man suddenly asked, "By the way, was that student just now from your school? He's quite impressive." The belt was indeed eye-catching, resembling one that only a seeded contestant could possess. This raised questions, as the seeded spots for Ningjiang City had long been taken by students from other cities. As for the incident at Ningjiang number 5 high school, most people hadn't witnessed it firsthand and dismissed it as mere rumor. Although there was video evidence at the time, Deputy Minister Zhang had promptly confiscated it. The university ranking lists circulating among the students weren't of much concern to the teachers or martial arts instructors. However, the out-of-town challengers at the martial arts schools, especially the trio from Suyuan, had gained significant fame after being featured on Ningjiang News. "Maybe you saw it wrong," the principal said with a smile, continuing, "The first grade combat weapon is a reward for a student, the second can stay with the school, and the third—" "What are you mumbling about?" A thin, middle-aged man cast a suspicious glance his way. "Nothing at all. I'm definitely not figuring out how to distribute those 3 combat weapons." Meanwhile, the stands were not only filled with spectators, but also had advertisement sections for various martial arts schools. In the Thunder Martial Arts Schools area, several instructors and the deputy headmaster were gathered. Behind them, a large screen displayed the photos of the school's participants in the Ningjiang Star competition. Noticing the envious glances from those around, Instructor Wang turned to the young man beside him. "Su Quan, our Thunder Martial Arts School is impressive, don't you think? There are 9 honor students on the screen right now. If you're willing, we can add you today." Su Quan glanced at the screen, which symbolized prestige, and was about to nod when a student hurried over. "Su Quan, Brother Yiran asked me to call you. Number 5 High is about to enter for the oath-taking ceremony." "Brother Yiran is here? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Su Quan's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood, leaving behind only a quick, "Instructor Wang, he'll get back to you." He rushed off. Instructor Wang was stunned, thinking this Brother Yiran must simply share the same name. Smiling, he turned to the headmaster of Thunder Martial Arts School. "I'm sure Su Quan will agree to join us. Another outstanding honor student for our school." "Good. That's great," the headmaster replied absent-mindedly, scanning the crowd. "Who are you looking for, headmaster?" "I heard something from Deputy Minister Lin a few days ago," the headmaster said gravely. "There's an incredibly talented genius in Ningjiang City. This Ningjiang Star competition is essentially for him. The out-of-town students are just the supporting cast." "I wouldn't have believed it if you hadn't told me," Instructor Wang said, shocked. The performance of the out-of-town students in challenging the martial arts schools had already left a deep impression of their strength. "I was stunned when I first heard it too," the headmaster said with a laugh. "The oath-taking ceremony is about to begin. Keep an eye out for any local student wearing the seeded contestants' exclusive belt. Even if they don't come to our school, it's worth getting to know them." "Understood, headmaster," Instructor Wang responded solemnly. Meanwhile, in the number 5 high school rest area, Yiran surveyed the students and said in a deep voice, "The oath-taking ceremony is about to begin. Everyone, straighten your uniforms and get ready to enter." Section 4 of the stands was a dedicated area for martial arts schools, each equipped with an electronic screen displaying information about their participating students. Among them, Kongming Martial Arts School, the top school in Ningjiang City, occupied the most prominent position with the largest screen. The audience in the stands focused on the screens, discussing eagerly. "That's Su Fan, the first honorary student of Kongming Martial Arts School and a renowned first-level martial arts prodigy in Ningjiang City. Besides Su Fan, there's Zhang Yao and Yang Bu, those rising talents, also first-level martial artists." Kongming Martial Arts School truly produces outstanding individuals. However, Thunderclap Martial Arts School has been quite formidable lately, ranking just behind Kongming. Once the Ningjiang Star competition ends, they'll have my daughter enroll in one of these two schools. The others aren't worth considering. In the Thunderclap Martial Arts School section, Instructor Wang listened to the chatter with a gratified smile. The rising reputation of the school was a great honor for instructors like him. Once Su Quan joined their school, their fame would undoubtedly soar even higher, potentially surpassing Kongming Martial Arts School. Thinking of this, Instructor Wang took a deep breath, his heart filled with anticipation. Well, look who showed up so many small martial arts schools this time. One instructor remarked mockingly, glancing at the back rows. Do they really think they can turn their fortunes around with the Ningjiang Star competition? They'd have better luck daydreaming. Not necessarily, the usually silent head of Thunderclap Martial Arts School interjected. If a small school has a few truly exceptional talents, they could use a grand event like Ningjiang Star to make a name for themselves and attract a flood of new students. Exactly. Instructor Wang agreed. That's how Thunderclap Martial Arts School grew in the early days. Back then, we were small, but the headmaster had a keen eye for talent and recruited several prodigies. We stunned everyone in the citywide martial arts competition, catapulting ourselves into the top 5 schools. Really? We have such a history? The instructor paused in surprise before pointing to the back with a sneer. But look at that Heishui Martial Arts School, just a shabby little banner with one student on it. Pathetic. Instructor Wang followed his gaze. In the farthest section of the stands reserved for small schools, a balding old man was crouched in a corner with only one instructor and a small, 1-meter-long banner by his side. The scene was notably desolate. The banner featured the portrait of a single boy named Yiran. Yiran? Instructor Wang murmured, momentarily startled, but quickly shook his head. It was no surprise that Heishui Martial Arts School was heavily promoting Yiran, as he was their only student who could be considered a prodigy. But in a competition teeming with talent, it was likely that both Yiran and Heishui Martial Arts School would be overshadowed and remain unnoticed. The master of the Laming Martial Arts School shook his head, his expression solemn. Do not underestimate these small martial arts schools. With the grandeur of this year's Ningjiang Star competition, even a single prodigy from one of these smaller schools could lead their dojo to meteoric success. They could surpass not only our Laming School but even Kongming Martial Arts School, becoming the #1 martial arts school in Ningjiang City. As someone who had personally witnessed and risen through the ranks during the citywide martial arts tournaments, he was well aware of the immense opportunities such events could bring. Hearing this, Instructor Wang and another instructor were left stunned. At that moment, the rally officially began, with Ningjiang #1 High School taking the lead in entering the arena. All eyes turned to the center of the square. Hundreds of teenagers, their faces still bearing traces of youthful innocence, marched in one after another. Leading them was an elderly man of advanced years. Though he was thin and frail in appearance, his energy was vigorous. Holding a massive school flag, he exuded an imposing presence. It's the old principal from #1 High School. Gasps erupted from the stands. Who would have thought he'd show up in person? #1 High School must really be taking the Ningjiang Star competition seriously. The old principal is highly respected, and many prominent figures were once his students. I was one of his students back in the day too. Yeah, right? You? Stop kidding yourself. The old principal's voice boomed as he commanded, #1 High School students, take the oath. I swear that as students of #1 High School, we will strictly abide by the rules of this Ningjiang Star competition, respect all judges, refrain from cheating, and uphold fairness and justice. However, the group of hundreds of students behind him was in utter disarray. Some sneezed, others mumbled to themselves, and a few even shouted brazenly, I'm from #1 High School. Who dares to challenge me? The entire formation was chaotic, with mismatched chants, some students unable to keep up, others mumbling incoherently, and a few groaning listlessly. The scene was a complete mess. Furious, the old principal turned around and bellowed, recite properly. But his reprimand was to no avail. In the end, he angrily thrust the school flag into the flagpole stand, his face dark with rage, and stormed off. This spectacle left Zhang, the deputy minister of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance, and other leaders, who had just arrived on the main stage, visibly displeased. Meanwhile, the audience in the stands was indignant. It must be those damn students from other cities. Deputy Minister Lin, should we screen out all the students from other cities? It's too late for that now. Any last-minute screening would only cause a bigger uproar. The subsequent entries of #2, #3, and #4 high schools were equally chaotic. Some students sang and danced, others walked arm in arm smoking, and still more were engrossed in playing games. The principals of these schools watched, veins bulging on their foreheads, but were powerless to intervene. When it was #5 high school's turn, an unexpected scene unfolded. Yiran, holding the school flag, walked at the front with a commanding posture. The spectators in the stands immediately began to buzz with discussion. Has #5 high school lost their minds? letting a student lead the team? Look, someone in their group is already dancing. Iran turned calmly to face the group, his voice amplified through a loudspeaker that carried across the entire square. Anyone who doesn't stand properly, it'll break their legs. His words plunged the entire square into a stunned silence. Every spectator froze in shock. All right, let's enter, Iran remarked, then strode toward the flagpole stand to lead the way. Is that guy out of his mind? The audience on the stands murmured among themselves. Even the seasoned principal of First High couldn't control those out-of-town students. Yet this guy dared to threaten them? In the center of the square, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Iran calmly walked toward the flag platform. Among the students, the out-of-town students clenched their fists, their expressions dark. This guy is way too arrogant. Just wait, he'll embarrass himself soon, someone muttered through gritted teeth. However, when Iran's solemn and rhythmic oath echoed through the air, the situation took an unexpected turn. I swear, as students of Fifth High, we will be self-reliant, resilient, and unwavering. In this Ningjiang Star competition, we will respect our opponents and maintain fairness. The out-of-town students, who moments ago were fuming with anger, seemed to have fallen under some kind of spell. Instantly, they straightened their backs and joined in unison with the oath. I swear, as students of Fifth High, hundreds of voices fused together, resonating powerfully across the square. The audience on the stands was dumbfounded, and even the students from Fifth High looked bewildered. One of them couldn't help but whisper to an out-of-town classmate nearby, "Weren't you planning to stir up trouble? Stop talking. Stand properly." The out-of-town student glared at them sternly, then continued reciting the oath with pride. This left the Fifth High student even more puzzled. Why did it feel like they were the ones who seemed out of place? After the oath ceremony concluded, Iran planted the school flag into the stand and led the team to exit in an orderly manner. Compared to other schools, the performance of Fifth High students was like night and day. In the resting area, a frail, middle-aged man standing beside the principal couldn't hide his astonishment. How on earth did your school manage this? The principal chuckled and replied, "Oh, nothing much. It's just that our school has a great culture, right? Even rubs off on the out-of-town students." A great culture? The middle-aged man was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, students from other schools began mocking the out-of-town students from Fifth High. Wow, you cowards really embarrassed all of us from out of town. But the out-of-town students from Fifth High simply shrugged it off. Better to be cowards than to get beaten up. Their response left the other out-of-town students indignant but helpless. Someone spoke in a low tone. Do you remember that rumor about Fifth High? They supposedly have a local prodigy who's incredibly strong, beat every student in their school, and ranks high on the national leaderboard. I saw it, yeah. His name's Iran, right? Ranked just below Su Yuan and the other top three. I thought it was just inflated votes or something. Either way, we'd better be careful. The buzz of discussions on the stands continued, with everyone talking about the Fifth High prodigy who even managed to subdue the out-of-town students. This is what a true oath-taking ceremony looks like. The stands erupted with enthusiastic discussions. Many in the audience began comparing it to other schools, shaking their heads in amazement. A single sentence from a young prodigy had silenced the entire crowd. Such a scene was undeniably unforgettable. In stand 3, sitting beside Yi Hongfang was a middle-aged man with a plump face, the principal of the kindergarten where she worked. The principal, who had been rambling on, immediately became cautious upon learning that the boy on stage was Yi Hongfang's nephew. "Hongfang, I'll give you a raise tomorrow," he said, falling silent afterward. Not far away, Zhou Shishir was surrounded by two young girls. "Shishir, is that really your brother? He's so handsome. Can I have his contact info? I want it too." Zhou Shishir pouted and refused. "No way. Do you both want to be my sister-in-law? Don't even think about it." Over in stand 4, members of various martial arts academies were also engaged in heated discussions. Smaller academies speculated about which major martial arts school this genius, who could suppress students from other cities, might belong to. In one corner, the bald head of the Blackwater Academy leader gleamed as he silently gazed at the prominent banner above featuring the boy's portrait. In the front row of the stands, the Thunderclap Academy leader's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's him, the only local genius with a seed spot. Beside him, Instructor Wang's face turned pale, his hands clenched tightly. Impossible. If Iran is truly that genius, why would he choose a small academy like Blackwater? Despite his words, he recalled Iran's statement during their first meeting. "It's not Thunderclap Academy choosing me. It's me choosing Thunderclap Academy." Instructor Wang fell into silence, finally raising his head and thinking to himself, "Unless I see Iran in action with my own eyes, I refuse to believe it." After the oath-taking ceremony, the Ningjiang Star competition officially began with a speech from Minister Long. Just then, several powerful auras approached the central square. Iran frowned and looked up, seeing figures descending rapidly from the sky toward the main stage. The students from other cities immediately recognized them as high-ranking officials from their respective regions. That's Minister Bai from Arjinha City. It's the vice head of the Jiang family from Liaobei City. And from Yunchuan City, that's... Yiran raised an eyebrow. It seemed these were all influential figures from other cities. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.